I didn't know why school repairs should concern me, but here I was, thrown into chaos by an unpredictable event. Our Mafia family, Vangala, has a curse. No matter how powerful someone is, they can't escape the misfires from Limbo's rocket launcher. Even I, Kisaragi Shigeru, the chosen successor by Sawada Tsuneyoshi himself, wasn't exempt from this. Suddenly, I found myself falling from the sky, crashing hard. My pride as the future 11th Vangala boss took a severe hit. Groaning, I sat up in a pile of shattered wood, my wrist stinging painfully. At least Reborn wasn't around to kick me and make his usual cutting remarks. A whistle interrupted my misery, drawing my attention to a tall, silver-haired young man with an eye patch. His intense gaze made me feel like I was under immense pressure. His appearance was oddly striking, like one of those guys who make a ridiculous look seem intimidating, the type you don't mess with. You know, like Makuro with his pineapple hair. Trying to break the tension, I blurted out, "Where am I?" The man answered lightly, "A classroom." I forced a laugh, noticing the blackboard behind him. But he wasn't just joking around. Pointing to the mess I'd made, he mentioned a destroyed desk and, to my horror, a pair of his expensive sunglasses. My hand brushed against their shattered remains. Oops. Panicking, I apologized, promising to pay him back. Maybe I could sell Limbo's electric cow. But he waved off the offer. Instead, he leaned in with interest, asking if my ability was some kind of space transfer. I couldn't follow his words but admired his piercing blue eye. Yet, I was trapped and helpless. I tried to play along, but the guy's patience snapped. He demonstrated his curse energy by obliterating chunks of wood with invisible power, scaring me stiff. I knew better than to provoke him. So, I kept it polite and asked if I could leave, but he wasn't letting me off easy. He thought I was a cunning spirit or something, and his threats were clear. When he lashed out, I had no choice. I used every trick I knew, barely dodging and escaping through a classroom window. The silver-haired guy was way too strong, like a monster from another world. Even as I ran, I knew Limbo's 10-minute time limit on the rocket launcher wasn't enough to keep me safe. Eventually, I found a hiding spot, grateful for the Vangala ring that had protected me. When Reborn's voice came through my earpiece, I was relieved, but his explanation made me shiver. My body was still back in my world, but my spirit had somehow crossed into a parallel one, and Reborn's calm voice didn't help my panic one bit. I thought to myself, this world is full of monsters, and now I had to survive it. I was really confused about everything happening around me. Reborn, the infamous hitman and my mentor, sat on a table, looking stressed while some tech team bustled around. He asked me for an update, and I couldn't help but complain. I didn't feel different, still sore, and definitely not some ghostly transparent spirit. Plus, my wrist hurt a lot from the fight I just had. Reborn asked how strong my opponent was. I sighed, admitting that even with weapons, I couldn't win. The guy I faced had strange abilities he called cursed techniques, and he claimed he was the strongest. It wasn't just boasting, he really meant it. Reborn teased me for my intelligence, comparing me to Tsuna, our current boss. I tried to defend myself, but it felt pointless. As I spoke, I had to deal with an awkward situation. A couple making out right in front of me, blocking my way. Reborn mocked me for watching, even though I was desperately trying to get past without being rude. Embarrassed, I had no choice but to leap over them. It got worse when someone bumped into me but didn't even notice me, like I wasn't there. A bookstore nearby confirmed my suspicions. Regular people couldn't see me. But why could that eye patch guy from before? Reborn reminded me I was in a spirit form, or soul travel. The people here called me a cursed spirit, which didn't sound good. Walking around feeling invisible, I actually started feeling lonely. It was weird, like I didn't matter in this world. I looked at the crowd, feeling out of place, but at least I had Reborn to talk to, even if he mocked me. He told me to exercise, but how could I get stronger as a ghost? Then, I spotted something horrifying, a monster approaching an old bookstore owner. I grabbed its hand and unleashed flames, scaring it off. The old lady and her grandson didn't notice, but the bookstore cat did, rubbing against me. I crouched down, petting the big, orange cat, trying to calm my nerves. Just then, someone approached me. It was a calm, gentle-looking man named Suguru Geto. He called himself a special-grade curse user and seemed interested in me, saying I looked the most human of all cursed spirits he'd seen. Reborn warned me to be careful, but I knew this was an opportunity for information. Geto invited me to a cafe to meet some others like me. Despite the risks, I accepted. If Vongala has taught me anything, it's that sometimes you have to walk into danger to learn the truth. All right, I replied, agreeing to both Reborn and Geto, hoping I'd find answers soon. I found myself in a fancy cafe with Suguru Geto, a guy with a strange vibe and a group of bizarre-looking cursed spirits. The waiter greeted us warmly, but I noticed he only seemed to see Geto. That confirmed it. Geto was human, but his job title, curse user, didn't sound friendly. Plus, he had a creepy stitched line across his forehead that made me uneasy. I quietly sat next to him, surrounded by weird-looking spirits. One of them had a volcano for a head. Geto introduced them. Jogo, the volcano guy, Hanami, a muscly spirit with branches for eyes, and Dagon, a creature that resembled an octopus. I awkwardly greeted them, but Jogo sneered, questioning my usefulness. The conversation turned to someone named Gojo Satoru, apparently the strongest curse user. I finally realized the guy I'd run into earlier, the one with silver hair who called himself the strongest, was this Gojo Satoru. Jogo seemed annoyed and was eager to discuss plans to kill him, but Geto calmly suggested sealing Gojo instead. The method? Using a powerful cursed object called the Prison Realm. Jogo wasn't happy, but Geto's suggestion of sealing Gojo rather than fighting him head-on seemed to calm him. The atmosphere was tense, and I felt like I was on the edge of a volcano, literally, with Jogo there. Suddenly, Geto asked if I wanted anything to eat. I told him I preferred savory or spicy foods, surprising him, and we moved on. Things got worse when Jogo nearly lost his temper and threatened the cafe manager, forcing me to intervene. I grabbed his hand, calling him brother in desperation. It was a silly move, a reflex from playing too many games, but it worked. Kind of. Jogo didn't buy my act but didn't pursue the matter, and I was left scrambling to keep up with Geto's manipulative charm and Jogo's explosive temper. As we left the cafe, Geto casually asked where I'd be heading. I hesitated, knowing I had no real place to go, but made up an excuse. Jogo then invited me to join him in an attack on Gojo, saying he couldn't be seen with a weak little brother like me. Before I knew it, he vanished, leaving me dumbstruck and stressed out. I had somehow gotten myself involved in a mess way bigger than I ever imagined. And worse, I almost believed him. Sleeping on the streets was way too rough, so I ended up crashing on a school rooftop instead. The cool night wind hit me as I stood at the edge, my loose hoodie flapping and my small ponytail flying around. It felt oddly powerful, like I was some kind of school gang leader looking down on my territory. I wondered if Hibari, senpai, felt like this all the time. I tried to get comfortable lying on the ground, but it wasn't great. Reborn, I think I can't sleep well without a proper bed, I complained, rolling around. He just said, good night, and then pretended to snore really loudly. His fake breathing was so exaggerated I had to call him out on it, but then he cut off communication entirely, leaving me sulking and yelling at my clam-shaped earpiece. When I woke up, it was noon. Students were everywhere eating lunch, and Reborn's mocking voice came through, pointing out how I'd slept 12 hours straight, ignoring sunlight, alarms, and people stepping around me. Embarrassed, I jumped up, promising to be more alert from now on. Reborn just made fun of me, suggesting I should become a museum fossil instead. I brushed it off and jumped off the roof, using my dying will flames to land softly. Reborn casually mentioned a system update, which annoyed me since I should have been told beforehand. He explained it was like a game system, and I could trade items or get buffs, but only through equivalent exchange. As I wandered around, I noticed some kids trying to sneak off campus, so I threw a rock to alert the sleepy guard. It worked perfectly, but I couldn't help grumbling about how dangerous our Vongala tech was, like Lembo's tin-year bazooka that no one could dodge. Then, something weird happened. A severed, cursed finger rolled right to my feet, radiating ominous energy. I picked it up, thinking it could be useful. I asked Reborn if I could exchange it for a weapon. He agreed, and after a quick ritual with my dying wolf flames, the finger vanished, replaced by my beloved sword, Muramasa. I got lucky, but Reborn reminded me to wonder who had left that cursed finger lying around. Later that night, I met up with Jogo, who had this ridiculous plan to attack Gojo Satoru. Jogo described his strategy in dramatic detail, but I barely listened. When he got angry, I quickly promised not to mess it up. He was skeptical, especially when he saw my sword. I explained it could make it rain, which I thought was pretty clever. Jogo just called me stupid, but I reassured him that I'd keep his flames under control. When Gojo finally arrived, Jogo launched his attack with a huge explosion, and I watched from the sidelines, muttering about how over the top it all was. As expected, Gojo dodged effortlessly, and the mountain erupted with fire and smoke. Sitting on a tree branch, I sighed. Nice fireworks, Jogo. But no real damage, huh? I had found the perfect spot to watch the action from a distance, totally entertained by the flashy moves Jogo was using in his fight. Just when I was getting comfortable, Suguru Geto showed up and called out to me. He warned me that even though the view was good, I was too close and could get caught up in Gojo Satoru's attacks. Reluctantly, I followed him to a safer spot on a cliff where Hanami was already standing, looking stoic as ever. Trying not to look out of place, I awkwardly sat on a rock, attempting a cool, relaxed pose that probably just made me look silly. Geto even asked if I was uncomfortable, and I had to pretend I wasn't, despite my muscles screaming otherwise. Then, a loud explosion brought my attention back to the fight. Gojo had grabbed Jogo's hand, and it almost looked romantic. I blurted out some dumb jokes about it, which made Geto sigh in exasperation. Gojo's power, called Infinity, was incredible. I couldn't believe how casually he handled Jogo, knocking him around like it was nothing. Geto explained that Gojo's technique created an unstoppable barrier, and watching the battle unfold only proved how true that was. Gojo's overwhelming strength made it clear why he was considered the strongest, and even Jogo's best efforts seemed useless. Then, out of nowhere, Gojo brought in a pink-haired boy named Itadori Yuji, who Geto said was a vessel for the King of Curses, Sukuna. Things got tense, and Jogo's rage hit new levels, but Gojo was unfazed. He even comforted Itadori with such trust that it left me amazed. Before long, Jogo and Gojo's clash turned into something even more intense. Jogo activated his domain expansion, a powerful move that created a separate space for battle. Geto explained how domains worked, like a video game ultimate move, but Gojo had his own counter. In a flash, Gojo shattered Jogo's domain with his own, leaving Jogo's severed head rolling on the ground. It was brutal and shocking, but Geto remained calm, explaining how Gojo was simply unbeatable in every way. When I asked Geto about his relationship with Gojo, he dismissed it with a smile, but his words hinted at something deeper, something complicated and heavy. He seemed sad yet determined, talking about how Gojo's strength had become a part of the world's reality, something they had to challenge for the future of humanity. Suddenly, as Geto walked away, Hanami prepared to help Jogo. I wanted to join in, but my body betrayed me. I had been sitting too awkwardly, and my legs went numb. When I tried to stand, I tripped and fell straight off the cliff, screaming for help. Geto and Hanami could only stare, baffled, as I plummeted. Kisaragi Shigure's scream attracted the attention of Gojo Satoru and others. Itadori Yuji looked around nervously. Who? Who was startled. This voice. Gojo Satoru retracted his feet and dodged backwards. A flower branch as tall as an adult man appeared in front of him. Colorful flowers quickly spread out from this branch. Flowers bloomed all over the mountains, and the fragrance was overwhelming. Gojo Satoru and Itadori Yuji were immediately healed by the flowers and smiled softly. Wow, it's Fafa, it's so beautiful, ah. Gojo Satoru was the first to come back to his senses. He slapped his face to clear his mind. This curse would weaken the will to fight. Something like a tree root suddenly jumped out from the ground, wrapped around Yuji Itadori's ankle and lifted him into the air. A cursed spirit like a carnivorous plant opened its bloody mouth and seemed to be trying to swallow the boy. At the same time, two third-level cursed spirits rushed out and attacked upwards. The wailing of Kisaragi's Shigure that was getting closer and closer also completely woke up Yuji Itadori. He looked carefully and saw that in an instant, Hanami had already picked up the volcano head and began to evacuate quickly, carrying the wailing boy on his shoulders. There was no time to think about this situation, and one could only choose one side subconsciously. Gojo Satoru frowned and instinctively turned to face Itadori Yuji. What interrupted his technique was Yuji Itadori's roar. "Don't worry about me. Saving people is more important." But at this moment, a sharp sword accurately pierced into the head of the tree spirit, and the force was so fierce that the sword stopped only when it hit its head. The piranha plant cursed spirit leaned back due to the inertia brought by the knife, and threw Yuji Itadori out in pain, screaming continuously as if enraged. Gojo Satoru followed up with his technique, and simply blasted all three cursed spirits, then turned around and looked in the direction where the knife was thrown. Yuji Itadori turned around in the air and landed steadily, looking over there in confusion. In the flowers, the gray-haired boy shook his head, which was dizzy from the fall, and his pair of golden eyes quickly focused on Yuji Itadori. After confirming that the other party was safe, he was obviously relieved, and then looked at Gojo Satoru in a daze. Gojo Satoru stroked his chin, glanced at the scabbard in the other's hand, and raised the corner of his mouth. "Hey, we meet again." And Kisaragi Shigure's pupils trembled suddenly. "Oh no, why you abandoned me?" The next second, the boy covered his face with sadness. "That's right, after all, I was screaming all the time, which would expose my position. Is this just fake friendship?" He knew that he had inadvertently disrupted Hanamiya's rescue plan, and that's why he was abandoned. Saving people may be an instinct embedded in the soul. The moment Kisaragi Shigure saw Gojo Satoru hesitate, Murasame threw him out subconsciously. His legs were still so numb that he couldn't stand up at all. He could only watch Gojo Satoru approach step by step and squat until he was at eye level with him. The boy's eyes were darting around nervously. He chose humans over cursed spirits. Similarly, Hanamiya chose Louhu over him. Gojo Satoru seemed to find it amusing and said in a malicious tone, "You." Kisaragi Shigure lowered his head resignedly. "By reborn, I'm going to die here." So, Yuji Itadori and Shigure Kisaragi, as if they had rehearsed it countless times, knelt on the ground one after another, bowed their heads to Gojo Satoru, and spoke at the same time in tacit understanding. "Yuji Itadori, I'm very sorry because I let them escape, but after all, it was the teacher who brought me here." Kisaragi Shigure, "Please, just give me a quick death. I'm afraid of pain." Gojo Satoru ignored the small drama and asked the boy, "Were you the one who was shouting for help just now?" Kisaragi Shigure said humbly, "It was me." "You were the one who threw the knife?" "It was me." Gojo Satoru asked, "Why?" Kisaragi Shigure laughed dryly and secretly kneaded her calves with her hands. "This is a long story. Come on, my legs. I still need you to save my life." Yuji Itadori obediently brushed off the dust on his body and walked closer, looking at the boy curiously. "You are indeed special for choosing a human cursed spirit." Gojo Satoru sighed and stood up, and noticed the other party's small movements with sharp eyes. "What's wrong with your legs?" Something happened. My legs are numb and I can't stand up." Kisaragi Shigure had to confess, and then raised a finger. "1 minute. I can definitely stand up. Give me a chance." Yuji Itadori blinked. His expression gradually cracked, and he said in shock, "Cursed spirit? He is a cursed spirit?" "Hee." Kisaragi Shigure smiled and scratched his head, and finally pounded his thigh to stand up, clenching his fist happily. "Well, I think I can do it again." Gojo Satoru crossed his arms over his chest, watching the boy walk towards the ashes of the man-pirate plant cursed spirit, and said casually, "You were pretty quick this minute." Kisaragi Shigure bent down to pick up Murasame, shook off the dust with his wrist, flexibly made a knife pattern to adapt to the feel of his hand, turned around and said righteously, "How can you talk like that? Don't say people are fast." Then the young man raised the Murasame and waved it downwards. With the sound of wind splitting the air, a drizzle suddenly began to fall, gradually becoming heavy and slowly extinguishing the scattered fires on the mountain. Wow, it's raining. Yuji Itadori wiped the rain off his face, squinted his eyes, and looked up. The night sky was dotted with stars, but there were no dark clouds. Gojo Satoru took off his eye patch and squinted his eyes. Curse? I guess so. I like this trick very much. Kisaragi Shigeru pushed back her wet bangs and said with a smile, there are no clouds, but there is no sun either. It's the sun shower of the fox's wedding. Unlike the two teenagers who were drenched, the rain gathered on Gojo Satoru's head and shoulders, as if sliding down glass, and was unable to touch the young man at all. The fire has been completely under control. Seeing this, Ryu Shiryu put away his knife. The rain stopped, but the moonlight was still bright. Thanks to the rain, he already understood Gojo Satoru's technique. Kill two birds with one stone. Yuji Itadori looked at the two people staring at each other and felt the atmosphere gradually becoming solemn. Finally, he chose to ask, if it is a cursed spirit, should it be exorcised? Gojo Satoru looked at Itadori Yuji and said with a faint smile, in theory, yes. What do you think of him? Compared to the volcano head just now, Kisaragi Shigeru squeezed the rain off her body and said helplessly, God has his own way. Can't I escape the teaching department? Let me make it clear, I want an intact body. Yuji Itadori looked at the gray-haired boy and felt confused. He said honestly, I don't know. He doesn't have any murderous intent. I can't see anything. Is that so? What I hate most is the cursed spirits that learn. It will be very troublesome to exorcise them, but he came at the right time. Gojo Satoru said loudly, little classmate, come with us. I won't exorcise you. Kisaragi Shigeru waved and left. Haha, I don't believe it, bye. Don't. Before he finished speaking, Gojo Satoru had already pressed the boy's head and whispered in his ear. Guess how the cursed spirit just now turned into that state? Because it was in the field, you couldn't see it, right? Kisaragi Shigeru sneered. Oh, threats? Do you think I'll take that? Then he knelt down obediently and covered his neck. Look, is it standard? Gojo Satoru was speechless and said, have you ever heard of a man having gold under his knees? Kisaragi Shigeru was exhausted. Cats have 9 lives, but humans only have one. What is more important than life? Gojo Satoru closed his eyelids slightly and looked at the top of the boy's head quietly. People, there is a price to pay for not exorcising you. You have to be Yuji's sparring partner. Gojo Satoru put the eye mask back on and said to Yuji Itadori, during this period, Yuji, you have to watch movies while fighting with me. It's better to do some tasks to try actual combat until the exchange meeting in a month. But after all, I'm busy. When I don't have time, you can fight with him. The basics and applications must always be learned together. Practicing with someone who knows how to use weapons is also a good experience. Kisaragi Shigeru looked up and asked, so I still couldn't avoid the teaching bureau? Gojo Satoru nodded. Well, are you dissatisfied? Is food and accommodation provided? Kisaragi Shigeru blinked expectantly. Gojo Satoru nodded again. Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not that easy to bribe. Kisaragi Shigeru stood up, drew out his knife, pointed the tip of the knife at Itadori Yuji. I want a base salary plus commission. If possible, let's start the class now. Gojo Satoru hit Kisaragi Shigeru's head with a knife. Too early. It hurts. Kisaragi Shigeru covered his head and ran away, hiding behind Itadori Yuji. Let me make a deal first. Don't do anything to me. I'm different from the volcano-headed cursed spirit. I'm very fragile. The small Rasengan you rolled just now was gone in one bite. There was no ashes left. If you were a badass, your salary would be very low. Then I'm very strong. Invincible. Yuji Itadori tilted his head. You're not going to complain about the Rasengan? He finally couldn't help laughing, and after a moment, he raised his hand to Gojo Satoru. Teacher, I have a question. Go ahead. Hisahito, what is an exchange meeting? A social gathering? Gojo Satoru looked innocent and cute, and after a moment, he smiled happily. You wish. Yuji Itadori? Listen carefully, Yuji-kun. Gojo Satoru said in a shocking voice. There is no love in the world of sorcery. Kisaragi Shigeru. What kind of teacher is this? Shigeru. Finger. That finger. The two boys were carried back to the small underground base by Gojo Satoru, one in each hand. On the low table was a can of Coke that Yuji Itadori had not finished drinking. At this point, Gojo Satoru remembered that he had forgotten something. Before he was attacked by Louhu, he had originally planned to have dinner with Yega Zhangdao, but after playing a teaching game, he accidentally forgot about the matter completely. Do you want to go? He took out his cell phone, turned on the screen, and checked the time. More than an hour had passed. I don't know if Edi Zijiego was scared to death. Thinking of this, he happily turned his phone to silent mode and put it in his pocket, deciding to bully Edi Chijiego. The human rebel Gojo Satoru. Hee, I won't go. Kisaragi Shigeru was not a shy person. After just a few words, she became familiar with Itadori Yuji and even happily exchanged moves with the doll. He blocked the doll's fist with his hand and said excitedly, "Why is the plush toy so powerful? It's amazing." It seems to be because of the ritual. Yuji Itadori explained, if you transfer a certain amount of cursed power into it stably, it will not attack. Kisaragi grabbed the puppet's fist, spun it 3 times, and threw it into the air. How boring. It's really the most lively puppet I've ever seen. Yuji Itadori was helpless. Then you should be a little gentler. Gojo Satoru came back with 3 cans of Coke, and seeing this scene, he said with a smile, "You are now your senior?" "Yes. Then will I become your senior brother?" Yuji Eugene said, looking at Kisaragi Shigeru, and asked belatedly, "By the way, do you have a name?" Kisaragi Shigeru threw the doll back up into the air and said without hiding anything, "My name is Kisaragi Shigeru." Yuji Itadori said in surprise, "It's the same as a human name." "Ah, my name is Yuji Itadori." Kisaragi Shigeru caught the doll that fell from the sky and smiled at Itadori Yuji. "If Itadori-kun could treat me as a human being, I would be very happy." The doll stretched out its short arms, intending to punch the gray-haired boy twice, but it soon became quiet and became as soft and motionless as an ordinary doll. Yuji Itadori said in surprise, "It learns too fast." "No, don't you want it to settle down?" Kisaragi Shigeru looked depressed. "I'm tired of it." Yuji Itadori? Gojo Satoru handed the Coke to the 2 boys. Yuji Itadori took it frankly. "Thank you, teacher." "Wow, it's so cold." Kisaragi Shigeru looked at his hands, the puppet in his left hand and the weapon in his right hand. Finally, he put the sword on the table and took the Coke. "Thank you." Gojo Satoru took off his eye mask and put on sunglasses. He sat down on the sofa and opened the can with one hand. He raised his head and took a sip of Coke. But then again, what do you, a cursed spirit like Shigeru, need money for? Handsome guy's basic exercise, opening a can with one hand. Kisaragi Shigeru looked up and saw the young man's sunglasses, then silently hugged the doll. "Pay me back, your expensive sunglasses. Didn't I say I would compensate you?" Gojo Satoru had not expected this reason and was stunned for a moment. "You are using my money to pay me back?" Kisaragi Shigeru pouted. "It doesn't matter where it comes from, as long as I can pay it back. It's okay if I don't have to pay it back. I don't like to owe favors to others. It will be very troublesome in the future." Gojo Satoru smiled and shrugged, then handed a bank card to the boy. "I'll transfer your salary here. There should be a little money in it, which can be used as your salary for the probation period. The probation period is 3 months. Kisaragi Shigeru happily took it and said, "Great. Thank you, boss." The boy who had put away the bank card also wanted to open the can with one hand. He used force with his fingers, and his fingertips slipped and his nails almost split. He put down the Coke and rubbed his nails, which were still intact, sadly. "It's so dangerous." Yuji Itadori had already opened his own can, so he took the other person's can and tried it, opening it easily with one hand. "I can do it." Kisaragi Shigeru took the Coke, and the carbonated drink rolled down his throat, causing him great pain. Are you polite?" Gojo Satoru sneered. "Oh, Chimian, I'm tired of hearing that." "Yuji Itadori?" Gojo Satoru asked. "Do you like that doll very much?" Kisaragi Shigeru lifted up the doll and shook it. "Rather. If I let go, it will make a fuss again, right?" The young man hooked his finger at him. "Easy, give it to me." Kisaragi Shigeru looked suspicious. You don't want to destroy it directly, do you? Am I that kind of person? This is borrowed. Gojo Satoru stretched his hand forward a little further. Give it to me. Give it to me. Kisaragi Shigeru hesitated for a moment and finally handed the doll over. Gojo Satoru casually opened the drawer and stuffed the doll inside, closed it, wrapped it with wide tape, and patted the dust off his hands. It's done. After a few seconds, the drawer began to vibrate wildly. The fury of the doll could be felt through the wooden board. Gojo Satoru didn't mind at all. Okay, let's get back to business. Kisaragi Shigeru slowly asked a question. Do you really have to create this kind of horror movie atmosphere? Tell me about your situation first. How did you become a cursed spirit? Gojo Satoru put his hands on his knees and gently shook the coke. You were originally a human, right? Yuji Itadori stuffed a mouthful of potato chips. What do you mean? Can you guys keep it simple so that I can keep up with the pace? Kisaragi Shigeru took a sip of coke. I still know too little about curses, cursed spirits, and even the information of sorcerers. Even if you let me explain the situation, I can't figure it out myself. Why were you in the high school that day? It was indeed an accident. Kisaragi Shigeru waved his hands. Didn't I say it? I fell in the blink of an eye. Really? How much do you know about Yuji? Ryu Shiryu remained calm and said, I know nothing. Gojo Satoru tapped the can of coke with his slender fingers. Yujin is the vessel of Ryman Sukuna, and until recently he was just an ordinary person with relatively good physique. Kisaragi Shigeru drank his coke quietly without interrupting. You can feel the two kinds of cursed power in Yujin. One is Yuji's own, and the other is more sinister. It's the cursed king Ryman Sukuna. So it is true. Kisaragi Shigeru approached Yuji Itadori and stared at him. How did it become a container? At this point, Gojo Satoru chuckled twice. In order to save people, he ate Sukuna's finger. That finger is a special cursed object. Logically, he would be devoured, lose his self, and then be killed by the high-level experts. But his mental strength is strong enough to suppress that two-faced Sukuna. Isn't it funny? So the higher-ups delayed his death sentence. His voice sank. As for the higher-ups, they are just some stubborn, cowardly people, just a basket of rotten oranges. Kisaragi Shigeru raised her eyebrows and repeated the key words accurately. Finger? Gojo Satoru said, yes. According to legend, Ryman Sukuna had 2 faces and 4 hands. After his death, his 20 fingers were cut off and sealed in various places in Japan. They were all registered as special cursed objects. Kisaragi Shigeru felt a little uneasy and asked in confusion, do you have any photos? Yes. Gojo Satoru took out his phone and flipped through it, found a photo, and turned the phone to Kisaragi Shigeru. Look, this is Sukuna's finger. If you see it, remember to give it to me and I'll give you a raise. Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled. Okay brother, I will. Gojo Satoru was confused. Brother? Kisaragi Shigeru's face turned pale. Help. Isn't this the finger I picked up today to exchange for the sword? No wonder I was able to exchange for Murasame. Special grade cursed item sounds special. Gojo Satoru took back his phone and said meaningfully, have you ever seen this finger? Kisaragi Shigeru stood up with a stiff expression. No, I'm just afraid of this kind of thing, that's all, haha. Well, I'll go out for some fresh air. I really can't stand seeing such bloody things. Huh, that's right. Gojo Satoru casually refused to answer Ijichi Jegao's call. It seemed that Kisaragi Shigeru would not leave her beloved sword here and run away. The young man looked at the boy's back as he ran away and murmured, but it wasn't him who stabbed the cursed spirit's head with a knife. Yuji Itadori held the bag of potato chips as if it had nothing to do with him and poured the cookie crumbs into his mouth. Gojo Satoru looked at the pink-haired boy. Can you leave some for me? Kisaragi Shigeru ran up the stairs, tapping her earrings and whispering, Reborn. Reborn. What for? Finger. That finger. Kisaragi Shigeru squatted at the foot of the stairs and whispered, Can you change it back? Didn't you say you didn't regret it? I regret it. The vest is here. Reborn's voice was calm. Teleportation is one way. Otherwise, why do you think you can't come back? Kisaragi Shigeru said in panic. Who would have thought that finger is related to human life? Reborn sighed. I give up. I'll ask the technical department. Thank you very much. Urgent. Love you. Kisaragi Shigeru put his lips to the back of his hand and made a loud boo. Go away. There was some noise coming from the earphones, and after a while, Kisaragi Shigeru heard the weak voice of the young man. Shigeru-kun? Mr. Irie? The young man was overjoyed. Mr. Irie, help me. Shigeru-kun, do you want the technical team to work overtime until they die suddenly? Wait a minute. Was this caused by me? Ahem. Let me tell you the conclusion first. The finger cannot be taken back at present. You have to remember that the things transmitted are absolutely one way, and crossing time and space is not such a simple thing. Irie Shoichi said, when the finger was transmitted, the seal was almost destroyed, and Tsuneyoshi used the ground zero breakthrough to reseal it. He said it was very ominous and it couldn't be left like that. Of course, even without super intuition, I still think it's scary enough. You are worthy of sending a severed finger at the beginning. Kisaragi Shigeru frowned. Strange, the finger seal I passed over is still intact. Irie sighed with a headache. So I said, crossing time and space has risks. I have to add one more thing. Mukuro-kun praised you. Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes lit up. Mr. Mukuro? What are you praising me for? Irie Shoichi seemed to have a stomachache again, and he whimpered twice and refused to talk anymore. Instead, Reborn answered the boy. I praise you for finally acting like a mafia, knowing how to use hostages to intimidate the headquarters. Me? The king of the kidnapping curse? Me? Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes were dead, although I have never seen him, but just hearing this title, I can tell that he is not a character I can match. Can you guys cherish my life a little bit? I cherish it enough. Otherwise, I would have smashed and uninstalled the system long ago. Reborn asked him, what's the situation now? I have a salary card. Kisaragi Shigeru happily shook the bank card. Can I use the salary here to buy system products? Sure. What do you want to buy? Kisaragi Shigeru thought of the doll and said, I was wondering if there could be something like a puppet or a vest. When I can't, or it's inconvenient for me to move, I can rely on that small account to do other tasks. The speed of time in the two worlds is the same, right? More manpower is more efficient. Irie Shoichi answered him. Of course you can, but the vest is very expensive. The boy hesitated and asked, then should I take out a loan? Irie Shoichi said, that's fine, but you have to think about it. You can't get your money back if you don't pay off the loan. Be sensible when spending money. Kisaragi Shigeru nodded. Then let's give it a try. Mr. Irie, do you have any blind boxes? Will blind boxes be cheaper? Yes. Kisaragi Shigeru said confidently. I'm very lucky. Give it a try. You can withdraw the money from the bank card on a monthly basis. I usually keep it close to me, so you can take it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar mechanical sound came from the earrings. You have activated the automatic payment keyword self-collection. Bank card binding is successful. Deposit paid. 1 million yen. You have loaned 300 million yen. Account balance 0 yen. The deposit will be refunded when the vest is returned, and the corresponding deposit will be deducted when the vest is destroyed. Vest current level 5. Upper limit 10. Cancel automatic payment. Reply TD. I wish you a happy game. The earring side fell into silence, and Kisaragi Shigeru's fingers holding the bank card were shaking wildly. The boy almost couldn't catch his breath and nearly fell down the stairs. How much? Black marketer returned the goods. Reborn thought for a moment and asked, didn't I tell you that this system is voice-controlled? No? Kisaragi Shigeru stood up and said hurriedly, wait a minute. Stop the loss first. How do I cancel the order? How do I reply TD? Irie Masakazu couldn't bear it and said, you need to buy a mobile phone first. Kisaragi Shigeru tearfully said, why are you still using nesting dolls? Vest is transmitting 50%. Kisaragi Shigeru's legs went limp and she knelt on the ground again. Why did it start teleporting? Wait a minute, a 300 million blind box? I didn't want something so expensive. Irie Shoichi was also a little anxious. The sound of typing codes on the keyboard crackled. But there is no way to start the transmission. Reborn comforted. Accept your fate, Shigeru. Anyway, I will give you more missions. Finish them early and come back early. Kisaragi Shigeru was extremely sad. But now my return mission progress has obviously regressed, right? 70%. 90%. The boy looked at the figure in front of him that looked like it was printed from bottom to top with a printer, and his expression gradually became dull. Wait a minute, Reborn. I seem to have some impression of this leather pants. 100%. Appearance loaded, sound loaded. The long ponytail of the woman with the vest fluttered gracefully, her pineapple hair swayed, and her red and blue eyes flashed with a seductive and strange color. It was Rokudo Makuro. Rokudo Makuro was wearing leather gloves, his knuckles resting against his chin. Kufufu. I didn't expect to meet you in this form, Shigeru-kun. Kisaragi Shigeru was stunned and said, "Oh my god, it's Mr. Makuro. I'm so lucky." Reborn said, "Don't think too much. That Makuro is a vest created by the system based on the data of this world. Try to control him with your mental power." The young man murmured, "Use mental power to control it. Even if you say so, I don't have the fog attribute, so I don't understand." Rokudo Makuro sneered and raised the boy's chin, challenging him. "Kufufufu, I didn't expect someone would dare to try to control me, even using mental power. How ridiculous." Even though this looked like Rokudo Makuro from a few years ago, Kisaragi Shigeru instinctively waved his hands. I don't dare." Iri Masakazu shouted anxiously. "Shigeru-kun, stop talking nonsense." Well, Rokudo Makuro withdrew his hand with satisfaction. "Then I'll take my leave first. See you later, Shigeru-kun." "Wait a moment, Mr. Makuro." Kisaragi Shigeru hurriedly stretched out his hand, but the young man had turned into a ball of purple mist and dissipated through his fingertips. Iri Shoichi said the second half of his sentence hesitantly. It will switch to AI mode. You should note that this system is mostly voice-controlled." Reborn sighed deeply. "Can you quickly correct your habit of being timid when you see people? The hustle and bustle belongs to Tokyo, and the silence belongs to this place." Kisaragi Shigeru kneeled on the ground, covering his head. The disguise ran away. "You can never express your true feelings to anyone. Teacher." Itadori Yuji put down the Coke can and asked, "What if Shigeru was originally a human mean?" Gojo Satoru found a more comfortable position to sit down and said, "Literally. Although it's just my guess. Do you know Otsutsukoshi Yuta?" Yuji Itadori shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. There were 4 special grade sorcerers in Japan, namely me, Yuki Kujuku, Geto Suguru, and Yuta Otsutsu." Gojo Satoru shook the almost empty bottle of Pepsi. Yuta has only been exposed to sorcery for a short time, and was able to become a special grade without knowing anything at the beginning. On the one hand, it's because his curse power is even greater than mine, and on the other hand, it's because he brought with him a special grade cursed spirit Rika Kimoto. Special grade cursed spirit? Rika was his childhood sweetheart. After an accident, she was unconsciously cursed by Yuta, and thus became a cursed spirit. But even so, Rika was unable to maintain her human appearance, and only recovered for a moment when the curse was finally lifted. Gojo Satoru tapped his toes. "But Rika is the only cursed spirit I've ever seen who can maintain her humanity, but this is also because of the shackles of Yuta. If you have to say, Shigeru is a bit like her Rika after the curse is lifted. He's too human." Yuji Itadori clapped his hands. "Indeed, he looks like an ordinary student. I didn't recognize him at first. I'm not referring to his appearance. For example, even if Sukuna used your appearance, no one would recognize him as an ordinary person, right? His aura, cursed power, and bad personality are all there." Gojo Satoru said, "But Shigeru chose to protect you from the curse a human being he met for the first time, and was even so eager to throw away his weapon. Even Rika, she protected people based on the premise that Yuta would be sad if she didn't protect him. Including now, Shigeru put the knife here, just to tell me that he will not leave. Don't worry. This is not the thinking circuit of a curse at all." After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the Coke in one gulp, then he sighed and laughed. "This is too creepy." Yuji Itadori stroked his chin and murmured twice. "It's so complicated." In other words, Shigeru might have been cursed? I don't know, it's just a guess. One more thing to add, don't be fooled by his appearance. No matter who you are in love with, you can't really feel the curse. Gojo Satoru stood up and stretched his stiff neck. "When I first met him, he was still a curse who couldn't even restrain his cursed power, and the cursed power flowed out like a faucet. But only 2 days later, he can hide his cursed power so well that you mistakenly think he is a human. His learning ability is unquestionable. If even human nature is the product of his learning, I will exorcise him as soon as possible. Gojo Satoru crushed the Coke can and threw it into the trash can. The wailing of Kisaragi Shigeru came from the stairs, and neither of them could hear it clearly. What is he doing? Yuji Itadori asked. Shall I go and take a look? Gojo Satoru shook his head. I'll go. You warm up, bring him back and start special training. Yuji Itadori called out to the other party. Come on, Mr. Gojo. Yuji Itadori blinked and asked, why do you say there were once 4 special grade sorcerers? Did someone get demoted? Gojo Satoru's fingertips trembled, and his eyelids closed, as if he was looking at something far away. After a moment, he turned around and said with a seemingly relaxed smile, because someone died. Yuji Itadori's eyes widened. Dead, killed by me. Gojo Satoru interrupted the boy without hesitation, raised his index finger and put it on his lips. The rest is confidential. Let's talk about it later. After saying this, the young man hummed a tune and walked towards the stairs. Looking at the other person's slightly lonely back, Yuji Itadori thought that perhaps that later was just a polite remark. Gojo Satoru walked up the stairs and saw a thin boy kneeling on the ground at the end of the stairs, swaying in the wind. He called out, Shigeru, what are you doing? When Ryu sure you heard the other person's voice, she jumped like a cat with its fur standing on end. But then she became listless again, not daring to look at the other person's face. Although Gojo Satoru was fully responsible for the damage to the school, except for the desk, the fact that he smashed his expensive sunglasses at first sight and sent his students' precious fingers, ambiguous, to another time and space was already a huge loss. He even lost all his salary and owed a loan right after he got his paycheck. The sky-high-priced blind box vest is gone. The boy's pupils trembled. If the other party knew about this, he would definitely be exorcised. No, I didn't do anything. Kisaragi Shigeru touched the back of his neck. What are you doing up here? Are you going out for something? I came to find you. After I went up, I cried and I didn't know what I was doing. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows. If you have nothing to do, go down. You have to work after you get paid. Kisaragi Shigeru silently clenched her fists, with an unshakable determination in her eyes. Now that things have come to this, I can only work hard. Part-time workers soul. Part-time workers are the best. Okay, I will do my best. He was already a few steps higher than Gojo Satoru, and now he was a little higher than him. The boy was not used to looking down at people, so he walked down the next step. But he didn't dare to get closer, so he was at eye level with the young man and said, even if my strength is insufficient, I will definitely risk my life to protect Yuji-kun. Why is it so heavy? Gojo Satoru scratched his head, not understanding the boy's train of thought. All you have to do is spar with me. Kisaragi Shigeru patted his chest and said, okay, I'll try not to be beaten to death by him. Well, that's fine. Gojo Satoru was too lazy to complain anymore, so he waved and walked back to the basement first. Let's go train. The boy followed him down the stairs, keeping a distance from the former, and noticed that the other person was in a depressed mood. He was confused and thought, did he talk about something with Yuji-kun? Reborn asked, what about Makuro? I can only leave him outside for now. Kisaragi Shigeru whispered, I'll go find him later, but please don't let him cause any trouble for me. Gojo Satoru turned around. What did you say? The boy smiled flatteringly. Nothing. After saying that, he walked around Gojo Satoru and trotted back to the basement living room faster, picked up Murasame and followed Gojo Satoru to the training room, where Yuji Itadori had already started warming up. Kisaragi Shigeru looked around with mixed feelings. Did you guys dig a hole in the ground? How come it's so big? Gojo Satoru closed the door. With money, you can do whatever you want. At this time, in an abandoned building, Rokudo Makuro spun the trident twice and swung it vigorously to shake off the blood stains. The surrounding area was already filled with cursed corpses. Lotus flowers bloomed in the pool of blood, and the young man stood in the center, his body clean and spotless. A lilac mist lingered, and he looked up at the cursors who were frightened and retreated outside the railing, with a rare smile on his face. Alien creature, get out of the obsidian. he said. People who shine like the sun can either be a source of hope or give warmth. No limit is the best means of attack and the best defense mechanism. Gojo Satoru does not need to use weapons at all. However, there are still more people who use curse tools in the world of curse. Every profession has its own specialty. That is why Gojo Satoru found Kisaragi Shigeru as his sparring partner. Even though he is a bit of a comedian, he is still someone who can survive the reversal of his technique. But this situation is a bit strange, he thought. Sense of disharmony. Yuji Itadori moved 2 steps away, lowered his center of gravity, and stared at the gray black-haired boy. The young man had drawn his sword, and even though he had been using the blade's flat edge, he showed no signs of underestimating his enemy, but he always felt that the other party was holding back. It feels like I'm using my full strength, but not quite, which is uncomfortable. Gojo Satoru held onto Itadori Yuji's shoulders and asked Kisaragi Shigeru, "Are you letting me win?" I'm not." Kisaragi stood up straight in confusion. "I'm paid to do this, so of course I'll try my best." "Why do you feel that way?" Gojo Satoru groaned for a moment, patted Yuji Itadori and asked him to step back and said, "Shigeru, have a fight with me." "Okay." Kisaragi Shigeru lowered his center of gravity a little. "I'll go first?" The moment Gojo Satoru nodded, Kisaragi Shigeru rushed out like an arrow, and his speed was no different from when he was sparring with Itadori Yuji just now. Gojo Satoru used his unconditional parry to block the opponent's blade, took a step forward, and aimed at the opponent's throat. Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils shrank, and he exerted force on his calves, suddenly jumping to the left a distance. Unexpectedly, Gojo Satoru followed immediately, attacking him continuously as if he really wanted to take his life. To his surprise, the boy had a very good mentality and his hands were very steady. He used the blade to accurately block Gojo Satoru's attacks again and again. The boy's eyes rolled around. "Since there is infinity between us, I can't attack you." Kisaragi Shigeru raised the corner of his mouth cunningly and swung the knife towards the ground with the magic power gathered on it. The foothold was smashed, and Gojo Satoru jumped up, but Kisaragi Shigeru jumped even higher, using his weight to knock the knife handle from top to bottom. "Does that mean you can't touch me either? Use your brain." Gojo Satoru chuckled, and with infinite ease, he unloaded the opponent's force on the knife handle, but reached out to hold the opponent's hand holding the knife handle. "Unfortunately, I can't touch you." At this moment, Kisaragi Shigeru pulled out the scabbard with his left hand hidden behind his back and smashed it hard at the opponent's head. Gojo Satoru was startled, but his smile deepened. He didn't dodge or avoid, letting the scabbard hit the bottomless limit on his head, but his hand was still wrapped around the other's hand. The two fell to the ground and competed secretly. Gojo Satoru smiled and said, "Your idea is good. It's worth praising. My bottomless limit is not a protective film that wraps me, and it can't be seen as a simple whole. So even if my hand can touch you, you can't touch other parts of me. In other words, my bottomless limit can choose the target," Kisaragi Shigeru said, and the fire of death in his hand suddenly ignited and blasted towards Gojo Satoru. "But as long as there is even a place that can be touched, there will be a gap for attack." The fire of death instantly enveloped an area including Gojo Satoru, blocking his vision, and the air was filled with a burning smell. Yuji Itadori was startled and shouted, "Gojo-sensei!" Kisaragi Shigeru put away her sword and stood up straight, closing her eyelids and letting out a light breath. The attack missed. Even if you set traps for the enemy one after another and take every step carefully, you still can't defeat him. He raised his eyes and looked forward. There was smoke everywhere. The other party waved his arms in the air to disperse the ash and gave him an approving smile. "This person is just like what Geto Suguru said. The word strongest seems to be tailor-made for him." Kisaragi Shigeru thought helplessly. "There is no solution at all. I understand the reason for the sense of disharmony." Gojo Satoru said, "He will unconsciously cooperate with the opponent's strength. If the opponent is 10, he will play at his level of 10. If the opponent is 5, he can only use the strength of 5. It's like the game arena automatically adjusting the level difference." "You are okay, Gojo teacher." Itadori Yuji ran over, glanced up and down at Gojo Satoru several times, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the opponent's clothes were not torn, I was scared to death. Gojo Satoru patted the other's head and coaxed him. Don't be so nervous. He and I both know what's going on. Yuji Itadori was puzzled and said, but isn't this a good thing? This proves that Shigeru is very strong and can be on par with the teacher. Kisaragi Shigeru was dumbfounded. How can we be equal? I can't even touch him. No, this is a bad thing. Gojo Satoru suppressed his smile and said, people want to become stronger in order to protect themselves and others, but he is always 50-50 with his opponent. In other words, he will have no margin for survival in any battle he participates in. If he can't rely on his subjective initiative to exert his strength 100% and ensure his survival, then what is the meaning of his becoming stronger? Gojo Satoru sighed and said, this is a huge flaw. Shigeru, don't you realize it yourself? Kisaragi Shigeru shook her head, confused. But you make it sound like I'm very strong. But I'm actually very ordinary. Gojo Satoru stroked his chin and said, I don't know why you are so unconfident. But remember, at least in this world, those who can survive in my hands are not ordinary people. Kisaragi Shigeru gave a thumbs up. Great. At first glance it sounds like you are praising me, but actually you are praising yourself. Gojo Satoru. Hey slash. After the young man finished acting cute, he took out his phone and checked the time, saying, it's getting late, and Hisahito hasn't had dinner yet. I'll order some takeout for you guys, and you can eat while watching the movie. Kisaragi Shigeru asked, how about you? I have something to do and need to go out for a while. Gojo Satoru casually ordered another order, put away his phone and said, special grade sorcerers are very busy, especially an extremely invincible special grade sorcerer like me. Too lazy to complain, Kisaragi Shigeru waved her hand obediently. Be careful on the road. Yuji Itadori was used to it and smiled cutely. Be careful. Gojo Satoru looked at the two boys, smiled slightly, and left the basement. After the other party left, Yuji Itadori looked helpless. He always has a way to brag. Kisaragi Shigeru stretched and said, I'll go out for a while, too. If the takeaway is here, you can eat it yourself. You don't have to wait for me. Like a big dog who didn't want to be left alone at home, Yuji Itadori raised his voice and said, Hey, are you leaving too? What are you going to do? I'll leave some for you. I'm a cursed spirit. It's okay if you don't eat. You don't have to leave any for me. Kisaragi Shigeru said with a smile, I have a friend who may be lost. I have to go find him. Friend? Yuji Itadori said seriously, do you need my help? No, your situation is complicated, right? It's safer here. Kisaragi Shigeru patted the other's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. I will be back before Mr. Gojo comes back. Yuji Itadori said somewhat unwillingly. Well? Kisaragi Shigeru handed the murasame to the other party and said, I'll leave the knife here. If Mr. Gojo comes back first, it will be easier to explain if I keep some of my things. No. Itadori Yuji pushed the knife back and said seriously, if anything happens, I can't be without a weapon. Don't worry about Mr. Gojo, the boy said with a grin. I will help you explain it clearly. Wait for you to come back. Looking at the other person's smile, Kisaragi Shigeru couldn't help but think of Sawada Tsuneyoshi. In every world, there are people who shine like the sun, either as hope or as a source of warmth. Perhaps it is because of this that people can support each other and survive in this cold world. Thank you. Kisaragi Shigeru smiled faintly. I'll be back soon. Yuji Itadori nodded. Oh. Walking out of the basement, Kisaragi Shigeru took a deep breath. The summer night wind was still damp and hot. His heart felt a little warm and a little blocked. Reborn, tell me Mr. Makuro's coordinates. He said, we'll go there and come back quickly. Shigeru. I should have known that luck doesn't come back a second time. Kisaragi Shigeru walked to the door of the abandoned building. From the stopped hour hand on the top of the building and the broken glass door, it was vaguely clear that this was once a middle school. The young man looked around and said in surprise, so there is also Kuroyoro here. I also felt that the architectural structure of Tokyo is almost the same as that of our time and space, so there must be Namamori Junior High School. Reborn replied, it is likely that there is. How would Mr. Makuro feel when he sees this? The lock of the door was broken, and Kisaragi Shigeru walked in carefully. He is upstairs, right? Yes. Shigeru, the following sentence is just my personal advice. Reborn put down the coffee, frowned and looked at the information in his hand. Don't be too emotional. You have to come back, and your guardian is still waiting for you. Yeah. Kisaragi Shigeru walked to the top floor, and there were traces of fighting wherever his eyes swept. He followed his perception to the student union office and knocked on the door 3 times before walking in. Rokudo Makuro was leaning on the desk of the student union president with his arms folded, looking at him thoughtfully. Rokudo Makuro asked, "What are you doing here?" "To see you." Kisaragi Shigeru walked past the desk and looked down from the window. The cursed corpses on the ground were piled up like a hill, as if they were tied together and thrown down. "Have you fought?" "Obviously," Rokudo Makuro said as he walked closer and pulled the curtains shut. The dust narrowed the boy's eyes. Kisaragi Shigeru shook her head to avoid it, covered her mouth and sneezed a little, rubbed her itchy eyes, and said aggrievedly, "If you don't want me to see it, then don't. This dust is too strong." Rokudo Makuro sneered. For children, this scene may be a bit too exciting. There are many curses for abolishing the school. Kisaragi Shigeru thought for a moment and said, "But since we have cleared it out, why not choose this place as the base camp?" "Base camp?" "Yes, thank you for your help." Kisaragi Shigeru said, "I want to open a jack of all trades and make some money. I am a cursed spirit and people can't see me, but it's okay for you." Rokudo Makuro raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's in it for me?" Kisaragi Shigeru was in mixed emotions. "Will it count if I clear the level earlier and am liberated earlier? That's good for you, but not for me." Kisaragi Shigeru crossed her arms cautiously and made a big cross. "Even if you say so, I won't dare to talk nonsense. Before I buy a mobile phone and turn off the system voice control, no one can cheat me out of a dime." Kisaragi Shigeru said as he approached Rokudo Makuro, the Vongala ring on his finger igniting the flames of the sky. The boy clenched his right fist, tapped the ring against the opponent's chest, and injected a little flame into it. "I need information." Vest binding successful. When not under mental control, the vest will automatically switch to AI mode. Please be aware. Now, Rokudo Makuro is in AI mode. Rokudo Makuro shrugged. "What information?" Kisaragi Shigeru said, "I need to understand the market. If the Jujutsu High School is doing the task of exorcising cursed spirits, how many high schools are there in Japan? Whether they have enough staff, etc. In addition, what exactly is Ryaman Sukuna, and what is the situation with Geto Suguru? I need to know. As for myself, I can do anything from finding cats to exorcising cursed spirits, so I also need you to help me arrange orders." He took out a 90% new notebook from the drawer, tore off the doodles on the first page, took a pen to make sure it was usable and put them on the table. "Ask the customer here and write down the requirements and price in the notebook. I will do it myself and pay later." Rokudo Makuro tilted his head and asked, "Do you think I can do so many things by myself? That's why I said I'm lucky." Kisaragi Shigeru raised the corner of his mouth. "Doesn't the Guardian of the Mist bring his own subordinates? You really know how to send people." Rokudo Makuro sighed. "If the Vongala could use people as impolitely as you do, I wouldn't have to intercept the missions myself." Kisaragi Shigeru said with a smile. "After all, you are not completely transparent to Mr. Sawada. There are some things he doesn't need to know." Rokudo Makuro pulled the gloves that had fallen off a little tighter. "It seems that you have a prejudice against this? How could that be? I agree with your approach." Kisaragi Shigeru raised his hand and looked at the Vongala ring. "There are some things in the gutter that Hikari doesn't need to know." After he finished speaking, he dusted himself off and said, "Well, I'll leave the rest to you." Rokudo Makuro used illusions to create Jajima Inu, Kakamoto Chigusa, and Chrome Skull. Thanks to Jajima Inu's personality, the student council office suddenly became lively. Rokudo Makuro looked at the boy's slender back and added, "I'm helping you because you're a candidate, and your absence will cause trouble to the Vongala, that's all." Kisaragi Shigeru turned around and shook her head with a subtle expression. "Is this what Tsundere means?" I didn't say anything. The trident was thrusting straight at his head, and Kisaragi Shigeru instinctively caught the trident with his bare hands. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Huh. He looked at the tip of the trident in his hand in confusion, then belatedly shouted, "I'm so strong." Rokudo Makuro didn't say a word, but silently increased his strength. "Help, help, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Even if you kill me, you're just an alias. You can't become the main player. The needle tip got closer to his eyes, and the boy's pupils trembled. I'm sorry. I'm really going to die. And the middle of my eyes feels like I've been electrocuted. It's so uncomfortable. Rokudo Makuro stopped talking and retracted his weapon, saying speechlessly, "You're not a bad person, but why are you acting so much? I'd be embarrassed to let you know." Kisaragi Shigeru scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. Rokudo Makuro's eyelids twitched. "I didn't praise you. Okay, it's about time for me to go." Kisaragi Shigeru stretched and said so. The Jijima Inu waved his hands and stuck out his tongue at him again. "Bye-bye." But the young man hesitated when he stood at the door and did not step out completely. Rokudo Makuro then asked him, "Is there anything else?" Kisaragi Shigeru lowered his eyes, and there was still a blood stain left by the curse one step away. After hesitating for a moment, the boy finally asked softly, "You don't recognize me either, right? Is this why you maintain the AI mode, coward?" Reborn's voice came slowly, but it was enough to hurt the boy. "You don't dare to ask the person himself, so go ask the vest maid with his data?" Ryu Shiryu closed her eyes and said nothing. The Jijima Inu was originally looking for trouble with Chrome, but Chigusa Kakamoto covered his mouth. After noticing that the atmosphere was not right, the Jijima Inu also calmed down. "To be honest, I don't care who the Vongala chooses as the next boss from the bottom of my heart." Rokudo Makuro put one hand on his waist and stood at an angle with a relaxed look. "I'm only interested in people I'm interested in." Kisaragi Shigeru sighed and laughed. "You clearly said that you would defeat Mr. Sawada and take his body, but you haven't done it yet. Is that because of this? Are you jealous?" "I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Rokudo Makuro said, "He can still become stronger. He can be nurtured before his strength reaches its peak. Otherwise, it would be boring." He raised his eyes to look at the young man, who had much less energy in his complaints and looked very frustrated, and the young man sighed with a headache. He was really fed up with taking care of children. "As for approving this matter, it's not me you want to ask, right?" He took a few steps forward helplessly, put his hand on the boy's head and patted him. "I can only say that they won't recognize you until you realize your problem." Kisaragi Shigeru opened her eyes when the other person's hand touched her head, and her golden cat-like pupils were full of hesitation. After a moment, he whispered, "Thank you. You re-welcome." Rokudo Makuro withdrew his hand. "After all, you have to get stronger quickly so that I can enjoy myself." Kisaragi Shigeru looked sad. "I will be beaten to death. I will leave you a breath." "I don't believe it." "Kafufu, try. If you come one step closer, I will forcefully switch to control mode. I won't let AI do whatever it wants. Look at me catching the ball with my bare hands." "Puff, Shigeru. I am gradually losing track of the definition of normal." A week passed in the blink of an eye. Kisaragi Shigeru squatted aside and poked the exhausted Itadori Yuji. "Are you okay?" The latter didn't even have the strength to shake his head and gasped and said, "I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die." You join forces." After all, Shigeru's passive skill is to automatically adjust the force value. "So I think, if the three of us fight together, can I raise his upper limit?" Gojo Satoru leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and said easily, "That means you can improve faster. I'm a super genius, right?" Yuji Itadori's crying cat head. "One Gojo-sensei is enough. Don't give me another Gojo-sensei with a knife." Kisaragi Shigeru covered her ears. "I won't allow you to praise me to death." Gojo Satoru waved his hand. "Think about it, Hisahito. Athletes do weight training during training, and students do difficult questions before exams, all to improve their ability to withstand pressure. When you get on the battlefield and remove the shackles, you can take off from woohoo. Think what? I can run so fast. Then your confidence will double, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. Our training is the same principle." Kisaragi Shigeru thought. "Are you talking nonsense again? Who would believe this?" Yuji Itadori's eyes lit up. He sat up and looked at Gojo Satoru. "That makes sense. If I can keep fighting with two Gojo teachers, then no one can defeat me." The young man snapped his fingers. "Isn't it?" Kisaragi Shigeru stood up and left the master and disciple very naturally. "There are actually people who believe it." Yuji Itadori. "I can still practice." Gojo Satoru. "No, You should rest for another 5 minutes. I am not suitable for this place. Kisaragi Shigeru thought so, and raised her hand with a dull look on her face. Then I am off work. Gojo Satoru followed him. I'll take you there, and get a can of Coke for you, Jin. Gojo teacher, I want Sprite. No, I'll just give you Coke. After leaving the training room, Kisaragi Shigeru watched Gojo Satoru take out 2 cans of Coke, took one of them, took out a can of Sprite from the refrigerator and stuffed it back into his hand. You really don't plan to give it to me? Gojo Satoru shook the Sprite in his hand aggrievedly. Coke is obviously better. Shigeru, you make me look bad like this. Kisaragi Shigeru said expressionlessly. Look at what your right hand is doing first. Hee, life needs more excitement. No, it doesn't need that. Kisaragi Shigeru took 2 steps back in disdain and went back to the topic that he hadn't had time to complain about just now. Come to think of it, athletes' weight training and students' difficult questions before exams are completely different things. Besides, who gives students difficult questions to adjust their mentality before the formal exams? Gojo Satoru shook his finger. No, when talking about philosophy with students, the important thing is not whether it is reasonable or not, but whether it can fool them. Look, isn't Hisahito motivated now? Kisaragi Shigeru touched his chin and walked up the stairs. It seems to make sense. Isn't it? Gojo Satoru said happily, just like now. I have fooled you. Huh, you were fooling me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Angels have no conscience. I'm here. Kisaragi Shigeru directly jumped over most of the stairs, landed on the last step and quickly interrupted him. See you tomorrow. By the way, Shigeru. Gojo Satoru called out to him. Where do you usually live? The young man turned around and threw a playful glance at her. Secret. Where else can I live? Of course, in an abandoned school. Kisaragi Shigeru walked into the office of the Kuroyoro Student Union and opened the notebook on the desk. He was surprised to find that there was a list. It was obvious that Zhou Daohai was not just hanging out this week. Let me see. My God, the handwriting is too ugly. The boy looked at the notebook carefully and muttered to himself, looking for Mi-chan, an orange cat, starting at 10,000 yen. Looking for Mei, an era, starting at 10,000 yen. Looking for Heighton, a little black dog, starting at 10,000 yen. All of them are looking for small animals. Mist swirled on one side of the table, condensing into a white owl. From finding a cat to exorcising a cursed spirit, we can handle any order. Isn't that what you said? Kisaragi Shigeru turned her head and looked at Kokoro Owl. Although I was right. Can I rub you? The owl replied. Okay, but I'll peck off one of your fingers. Fine, then don't give it to me. I snorted. Kisaragi Shigeru drew back her hand awkwardly and asked, but how did you manage to get the orders? Only people who are desperate would come to this kind of place, so the method doesn't matter. Skeleton Owl recalled the situation of getting the orders and laughed softly. Seeing the owl talking, everyone was like chicken blood and wrote the tasks in the notebook. Some people even asked me if I had any letters sent from London, but I'm not a carrier pigeon. Kisaragi Shigeru raised an eyebrow and asked, haven't you read Haku Potter? Haku what Potter? Haku Potter. Haku what Potter? Kisaragi Shigeru rubbed his temples. Forget it. But where can I find cats and dogs? Skeleton Owl turned his head 90 degrees. Superintuition? Is this how you use superintuition? Is it so useful? Kisaragi Shigeru's painful mask. If it's really so useful, why would I worry about it? 1 hour later. Kisaragi Shigeru picked up the orange cat and checked its neck, and indeed the small tag said Mi-chan. The boy was in mixed emotions. Wow, it really is so useful. Since you've put a tag on the cat, why not write the phone number on it as well? What's the point of just writing the name? Himi-jiang was much more obedient than he had imagined, and everything went well except for Chun. He held the cat and followed the address he had written down before. When he stood in front of a bookstore, opened the door, let the cat in, and put a note with the bank card number on it at the empty cashier, he realized that this was the place where he met Geto Suguru on the first day of his time travel. What a fate. The boy closed the door and grumbled to himself. He climbed onto the roof by stepping on the branches and stretched his body lazily. The next one I remember is a husky named Mimi. What are you doing standing there? It's dangerous. Kisaragi Shigeru lowered his head upon hearing the voice and saw the young man baring his teeth and claws at him in the alley. The young man's hair was silvery white with a hint of gray, and it looked like he had cut it at home. Especially his bangs were slanted and messy, and the sideburns on the right side were even longer than his chin, and his round eyes were filled with sincerity and worry. There are too many people who can see the cursed spirits, Kisaragi Shigeru thought helplessly. He jumped off the roof lightly and stood in front of the boy, and was surprised to find that the other was a little shorter than him. He did not bother to explain his identity as a cursed spirit and said bluntly, "I'm looking for a dog, a husky named Mimi." The silver-haired boy blinked and asked, "Did he get lost?" Kisaragi Shigeru nodded and said, "Yes, I'm troubled. What should I do?" The silver-haired boy whined with a sad face, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he thought of something. "My name is Nakajima Atsushi, and I'm working at a place called Armed Detective Agency. You may want to come and consult us. We have a lot of smart people here, so we can definitely help you find it." After saying that, he added uneasily, although it's in Yokohama. Armed Detective Agency. Kisaragi Shigeru tapped his trousers with his fingers, rolled his eyes around, and said cunningly, "Then come and help me, and I don't have to go to Yokohama especially." "Me?" Nakajima Atsushi was startled and waved his hands in panic. "I can't do it. What's more, taking the task without telling anyone. I didn't ask you to hide it from them. You can communicate with your superiors. But huskies are so naughty, if I'm not careful, I might never find it again. I can't wait. Time is life. I don't have time to run to Yokohama." Kisaragi secretly bent down a little, looking back with his eyes, looking so pitiful. "Look, I'm just a student. I don't have much money, but if you can help me find it, I'll give you 3,500 yen. 3,500 yen. Nakajima Atsushi lowered his head when he heard the price, thought for a moment, and suddenly raised his head. 7 bowls of rice with tea. Tea rice? Kisaragi Shigeru grabbed the other's hand and took the opportunity to say, "This is a win-win deal. Besides, it's so hot these days. It's really pitiful to leave the husky outside alone." Nakajima Atsushi immediately felt compassion and nodded, saying, "I'll help you. Do you have a photo?" "No photo, but the owner dyed his fur, and there are red blushes on both sides," Kisaragi Shigeru said, patting his cheeks to indicate the location of the blushes. "Let's find it together." Reborn complained, "Making a profit from the price difference? You have no conscience." Naturally, Kisaragi Shigeru had no way of answering him and could only think secretly in her heart. "I had thought that Nakajima-kun would bargain and expected him to spend 5,000, but I didn't expect him to be very satisfied with the price of 3,500. Although Nakajima Atsushi agreed to the request, he was still very nervous and said unconfidently, "But I am really ordinary and the most useless one in the detective agency. I hope I can do my best." Kisaragi Shigeru hurriedly comforted him. "It's okay. You don't need to feel too stressed. I will take care of any problems. Don't underestimate yourself. I believe you are great." "Thank you. What's your name?" Nakajima Atsushi asked. The boy answered truthfully, "My name is Kisaragi Shigeru, and I'm a freshman in high school." "Ah, that's a little younger than me." Nakajima Atsushi seemed to relax a little. "I'm 18. Kisaragi Shigeru's smile froze. "Oh no, it's my brother. I never used honorifics." Nakajima and Iig Nakajima Atsushi immediately interrupted the boy. "Ah, please don't use honorifics. It will make me uncomfortable. I prefer a more relaxed atmosphere, like friends." Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the other person's embarrassed face and chuckled twice. "Haha, Guy's reading was interrupted." He shook his head. "The most urgent thing was to help find Mimi. Then let's split up and meet here in an hour?" "Okay." Nakajima Atsushi responded, took a deep breath, and whispered, "The supernatural power moon beast." The young man tilted his head back and sniffed with his eyes closed. The next moment, his feet transformed into the hind legs of a white tiger. His eyes flashed, and he rushed out like a slingshot. Nakajima Atsushi's movements were so fast that they left after images. The wind blew up Kisaragi's hair, and also messed up his heart. "Wait a minute, what flew out just now?" Kisaragi Shigeru shook her head to regain her senses, then jumped onto the roof again and clambered around looking for the husky. The boy patted his earrings and said, "When can I pay off the debt?" Reborn said incoherently, "With an income of 10,000 per order, it's probably too late in this lifetime. It seems that I should look for a new candidate." Don't give up on me? The boy asked again. But what are you eating? Reborn took a sip of black tea, tiramisu. Kisaragi Shigeru squinted her eyes and wailed. I want to eat it too, go ahead. The loud noise suddenly broke into her eardrums. Kisaragi Shigeru swallowed back the words she wanted to complain about and ran towards the source of the sound without hesitation. He climbed over the railing at the back of the school and looked down. 3 boys and 1 girl were laughing and surrounding a teenager. The boy who was surrounded had bangs on one side that covered half of his face. He looked a little gloomy and obviously didn't fit in with the other 4 people. He fell to the ground with his head down and didn't say a word. Yoshino, are you interested in her? I'm not, the girl said unhappily in a coquettish voice. Absolutely. Yoshino Junpei gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. I am more interested in old movies than in you. The girl was about to yell in displeasure, but several boys immediately laughed obscenely. What movie? Is it pornographic? Seeing this, the girl suppressed her anger and said to Yoshino Junpei in a sarcastic tone, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Kisaragi Shigeru murmured. School bullying? There are people like this everywhere. Reborn ignored him and continued to enjoy his afternoon tea. The boy glanced around and didn't see anything to throw away, so he took off his right shoe with rustling movements. He tossed the shoe in his hand and asked, Reborn, do you think I can hit the chicken accurately? Reborn paused while drinking his tea. You are not normal. If I hit it, I have to offset a loan of 100 million. Dream on. It's not impossible to offset 1 yen. Kisaragi Shigeru took the shoes with regret and said with a lack of interest, Is that all they are worth? Then I'll throw them away. 3, 2, but just as he was about to throw it out, he saw the boy called Yoshino struggling to sit up, as if he wanted to say something. He immediately withdrew his hand and waited for the boy to finish his words. Tsubasa-san is actually not as cute as you think. Yoshino Junpei raised his head, his eyes dark and unclear. You don't know your own weight, so you were played in their hands. The girl called Tsubasa became angry and embarrassed amidst the sneers of the other 3 boys, and she slapped Yoshino Junpei in the face, but the latter grabbed her hand with a sullen look on his face. Seeing the gloomy look in the other party's eyes, she turned around and looked at the 3 boys in a hurry. Look, he touched me. When did I? Before Yoshino Junpei could refute, the 3 boys stepped on him, and one of them stepped on his hand and ran over it. The boy whimpered in pain. Yes, we all saw it. It was this hand, right? They couldn't see Kisaragi Shigeru's shoes, but the pain was real. The boy who was hit was the one stepping on Yoshino Junpei. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath and looking pale, holding his crotch. The other people looked at him in bewilderment. 2 men and 1 woman. Their close friends pointed at him and laughed so hard that their attention was completely diverted. But Yoshino Junpei couldn't laugh. From his angle, he saw the whole process of the attacker's crotch being severely injured. It was as if he was hit by an invisible stone. Which man would not cry out in pain when seeing the concave arc? But it is not visible from other people's perspective. Reborn said speechlessly. Are you an elementary school student? The boy stuck out his tongue. He deserves it. Kisaragi Shigeru jumped off the railing, hopped over on 1 foot, quietly stretched out his right foot to pull his shoe over and put it on, and turned his head to see Yoshino Junpei looking at the place where he used to sit with a confused look on his face. The direction was correct, quite perceptive. Thinking of this, he patted Yoshino Junpei encouragingly. Seeing that he was startled and shrank his shoulders, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and poked his arm again, signaling him to walk away. Hey, are you okay? It really hurts? What happened? Don't scare me. Seeing that the perpetrators were gradually becoming confused, Ryu sure you poked them a few more times and said anxiously, Run now, why are you still standing there? Yoshino Junpei also came to his senses, stood up and ran away without looking back. The 2 boys frowned and wanted to chase him, but were deliberately tripped by Kisaragi Shigeru and fell to the ground. The girls screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Kisaragi Shigeru scratched his head, and when he saw the dirt under his feet, he had an idea. He used his finger to write a string of I hate it so much next to the perpetrator. You in front. On the ground. Ah. Reborn asked, What did you do? Interested? Kisaragi Shigeru patted the dust off his fingers, writing a line of "I hate it so much" on the ground. Does it look like seeing a ghost? Reborn said helplessly. The elementary school student is confirmed. The young man put his hands on his hips and said, just scare him. Maybe he will change his evil ways. But in your condition, it's not a big deal to say I saw a ghost. I'll be sad. After saying this, he stepped on the writing and rubbed it to destroy the evidence, then continued to look for the lost husky. In the end, Kisaragi Shigeru returned empty-handed. Why does your super intuition fail at this time? Reborn complained. What do you think super intuition is? Nakajima Atsushi was already waiting for him at the back of the bookstore. Kisaragi Shigeru jumped in front of him. The silver-haired boy turned around, revealing a husky with pink blush on his face. Look, Shigeru is back. Were you sure you squatted down and wanted to rub the husky's head? But the big dog raised its head and stared at his hand, so he couldn't rub it at all. He sneered, made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, and changed his hand to go around and rub the husky from behind. 18 hours 1 minute and 3 seconds, Kisaragi Shigeru confidently complained. If the skeleton owl can't rub it, can I rub your husky? 18 hours 1 minute and 5 seconds, almost got bitten. Kisaragi Shigeru retracted her hand and asked, how did you find it? Nakajima smiled shyly. I sniffed it and followed the smell to find every dog nearby, and I happened to find it in front of a restaurant. Kisaragi Shigeru slowly asked a question. Can you smell it? Maybe it's because of my special ability. Nakajima Atsushi said as he clenched his fist and his arm turned into a tiger's forelimb. The moon beast is a tiger. Kisaragi Shigeru couldn't help but rub it again, and explained to the other party's slightly embarrassed expression. Sorry, I really like furry things. This hand has its own ideas. Bank card received, 15,000 yen. It should be the cat owner who paid the money and added 5,000 yen to express his gratitude. Thinking of this, he stood up and said, it's time for dinner now. I'll treat you to dinner and give you the money as promised. Automatic deduction successful, bank card balance, 0 yen. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at Nakajima Atsushi's bright eyes and felt a stomachache. Oh my god, I forgot. Nakajima Atsushi was very happy. Really? Thank you so much. Help, help. It is too late to regret now. He cannot go back on his word. Kisaragi Shigeru felt the pain of conscience, raised her hand tremblingly, and said in a voice as small as the trembling wings of a mosquito, can you lend me your cell phone? The background of the phone was a selfie of the six-eyed boy. Is this why you asked me to come? Gojo Satoru pointed his slender finger at the long table at the cashier's counter, and his beautiful blue eyes behind his sunglasses stared at Kisaragi Shigeru with a half-smile. Pay the bill? The boy looked back at Nakajima Atsushi, who was still eating in the store, then bowed his head and clasped his hands together towards the young man. I will definitely pay you back next time I make money. Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow. Where's the money I gave you? Kisaragi swallowed hard, his eyes wandering. Well, I have a reason that I can't explain. I'm currently paying off my debts. What on earth did the cursed spirit do to get into so much debt? Kisaragi Shigeru laughed dryly. Haha. Yeah, I'm sorry. Gojo Satoru pointed at himself in silence and said, I have to remind you once again. I, Gojo Satoru, am a high school teacher and a special grade sorcerer. I'm the strongest deity on earth, and I'm here to save the world and all living things. I'm very busy. I know. Thank you very much this time. Kisaragi Shigeru felt a sharp pang of conscience and didn't dare to look up. Gojo Satoru shrugged and stood up straight. Just this once, then I'm leaving. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Kisaragi Shigeru took a sudden step forward and grabbed the other's wrist. Wait a minute. Teacher Gojo, I have another request. The young man looked back helplessly. So what? And when did I become your teacher? A respectful title. Do you have a used cell phone that you can rent to me for a month? Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes were filled with tears. I have something I must cancel. Otherwise, I will starve to death on the street. Cursed spirits can't starve to death. I will. Reborn. You won't. Shigeru's mask of pain. You bully me again when I can't open my mouth to complain. Gojo Satoru sighed. Can't I just use my phone to cancel the subscription? Kisaragi Shigeru retracted her hand and tugged at her clothes, complaining. I tried, but the system, must be bound to a mobile phone. So, which side is it? Never mind. Gojo Satoru waved his hand and said, let Yujin help you find it. It should be in the cabinet next to the TV. I can't get you a phone card. Thank you, brother. Who is your brother? Give me a clear answer as to whether I am a teacher or a brother. Front desk clerk. Help. The handsome guy is talking to himself, secretly sending a tweet. After seeing Gojo Satoru off, Kisaragi Shigeru returned to his seat and looked at Nakajima Atsushi, who was wolfing down his food. He counted the pile of empty bowls next to him and asked, how many days have you been hungry? Nakajima Atsushi then noticed how much he had eaten and blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I really didn't have enough to eat at noon. Kisaragi Shigeru rubbed his temples. I am not hungry even if I have a whole meal. Well, you have already treated me to this meal. I don't need the 3,500 you agreed to before. Nakajima Atsushi looked at the clean bowl in his hand, smiling gently and with a little envy. I remembered when I sent Mimi back just now. It's great to have a home to go back to. Kisaragi Shigeru's mouth stiffened and his breathing stopped for a second. But his loss of composure was fleeting, and Nakajima Atsushi was immersed in his own thoughts and didn't notice it. Kisaragi Shigeru leaned forward and supported her chin and asked softly, it sounds like you have a story? The boy's voice was so gentle that Nakajima Atsushi accidentally let down his guard. There's nothing special about it. I grew up in an orphanage. I had a hard life. I was despised, excluded, and hated. I endured it day after day, but was eventually kicked out of the orphanage. He seemed to recall the shadow of his childhood and shuddered. People like me, but that place called the Armed Detective Agency accepted you. Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and interrupted the other party's thoughts. Isn't it? When Nakajima Atsushi heard the words Armed Detective Agency, his eyes lit up again. Yes, thanks to Mr. Dazai, I can't survive in the Armed Detective Agency. I can eat hot meals and have a dormitory that can shelter me from the wind and rain. Kisaragi Shigeru asked, Mr. Dazai? Ah, he is also a member of the Armed Detective Agency, a very smart and powerful man. Nakajima Atsushi said with a headache and smiled. It's just that his hobbies are really not good enough. What hobbies? Skipping work, pushing the work to me or his partner. But the most annoying thing. Nakajima Atsushi paused and whispered, it should be entering the water. Atsushi. Nakajima Atsushi and Kisaragi Shigeru looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a golden ponytail, wearing a pair of square half-frame glasses and a neatly ironed suit, walking towards them with an unhappy look on his face. Nakajima Atsushi's eyes lit up, and he said happily, Mr. Kanikata, I was thinking you were gone, but you're actually eating here? Kanikata Doppo patted the other person's head with his notebook. If you get lost next time, call me as soon as possible. Don't disrupt my plans. Nakajima Atsushi touched his head awkwardly. I'm so sorry. Kanikata Doppo glanced at the gray-black-haired boy. Who is this? Kisaragi Shigeru stood up politely. My name is Kisaragi Shigeru. Atsushi-kun helped me a lot today, so I brought him here for dinner. Kanikata Doppo glanced at the table and asked, why don't you eat? Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and replied, I'm not hungry. Really? Kanikata Doppo narrowed his eyes and said to Nakajima Atsushi, let's go. Okay. Nakajima Atsushi picked up the cup and drank the tea in it, then smiled at Kisaragi Shigeru and said, thank you for your hospitality today. You're welcome. Kisaragi Shigeru waved towards the two people's backs. After all, it was Mr. Gojo who paid the bill. After the two of them left the restaurant, he sat down on the bench tiredly. What should I do? I owe Mr. Gojo more debts. Reborn, can you help me see if there are any system tasks with higher returns? Reborn said faintly, there will be some soon. The waiter came over and started to clear the table, not noticing that there was a teenager sitting there. Outside the store. Shigeru is a cursed spirit? You didn't realize it? Kanikata Doppo said angrily, that boy is very good at restraining his aura. I knew you didn't realize it. Wasn't there anything unnatural about him? I really didn't notice. Nakajima Atsushi recalled. He didn't have any murderous aura at all. In short, avoid cursed spirits if you can. Kanikata Doppo frowned vigilantly. Most of them are not good people. The next morning, Kisaragi Shigeru went to the basement on time, and found that Gojo Satoru was not there. He learned from Itadori Yuji that the other party had gone on a business trip last night. In other words, Gojo Satoru came specially to help before going on a business trip and paid the money for Kisaragi Shigeru. This realization made the boy feel guilty, so he spontaneously cleaned the basement. Even Yuji Itadori couldn't stop him, so he had to go find Gojo Satoru's and used cell phone for him. When he came back with his phone and lunch, Kisaragi Shigeru had almost finished cleaning while humming a tuneless song. The floor was shiny, but the only flaw was that it was too slippery, and Yuji Itadori almost did a split on the spot. Kisaragi Shigeru belatedly reminded, "I'm sorry I waxed it." Yuji Itadori slid over carefully and said, "Just tell me earlier, do you want to kill me?" Kisaragi Shigeru took the phone and long pressed the power button. 1% of the battery couldn't even last a minute, but it was enough for him to bind the system. Mobile phone binding is successful. Reply the text message TD to Vongala TD 666. The text messages and calls are mediated by the system. No traditional phone card is required, only the renewal of the Deadfire is required. Kisaragi Shigeru sent out a text message at great speed, and the moment he heard unsubscribe successfully, he cried on the sofa holding his flip phone. He was heartbroken because of the automatic deduction of the unsubscribe system. Yuji Itadori watched the boy's pantomime and gradually began to worry about his IQ. "Are you okay?" At the moment when the phone was turned off again, Kisaragi Shigeru noticed that the background of the other person's phone was a selfie of a boy about 12 or 13 years old wearing a kimono and a fox mask, carrying a gun in front of a roadside stall. The boy was Gojo Satoru himself, who had not put on sunglasses yet, with his sapphire-like eyes exposed, smiling arrogantly, and behind him were 3 rows of dolls that had been beaten to the ground. "It looks like they are visiting a temple fair." The phone turned black again. Ryu sure you saw her own reflection and her eyes were filled with tears, looking so pitiful. At this moment, the boy, whose IQ suddenly returned, stopped crying. "Wait a minute. So TD is not the abbreviation of cancellation, but the abbreviation of technical department? All my money will be transferred to the Vongala technical department?" Reborn's voice came slowly. "I'm dying of laughter. No matter what I do, it's not your turn to fool me." In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and they were in the office of the Black Obsidian Student Union. "Finally, it's done," Kisaragi Shigeru said, lying on her back on the sofa and flipping through her notebook. Fortunately, the cats and dogs were all sent home safely. The skeleton owl flew to the opponent's belly and landed, saying, "No work for the time being. It hurts, claws, claws." Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes were as big as copper bells. "I'm going to burst. Help me." The skeleton owl glanced at the boy who didn't even dare to flutter, flapped its wings and flew to the back of the sofa, and said sneerfully, "Kufufu, so delicate." "Delicate? Look at yourself?" Kisaragi Shigeru was full of disbelief, and when she saw the other's claws that were as sharp as hooks and even smooth enough to reflect light, she swallowed the second half of the sentence that was stuck in her throat. "Dare to be angry, but dare not speak out." Kisaragi Shigeru pouted and sat up. "It's almost noon. I'm going to go out and post some flyers." The boy picked up a thick stack of hand-painted flyers, took some glue, yawned, and walked out of the office. He looked up and saw the skeleton owl flying beside him and asked, "Are you coming too?" The skeleton owl said leisurely, "It would be nice to go out for a walk." Kisaragi Shigeru asked in confusion, "So where do you hang out every day?" "Fufu. Want to know?" The young man keenly sensed the other party's half-threatening aura and quickly changed his words. Okay, I won't ask. I don't know if it's because the abandoned school has a lot of negative energy, or if Rokudo Mukuro used some illusion, but Kuro Yoru is always cool." The moment she walked out of the obsidian gate, Kisaragi Shigeru could feel the summer heat wave and the constant chirping of cicadas. The ground in the distance seemed to be shaking in the high temperature. "It's so hot under the indescribable gaze of the skeleton owl." He hummed, "It's so hot, so hot. A basin of water is steaming on the spot. Boil an egg with some salt and skip to the nearby bus stop." He found an empty space on the billboard and posted the flyer he had drawn last night. "Look, isn't it very powerful in just a few words?" The owl commented cryptically, "It smells very much like Mafia." "What does Mafia smell like?" It smells like something that shouldn't be seen in public. At this moment, two students happened to walk over. Ryu sure you moved away a little to avoid a collision, and specially took a photo of the advertising board to attract the students' attention. The two boys had obviously escaped over the wall to buy food. They were startled by the sudden sound and approached the advertisement board, cursing. I was scared to death. What just hit the advertisement board? What is this? The cursed spirit handyman? What's drawn on it? A skeleton? It's scary. You can be grounded, but you can't be grounded. What is a cursed spirit? It's 2nd year. Which junior high school student did this? It's so funny. Are you short of pocket money? Look below. It also says that the success rate is 100%. 6 dogs and 10 cats have been found this week. I will definitely send the naughty pets home safely. Ha ha ha. The student took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the flyer and sent it to the group. No, show it to everyone. I'm dying of laughter. What's the address? The Black Obsidian Student Union office? Isn't the Black Obsidian abandoned? It hasn't been demolished yet? Wasn't there a strange rumor about the Black Obsidian before, saying that once you go in, you can't get out? Are the kids doing this for the atmosphere? They are really worthy of being junior high school students. 2nd year, ha ha ha. The skeleton owl lowered his head and saw Kisaragi Shigeru huddled on the ground holding the flyer, looking very withdrawn. The skeleton owl sighed with a headache, flew over, and scratched the hair of the two boys with its claws. What is this? An owl? Go away. The skeleton owl hovered in front of the flyer, staring at the two boys. The two boys took 2 steps back in panic. Is this true? Run. Getting pecked is no joke. Kisaragi Shigeru crying cat head. Wow, I have tried my best to draw this. I drew a skeleton specially to match your name. Skeleton Owl glanced at the extremely realistic bones on the flyer and felt that the boy's skill points were probably wrong, so he comforted him casually. At least it serves as an advertisement. Kisaragi Shigeru was extremely moved, and with tears in her eyes she stretched out her hands. Wow, please love me. Hi, hug me, I'll kill you. A familiar figure appeared in his peripheral vision, and Kisaragi turned his head to look. The boy on the side of the road had bangs that covered half of his face, and he had no sense of presence on the road, but Kisaragi quickly recognized him. It's Yoshino-kun. Who? I helped him once before. Kisaragi frowned, not knowing what Yoshino was chasing in such a hurry, with the remnants of cursed power stained on his body. Kisaragi Shigeru stood up and ran in the direction Yoshino came from. He entered a movie theater in a batting center. The location of this theater was relatively remote, and it was a weekday morning, so there were not many people, and the staff were just doing nothing. The ominous cursed energy was imprinted on the ground in an undisguised and guiding manner. He followed the source of the residual cursed energy and walked into the cinema. The movie had not yet ended when the heroine's piercing screams echoed. The theater was empty except for 3 bodies. Kisaragi Shigeru clenched her fists as she looked at the 3 boys' distorted dead faces, squinted her eyes, and looked back at the strong light. But there was no one in the screening room. The skeleton owl landed on the boy's shoulder and looked at the corpse. It looks like it's swelling from the inside, and even the skeleton has been deformed. Could it be the boy from just now? No, this is not his cursed power. Kisaragi Shigeru turned and left, ignoring the debris on the ground that was obviously a trap, and went directly in the direction where Yoshino was chasing. After leaving the theater, he casually threw all the flyers he had worked so hard to draw all night into the trash can. Mukuro glanced at the boy. His golden eyes were cold and emotionless. What a pity for the flyers. I'll draw them again. Sorry to bother you. Kisaragi Shigeru took off the Vongala ring hanging around his neck and put it on his finger. The fire of death flickered, and the boy opened his lips. 6-path Makuro switched to control mode. Vest Rokudo Makuro switched from AI mode to control mode. It was as if a portion of his spiritual power was sent to the vest, and he sensed the location of 6 paths Makuro without any instruction. Bring Murasame to me, Mr. Makuro. The skeleton owl disappeared, and Ryu Shiryu turned into a side alley. The bright sky just now became gloomy, and the blue-haired cursed spirit with stitches on his body smiled at him with interest. You are here. Hearing this, Yoshino turned around and looked at Kisaragi with a curious look. Mr. Masato, do you know him? The real person replied, No, I don't know him. Kisaragi Shigeru's expression remained unchanged. Yoshino could see him and the real person. Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes were still cold as she recalled the conversation with Gojo Satoru in the sushi restaurant and the tragedy that had just happened in the cinema. He thought that the other party should be much worse than the other cursed spirits. The cursed spirit called the real person walked around Yoshino and looked Kisaragi Shigeru up and down. But I guess you were Kisaragi-kun. We thought you were dead. But it is fate that we meet like this, since our birth times are not much different. The real person walked forward, stretched out his hand to the boy, and smiled friendly. Let's be friends. Kisaragi Shigeru looked down at the other person's hand. The corners of her mouth curved up, and she said cheerfully, Okay. Seeing the young man stretch out his hand to shake it back, the real person's smile grew. Then, just before their hands touched, a fire of death suddenly erupted from Kisaragi Shigeru's palm, and the heat wave brushed aside the boy's bangs, revealing his eyes without a smile. No matter what I do, it's not your turn to fool me. The real person also reacted quickly, and he took several steps back the moment the boy released the fire of death. However, the temperature of the sky fire was too high and the distance was too close, so part of his right hand was still burned. Smelling the slight burnt smell in the air, Yoshino Junpei took a breath and said, Mr. Real Person? Instead, the real person looked at his burned hand as if he had seen a toy that interested him. He shook it, his curse power increased, and he clenched and unclenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, he used the spell to heal his hand. No wonder Lohou is so devoted to you. Did you know? After Hanamiya abandoned you that day, Lohou had a big fight with him. He shrugged and said, You also know Hua Yu's personality. It was almost a one-sided roar from Lohou. Fortunately, there was only one head left. Otherwise, it might not be just a verbal dispute. But how did you do it? You are alive, but you didn't go to Lohou for a whole half-month. Not even once. Jinren smiled twistedly at the boy. So I hate you. Kisaragi Shigeru did not feel guilty about this. The Brotherhood was originally a myth, and he did not care what the real person thought of him. The boy looked up and asked, If I touch your hand, will I end up like the 3 boys in the movie theater? The real person smiled and replied, It depends on my mood. Really? Yoshino-kun. Kisaragi Shigeru called out, Go to the cinema. There should be people from the high school there. Tell them everything you saw and heard, and then ask for help. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the tense atmosphere between the two. Seeking help? Yoshino Junpei stretched out his hand and tried to mediate the fight in confusion. Well, I don't know who you are, but there must be a misunderstanding. Mr. Masato is not a bad guy. The real person chuckled. You are right. I am not a bad person. After he said that, he turned around and ran towards Yoshino Junpei with a terrifying murderous look. But under the acceleration of the death fire, Kisaragi Shigeru was obviously faster. He rushed between the two in an instant, violently pulled Yoshino back, grabbed the thin and long-abandoned steel pipe beside the alley, and held it in front of him to block the hand of the real person. There was no time to explain to Yoshino Junpei. Kisaragi Shigeru shouted anxiously, Let you go. Emergency mission triggered. Guardian. Yoshino Junpei. There are 7 days left until Yoshino Junpei's death. Kisaragi Shigeru was interrupted by the sudden system sound. He was stunned for only a blink of an eye, but the real person almost touched his arm. This inexplicably made the boy's scalp numb and his hair stand on end. The speed of the real person's attack was getting faster and faster, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. Kisaragi Shigeru stood in front of Yoshino Junpei and had to carefully maintain a distance from the real person, and for a moment he was at a disadvantage. He must not be touched by him. His intuition told him so. The real person tilted his head in confusion and did not pursue the victory. Instead, he suddenly stepped back a few steps, stood up straight, and said thoughtfully, You are a little out of place. Kisaragi Shigeru was puzzled. What? I read a lot of books after I was born. The real person seemed to want to chat with him, and also seemed to be sorting out his thoughts. The soul will be produced before the body, and the shape of the body will be affected by the soul. In other words, the body is the external manifestation of the soul. Kisaragi Shigeru did not interrupt him, but waved his left hand behind his back towards Yoshino Junpei. Yoshino Junpei hesitated for a moment, and thinking of the real murderous intent just now, he finally decided to listen to Kisaragi Shigeru's words first and trotted out of the alley. Ah, little Junpei is gone. The real person looked at Yoshino Junpei's back with a little regret, and Kisaragi Shigeru moved sideways to block his view. Jinren thought it was funny, tilted his head and continued. It doesn't matter. I am more interested in you now. My technique Wu-Wei transformation simply means that I can directly touch the opponent's soul and forcibly change its shape, so as to achieve the effect of transforming the opponent's body. Just like the 3 people you saw in the cinema. He knew that exposing the technique would make him stronger, but for the sake of information, he had no choice. So the boy did not interrupt him. But after hearing this, Kisaragi Shigeru had actually understood the hidden meaning behind what the real person said. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly and clenched his back teeth. His technique was incompatible with the real one. He is a soul, and although he is classified as a cursed spirit, it is more appropriate to call him a soul. This is also the reason why inexperienced sorcerers cannot recognize him as a cursed spirit when he is restraining his cursed power. The steel pipe was rotten, and the cross-section was very sharp. The real person leaned back and squatted to avoid it with an unnatural movement, rolled half a circle on the ground, and actually attacked directly at the boy's exposed ankles under his cropped pants. Kisaragi Shigeru lifted her legs and the steel pipe stabbed down hard. So the real person had to withdraw his hand and retreated at a very fast speed. The hollow steel pipe hit the concrete floor, making an ethereal vibration sound. The boy looked down and saw the other person's feet transformed into horse hooves. This is also a derivative of my technique. The real person tilted his legs, like a supermodel showing off his legs. Changing the shape of the soul can give me endless possibilities. Isn't it amazing? He laughed happily as he spoke. Humanity's fear and hatred of other humans is what gave birth to a cursed spirit like me. I have the ability to learn, I have imagination, and I have all 7 emotions and 6 desires. Do you think I am like a human being? The real person lowered his center of gravity, like a leopard ready to pounce. Tell me, who is more human, you or me? Ru, you sure you remain silent? There was a flash of white light in his peripheral vision, thunder rumbled softly, and raindrops fell on the boy's eyelashes, causing his eyelids to tremble. The summer rain was drizzling down, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, showing signs of getting heavier. It's raining. The real man stretched out his hand to catch a few drops of rain, and the horse's hoof turned back into the shape of a human foot. He stepped on the ground barefoot and shook off the rain on his hands. Let's stop here today. It's sticky and uncomfortable to get wet in the rain. Rather than killing you, I would rather go back and tell Lohu the good news that you are still alive. The rain got heavier. Kisaragi Shigeru stood up straight, as if relieved, and threw the steel pipe in his hand aside. Seeing this, the real person felt disdain in his heart. The boy was indeed strong, with good movements and awareness. But he was not as excited as he had imagined. There was no murderous intent, nor the determination to hold on to its prey. It was even restrained by his technique and looked hesitant, as if it was afraid of his inaction. It's extremely boring. So he turned around and waved, not even willing to give the other person a glance. Bye. Kisaragi Shigeru raised her eyes and curled the corners of her mouth, and an owl feather fell down. He raised his left hand and accurately caught the demon sword Murasame that fell from the sky. He was not afraid of the reduced resistance caused by the accumulated water on the ground, and even took advantage of its slippery properties to dive like a swallow. The blade flashed brightly, countless times faster than his surging murderous aura. Only after his own leg was broken and his center of gravity was distorted did the real person feel the murderous aura coming from the young man. He will die. He gasped and rolled to the side using both hands, trying to stand up but found that Murasame had nailed his hand, the boy's deathly fire approaching. So he had no choice but to ignore the pain of his left hand being torn apart and escape the range of the flames. The young man moved so quickly as if he had predicted his thoughts, and rushed towards him with the trident in hand. The real person felt a rare sense of fear. The real person was shocked and excited. This young man looked more like a cold weapon than a human being. The flowers spread out on the ground like waves. Ryu sure you couldn't stop her forward momentum, so she held the trident horizontally and took a punch from the uninvited guest, forcing her to keep some distance. I still don't understand what kind of strange power this is. Kisaragi Shigeru narrowed her eyes and took the opportunity to shake her wrist, which was a little numb from the shock. The real person looked up at him, his eyes shining again. Hanayu, mushrooms are very useful. The rain continued to pour, and Six Paths' corpse appeared behind the young man. Kisaragi Shigeru listened quietly to what Hanamiya said to him, handed the trident to Rokudo Mukuro behind him, pulled out the demon's sword Murasame from the wall, and shook off the blood stains on the blade with his arm. The boy looked back at the slightly silly Six Path Mukuro and felt a headache. The opponent was harder to control than he thought. He was good at physical skills and swordsmanship, but at this time, Six Path Mukuro had already mastered magic, which was a bit out of place. Masato had repaired his limbs and stood up. The illusion of Shigeru controlling the Six Paths' corpse followed, and vines formed on the ground and attacked the two cursed spirits. At the same time, Shigeru rushed forward, avoiding Hanami and rushing straight to Masato, trying to take his head. What's wrong? Your movements are slower than before. Masato jumped up to avoid the vines, and formed his arm into a whip shape to wrap around Shigeru's blade. The boy turned the blade to one side and ignited the fire of death. Masato retracted his bent forearm before being burned. Rokudo Mukuro moved next to Kisaragi Shigeru to block Hanami's attack, and the boy took the opportunity to distance himself from her. Controlling Six Path Mukuro inevitably requires distraction, and his efficiency is slightly lower than fighting alone, mainly because he is not used to it. The boy's eyes reflected the backs of Six Path Mukuro and Hanamika. As expected, when you concentrate on controlling, you can exert your full strength. Six Path Mukuro is now stronger than Hanamika in terms of physical skills alone. Thunder split the sky. The boy's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly realized something. He immediately stopped Six Path Mukuro from fighting and asked it to return to him. He used the figure of Rokudo Mukuro to shield himself and whispered, "Switch to AI mode." Rokudo Mukuro switched to AI mode. Hwayu took the opportunity to grab the real person's waist, picked him up and began to retreat quickly. Retreat? Real person. Kisaragi Shigeru tried to chase after Rokudo Mukuro, but was blocked by a small dirt hill growing on the ground. The young man flipped his wrist, shattered the dirt wall in front of him, and jumped over. The two curses had already disappeared. Escaped. Kisaragi Shigeru muttered to himself, his eyes stinging from the irritation of the rain. Hana's aura is more like an elf, and the remnants of the real person are wrapped in it, so it's hard to chase. Just as Kisaragi Shigeru was about to turn around, she felt her head being grabbed fiercely by a large hand, which was even gradually increasing in strength. It hurts, what are you doing? Rokudo Mukuro's low pressure came from behind. You put me into control mode and use me like this? The boy used his left hand to grab the other's hand. Listen to my explanation. I'm not used to it. This is not the first time. It hurts. It's going to split. My head is going to split. Help me. Mr. Mukuro listened carefully. Rokudo Mukuro leaned over and put his mouth close to the boy's ear, whispering, "Next time you use me like this, I will kill you. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Rokudo Mukuro then let go of his hand. The boy rubbed his head and muttered to himself, lifting his bangs to show the other party. "Look, do you see your fingerprints on my forehead?" Rokudo Mukuro looked at the distinct fingerprints on the other's forehead and put away his trident. "No." Kisaragi Shigeru wiped the rain off her face. "Really? I'm pretty chubby then." The boy looked around and pointed at the broken leg that the real person had dropped on the ground. "Mr. Mukuro, can you help me put this away?" Rokudo Mukuro had already held up the umbrella made of illusion without knowing when, and he didn't look wet at all. "Why me? It's not good for me to take this to the theater. It's also scary to put it in my pocket," Kisaragi said as he put away the knife. "And you dried it in a second?" "No, it's an illusion. Do you care so much about your image?" Rokudo Mukuro glanced over, and Kisaragi Shigeru immediately ignited the fire of death around him, burning the vines that attacked him. "Haha, I was prepared." The young man rolled his eyes speechlessly. On the ground, The real person's severed leg dissipated like mist, and it seemed that it was collected by the Mist Guardian. Kisaragi Shigeru followed happily, saying as he walked, "Mr. Makuro, I also want a shelter from the rain." Rokudo Makuro was unexpectedly easy to talk to. "Sure. Wow, thank you." Before he could finish saying thank you, Kisaragi Shigeru saw with mixed feelings the edge of the umbrella of a huge mushroom that had suddenly appeared above his head. He almost couldn't breathe, covered his chest and said angrily, "Although it can indeed block the rain." Rokudo Makuro sneered, "Ha!" But he still accepted it very well and reached out to touch the huge mushroom on his head. It felt moist, elastic, tender, and full. It's quite realistic. 15 minutes later, in the cinema lobby, Yuji Itadori looked at the boy with the mushroom on his head with mixed feelings. "I'm still feeling sentimental. You're really disrupting my rhythm." "Sorry, but it's quite convenient to put it on your head." Kisaragi Shigeru reached out and took the mushroom off his head and held it in his arms. "What are you feeling sentimental about?" Yuji Itadori lowered his eyes and said nothing. Not far away, a young man wearing goggles walked over. He was dressed meticulously in a suit, and his tone was serious yet polite. "Who is this?" "My name is Kisaragi Shigeru, and I'm Yuji Kuin's friend." The boy answered obediently. "Really?" The young man didn't seem to care about his identity as a cursed spirit, nor did he delve into the skeleton owl behind the young man. He maintained a perfect sense of distance. "My name is Nanami Kinto, and I'm a first-level sorcerer." "Hello." Kisaragi Shigeru glanced at Yuji Itadori, who was obviously in a low mood, and asked the young man, "In other words, you are on Mr. Gojo's side?" "Although I am indeed an insider of Yuji Kuin's survival, please don't classify me as Gojo's side." Nanami Kinto crossed his arms and spoke logically. "I am Gojo's junior, and I recognize his strength, but I don't respect him at all. I have mentioned this matter to Yuji Kuin in front of Gojo, and he can testify for me." Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled. "Actually, there's no need to be so strict." Nanami Kinto patted Itadori Yuji on the head and said, "We have nothing to do here anymore. Window will send someone to deal with the rest. You guys follow me." When they were taken to the room, Yoshino Junpei was holding a teacup and looked awkward. When he saw them, he stood up in surprise. "You are back." Nanami Kinto walked to the sofa at the side and sat down, and said straight to the point, "Sit down." "Kisaragi Kuin, I heard that you asked Yoshino Kuin to seek our help. It's like this." Kisaragi Shigeru was still wet and didn't sit down. In the air-conditioned room, she couldn't help but sneeze a little while covering her mouth. She stood by and complained, "What's wrong with this atmosphere of meeting the class teacher? Don't worry about getting the sofa wet. Just sit down. Someone will bring you a towel later. I hope the cursed spirit won't catch a cold." Nanami Kinto said, "During this time, can you talk to me?" The other party said that it was not a big deal. So Kisaragi Shigeru stopped being polite and sat down on a corner of the sofa and asked, "What did you say?" Nanami Kinto narrowed his eyes behind his goggles. "Why do you think Yoshino Kuin needs help? He really has trouble with this kind of atmosphere, as the other party's aura, like that of a class teacher, is too strong." Kisaragi Shigeru pursed her lips and hugged the big mushroom tightly in her arms. Saving lives and becoming rich instantly kills two birds with one stone. Kisaragi Shigeru patted the water off the mushroom cap and said, "I saw the ominous filth on Yoshino Kuin on the roadside, traced the source and saw the tragedy in the movie theater, and after following Yoshino Kuin, I encountered a curse called Real Person. I decided it would be better to let Yoshino Kuin leave before a fight occurs." At this point, he couldn't help but recall the urgent task prompted by the system, which he hadn't had time to ask Reborn about. He had called him many times on the road just now, but hadn't received a response. He paused for a moment and said bluntly, "I thought the Real Person would kill Yoshino Kuin, and I guess that the people who came to deal with this special incident should be from the high school. That's why I asked him to go back to the cinema for help, but I didn't expect that it would be Itadori Kuin who arrived at the scene." The boy leaned over and looked up at Yuji Itadori, who was bowing his head and saying nothing. "What did you experience?" Nanami Kinto didn't mind the other party's behavior of changing the subject. After all, the young man's concern was genuine. Considering Yuji Itadori's mental state, the young man said, "Let me tell the story." "It's okay. I'll tell it." Yuji Itadori crossed his fingers and clenched them tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his voice was like the roar of a tiger after being injured. I killed someone. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the other person and blinked slowly, then asked softly, "First time?" Yuji Itadori remained silent, but in his suppressed eyes, whether it was the obvious shake or the anger rolling like the tide of the deep sea, all of them indicated the answer. It may not be accurate to say that it was murder. It's hard to say that they are still human in that situation. Nanami Kinto took out his mobile phone, found the photo, and handed it to Kisaragi Shigeru. I just guessed from clues such as their watches that they were once human and were transformed. The specific situation still depends on the autopsy results of the high school. Kisaragi Shigeru stood up, and after looking at the photo, she shifted her gaze to Yoshino Junpei. The latter nodded and said, "I have already told Mr. Nanami that after I saw Mr. Masato touching those 3 boys in the cinema, those 3 people became." At this point, Yoshino Junpei swallowed his saliva and said tactfully, "It was just very strange." Dong dong. The rain slowed down, and a knock on the door interrupted the conversation inside the house. A man's timid voice sounded outside the door. "I am Edi Zijiego." Nanami Kinto said loudly, "Please come in." A man who called himself Ichichi Jiegao came in with a towel and sent a message to everyone except Kisaragi Shigeru. The theater waiter at the back also brought a cup of hot coffee and 3 cups of hot milk to warm the stomach. After the waiter left, Ichichi Jiegao smiled apologetically and handed the towel to Kisaragi Shigeru. "I'm sorry, I can't let ordinary people know about the existence of the cursed spirit. Here you go." "It's okay. I understand. Thank you." In fact, he was the only one who was soaked on the court. The boy took the towel and had no time to take care of himself. After putting down the large mushroom, he wiped his sword first. Nanami Kinto took off his glasses and wiped his face, then asked, "Has the body been delivered?" "It has been delivered, and Miss Yuri said she will call you back later." Ichichi Jiegao said, then glanced around. "Do I need to get out of the way?" Nanami Kinto shook his head. "No need. Sit down." After wiping the saber clean inside and out, Kisaragi Shigeru casually wrapped a towel around his clothes and twisted it to avoid getting the floor wet anymore. He asked Yoshino Junpei, "Did the real one say anything to you?" "Mr. Real?" Yoshino Junpei hesitated. "No. He just asked me if those 3 people, the victims in the theater, were important to me." "Well, you came before we could talk for a few words. Do you know those 3 people?" Kisaragi Shigeru raised his eyes. "If you want to survive, don't hide anything." Yoshino Junpei's voice choked up at his words, but he still answered honestly. "Those 3 people often bullied me at school. In fact, they were not just bullying me, they were arrogant and unreasonable. It was just an accident that we met here. The 3 of them didn't realize that I was watching a movie." Kisaragi Shigeru then realized who those 3 people were. They must be the 3 bullies he had frightened before. The last appearance of those 3 students was so strange that he could not recognize them at all. Yoshino Junpei misunderstood, thinking that the boy wanted him to continue. He clenched his fists, looking a little anxious. "To be honest, I surprisingly don't care. I don't care at all. I can't empathize with the death of these 3 people. So." He glanced at Yuji Itadori and lowered his head deeply. "I can't understand your anger. You said you were in pain because you killed those 2 cyborgs, but since you didn't know them, you don't know whether they are good or bad. What if they are bad people too? But they are not necessarily bad people, right?" Yuji Itadori interrupted. "It's not that I need others to understand my feelings. It's just that the nature of transformation is really too bad." The boy gritted his teeth and said viciously, "People should at least have a correct death. And no matter whose death it is heavy for me." One Nanami Kinto took a sip of coffee and said nothing. "But since Yoshino Kuin can see the cursed spirits, can't he also be activated by the spell?" Kisaragi Shigeru patted Yuji Itadori's shoulder and deliberately changed the subject. "I remember Mr. Gojo said that the spell is innate, right?" Yuji Itadori blinked and retracted his scattered thoughts. "Yes, if you activate the technique, you will have the ability to protect yourself." Nanami Kinto stroked his chin and said, "Indeed. It is difficult for the Academy to spare manpower to protect him all the time, especially the curse called Junrin, which sounds quite tricky. I am afraid that sending a warlock below level 2 to follow him is meaningless." The young man paused and said to Yoshino Junpei, I know it's abrupt and irresponsible to say this, but do you want to enter a technical college to become a sorcerer? Under the current circumstances, this is the best option to protect yourself. As you can see, graduating from a technical college does not mean you have to become a sorcerer. On the contrary, only a few people stay on the front line. We also have many people like Ichichi who have transferred to logistics. Of course, you can also work normally in a company. I am not trying to force you to have a career plan. Yuji Itadori opened his eyes wide in surprise. Huh? Yoshino Junpei glanced at everyone on the field, thought for a moment, and said to Nanami Kinto, But when you are a student, you still have to go on missions like a sorcerer, right? Like Itadori-kun. Nanami Kinto nodded. Yes, and I need to live on campus. Then, please allow me to refuse. Yoshino Junpei lowered his eyes. I don't have as much sense of justice as Yuji-kun, nor do I have as much sense of responsibility as you. My mother and I depend on each other. When I was around, she couldn't quit smoking, and she would get drunk and sleep directly in the living room, not afraid of catching a cold. I don't want to leave her alone. What's more, if I am targeted, my mother will not be safe either. Nanami Kinto explained, As for your mother, the technical college will find a way, but she may need to change her place of work. Then I will refuse even more. Yoshino Junpei looked at the young man and said seriously, To be honest, I think human nature is evil. From my current position, I don't feel that Mr. Junrin is extremely bad, at least not to the extent you think. But more importantly, I don't want to disrupt my daily routine. Most curses are nonsense. Just focus on your own joy and don't be fooled by his sweet words. Nanami Kinto advised, The important thing now is how to keep you alive. But the fact that I'm being targeted is just your guess, isn't it? I know it's too much for me to say this, but I'm not a saint. Yoshino Junpei's voice gradually increased, and with red eyes, he lifted the bangs that covered his face, revealing clear marks of burns from cigarette butts. For me, the 3 people who bullied me are gone, and I may be able to return to a normal campus life. I don't want to empathize with their deaths, and I don't think there's anything wrong with Mr. Real killing them. Who has ever empathized with me when I was suffering? If there is a button that can kill someone I hate, I probably won't press it. But if pressing it can kill someone who hates me, I will press it without hesitation. To Mr. Real is that button to me. He became more and more excited, his shaking hands clenching his bangs. I know this is selfish, but I can finally go back to my daily life. What have I done wrong? Tears blurred the boy's eyes, and he shouted loudly. If humans are the ones who created the curse, then there is no difference between humans and the curse. Calm down, Junpei. Yuji Itadori stood up and walked to him, held his hand, and let him slowly let go of his hair. The boy's hanging hands were still shaking violently, with a few spider-like hairs entangled on his fingertips. Itadori Yuji handed him the hot milk. No one is forcing you. Drink a sip of milk to calm down. Kisaragi Shigeru glanced at Nanami Kinto, who was silent, then looked at Yoshino Junpei, who was clearly emotional, raised his head in annoyance, stared at the lines on the ceiling, and shook his legs back and forth. What should I do? Reborn's voice came slowly. The reward value of the mission to protect Yoshino Junpei has been announced, with the death note in 7 days as the dividing line. If he survives, the reward will be 100 million. If he successfully enters the technical high school, an additional 50 million will be added. If he can kill the real person, an additional 1 billion will be given, and 2 blind boxes for vests. Congratulations, you can pay off your debts and become rich overnight. The boy's shaking legs stopped immediately. There's no need for him to protect himself, and there's no need for the high school to send in extra manpower. Kisaragi put down the towel, picked up the mushroom, walked to Yoshino Junpei, knelt on one knee, and lifted the big mushroom up like a bouquet of roses. I'll be your knight and protect you and your family. Everyone present? Yuji Itadori put on his mask of pain and said with a distorted expression, You really always have a way to completely distort the atmosphere. Italy? It should be romantic. Gojo Satoru took out a small cake and put it on the table, inviting Yuji Itadori to eat it. Look, a small cake made by reservation. It's hard to grab one. The boy's eyes lit up, and he put his hands together and said excitedly, Oh, great! Cake. I'm going to eat it. Eat it, Gojo Satoru said as he inspected the basement. Speaking of which, where is the small rain? I bought 3 of them. Yuji Itadori held the cherry on the cake in his mouth and said vaguely, Shigeru? He went to school. Gojo Satoru doubted his ears for a moment. School? Yeah. Huh. Gojo Satoru was puzzled, and soon showed a confident expression, pinched the cherry on his cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Simple. I'll show you what a pentagonal warrior is. School. Compared to the small disturbance caused by the 3 gangster students skipping class, Yoshino Junpei was more concerned about the boy sitting on the table in front of him, blocking his view. He reached out and poked the other's back, whispering, Kisaragi-kun, you sit on my table and I can only see your back. Kisaragi Shigeru was originally listening to the class attentively. After being reminded, she turned around and blinked her golden eyes that were full of enthusiasm for learning. Sorry. You are right. My focus should be protecting you instead of taking the class for free. I failed in my duty. Then the boy turned 90 degrees on Yoshino Junpei's desk, sat sideways on the boy's desk, tilted his head and smiled at him reassuringly. Now that you can see your face, you won't feel uneasy anymore, right? I will always keep an eye on you and protect you. Don't worry. Yoshino Junpei's fingers trembled as he was doing the test. His eyelids twitched, and he looked at the young cursed spirit with an indescribable expression. No, that's not what I meant. Kisaragi Shigeru lowered her eyes to glance at the other person's exercise book, then pointed at a number. You calculated it wrong here, try again. The math teacher scanned the classroom and said loudly, I'll give you 2 more minutes. Students who have finished their work, please put down your pens and sit down. I'll start the lecture when you're almost done. Kisaragi Shigeru nodded. Well, 2 minutes is enough. Yoshino Junpei stared at the test paper, feeling helpless. Are you doing the test, or am I doing it? 2 minutes is not enough. I really calculated it wrong. At noon, in a small, dark corner of the school forest. Kisaragi-kun. Yoshino Junpei put on a mask of pain and held his lunch forward a little. Would you like to have a bite too? Or should I go to the canteen to buy you some bread? Kisaragi Shigeru waved her hands and smiled adorably. It's okay. I don't need to eat. Thank you. You are so gentle. Yoshino Junpei took a sip of his drink to calm himself. This mysterious feeling of guilt when eating alone in front of someone else. He hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind and said bluntly, Then please don't stare at me. Kisaragi Shigeru nodded and looked away. Okay. You are so shameless. Then the boy stared at Yoshino Junpei's bento. Did you make this? It's so exquisite. Yoshino Junpei thought with a headache. He didn't realize the point at all. Forget it. My mother will make it for me when she is free. Talking about his mother, the boy's expression became very gentle, but she slept very late yesterday, so I made it while I was making breakfast so that she could sleep a little longer. Kisaragi Shigeru asked, including mother's? Well, although it's not as delicious as hers, it's not bad either. Yoshino Junpei smiled, picked up a small ham sausage cut into the shape of an octopus and handed it to the boy. Would you like to try it? Kisaragi Shigeru usually has a weird personality and is not a thin-skinned person. But at this moment, he was unexpectedly embarrassed. He stretched out his hand in bewilderment. Thank you. Thank you? Just put it in my hand. Yoshino Junpei confusedly put the sausage almost to the other person's mouth. That's too weird. You can just eat it directly. The boy then carefully took it away, chewed it, and his golden eyes immediately lit up. It's delicious. Yoshino Junpei chuckled. It's just sausage. The last time I ate it was 6 years ago. Although it is sold in the store, always feels like it doesn't have the taste of home. Isn't it strange? Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and said, What you make has that taste. The taste of family love. Yoshino Junpei laughed happily and said, Your speaking style is very similar to that of a light novel. Kisaragi Shigeru raised her head. Since you said that, should I start laughing? No, stop laughing. Stop laughing. Haha, hey, I'm not laughing anymore. Stop tickling me. The food is going to spill. Ha! In the afternoon, English class. Even if he was a classmate who was not seen by others, he could have a corner to laugh freely at noon, discuss wrong questions after class, and do some small actions during class. It was really different from his previous daily life. Yoshino Junpei looked at Kisaragi Shigeru in disbelief. The boy was squatting beside him and drawing a simple picture of a kitten on his notebook with a pen. When Kisaragi Shigeru noticed that he was discovered by the owner of the notebook, he grinned and tried to get away with it. Yoshino Junpei took away his pencil and poked the other person's head with the small eraser behind the pen as a warning. Kisaragi Shigeru seemed extremely bored and just wanted to tease him. Boo boo boo, Yoshino Junpei yelled at him with his mouth. I'm so annoyed. No wonder Reborn also likes to bully people when he can't speak. It's quite funny. Ryu sure you thought so and stuck out her tongue at him. About. Yoshino Junpei rubbed his temples. It's so annoying. Everyone was sleepy in the first period of the afternoon. The class was too quiet, so he didn't dare to speak. He took out a palm-sized novel from his bag and handed it to the other person. Kisaragi Shigeru got something to kill time. So he sat on the floor next to his desk and finally settled down. Yoshino Junpei supported his chin and listened to the heavenly book, secretly glancing at the back of the boy's head. He seemed to be very interested in everything, and his attention was focused very quickly. Mr. Nanami said that cursed spirits are the product of a curse. Why would such a person become a curse? 10 minutes later, Yoshino Junpei, who was having a hard time concentrating, wrote a line on his notebook, poked Kisaragi's shoulder, and pointed at his notebook when he turned around. Kisaragi rested his chin on the table and looked over. You don't like English class? You were so serious in math class. Seeing that the other party's mind was no longer on the class, Ryu sure you picked up a pen and started chatting with him on the notebook. I can still concentrate a little bit in math class. But the content of English class is a bit simple and I am too sleepy. Are you good at English? I guess so. I had a very Spartan tutor. I grew up in Italy when I was a child. Before coming to Japan, the courses here were taught by that tutor. It was a life-threatening crash course. Do people in Italy speak English? If I know Italian, will I be able to learn English faster? I don't speak Italian very much. I usually communicate in Italian. Italian and English are different languages, so the relevance is not as great as you think. So I still have to learn it. How fast I learn it depends on my learning ability and language ability. Yoshino Junpei took the notebook with a wry smile. It hurts. He thought for a moment and wrote another line. Are Italians really that romantic? I have no idea. When I was young, I didn't have the energy to pay attention to what was happening around me. When I grew up, I rarely went out on the street. But when the bell rang, the students who were drowsy just now immediately became energetic. The teacher sighed and said, "Let's end the class. The class representative will come and get the homework books." Kisaragi Shigeru put down her pencil and smiled nostalgically. But it should be romantic. Xiaoshiryu wants to eat octopus ham sausage tomorrow too. If we were to define a sense of security, it would probably be the current situation. If a splitting headache were to materialize, it would probably be like this. Yoshino Junpei, who was sandwiched between Gojo Satoru and Kisaragi Shigeru, twitched his lips and dared not move. Hey, is this Yoshino Junpei? Gojo Satoru stared at Yoshino Junpei with interest. For ordinary people to be able to see cursed spirits, there is usually a chance, and the most common situation is when their lives are threatened. Sometimes the body's reaction is faster and more sensitive than the brain's cognition. After all, the desire to survive is something that is engraved deep into the bone marrow. It seems that you were lucky to survive that day. Kisaragi Shigeru said helplessly. Don't you have a more euphemistic way of saying it? Gojo Satoru changed his words and said, It seems that you won the lottery because you didn't die that day. The real person is really not a good person. Kisaragi Shigeru patted Yoshino Junpei on the shoulder. You don't have to care about this person. He is not very reliable. Gojo Satoru said in dissatisfaction. How rude. I am the strongest. The two of them were talking in a crosstalk, one after the other, with a stereo sound effect. Yoshino Junpei felt his head buzzing and raised his hand to rub his temple. I just hope you won't put me in the middle of the conversation. The physical education teacher blew the whistle for the assembly, and Yoshino Junpei quickly picked up his tennis racket and trotted over. Then I'll go to the assembly. Kisaragi Shigeru waved her hand. Okay, I'll cheer for you from outside, no need. After Yoshino Junpei returned to the team, Gojo Satoru asked, So what is the reason why you stick to him? Kisaragi Shigeru stopped smiling and whispered, "The real person will come to kill him." Based on intuition. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows and pulled the corners of his mouth to express doubt. Huh? My hometown has a super intuitive feeling that has been passed down from generation to generation. I never doubt it, Kisaragi Shigeru said, looking at the young man, as if he could look into his eyes under the blindfold, especially on the bad level. Gojo Satoru smacked his lips in a speechless manner, shrugged and said, "Okay, I heard from Yuji that you and him adjusted your time to the early morning, and I can't control what you do after work. So what's the reason for calling me here? Itadori-kun needs counseling, and I think it's best for you to do it. Because he trusts you the most in the world of sorcery," Kisaragi Shigeru said, "killing the curse, killing the person who has been deformed and cannot be saved, and killing. They have different definitions, and there is no need to put him under so much pressure. Why don't you say it yourself? The same words spoken by different people have different weight and value." Gojo Satoru leaned against the railing with his arms folded and said, "No problem, you are quite gentle. But can't this be said over the phone? I am not used to talking about important things over the phone, but I dare not leave Yoshino-kun for too long. So there is one more thing." Kisaragi Shigeru jumped up and sat on the railing, with his back to Yoshino Junpei stretching and warming up, instead of sitting and waiting to die. "It may be the cheapest way to strike first. I would like to ask you to come in with me, and I will offer the same price as window afterwards." The boy paused and said, "I want to kill the real person." Swallows flew low, and the sounds of students playing tennis echoed in the air. Gojo Satoru tapped the railing with his finger. "You're quite rude in ordering people around. You know better than me how slow it is to go through the formal channels." The young man glanced at him with a pair of inorganic golden pupils. "I don't like waiting. Do you know the location? If I say I know, would you think it's a trap set by me and those cursed spirits?" Kisaragi Shigeru's voice was as light as a wind chime. "A trap set to kill you?" The atmosphere suddenly became dangerous. The boy was not afraid of Gojo Satoru's low pressure at all and stared at him quietly. Gojo Satoru tilted his head and said, "You are quite brave. Has anyone told you that?" Kisaragi Shigeru remained noncommittal. "Danger." Gojo Satoru stretched out his hand and grabbed the tennis ball that almost hit Kisaragi Shigeru's head. The boy did not dodge or avoid, but just raised the corner of his mouth in a good mood. The students inevitably made a commotion when they saw Gojo Satoru catch the ball with one hand. They wondered where this tall, handsome guy came from. Only Yoshino Junpei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kisaragi Shigeru was safe and sound. He almost lost his throat by shouting just now. Gojo Satoru shook the tennis ball and threw it back without even looking at it, but it hit the center of the student's racket accurately. The ball bounced somewhere else, and the student frantically tried to pick it up again. The girls cheered and screamed, and the boys shouted that they were pretending to be awesome and would be struck by lightning. The young man was still quite obsessed with being an idol. He waved at the girls, turned his back to the crowd amid the applause, and asked the boy sideways, "You didn't hide or not? Did you know I would help you? Is this your intuition again?" The boy squinted his eyes and smiled. "I guess so. Thank you." Gojo Satoru sighed and said, "You are so young. Don't try to be cunning." After hearing this, Kisaragi Shigeru laughed happily and shook her legs back and forth. Gojo Satoru took out his phone and looked at the calendar. He said, "I'll be free in 3 days. Let's do it then." The boy nodded. "Okay." After a whole day of companionship, Yoshino Junpei also got used to having Kisaragi Shigeru around him, as if he had a talking cat. When he was alone, she would keep bothering him, but when there were people around, she would follow him quietly and be very well behaved. But he refused to go into the house and insisted on sleeping on the roof, and nothing could be done to coax him. Yoshino Junpei looked at the digital clock. It was exactly 11 o'clock in the evening. He tossed and turned, and finally opened the window and asked in a low voice, "Rizuki-kun, are you still there?" "Yes," Rizuki Shigeru said loudly while lying on the roof. "I told you that I will not leave you, so go to sleep peacefully." Yoshino Junpei felt uncomfortable and asked, "I'll get you a sheet. Will you be cold?" "It's okay." This state of being unable to eat or eat anything is completely different from that during the day. Yoshino Junpei thought for a moment and said, "Can you come in and chat with me?" Kisaragi Shigeru sighed. not intending to expose the other party, so he sat up and rolled down. Yoshino Junpei was startled and quickly opened the window as wide as possible to avoid it. Kisaragi Shigeru came in like a cat and didn't even touch the small potted plant on his windowsill, not even a leaf. Yoshino Junpei got straight to the point. "Why don't you want to come into my house?" Kisaragi Shigeru tilted her head, but Yoshino Junpei seemed to be afraid that the other party would defy gravity and get out again. So he ran over and slammed the window shut, turned on the air conditioner, and stood in front of the window, looking determined not to move away. The young man with golden pupils chuckled, waved his hand and said, "I won't run away." After he finished speaking, he found a corner and sat on the floor, resting his head on the foot of the desk and closing his eyes. "Would it be uncomfortable for you to sleep on top of me? I'll be here the whole time. You sleep, and if it's inconvenient, I can sleep in the closet." Although they had only known each other for 2 days, the boy had a kind of sadness that Yoshino Junpei had never seen before. It was not quite right to say that he was sad, but Yoshino Junpei really couldn't think of a suitable word. He sat on the bed and said, "I heard that there are many kinds of cursed spirits. The 3 most common ones are: one comes from ghost stories, one comes from negative energy of humans, and one comes from transformation of humans. You are the 3rd kind." Kisaragi Shigeru opened his eyes a little and muttered, "Rambo is taking the blame. You said you grew up in Italy when you were a child, and you talked about things in class. You did well on math problems, as if you knew the recent test points very well. So I wonder if you have been a cursed spirit for a short time." Kisaragi Shigeru interrupted, "Rarely. What do you want to ask me? Where are your family members?" Kisaragi Shigeru's eyelashes trembled. "Is it because you miss home that you don't want to come in?" Yoshino Junpei swallowed his saliva reluctantly and hesitated. "Because seeing the interaction between me and my mother makes you miss home more?" Kisaragi Shigeru raised her eyes and smiled. No, you think too much. I just don't want to disturb you." Yoshino Junpei saw the other's golden eyes and suddenly realized that he had seen this look before. When Kisaragi Shigeru and Masato were fighting for the first time, he had shown this look. Kisaragi Shigeru moved in front of Yoshino Junpei and stared at him with sparkling eyes. "By the way, can we have octopus ham sausage tomorrow?" Yoshino Junpei was caught off guard, tilting his head to think about the refrigerator stock. "Is it possible? I'll make you a portion alone. Even if you don't need to eat, eating is always a pleasure. An angel is right in front of me. Won't Mr. Gojo give you something to eat?" "Of course I will, but it's too sweet. I like salty or spicy food." Kisaragi Shigeru lay on the carpet and rolled around. "I can't live without spicy food." Yoshino Junpei cooperated very well by lifting his feet when the boy rolled towards him, and putting them down when the boy rolled away, repeating this process repeatedly. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Kisaragi opened his eyes in silence and looked out the window. Mukuro Owl was standing on the railing with a notebook in his mouth. He quietly opened the window and climbed out, then closed the window silently, climbed onto the eaves and greeted Rokudo Mukuro, who was sitting there. Rokudo Mukuro pointed to the notebook on the owl's beak. "There's a new list." The boy took the notebook and turned to the next page about finding cats and dogs. There was a line of trembling handwriting. "Please save me. I don't want to die. Reward. As long as I can give it, any amount is fine, please. As long as the distance is far enough, the filter will not break." Kisaragi Shigeru frowned as she looked at the contents of the notebook. "What's going on?" Rokudo Mukuro said, "The person is still in Kuroyure. Good guy, just didn't ask." The boy closed the notebook and said, "I'm going to meet this person. Please keep an eye on Yoshino-kun." Rokudo Mukuro smiled but said nothing, just letting Mukuro Owl land on his forearm to straighten its wings. And the boy was really jealous. But after all, there are priorities. So he quickened his pace and rushed to the abandoned school. The atmosphere in Heiyao was different from usual. A sense of danger lurked in the tranquility of the summer night. The cicadas had stopped chirping, and Ryu Shiryu was patrolling the surroundings vigilantly. Instantly, the woman's scream tore through the night sky, and the boy took a breath of cold air and rushed towards the source of the sound with the fire of death. He smashed the glass in the corridor with the scabbard of his sword, put on a hood to cover his head, and flipped into the 3rd floor of the school. His movements were smooth and seamless. The one who screamed was a girl, who kept looking back while running, and didn't notice the boy at all. This time, Kisaragi Shigeru recognized her at a glance. Even though the girl's face didn't have the same spirit as that day. She was the girl called Xiaoi who bullied Yoshino Junpei together with the 3 deceased boys. When she turned around and saw Kisaragi Shigeru, she was also startled. The surprise after seeing the human was overtaken by fear before it showed on her face. Behind. Kisaragi Shigeru shot out the fire of death backwards without even looking back, burning a second-level cursed spirit into ashes. The girl stopped walking abruptly. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. The person with fire spewing out of his hand was obviously not a human in her mind. You are also a monster. Kisaragi Shigeru said nothing, but did not deny it. Found it. Hide and seek. Next time you will be the ghost. The sound of the curse came from above her head, with unpleasant electronic music overlapping like a duet. The cursed spirit's saliva dripped onto the girl's shoulder. She looked up at the strange monster, terrified and disoriented. The cursed spirits magnified in the girl's retina, and she realized that 2 cursed spirits had jumped down. She was really going to die, and she was so terrified that she couldn't even scream. Her eyes went dark, and what greeted her was not the heart-wrenching pain, but a cold embrace. The boy knelt on one knee, protecting her head with his left hand, gently, but without resistance, pressed the girl's face against his shoulder to block her view, and with his right hand, he used the fire of death to blast the 2 cursed spirits away, and the unpleasant smell of burning irritated the girl's nose. Solving the problem without using a knife was the cruelest kindness that Kisaragi Shigeru could give her. She burst into tears as if her lost soul had finally returned. The boy patted her back to comfort her and asked her, "What's your name?" "Nishimura Tsubasa." The girl answered while looking up in confusion. "Honorific?" Kisaragi Shigeru let go of her when she saw that she had calmed down a bit, and then kept some distance between them. "I'm sorry for being rude just now. I'm Kisaragi, the owner of Curse Spirit Handyman Shop." The girl choked up again. Although the boy looked like a person of the same age, after what happened just now, she would not and did not want to doubt his strength. Please, save me. It's so strange. Nishimura Tsubasa sniffed, obviously still mentally collapsed, and spoke incoherently. "There are 3 boys in our class. The police came to me. They said they were dead, but no one in the school knew. My classmates told me that they just skipped classes. What a joke. Why doesn't anyone believe me?" "Believe what?" I said it many times. There is a ghost in the school. The 4 of us saw it." Yes. Yoshino Junpei also saw it, the handwriting on the ground. I went to see it later, and there was no trace of it. Then the 3 of them died. I must be the next one." Kisaragi Shigeru froze, covered her chest, and quietly looked away. "It's over. The one writing on the ground is me." She grabbed her long hair, her eyes bloodshot. No wonder I got 44 points in the test. It's all a sign. I'm cursed. I woke up at 4 in the morning because of insomnia. Don't tell me, right? Tell me. You think too much. Were you sure you said with a headache? You are connecting all the things that make you uncomfortable and suggesting to yourself that they are all related. Don't be afraid. You are just scared. She grabbed Kisaragi Shigeru by the collar and pulled him back and forth, shouting, "So what do you think these monsters are?" Kisaragi Shigeru looked over and saw that several cursed spirits had been reduced to almost nothing in the flames. "You said that you would pay whatever price you could, right?" Nishimura Tsubasa said in a trembling voice. Yes. As long as I can afford it. I will give you everything, really, everything. You are the same as them. You can sleep with me without any problem." Kisaragi Shigeru put his index finger on his lips and interrupted him seriously. "I don't like and don't need you to be frivolous to me. Even if I don't do that, I will help you." The boy stood up and stretched out his hand to Nishimura Tsubasa. "There will be a price, but I will tell you later." When Nishimura Tsubasa heard the word frivolous, he felt a discomfort in his chest. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. It was very much like being wronged, but more complicated. It was the discomfort after the toxin rooted deep in his heart was touched. But this sentence brought a ray of light in. "Why do you use honorifics?" Nishimura Tsubasa was not one to use euphemisms, so he asked directly, "We look like we are the same age, right?" The boy smiled and said, "I only speak plain language with my friends." This sentence clearly drew the line between the two, and Nishimura Tsubasa looked away with some regret. The boy was indeed very handsome, with slightly upturned eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips. Especially his skin was so pale that he didn't look like a living person, just like his cold hands. "What if?" she asked unwillingly. "What if we can become friends? Why can you spit fire from your hands? Is it jump? Superpowers? That's very cool. And you? You are also very handsome." Kisaragi Shigeru changed the subject. "You go home first. I'll take this job. Of course, I have to make the conditions clear. I will protect you from dying at the hands of these monsters for a week. After a week, your life will return to normal. Don't come back to this place again." Nishimura Tsubasa pursed his lips and said, "I see. I'm going back by myself? So late at night?" Kisaragi Shigeru smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, that's the only way, but I can take you to the door of Heiyao." "Well, it's not gentlemanly to let a girl go home alone." Nishimura Tsubasa tapped the floor with his heels. The boy led the way helplessly. "Then let's go." Nishimura Tsubasa felt a little better. It was always reassuring to be around strong people. Obsidian door. "Were you sure you stopped at the school gate and said, 'Then I will take you here'? Go back early because you have to go to school tomorrow." Nishimura Tsubasa was a little scared and said, "I really don't want to see you off." "Don't worry, you won't encounter those monsters again." Seeing that the girl was about to speak, Kisaragi Shigeru interrupted her and said, "If you don't leave, I will reject your request. I think this kind of thing is difficult to do if you are not in this field." Nishimura Tsubasa quickly raised his hands to show that he would not pester her any further. I know. Then I believe you. I'm going back now. Bye." Kisaragi Shigeru sighed as he looked at the girl's receding back, and Reborn's teasing echoed in his earrings. "Not bad," he said with a headache. "What's good about it? If she knew that you usually have a lot of trouble, I don't know if the filter will be broken." "You are very annoying." Kisaragi Shigeru walked back to the teaching building, stood among the gradually gathering curses, drew out her knife, and made a beautiful knife flower. "I hope I can get up tomorrow morning. The light of the great sky arrives late." Repair. Kisaragi Shigeru shuttled between the cursed spirits, the blood-stained blade flashing like neon, his body clean without a drop of blood on it. The boy had a solemn expression, but his consciousness was scattered to 2 days ago. The day before yesterday was the day when Kisaragi Shigeru first came into contact with a real person. At that time, Kisaragi Shigeru happened to learn from Reborn the reward for protecting Yoshino Junpei, and handed the big mushrooms, which were still condensed with raindrops, to Yoshino Junpei as a bouquet, vowing to protect him. The next second, Nanami Kinto's phone rang, ruthlessly interrupting this proposal. Nanami Kinto muttered "excuse me," and seeing the caller's note was Yeri Shoko, he looked at Ichichi Kitakeo and nodded. The latter very tactfully offered to take Yoshino Junpei home. Yoshino Junpei was puzzled, but was happy to take a ride in the rain, so he thanked him and followed. After the two left, Nanami-kin switched the phone to external speaker. Kisaragi Shigeru held the big mushroom, sat back in her original position, and shook her legs while watching Yuji Itadori's helpless expression, then put the big mushroom on her head to practice her balance. From the 2 or 3 polite words between Nanami Kinto and the other party, the boy learned that Yeri Shoko was the school doctor of the technical high school, and was also responsible for a series of work such as dissection and autopsy. Yeri Shoko's report was roughly the same as what the real person confessed, and Itadori Yuji clenched his fists. "Anyway, that's it. Then I'm hanging up." Kisaragi Shigeru called out to the other person. "Ms. Yeri, please wait a moment." Yeri Naoko was startled. "Who?" The young man smiled and said, "My name is Kisaragi, and I'm a friend of Yuji-kun. I have something I want to ask you. What does it usually look like when a cursed spirit is exorcised?" When Yeri Shoko heard that the other party claimed to be Yuji Itadori's friend and was with Nanami Kinto, she answered without any suspicion. "It is related to the ritual, but generally speaking, it will dissipate like ash. If it does not disappear like ash, can I understand it in 2 ways. One is that the cursed spirit is not dead yet, and the other is that it is not a cursed spirit, but a transformed human being? Yeri Shoko said, not necessarily. There are other possibilities, such as a cursed fetus that has taken on flesh, a cursed spirit, or a cursed corpse, etc. It can only be said that a cursed spirit that turns to ashes is the most common form of curse. Kisaragi Shigeru thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Excuse me, is it possible for humans who have been transformed to still retain their emotions?" Yuji Itadori clenched his fists suddenly, and Nanami Kinto looked stern and tried to change the subject. You guys, however, Yeri Shoko didn't give him the face at all and interrupted, "Karagi, right? How old are you?" 15. Really? Yuji is still here, right? Listen to me too. Children should act like children. Yeri Shoko said, no matter who your opponent is, the first thing you have to do is to survive. There is no need to think about deeper things. It's too early. Since the curse is given this name, it means that it is inseparable from human emotions. Before humans analyze themselves clearly, it is a joke to want to understand every aspect of the existence of the curse. Summer is too hot, winter is too cold, spring is too sleepy, and autumn is too tired. It is not suitable for humans to think about too profound things. She said half-jokingly, the most important thing for people in this line of work is not to get stuck in a rut and force yourself into a dead end. A person's ability is limited, so just do your best. Kisaragi Shigeru didn't understand for a moment whether the other party was talking to her, to them, or to someone else who was not at the scene. But in any case, this was obviously a kind gesture from Yeri Naoko, and also the advice of someone who had experienced it. So he also replied gently, "Thank you." The fist wind was approaching from behind, and the boy returned his thoughts to the present. He turned his head to avoid the attack of the cursed spirit and threw it out of the teaching building. Kisaragi Shigeru landed lightly on the ground. There was already a circle of corpses around him, and now only a few curses were left. He narrowed his eyes reluctantly. Too many. Reborn asked, "Is it difficult to fight?" "In a way, yes." Kisaragi Shigeru shook off the blood stains on his knife. "I can only make my knife a little faster and the temperature of the fire a little higher." The young man listened to the alien creature's irrational roar, and only sadness and regret remained in his golden eyes. Try to free them without letting them feel any pain. Lu Dao Makuro jumped off the eaves, landed at the door of the house, and looked at the newcomer. "What's the matter?" Geto Shayo raised his lips. "I haven't seen a face like this before." "Kufufu, you're talking as if you've seen all the faces of people in the world." "I'm not interested in humans, but as for sorcerers," Geto Shayo said, "maybe I've really seen them all." Rokudo Makuro raised his chin slightly and asked with a faint smile, "Are you here to chat?" "Not really. I wanted to send something." Geto Suguru tossed Sukuna's finger in his hand and held it forward. "Or can you help me send it in? If possible, I'll tear off the sealing paper." "I refuse. If I send something like this that looks ominous, I'll be in trouble." Rokudo Makuro crossed his arms across his chest, "Because my current owner too is just like my boss, a very nagging person and very troublesome." "Owner?" Geto Suguru murmured and repeated, holding Sukuna's finger between his fingers and playing with it. He pondered for a moment, then threw the finger to the other party, who reached out to catch it and looked back with a raised eyebrow. "Then help me pass on a message. Just say." Geto Suguru smiled slyly. "This finger is a gift from a real person. Don't give me away. In exchange, I can provide you with the information you want to know." Rokudo Makuro put his fingers away and chuckled. "Kafufu, sure. But you'll make him mad." Xia Yojia's smile deepened, and his eyes were so deep that they seemed to have spanned a short or long period of time. "That's exactly what I meant." Kisaragi Shigeru walked to the warehouse behind the abandoned school. The rusty iron door was wide open. Judging from the source of the cursed power, the cursed spirit just now seemed to have come from here. The boy reached out and burned the spider web above his head, then used the fire of death to illuminate the way as he walked in, exploring the direction where the cursed power was gradually getting stronger. The warehouse was not big, and there were many dead branches and leaves on the ground. The dust was thick and had a slightly unpleasant smell. He covered his mouth and nose with the back of his hand and soon found the entrance to the underground. It's not quite right to call it an entrance, because there is no staircase or ladder to enter or exit normally. It can only be said to be a big hole in the ground, with a diameter of about 2 meters, and it is so dark inside that you can't see anything clearly. The boy picked up a dead branch on the ground, lit it with the fire of death, and threw it down. He confirmed that there was enough oxygen from the time it burned, then took a step forward and jumped vertically. It's quite deep. The boy thought so, and used the fire of death to cushion his fall to the ground. It seemed to be an abandoned air raid shelter. The boy looked up at the rustling sound. When his eyes adjusted to the darkness, his pupils shrank slightly and he clenched his teeth. Unlike what he expected, the real person was not here. This place was more like a real person's experimental site, with cursed spirits of all sizes scattered everywhere. The largest one was almost as tall as a 3-story building, and the smallest one was slightly larger than a thumb, and was casually thrown on the ground. Most of them showed a thick aura of death, and breathing was already the limit. The boy clenched his fists. It seems that those who escaped are almost all those who can act independently but have no independent consciousness. What is the purpose? Is it to kill Nishimura Tsubasa? Why didn't he notice this place before? Why did the cursed spirit come out today? Something pulled at his trouser leg, interrupting the boy's wild thoughts. He looked down and saw a little cursed spirit crawling on the ground like an animal, breathing rapidly, like a patient suffering from lack of oxygen. Brother, save me. Humans who have been transformed cannot be saved. He remembered Nanami Kinto saying this. The boy's golden eyes were filled with the tenderness of autumn. He picked up the stinking cursed spirit and coaxed it softly. You'll be free soon. Really? I won't have to feel pain anymore? Really? Thank you, brother. You're welcome. The extremely hot flames instantly enveloped the cursed spirit, ending its torture without any pain. Sorry, I'm late. The young man slowly loosened his arms, leaving only tiny ashes in his arms. The cursed spirits around him started to make a commotion, but almost none of them could move. He stood up, and from an angle that the cursed spirits, or rather the victims, could not see, his golden eyes with red at the corners were filled with an overwhelming rage that the boy could rarely conceal. He lost count of how many hugs he gave, how many apologies he murmured, with a gentle smile on his trembling lips, and in the increasingly unbearable sadness, the boy accidentally burned his palm. The merciless flames sing a gentle requiem. The light of the vast sky arrives late. In the early morning when my mind is filled with thoughts, dawn is about to break. Kisaragi Shigeru walked back to Yoshino Juinpei's house with tired steps. The young man leaning against the door took a step forward and stood in front of him. Rokudo Makuro glanced at the other person and said calmly, "More embarrassed than I thought." The boy clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and raised his head. "I have something to ask you." The young man smiled and replied, "Ask. Why is the obsidian connected to the real person's experimental site?" The boy pursed his bitten lips. Or, did he take root under the obsidian first? Or did you clear it first? Rokudo Makuro replied, "He was the first one to run to the underground of Kuroisu. Remember? 2 teenagers told me when we were putting up posters at the bus stop that there is a rumor about Kuroisu. Once you step in, there is no return. You cast an illusion. I should have noticed it earlier." Kisaragi's clenched fist trembled unwillingly. Kuroisu's temperature has always been wrong. I thought it was just because the school was closed and there were no living people. The young man smiled and said, "You should trust your intuition." Kisaragi Shigeru raised her head and glared. "Because I never doubted the habits of my family members. What's the point of you getting angry with me?" The young man shook his head. "I don't intend to vent my anger on you. It's just, if you had told me earlier, even for one day, I could have." Rokudo Makuro sighed and interrupted him. "You said, there are some things in the gutter that Hikaru doesn't need to know." Kisaragi Shigeru's voice was tinged with pain. "I was referring to the Vongala matter and Mr. Sawada. You are also the light." When the boy heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by Rokudo Makuro. "It is true that I set up an illusion after entering Heiyao, and it is also true that I kept it a secret from you. It is not true that you are angry with me. It's just that the school itself is a place with a lot of curses, not to mention that it is closed. Of course, there will be many stupid people running in, calling it exploration. It is indeed a good choice for the real person to use Heiyao's underground as a base. The young man frowned. A good choice? From his perspective, it is true. Rokudo Mukuro shrugged and added, I can only say that after I cast the illusion, at least in the obsidian region, there were no more victims. That's why I said it was meaningless. This sentence made Kisaragi calm down a bit. Then you asked the owl to follow me before. Where is the real body? Like interrogating. Answer me. To eradicate the cursed spirits in the surrounding areas so that you can act better. Rokudo Mukuro said with his head tilted, If I tell you this, will you believe it? So the mission of the Yorizuya is only to find pets? Yes. The boy seemed to be choking, and after a moment he sighed deeply and said somewhat dejectedly, I believe Mr. Mukuro has no reason to lie to me. You also know that even if I put you into control mode, I can only have your abilities, not your memories. The boy put his fist against Mukuro's chest, with the Vongala ring just aimed at the other's heart. Please don't force me. Rokudo Mukuro chuckled. Kufufu, you've learned how to threaten people. Well taught. But I have one more thing to tell you. Rokudo Mukuro took out Sukuna's finger from his pocket, a gift from the real person. Sukuna's finger? Kisaragi Shigeru took it. How did you get it here? Who knows? It seems like he wanted to remove the sealing paper and put it inside this house. Kisaragi Shigeru frowned in disharmony, raised her head and stared into the other person's eyes, and Rokudo Mukuro also stared back. It was the truth. After a night of tense nerves, Kisaragi's temples were throbbing. He wearily put away his fingers. It's too late. I'll ask Mr. Gojo during the day. It was just dawn, and Rokudo Mukuro was looking into the distance. The streets were already beginning to be stained by the light of dawn, blurring the lines of the buildings. The chirping of sparrows was playful, but it seemed a bit noisy at this time. He regained his composure and looked down at the boy's burned hand. Go back and take care of your hand. You going to practice with Itadori Yuji later, right? The young man opened his hand, which had become stiff from having been clenched for too long. The wound on his palm was torn a little more, and blood oozed out. The recovery ability of the cursed spirit is stronger than that of humans, and now he can see that the wound is gradually healing, which makes him even more uncomfortable. Kisaragi Shigeru shook her head and said, I'll go lie down on the roof for a while. Okay. He climbed onto the roof and closed his sore eyes. The tiles beside him made a very light sound, and he knew that Rokudo Mukuro was beside him. The young man reminded, If you increase your spell power, it will heal faster. Using the reversal technique can heal instantly. I know. Kisaragi Shigeru murmured, It will hurt for a while. Rokudo Mukuro looked at the stray cats passing by on the street and chuckled. You are being too picky. Yuji Itadori raised his forearm to block the calf kick from Kisaragi Shigeru, took the opportunity to get close and punched the boy in the abdomen. Kisaragi Shigeru's body was as soft as a snake, and he grabbed Yuji Itadori's sleeve, using the force to throw himself over, almost flipping onto the other's back. In the blink of an eye, Kisaragi Shigeru had sat on Itadori Yuji's shoulder like a child, with the scabbard against the boy's neck. I won. Yuji Itadori was stunned and shouted, Huh? What kind of fighting style is this? The boy stuck out his tongue. Because I'm not a power type? Wow, it's so high, Gojo teacher. Is it possible that he can't cut my carotid artery in one go? Yuji Itadori said as he held on to Kisaragi Shigeru's calf, his eyes wide open. If I could, I would just jump up to win. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. How is that possible? I can definitely cut it. I mean, brother's brother. Didn't we agree to stop at that? Why are you squatting? Don't jump. Don't jump. Help. So noisy. Yuji Itadori said in a panic. I asked you to come down. Huh. Kisaragi Shigeru finally came down obediently. Oh, okay. Excuse me for disturbing you. Gojo Satoru put down the Pepsi in his hand and keenly noticed the different atmosphere of the boy, who was trying hard to hide it. Xiaoshiryu, what happened? Huh. The boy turned around and said confusedly, Nothing. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows. Really? Yuji Itadori lay on the ground and wailed. Why can't I win? Every time I feel like I'm just a little bit short, and every time I can't win. Because the upper limit of the hourly rain will keep increasing, and every time it's just stuck at a level where you can't win but there's hope. Gojo Satoru threw the water at hand to Yuji Itadori, But don't lose heart. You are indeed getting stronger. The latter sat up with a somersault and reached out to catch the mineral water. Really? Thank you, teacher. Really, really. Gojo Satoru took another glass of water and handed it to Kisaragi Shigeru. Here. The boy sat down next to him and took a sip of water. Thank you. By the way, he stood up again, glanced at Gojo Satoru, and walked out of the training room first. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, stood up and said loudly, I'm going to the bathroom, Yujin. Stretch well, okay. Gojo Satoru closed the door of the training room and walked to the hall. As expected, Kisaragi Shigeru was waiting for him by the sofa. The young man walked over and asked, What's the matter? What is the effect of Sukuna's finger? The boy took out a special-grade cursed item wrapped in sealing paper and handed it to Gojo Satoru. What would happen if it were placed next to an ordinary person? Gojo Satoru took the finger and asked, Where did it come from? Kisaragi Shigeru replied, The real man wants to put his finger in Yoshino-kun's house. Is Junpei the only one at home? Ms. Yoshino is also there. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows and commented after a moment, That's really bad. No wonder you've been acting weird all day. The young man frowned and asked, What do you mean? It seems that this is not the only thing. Gojo Satoru thought. This seal is new, which means it is most likely done by a curse master. I suspect that the curse spirits headed by the real one should be in collusion with the curse master. Of course, the possibility of a curse master cannot be ruled out. But this sealing technique is really well written. It can be called a textbook. Gojo Satoru picked up his finger and turned it. In the past, special-grade cursed objects were generally sealed in places where curses were rampant, in order to allow worse curses to suppress that generation and prevent curses from approaching. It was considered one of the evil ways. But Sukuna's finger has been around for too long, and after Ryman Sukuna's awakening, it is more likely to attract other curses than suppress them, and the level will not be low. It's like a moth to a flame. He said this and looked at the boy. Now guess what would happen if the seal of this thing was torn off and placed next to an ordinary person? Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes widened slightly. She gritted her teeth and said nothing. Gojo Satoru put his fingers away. I'll keep this for you. Is that okay? The boy nodded. No problem. Any other questions? Ryu Shiryu lowered her eyes and shook her head. If Rokudo Makuro hadn't been there at the time, Yoshino Nagi would have died tragically. And whether Yoshino Junpei could survive or not, it would only be a tragedy. Speaking of your habit of liking to fight people 50-50, is it better? Have you found anything? Gojo Satoru crossed his arms and lowered his voice. Please don't do this to me the day after tomorrow, or I will go alone. No. Kisaragi Shigeru tightened the water cover with a deep look in his eyes. At least I won't fight the day after tomorrow. I will kill him with my own hands. Gojo Satoru sighed, clapped his hands and changed the subject. By the way, I said before that I'd give you a commission if you find Sukuna's finger, right? Kisaragi Shigeru looked confused. Ah? It seems so. Yes? Gojo Satoru nodded and walked to the refrigerator. Well, then I'll give you a cream cake. It's made of animal cream and is very delicious. Is the commission calculated based on the cake? Kisaragi Shigeru was confused. Early in the morning? Cream cake? Or animal cream? Yes. I bought it yesterday. Didn't you go to school? So I left one for you. It's a super rare internet celebrity cake that you need to queue up to buy. I got it using the 5G network. Girl. High school girl? Kisaragi Shigeru shook her head. No. Who are you fooling with 5G? High school girl. Gojo Satoru recalled the high school girls over the years, from Inudaha to Yerishoko, then to Zenonmaki, and finally to Kujisaki Nobara. He raised his hand and shook it from side to side expressionlessly. No. High school girls are not like this. Once again, Kisaragi Shigeru used her superb intuition where it was not needed at all. I don't know who you are thinking of, but I feel like you should go and apologize. 370 kilometers away. Sorry. Kisaragi Shigeru stood at the door as if nothing had happened, and greeted Yoshino Junpei, who ran out in a hurry with a piece of bread. Good morning. Oh? The bread tastes like the leading actor. What leading actor? No, if you want to go out, you should tell me. Yoshino Junpei closed the iron door and said unhappily, Do you know how long I have been looking for you since I woke up this morning? I searched everywhere, under the bed, in the closet, in the cabinets and drawers. Kisaragi Shigeru waved her hand to interrupt the other party. I still can't get into the drawer. I'm not a cat. Oh no, there's no time to talk about this. I spent too much time looking for you this morning, and I'm going to be late. Yoshino Junpei said as he ran 2 steps towards the school, took out a lunchbox from his bag and stuffed it into the boy's hand. It's too heavy. I'll give it to you in advance. Wow, there really is one. Kisaragi Shigeru raised the lunchbox, blinked her eyes, and turned back with gratitude. Thank you. Before the boy finished speaking, Yoshino Junpei had already run 100 meters away. He was in no hurry to chase him, but raised his head and waved to Rokuto Makuro on the roof. Mr. Makuro, I'm going out. Rokuto Makuro didn't want to pay any attention to him, but the boy was as persistent as a cuckoo, keeping making noises like I'm going out, and was about to jump onto the roof, so he quickly waved his hand to send him off. Seeing the young man's helpless face, Kisaragi Shigeru grinned happily and then chased after Yoshino Junpei. Chasing an ordinary boy is just a matter of a blink of an eye. He ran beside Yoshino Junpei easily, and while he was impressed by the chewiness of the bread slices, he said with regret, "Can you tell me which male protagonist sprints to school with a piece of bread in his mouth? Others pretend to be in a hurry, run leisurely, and meet love around the corner. You should be careful of indigestion." Yoshino Junpei was too lazy to complain about the difference in physical fitness between the two people. He gnawed on a piece of bread and said vaguely, "To be honest, the kind you were talking about is usually the heroine." Kisaragi Shigeru rubbed his chin. Huh? When I think about it, she is really like Kimoto Sakura. The bus stop was just around the corner, but the bus just drove away. Ah, the bus left. Yoshino Junpei panted as he leaned against the bus stop sign. After taking a breath, he sat down on the bench unwillingly. I should have stopped for a while when I saw someone running over. I'm definitely going to be late. Kisaragi Shigeru took out her phone and looked at the map. You can't get on the bus even with the bread. It's a 30-minute walk. Yoshino Junpei scratched his head and took another bite of bread. Forget it. I'll just skip class. I don't want to stand outside for being late. Is there anywhere you want to go? We're already out. Kisaragi Shigeru threw the phone to Yoshino Junpei, squatted down and stretched. This won't work. If you skip class without a reason, my tutor will shoot you in the head. Yoshino Junpei almost didn't catch the phone. He looked at the map that was still showing the route in confusion, and then looked at the jumping boy. You don't want me to run over there? It's so hot. I won't do such a thing. Just give up. It's not you who ran. It's me. It's a return gift of the bento. Kisaragi Shigeru said, and put the bento in Yoshino Junpei's arms. What a mess. Yoshino Junpei's right eyelid began to twitch wildly, and the boy reached out to cover his eyes. Didn't you sleep well? Why are your eyelids twitching so much? I didn't sleep well. I understand, Kisaragi Shigeru said, and walked to his side. What do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Yoshino Junpei was greeted by his body being lifted into the air. He looked at Kisaragi Shigeru in panic, and the other party had a gentle face. This way you can rest, and you can also eat bread without choking. Curse power is really good. I can hold you up probably because of my curse power. I don't want to listen? Put me down? I can't afford to lose this person. Yoshino Junpei looked around frantically. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Don't worry, ordinary people can't see me. Including the things I hold and the people, they can't see it either. Isn't it romantic? The boy said, using the fire of death to completely lift off, and accelerated towards the destination. Help me point the direction. So fast. What's your problem? Yoshino Junpei didn't dare to struggle, for fear that the slender boy's hand would slip and he would fall. Besides, this was not the speed for eating bread slices. There was no romance at all. He felt horrified that a crow almost failed to avoid him and flew past his scalp. How dangerous! The German map continues to guide you. The route ahead is deviated to the left. Replanning the route, Kisaragi Shigeru shouted, Yoshino-kun, you show me the way. Otherwise, I will just keep spinning in circles in the air. Yoshino Junpei was desperate. He looked around in the wind caused by the high-speed movement, pointed in the direction of the school and shouted, just go straight in the direction of 2 points. Okay, I see. Kisaragi Shigeru increased the output of the death fire behind him. The school clock tower is built so high for a reason. The flames behind the boy looked more like electric torches for barbecue than wings. Yoshino Junpei shouted, "It's not built so high just to let you fly to school." But thanks to this, the 30-minute walk was shortened to 2 minutes, and there were still 5 minutes left before the bell rang, which was more than enough. Yoshino Junpei was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he found that the boy had been spinning wildly over the school. He looked up and saw with great uneasiness that Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils were shaking. "Why? Don't you go down?" The boy looked away. "Well, I can only use handbrakes when there's fire on my back. I don't know how to stop, and I can't stay in the air. After all, I'm not a hummingbird, haha. Is it funny? Sorry. Then try to stop with your hands. I can't hold you with one hand. I'll burn you if I do that. What should I do then?" "2 ways. Kisaragi Shigeru said seriously. "The first way is to spiral down around the clock tower. But the problem is that because of inertia, one of us might die. The second way is for me to fly higher, put you down, and then catch you below." The boy's eyes were solemn, with no intention of joking. "Which one do you choose? Aren't you here to protect me? Why are you persecuting me?" "Sorry, but you have to choose quickly. My hands are running out of strength. I don't see the possibility of survival in any of them." Kisaragi Shigeru flew to a higher place and looked at the other person lovingly. "I'm going to let go. Trust me?" "Nirua. Infirmary." Kisaragi Shigeru squatted beside the bed, put her face on the bed pitifully, and poked the other person with her finger. "Are you okay?" Yoshino Junpei's face was pale, his eyes staring at the ceiling without focus. "I'm fine, just a little nauseous. So don't eat while running. Is that the problem? Don't you feel guilty? At least I didn't skip class. The first class has already started, and I'm in the infirmary." Yoshino Junpei was wearing a mask of pain. "What's the difference? I can lie down more comfortably if I skip class." The teacher in the infirmary drew aside the curtain. "What's wrong? You have a stomachache and are hallucinating and talking to yourself? Did you eat poisonous mushrooms this morning? Go to class when you're better." Yoshino Junpei had no words to express his pain and huddled into the quilt. He only popped his head out when the infirmary teacher sighed and closed the curtain again. He couldn't help but pat Kisaragi Shigeru on the head. The boy touched his head softly. "Hey, it hurts." Yoshino Junpei was about to have high blood pressure, and he shouted in a low voice, "Hey, what are you talking about? I'm going out for a meeting and we'll be back at noon. You just lie down here and go to class when you feel more comfortable, okay?" The teacher put the key on the table and walked out of the infirmary. "The key is on the wall. Lock the door when you leave. I will come to the classroom to get it when I come back." After the door was closed, Kisaragi Shigeru tilted her head and said, "The teacher trusts you. After all, you are a frequent visitor to the infirmary." Yoshino Junpei said with emotion, "Because of those few people. There were only 2 of them in the infirmary." Kisaragi Shigeru stood up and pulled open the curtain to let the light shine on each other. At the same time, she sat on the bed next to them and swung her legs, not knowing what she was thinking. Yoshino Junpei glanced at him from the side. The boy was sitting in a position that blocked the sunlight from directly hitting his face. Although he was a tough guy, he was still very gentle in the details. Kisaragi Shigeru was puzzled. "What's wrong? Are there many cursed spirits like you?" Yoshino Junpei turned over and lay on his side facing the boy. After taking the medicine, his stomach was no longer in trouble. It was just that he was too noisy when eating bread just now, which caused indigestion. "To be honest, I have only seen 2 cursed spirits, you and Mr. Masato. No matter how much the high-level experts tell me that curses are bad and inhumane, I don't feel it at all. I don't know. I have encountered very few cursed spirits." The boy's swinging legs slowly stopped, and he said with a smile, "But Masato is the worst curse I have ever seen." Yoshino Junpei keenly caught the other party's choice of words. The boy, who usually used honorifics to address him and Itadori Yuji, used honorifics to address others for the first time. "I remember him saying that he was a curse born from human hatred and fear of human beings." Kisaragi Shigeru sighed. He did not intend to tell the other party about Yoshino Nagi, nor did he intend to tell him about the killing of Masato tomorrow. "I think he is a million times worse than you think." "Really?" Why? Yoshino Junpei's phone vibrated, interrupting the conversation between the two. He picked it up and took a look at the text message and said with a headache, "Another person from the technical college." Kisaragi Shigeru asked, "You are allowed to go to a technical college?" Yoshino Junpei put his phone aside. "Yes. Do you want to go?" Yoshino Junpei hesitated for a moment, then looked at the other party. "Do you want me to go?" Kisaragi Shigeru heard this and chuckled. The other party has been suppressed for too long, and when making choices, he will more or less take into account the thoughts of others. When facing important choices, the benchmark is often what Yoshino Nagi would think, rather than his own wishes. Now that he can't talk to Yoshino Nagi about things like spells, he starts to seek his advice again. Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and said, "You are free to choose." Yoshino Junpei's breath was held, and then he smiled from the bottom of his heart. He turned over and sat up, took out his lunchbox and said, "I want to eat in advance. What are you having for lunch?" "I'll think about it when the time comes. I'll be hungry after taking the digestive medicine." Yoshino Junpei raised the lunchbox he made for the other party. "Do you want to join?" Yes, Yoshino Junpei has been able to see cursed spirits since what happened in the movie theater, so he has the potential to become a sorcerer. Maybe his skills have been stimulated, so it's no wonder that the sorcery world wants to poach him. The boy thought so, and took the lunchbox handed to him by the other party. Even though he could get a high mission reward by letting Yoshino Junpei transfer to the technical high school, he did not want to leave the other party with no choice. The premise of the choice is to give options fairly. Whether to go to a technical college or return to normal life is his own business. Kisaragi Shigeru ate the ham and happily and contentedly praised Yoshino Junpei, making the other party embarrassed. He didn't want to be a guide. Try to learn to speak your mind. It was at this time that the news of the death of the 3 classmates was announced in the classroom by the head teacher. Most high school students have never experienced the separation of life and death. They looked at each other, not knowing how to react for a moment. "The funeral will be held on the weekend. I will ask the monitor to send the address to the class group later." The head teacher was a rather fat middle-aged man. He wiped the sweat off his neck with a handkerchief and sighed. "People come and go in a hurry, and leaving is only sooner or later. But even so, when facing the death of young people, I still feel sad and regretful from the bottom of my heart. Students who have a good relationship with them can go, and send them off for the last time. If any students want to write a letter but it is inconvenient for them to go, they can also pass it to me, and I will go. Please be sure to pay attention to the words and don't be rude." He glanced at the audience and patted the blackboard. "Okay, let's continue the class. By the way, where did Yoshino go?" "Infirmary. Said he had stomach discomfort." "Is he close to those 3 people? Is Nishimura Tsubasa too?" The teacher listened to the students' whispers and slapped the blackboard again. "Okay, class begins." The infirmary's radio is usually turned off to avoid disturbing students who are resting. Kisaragi Shigeru had eaten and drunk her fill, curled up in the bed next to him and fell asleep. Yoshino Junpei, however, could not sleep and tossed and turned. He sat up quietly after the first class, not wanting to disturb the boy who was catching up on his sleep, and left the infirmary quietly. Kisaragi Shigeru opened his eyes, but his vigilance was not so low. But even if the cursed spirit did not need sleep, the boy's subconscious still had his usual biological clock, and the feeling of fatigue still existed. He stretched lazily, buried his head in his arms and yawned, then slowly sat up. "Let's buy a bed after tomorrow's game. My back hurts from sleeping on the sofa in obsidian every day." Reborn reminded, "You can buy it through the system." The boy jumped off the bed and said firmly, "How many millions does a bed cost?" "Forget it." He made the bed he had slept on, and cleaned up Yoshino Junpei's bed as well. He turned around with the key to the infirmary. The morning sun was so warm that the dust floating in the air shone like stardust, and it seemed that even shadows had nowhere to hide. "The sun is so nice." He sighed and took another look. Without any fascination, he locked the door of the infirmary and walked towards Yoshino Junpei's classroom as usual, avoiding the crowd in the corridor. The moment Yoshino Junpei stepped into the classroom, he felt the unusual atmosphere in the class and the uncomfortable inquiring gazes. "Wow, they are just fine. Don't be like that. Maybe they didn't see the class group message. Otherwise, they are too cold-blooded." "That's right. But they are not friends. They are more like younger brothers? I don't know. I am not familiar with Yoshino and the others. Confusedly, he put his school bag on the chair and sat down. Just as he secretly took out his mobile phone to check the class group, there was a light knock on the desk. He looked up and saw the serious expression of the head teacher. He hurriedly put away the phone and explained, "No, I won't confiscate the phone. Today's situation is special." The head teacher interrupted the boy. "Come to my office. I have something to tell you." Yoshino Junpei didn't understand what was going on. Under the gaze of the whole class, he stood up and followed the homeroom teacher to the office. The office was usually quite noisy in the morning. The homeroom teacher thought for a moment and took a key, leading Yoshino Junpei to the three-way interview room 1. The door blocked out the noise of students running in the corridor and the scolding of the dean, and the room suddenly became quiet. "Sit down." He sat down on the chair reluctantly, watched the head teacher open the window to get some fresh air, walked around the room a little, and then sat down with a serious expression. No student likes to be alone with an expressionless head teacher. In this suffocating atmosphere, the boy opened his mouth and said, "Well, the break is very short." "Hey, I know. To make a long story short, 3 students in our class died in an accident a few days ago. There will be a funeral this weekend. I have asked the class monitor to send the specific address to the line group too. You can check it out later." The head teacher crossed his hands, fumbling with his fingers for a moment, and said, "I was wondering if you want to go with me." "Where to?" "The funeral." Yoshino Junpei's fingertips trembled slightly, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "Why? Because you often walked with them before? I think you have a good relationship. Are you friends? The fate of high school will continue into your university and society, and some etiquette things should be done." My brain suddenly buzzed with a high-pitched tinnitus, like an electrocardiogram when my heart stops beating. My heartbeat quickened, as if it was about to jump out of my throat in the next second. My eardrums vibrated uncomfortably, and I felt sick in my stomach. He heard his own voice trembling a little, but it was very far away, as if it came from 800 miles away. Whose friend?" The head teacher asked in confusion. "You are their friend, aren't you? I heard all the classmates say so, and I also see you two hanging out together every day." Yoshino Junpei had to admit that he had never sent out a distress signal to his teacher or classmates, so he had never forced others to help or understand him. But if anyone has a pair of eyes, they would not say we are friends. A huge rage burned in his chest, but at the same time he felt his brain become so calm that it made his limbs cold. The deaths of the 3 perpetrators appeared in his mind, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't stop the dangerous imagination that emerged in his mind. He looked at the head teacher with his somewhat dazed eyes. The latter stood up uneasily and reached out to pat the boy. "Are you okay? Is it too much stimulation?" The homeroom teacher's hand was getting closer and closer, and Yoshino Junpei felt that all the pores on his body were opening up with a terrifying murderous intent and contradictory uneasiness. "Can I also do something like getting rid of evil for the sake of heaven?" Bang! The homeroom teacher's chair was kicked open violently, and he fell backwards with a whine. Yoshino Junpei felt something pressing against his back, and some light blue, transparent tentacles appeared in his field of vision. He turned around and saw the wide-open door of the room. His sight gradually focused on the indifferent face of Kisaragi Shigeru. Huge jellyfish were surrounding the two of them, and what had just touched his lower back was the handle of the boy's knife. "Kisaragi-kun." He was about to call out to the other party, but the young man with golden eyes put his fingers on his lips, signaling the other party not to make a sound. Students passing by heard the loud noise of the chair and curiously leaned in. Seeing the middle-aged man rubbing his waist after falling to the ground, they laughed and said, "Look, Fatty fell. What's going on? Are you imitating a comedian so early in the morning?" The head teacher's face immediately turned red, and he didn't know how he tripped over the chair. He could only shout in anger, "What are you looking at? Get out. I'm angry. I'm angry." Runaway Kisaragi Shigeru retracted the sword Murasame and raised his hand to touch the tentacles of the jellyfish, but the jellyfish seemed to be startled and dodged the boy's fingers and hid behind Yoshino Junpei. Magic rituals are usually aggressive, and they are not cute and just responsible for being cute, so I guess it is probably poisonous. The boy smiled and said, It's too pitiful to let such a beautiful jellyfish do evil right after it was born. He stared at the other person's somewhat erratic eyes. The word curse is also contained in the word curse. Negative emotions are indeed a good nutrient. The key is not whether you have bad thoughts. It is whether you can control them with reason. Once you do something, you can't turn back. The boy took 2 steps back to give the other person some breathing space. I don't want to go to that point with you. The head teacher finally stood up and dusted himself off. Yoshino, are you okay? The disturbing tinnitus gradually subsided, and the itchy murderous intent and the conflict between good and evil dissipated. Yoshino Junpei looked back, and there was indeed clumsy worry in the eyes of the class teacher. Some people say, if you don't say it out loud, no one will understand. But my idea is a little different. Kisaragi Shigeru said, if you don't say it out loud, it may not be that no one will understand. But if you say it out loud, there will definitely be people who can resonate with it. He stopped talking here and just looked at Yoshino Junpei's back quietly. The head teacher called Yoshino Junpei twice again. The room was so quiet that the ticking of the second hand could be heard. The middle-aged man looked at the boy's complicated expression and waited in silence. Teacher, what's wrong? Yoshino Junpei stood in front of his homeroom teacher, but his mind was filled with his school life. He didn't know when it started to change. The transition from day to night, from breaks filled with laughter to the firm belief that human nature is evil, is just a matter of a moment. But the feeling of depression accumulated over time really weighed on his tense nerves. To be honest, at this point he no longer believed that his class teacher could give him any help, nor did he believe that in a social environment that tends to believe that the dead are the greatest three, whether speaking out now would be meaningful or would push him into deeper darkness. But there was a young man behind him who would stand by his side as long as he didn't cross the dangerous line. Unconsciously, he had this certainty. Sometimes, to step out of a painful but inescapable quagmire, all it takes is a small opportunity, which may be a word, a person, or even just a butterfly emerging from its cocoon that you see passing by. He heard his own voice trembling, but it was very close to him, as if it was transmitted by the trembling bones in his chest. I have something to say to you, to everyone. Will you believe what I say? Although the head teacher didn't know, his intuition as a person who had experienced it was there. When the bell rang, he walked over to close the door, came back to straighten the chair, and took out a disposable paper cup to get a glass of water for the boy. Go ahead and talk. I'm listening. Kisaragi Shigeru had already left the room when the homeroom teacher was about to close the door. She leaned against the wall of the corridor, watching the students running back to the classroom at the bell, messy but orderly. Reborn. What's wrong? How did you explain my situation to the school? Reborn's voice came after a while. They said you were in the hospital and no visitors are allowed. The boy chuckled after hearing this, then squatted in the corridor and looked at the door of the room where the 3-party interview was taking place. Faint sounds of the boy's uncontrollable sobbing seemed to be heard. And then what? Your classmates still came and left a lot of sticky notes for you at the door of the empty ward, and some sent you cookies and flowers. Reborn said, Igarashi has kept them all for you. Is he going to be mean to me again? He is always so mean to me. Kisaragi muttered, hugging her knees. Mr. Gakudera is so good to the 10th generation. Why does my Erasure chase me and scold me every day? Igarashi said he would beat you to death when you come back. No way can you be reasonable? Isn't Brother Rambo the culprit? Speaking of this, Reborn took a sip of coffee and looked at the information in his hand as if he was talking casually. The matter of your soul traveling was suppressed at first. But after all, the school couldn't report it. Igarashi didn't know about it until 3 days later. He had a big fight with Rambo and sat in front of your bed and sulked for a long time. Reborn turned a page of the information and frowned at what he saw. It's not quite right to call it a fight. It's more like he's chasing someone. After all, Rambo himself is in the wrong. Why don't you stop them? No, it's troublesome. We can just destroy the building and rebuild it. The less trouble we can have, the better. Kisaragi Shigeru sighed and laughed. Why do you say it like a nouveau riche? Hey, I'm the next one. Come back soon. I'm so annoyed by your guardians. None of them are worry-free. Reborn picked up the landline and dialed. I'll take a call and talk back. Okay. The boy stood up with his hands on his knees and looked out the window. Nishimura Tsubasa had just walked out of the teaching building with his bag. He thought about it and decided to take a shortcut, open the window, and jump down from the 3rd floor. Cat always thinks he has said it. Ryu Shiryu fell to the ground and called out, "Hi." Nishimura Tsubasa was startled, turned around to see who was coming and said in surprise, "It's you, little boss." Kisaragi Shigeru approached and said to the girl, "Are there no monsters following you now?" She giggled, "Well, no. I haven't been to school for several days. I thought it was just a nightmare. I didn't expect to see you again." "That's great," Kisaragi said, pointing to the tree next to her that was swirling with curses. "Is that a cherry tree?" Nishimura Tsubasa looked in that direction at the lush green treetops and said in confusion, "No way. I really don't have any impression of it." "Really?" Kisaragi put her hand down and thought. She can no longer see the curse in general, and it is only a matter of time before she can no longer see him either. He looked away and asked, "You want to skip class?" "What are you talking about? I just asked for leave." Nishimura kicked the stone at his feet unhappily with his hands behind his back. "Those people in the class usually ignore me. No one asked me about my leave for so many days." As soon as the head teacher said those 3 people were dead, his eyes were glued to me. What's wrong with the head teacher's brain? He really thinks I can get along with those 3 people? Don't make me sound like the same as them. I haven't used violence. You make me look like a bad person. Anyway, I just said I was not feeling well and wanted to go home, and the teacher approved it. I'm too lazy to say all that nonsense to explain. The boy smiled and said, "After all, you are the victim." Nishimura Tsubasa was indignant. "That's right. Why did you have to talk about this today? You could have said it yesterday or tomorrow." Kisaragi Shigeru raised her lips, but her eyes were indifferent. "You still remember that I want to charge you, right? I'm here to talk about this matter." "Oh yes. How much do you want?" Nishimura took out his wallet from his pocket. "Oh no, I don't have much money with me today. How about installments?" The boy shook his head. "I don't want money, but I need you to do something. It's very simple. Just say a few words." Nishimura put away his wallet without hesitation. "Oh, sure. What's the matter?" Kisaragi leaned close to Nishimura Tsubasa's ear, smiled mischievously, and whispered, "Tell your classmates everything you've done, including your involvement in bullying." The girl immediately turned pale and reached out to push him away. The boy took a step back, not letting the other party touch him at all. Nishimura's eyes widened. "Who participated in the bullying?" "You." She was about to yell, but was afraid that others might hear her, so she lowered her voice and said, "Are you sick? Do you want me to die?" Kisaragi Shigeru tilted her head. "Will this kill you? You're talking nonsense." "No, I can't admit to this false charge. You better name a price." "Then 10 billion. Nishimura looked at him in disbelief. "Huh? What disease do you have? How can I have that kind of money?" Kisaragi Shigeru shrugged. "Then I'll give you the power to set a price." "You set a price for your life." Nishimura Tsubasa was speechless for a moment. If he bid too low, he would be humiliated. If he bid too high, he really couldn't afford it. "I'm not trying to embarrass you, but you still have a curse on you. It's your sin." Kisaragi Shigeru tilted her head and said innocently, "The key to lifting the curse is for you to confess all the sins you have committed and seek forgiveness." Nishimura Tsubasa sneered. "Ha, do you think I would believe that?" Kisaragi Shigeru remained calm and continued to talk nonsense in a serious manner. The 44-point report card, the insomnia until 4 in the morning, and the disappearance of the handwriting on the ground. "I investigated everything after you said that day. I thought it was just a misunderstanding, but it turned out to be a curse." Nishimura Tsubasa said in a low voice. "What a joke. I was just panicking at that time. Who would believe in such a coincidence? But the disappearing handwriting on the ground really existed, didn't it?" Kisaragi Shigeru spread his hands in a teasing manner. "Isn't Yoshino Junpei also a witness?" I asked him. As he spoke, he thought to himself, "After all, it was me who did it." Nishimura Tsubasa choked. She hadn't been to school for a few days, and she didn't know that Kisaragi Shigeru had been sticking with Yoshino Junpei these 2 days. The information gap between the two sides made her a little confused. We at Yorizuya always pay attention to equal exchange and fairness, but you can't pay overdue. Kisaragi Shigeru said as he drew out the magic sword Murasame and put the tip of the sword against the neck of the sweaty girl. His golden cat eyes flashed with dangerous light. If you can do it before next week, I will lift the curse for you. If you can't, I will take your life back. The cool feeling brought by the tip of the knife was real. She remembered how outrageous those monsters were, and naturally she also remembered how strong they were. The fear from his memory made Nishimura Tsubasa tremble all over, muttering, You all, are all sick. You can't survive in this world without some illness. The young man made a sword flower and took back the demon sword Murasame, smiling playfully. Don't you think so? The phone just happened to buzz. Kisaragi Shigeru took out his phone and saw Mr. Gojo on the screen. He waved to the girl and walked back to the teaching building without looking back. Anyway, it's like this. Think about it. Hello? Hello? Shigeru, before Gojo Satoru could finish his words, he heard a girl screaming from the other end of the phone. Nishimura Tsubasa shouted madly. You rascal. The guard immediately rushed out of the reception room. Student, what's wrong with you? Gojo Satoru, who had just returned to the basement and taken off his high school jacket, was shocked and his fingertips trembled. Did I disturb your youth? Kisaragi Shigeru leaned against the shoe cabinet and felt a headache. Let's not talk about youth for now. At least it's not the kind of drama you're thinking of. Calm down. The boy turned his head and saw the guard trying to comfort Nishimura Tsubasa. Then he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to exorcise the cursed spirit on the tree. So he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers at the tree, and the low-level cursed spirit suddenly ignited with the fire of death. When the flames were about to spread to the tree, he used the village rain to extinguish them locally. All this is a completely different scene in Nishimura Tsubasa's eyes. She grabbed her hair in despair. A ghostly fire ignited in her peripheral vision, which was then extinguished by the inexplicable rain. She and the guard tilted their heads to look, and the guard muttered, Strange, did someone pour water from upstairs? But Nishimura Tsubasa suddenly trembled even more violently, because that tree was exactly the one the boy had just asked if it was a cherry tree. Horrible rumors about cherry blossom trees suddenly emerged in her mind, such as burying a body under the tree so that the flowers will bloom red. She screamed, pushed the guard aside, and stumbled out of the school. Kisaragi Shigeru was totally unaware. What happened suddenly? Gojo Satoru hesitated and asked, What happened on your end? No, I just scared someone. Kisaragi Shigeru scratched his head. Maybe I used too much force? I don't know. Let's get back to the topic. Did you ask Nanami to do something for you before? The little thing is quite good at ordering people around. Gojo Satoru sat on the sofa. The light was dim. Yes, at that time I cut off the real man's foot and gave it to Mr. Nanami in the hope that he could pass it on to Ms. Ianari. I wanted to see if I could analyze anything. Kisaragi Shigeru walked up the stairs. Of course, the real man healed the wound quickly or grew another foot. It's a cursed spirit after all. Come to the basement when you are free later. Nozomi brought you a gift. Oh, by the way, I want to take the first-year high school student to see the world tomorrow. Gojo Satoru said as he rubbed Yuji Itadori, who was reading a comic next to him. The latter was confused. It's not good. After all, the risk factor of real people is still too high. Kisaragi Shigeru frowned and declined. Isn't it inappropriate to bring students with you? I'll give you the tuition fee. Welcome to visit next time, boss. After seeing Gojo Satoru hang up the phone, Yuji Itadori asked, What's going on tomorrow? Gojo Satoru took a sip of coffee. Kill the real person. Didn't I tell you that? Yuji Itadori, who was completely unaware of this, slowly typed out a row of question marks. Who's he? Gojo. No way again? Want muscle. Birds chirp. Kisaragi Shigeru pretended not to notice Yoshino Junpei's red and swollen eyes, and quietly accompanied him to leave early. But quiet does not mean peace of mind. Yoshino Junpei was not good at using spells and magical powers, so the jellyfish kept floating in the air and could not be retracted. The jellyfish was afraid of stinging Kisaragi Shigeru and tried to escape desperately, while Kisaragi Shigeru chased the jellyfish and was determined to sit on it. The two did not dare to stay too far away from Yoshino Junpei, So they chased each other and were very entangled. Finally, Yoshino Junpei raised his hand in a subtle mood to stop them. Are you still here? I'm still feeling sad. You're making me dizzy. Kisaragi Shigeru jumped back to the boy with a feeling of grievance. We didn't make any noise. Is it a question of whether to make any noise or not? Yoshino Junpei took out the key to open the iron fence in front of the house and sighed. Fortunately, my mother came home late today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain the fact that I left early. Kisaragi Shigeru stopped and said in a playful tone, Then you should have a good rest at home. I won't go with you for now. Huh. Yoshino Junpei looked up unexpectedly. The other party was standing 2 meters away, looking at him with a smile through an iron fence that had not been closed yet. What are you going to do? Work. What work? Secret, Kisaragi Shigeru said, reaching out to close the iron fence, and then jumped back a few steps, taking the opportunity to pat Jellyfish on the head. Then I'm leaving. See you at school tomorrow morning. The jellyfish circled Kisaragi twice. Seeing the boy was about to leave, Yoshino Junpei called out to him, Hey, wait a minute, Kisaragi. Kisaragi Shigeru turned around and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Nothing. Yoshino Junpei shook his head and laughed dryly. Be careful on the road. Okay, bye. Kisaragi Shigeru waved and ran away, glanced at the skeleton owl on the roof, and disappeared into the alley. Yoshino Junpei put down his hand with some disappointment. The jellyfish was still floating outside the door. He didn't know why he called out to the other party, but he felt that they were only 2 meters apart, and it was clear that he could touch them if he took a step forward, but an iron fence separated them into 2 completely different worlds. He waved at Jellyfish, who seemed to be more attached to Shigeru and less interested in going inside. He asked in annoyance, Why don't you come back? Everything will return to normal. That is the normal daily life he has always hoped for. And it is also the daily life that Kisaragi Shigeru is trying her best to maintain for him. The jellyfish could not give a verbal response. He knew he was talking to himself, but his mouth seemed to be out of control. He muttered, Why don't you disappear? His eyes were itchy from crying for too long. He touched the scar on his forehead and recalled the look of disbelief on the face of his homeroom teacher when he saw it. The jellyfish floated in the air for a moment, and finally decided to return to Yoshino Junpei's side. Yoshino Junpei looked down and took out his phone to see the note Mr. Ajichi. Before the jellyfish entered the area of the detached house, the boy suddenly opened the iron gate and rushed out of his daily life. According to Kisaragi Shigeru's speed, it didn't take long to reach Gojo Satoru's basement. Unlike usual, the basement was very lively. He muttered excuse me and walked down the stairs, and saw 2 unfamiliar faces. One boy had a rebellious sea urchin hair and emerald green eyes, and the girl next to him had sunny orange short hair, capable and lively with youth. The girl approached him without any hesitation and said, Hey, is this the one we're going with? He looks so skinny. After saying this, she ignored Kisaragi Shigeru, who was shot in the knee, turned around and said to Itadori Yuji, In the end, I still have a little red. To be honest, you guys should appreciate the preciousness of girls like me. The boy with the uni hair tried to save his face. You are very rude, Kujisaki. The girl's words were harmless but stinging enough. Empathy? Fushiguro, you should also gain some muscle, but don't gain too much. Girls like small muscles, not macho men. The sea urchin-headed boy was speechless and choked. I can't just increase my size if I want to. Gojo Satoru said without thinking, That's right, Kei. When Hisahito entered the school, his body fat percentage was lower than yours. You should reflect on yourself. It's not good for a genius boy who entered a technical high school at the 2nd level to be inferior to ordinary people. Is his physical fitness ordinary? Yuji Itadori put down his coke and said innocently, My body fat percentage is natural. Shut up. Kisaragi Shigeru squatted in the corner, feeling distressed. With mixed feelings, she secretly pulled open her hoodie and took a look. She knelt on the ground even more sadly. I just don't have 8-pack abs. So what? So what? My body fat percentage is high. So what? Gojo Satoru waved at him. Shigeru, come here. Let me introduce you. I don't want to listen. Okay, I'm just a Pole. I just don't have strong biceps and triceps. What can you do to me? Appearance association is not advisable. What are you talking about? However, Gojo Satoru felt from the bottom of his heart that hoodies were really convenient. When he easily carried Kisaragi Shigeru over, Yuji Itadori felt a strong empathy as he looked at the young man who was picking at his collar for oxygen. Gojo Satoru pointed at the two high school freshmen in turn. This boy with the sea urchin hair is Fushiguro Megumi-kun, and the red dot next to him is Kujisaki Nobara-chan. Hey, unscrupulous teacher, who is the sea urchin? That chan really pleases me. And this skinny guy is Kisaragi Shigeru-kun. I'm going to get stronger. Gojo Satoru opened his infinity, not caring about Kisaragi Shigeru's desperate scratching. After all, he couldn't catch her at all. Then just a reminder that Shigeru is a cursed spirit. Nobara may not know, but Huaining understands, right? You can imagine her as Rika. Cursed spirit? Kujisaki Nobara raised an eyebrow and moved closer, and seeing the boy shrink his neck, she said, they don't look like it. If every cursed spirit looked like this, I think the male-female ratio of the job of sorcerer would be more balanced. Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled. What? I'm praising you. Gojo Satoru interrupted the boy's obviously wandering thoughts. We will set out in the early morning to exorcise the cursed spirit called Mahito. Have you read all the information? Fushiguro Megumi nodded. I've seen it. What should we do? Watch. Huh. Gojo Satoru crossed his legs, suppressed his smile and said, all you have to do is watch. It's only me and Shigeru who will participate in the entire battle. There's no guarantee that there will be only the real one cursing at the scene, so you have to protect yourself appropriately. You must remember one thing. Tomorrow is not a mission for you. It's a teaching. Don't confuse this point. No one on the field would doubt Gojo Satoru's level. But it's not certain for Kisaragi Shigeru. Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara looked at the innocent boy at the same time, and the straightforward girl still spoke. What level is he? Gojo Satoru waved his hand and said, just think of me as a teaching assistant. You didn't answer the question at all. Yuji Itadori took another sip of his coke and said, I've been sparring with him recently, but I can't beat him at all. Kujisaki Nobara asked, what do you mean by being unable to defeat him? I didn't even hit him once. How can this be a concept? Kisaragi Shigeru covered her face and stamped her feet. No, brothers. I feel like I'll be killed by praise. Please spare my life. Woo woo woo. Yuji Itadori explained as usual. This is an old problem. Don't worry about it. Fushiguro Megumi looked at the bewildered Kisaragi Shigeru in surprise. Although he didn't know how much stronger Itadori Yuji had become during the period when he lied to the public that he was dead, apart from his amazing physical fitness, his cursed power and combat strength could already be said to be extremely talented. That tiger stick didn't hit you once. And this is a gift from Nozomi. Gojo Satoru took out a tiny glass bottle from his pocket and handed it to Kisaragi Shigeru. It's poison. She said it's a semi-finished product, so it may not be effective. Kisaragi picked up the glass bottle and looked at it. The liquid showed a beautiful transparent color. Could it be wisteria? Are you poisonous? The boy raised the glass bottle. Isn't this it? Gojo Satoru pretended to flick his forehead, but the boy remained calm and said in a clear voice, I'm sorry. And the foot you sent has been analyzed. It's a horse hoof as you guessed. It's not just the appearance that has changed. You know, cursed spirits usually turn into ash after being exorcised, so it's difficult to obtain experimental materials. Therefore, based on a severed limb, she was not sure whether the poison was effective against the cursed spirit itself. If it was, how much would it do against a special grade cursed spirit? Gojo Satoru said, so don't expect too much from it. Besides, she asked me to convey, thank you for your great help. Kisaragi Shigeru lowered her hands. Once the real person is exorcised, the horseshoe will most likely turn into dust. Gojo Satoru nodded. That's enough. Kisaragi Shigeru let out a long sigh and glanced at his hands. The burns were no longer visible. 1 o'clock in the morning. Just break in. Yes, I'm in front of the station. Excuse me. Yoshino Junpei was standing at the station panting. He turned around while talking on the phone and unexpectedly saw a flyer. There is a realistic skeleton painted on it, and the handwriting is neat and powerful. The Cursed Spirit Handyman House. Looking up, I saw a line of small words. Have no shame in the past and no fear in the future. He pursed his lips and clenched his fists. The jellyfish flapped its umbrella-shaped body vigorously and flew upwards, seeming to glow under the sun. Excuse me, can I become a sorcerer too? 5 minutes later, the black jade dog wagged its tail obediently. Yuji Itadori covered his buttocks and shouted in shock. It was Gojo-sensei who came up with this idea. He said this would give us a cool feeling in the summer. Fushiguro Megumi rebuked. Do you believe what he said? Then there's no need to release the jade dog. This is instinct. It's not good for you to scare people all of a sudden. But Gojo Satoru, who was standing beside him, felt more and more puzzled as he pondered. What do you mean? Hui? Are my words no longer convincing? Kujisaki Nobara opened the refrigerator without hesitation. Are there any cakes? Wow, it's all Coke. Fushiguro Megumi brought the topic back and asked, Did you call us here today just to tell us that Itadori is still alive? Well, I was planning to keep it a secret until the exchange meeting. But there just happened to be a task that is more suitable for teaching. Gojo Satoru took out Kikufuku and put it on the table, motioning for the students to eat. It can be considered an extracurricular tutoring class. I think it's a good opportunity for you too. What extracurricular tutoring? Gojo Satoru lowered his voice mysteriously and said, We are going to kill the cursed man named Junrin, along with a young cursed spirit. I will give you a brief summary of the situation. Time goes back to the present. Nobara Kujisaki was still indignant that Yuji Itadori had kept the secret from them even though he was alive, and complained that he was not loyal enough. Yuji Itadori had no choice but to serve tea and fan him, muttering that he had no other choice, while Megumi Fushiguro neither stopped him nor added fuel to the fire, but quietly played with her phone and read Kikufuku. Seeing this, Kujisaki Nobara came over and said, Fushiguro, how do you know the Wi-Fi password? Fushiguro Megumi was vague. I've been here before, and I think I was able to connect then. Can I tell you the password? Kujisaki Nobara slammed the table and shouted, Okay, so out of all the people in the room, I'm the only one who can't connect to the Wi-Fi? Fushiguro Megumi paused while gnawing at Kikufuku. Did I not say anything? I can tell you the password. Kisaragi Shigeru raised her hand happily. I'm not alone. I can't connect either. The girl asked in confusion. Why? Haven't you always been here? Kisaragi Shigeru raised her flip phone confidently. Because it's too old. Although I don't need to be connected to the internet. Gojo Satoru looked at it with some surprise and said, How did you get this? When I used this phone, it didn't seem to have the function of connecting to Wi-Fi. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for you? Kujisaki Nobara replied, Yeah, it's really terrible not being able to go online. Yuji Itadori put down the fan in his hand and said hurriedly, Oh, sorry, I was the one who gave him the phone. I didn't know it couldn't connect to the internet. Kisaragi Shigeru quickly waved his hands. It's okay, this one is good enough. I'm already very grateful to Mr. Gojo for lending me his phone. What's more, he can already connect to the internet thanks to the great Vongala Technology Department. Gojo Satoru hooked his finger. Let me see your phone. Kisaragi Shigeru handed over the phone obediently. Okay. Since Gojo Satoru had borrowed it, he naturally didn't look through it randomly. He just checked the desktop background and asked, Did you change it? As soon as the boy heard it, he knew the other person was talking about the selfie taken at the temple fair. He smiled awkwardly and said, I changed it to the picture that comes with my phone. I changed it in the settings. I didn't check the album. Gojo Satoru closed his phone and returned it. I don't care whether I see the album or not. I have been handsome since I was a child. Fushiguro Megumi swallowed the Kikufuku in her mouth and said, It's a pity that this old phone can still be used. Old phones were very durable. Maybe because they had fewer functions? Gojo Satoru said, crossing his legs and said arrogantly, You new generation don't understand. Kujisaki Nobara complained. Why are you speaking so condescendingly? Is it not possible? Sorry, I have to interrupt. Fushiguro Megumi put away her phone and asked, Don't you have any tactics? Just wait until the early morning? Gojo Satoru waved his hand confidently. Well, no. If you have time, you can go and practice with Shigeru. Kisaragi Shigeru was puzzled. Huh? Don't I need to conserve my energy? Gojo Satoru said with a smile. What did the cursed spirit say about conserving our energy? As long as we still have the cursed energy, it's fine. Kisaragi Shigeru looked up at the ceiling. That's true. Fushiguro Megumi comforted him. Don't worry, even if you have the energy, none of us want to give you extra lessons. Kisaragi Shigeru was deeply moved. There's an angel right in front of me. Huh. He's not some boring thing like an angel. Everyone froze. Kisaragi Shigeru looked around in confusion. Whose voice was that just now? Yuji Itadori covered his cheek with mixed feelings. It's Sukuna. It's okay. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Ryaman Sukuna's mouth appeared on the back of Itadori Yuji's hand. How rude, kid. Wow, I've seen this before. Kisaragi Shigeru leaned over and stared at it for a while, then whispered in Itadori Yuji's ear, Does the Daila from Naruto have clay? Want to try it? Fushiguro Megumi helplessly reminded, You will die. Ryaman Sukuna said speechlessly, New boy, I can hear you. Yuji Itadori reminded the other party in a difficult way. Shigeru, have you forgotten that he is inside me? Kisaragi Shigeru clasped his hands together quietly. I'm so sorry. By the way, did you watch Jump when you read The Curse from 1,000 years ago? Yuji Itadori clapped his hands. That's right. When Sukuna woke up, Naruto had already ended. Then he probably doesn't know Daila. Kisaragi Shigeru leaned over and stared at the boy's eyes on his cheekbones. Sukuna rolled his eyes and returned to his domain. Ah, he closed his eyes. Yuji Itadori also shouted, You are sleeping? Ryaman Sukuna added in the field. Chatting with you insults my intelligence. Yuji Itadori? It's obvious that two people were scolded, but I'm the only one who could hear it. I always feel a little wronged. I guess I find you annoying. Can you keep a little distance from the Curse King? Gojo Satoru interrupted the two boys with mixed feelings, especially Shigeru. Isn't this your first time communicating with Sukuna? Hee. After all, I'm not afraid of strangers. Kisaragi Shigeru scratched his head. What's more, he is in Itadori-kuin's body, so the sense of distance will be quickly ignored. Really? Gojo Satoru put down his crossed legs, stood up leisurely and walked towards the training room. Come here. Okay. Kisaragi Shigeru felt puzzled and followed obediently under the gaze of the three boys. Kisaragi Shigeru entered the training room and waited until the other party waved to the two students who wanted to eavesdrop and closed the door before asking, Why are you here? Because the soundproofing function here is the strongest. Look at the two rascals outside. Only Hui is playing with her phone obediently. Gojo Satoru said and walked to a chair on the side and sat down. Are you sure about the address you told me before? Kisaragi Shigeru asked back. Is there any problem? It's an ordinary residential building, and it's already very dilapidated. It will probably be demolished soon. After all, I am here with students, so I can't help but ask a few more questions. Gojo Satoru took off his eye patch, revealing his clear blue eyes, who provided the information. My friend. After saying this, Kisaragi Shigeru immediately recalled Rokudo Mukuro's trident. If I say that, he might be unhappy and think that I am taking advantage. Or should I say an acquaintance of his brother? Friend? Gojo Satoru frowned. Where do you have the time to make friends? Even if you have time, we haven't known each other for long. Can you trust us? Itadori-kun, Fushiguro-kun, and Kujisaki-san, they haven't known each other for long either. Kisaragi Shigeru smiled vaguely. What's so strange about me making a trustworthy friend? He paused and asked, Or why do you suddenly want to test my opinion now? Gojo Satoru crossed his arms and said nothing. Kisaragi Shigeru then said, Let me guess? If there is anything special today, it is probably because you noticed the phone I borrowed? He picked up the old flip phone and said, If it doesn't fit, I can return it to you. It was originally yours. I'll just have to trouble you to find another one to lend me. Reborn raised his eyebrow on the earring side. Huh? His fist hardened. I don't know if talking to you is easier or more troublesome. Gojo Satoru sighed and leaned back on the chair. Did you see the photo on the desktop background? The boy nodded and admitted, I saw it. The practice room had no windows and smelled a bit damp and musty. The lighting in this place was usually dim, which might cause some fatigue to the eyes of a normal person, but it would not put too much burden on the sick's eyes. Gojo Satoru focused his eyes on a scratch on the wall and said, That's my white moonlight. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and the boy's jaw was almost dislocated. Gojo Satoru looked at the petrified expression on the boy's face and asked, What's with that expression? Kisaragi Shigeru was stunned on the spot. What do you mean? I am my own white moonlight? What exactly do you think of me in your mind? Gojo Satoru waved his hands in silence. No, no. I mean the fox mask. The boy's expression became even more distorted. That's not even a living thing. Mr. Gojo. No. Can you take back your imagination? I'm going to take action. Yes, I'm sorry. That selfie was taken at a temple fair when I was a child. Gojo Satoru supported his chin and said, with a rare sense of emptiness, the boy who can use the infinite six eyes from the Gojo family has been put on a high bounty since he was a child. I rarely left the Gojo family until I graduated from elementary school. Of course, part of the reason is that I was too lazy to go out. Otherwise, I could escape whenever I wanted and come and go freely. Later, when I entered junior high school, no one could control me, so I just let it go. Kisaragi Shigeru complained inwardly. It felt as if he was being flaunted with his innate strength. Just to say, that was my first time going to a temple fair with someone else. Gojo Satoru turned his gaze to Kisaragi Shigeru with a cursed spirit. The boy blinked and said nothing. To be honest, I was quite happy. The young man put his finger on his chin and tapped. It's just that I don't remember it clearly, especially his face. Why do you think that is? Kisaragi Shigeru hesitated for a moment and said, You suspect it was me? Gojo Satoru said calmly, Yes. Unfortunately, I am not. Kisaragi Shigeru shrugged. The first time I met you was in the classroom of the technical high school, and you even shot me. The second time we met was after the fight with the volcano head curse spirit, and you offered me a part-time job as a sparring partner. The young man raised his eyes and said confidently, Before this, you and I had no connection at all, because I am not from this world at all. He pursed his lips and said, If you are offering a part-time job because of this matter, I can only say that I am very sorry. Wait a minute, that's not the case. Gojo Satoru raised his hand to interrupt. Don't get too far off the mark. I only want to practice with you because I am short of manpower. The sorcerers I trust are too busy, and I can't hand over the untrustworthy random people like Eugene. I just judged that a cursed spirit who can save people is better than a rotten orange who repays kindness with enmity and keeps backstabbing. That's all. The young man stood up and stretched slowly. Besides, even if something happens, killing a cursed spirit is less troublesome than killing people. The boy tugged at the straps of his hoodie in grievance. I don't think I'm that easy to kill. Gojo Satoru rubbed his head with amusement. I didn't say strength. I was talking about the level of writing reports. Just think of it as my pettiness. Revenge for you provoking me at school. Kisaragi Shigeru stuck out her tongue at him unhappily. Slightly, Gojo Satoru pushed the boy's head casually, ignoring the fact that he fell to the ground and rolled over, and said, We will go there in the early morning. You can take a nap, and I will call you when it's time to eat. There is a quilt in the cupboard. It should have been dried in the sun. In short, the fundamental condition for the smooth implementation of cooperation is mutual trust. The young man put on the eye mask. I trust you. You can rest. Kisaragi Shigeru covered his forehead as he heard Gojo Satoru walk out of the sparring room. He thought with mixed feelings. Why are these people so strong? Even though they all look pretty slim. Why did the other party specifically talk to him about this? Before he had time to think, a light purple mist condensed around him. Rokuto Makuro put one hand in his pocket and looked down at him expressionlessly. What are you doing lying there? The boy said in a sticky voice. Rest? Lu Dao Makuro's eyelids slightly closed. Get up. But just as Gojo had guessed, Kisaragi Shigeru was indeed a little tired, and his brain stopped working for a moment. He stretched out his hand and said, I want to pull. Swish. He instinctively sat up to avoid the trident that was stabbing down at him, and looked up at the man with a gentle smile, trembling. Rokuto Makuro put away his trident. Can't he sit up by himself? His waist is not broken. Kisaragi Shigeru swallowed hard. This? So, what do you want me to do? Lend me your body. Kisaragi Shigeru went straight to the point, staring at the other person with sparkling eyes. I will definitely use it well this time. The clock struck midnight, but Tokyo was still bustling at 1 in the morning. Kisaragi Shigeru moved her hands to get used to the feeling, then stood up straight in front of the door. Gojo Satoru whistled. Hey, this kind of place is really hard to find. It's separated by a barrier, and there's no curse at all. It's a credit to your friend or brother that he found it. This is the information provided by Rokudo Mukuro. As long as you pass through the door of the empty room on the second floor, you will reach the cursed area. And the real person will definitely be there. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the iron door of an ordinary residential house, and the scene in the underground of Heiyao appeared in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he stretched out his hand, his wrist was pressed down. He looked up, and Gojo Satoru smiled and put his hand on the door. Kisaragi Shigeru opened his eyes in surprise. If they really wanted to frame Gojo Satoru, the best opportunity would be the moment he entered this door, and both of them knew this very well. Kisaragi Shigeru thought, no matter whether Gojo Satoru was the strongest or not, this was the cooperation he proposed and the position he provided. Therefore, it was only natural for him to bear the risk. But Gojo Satoru still gave him great trust. The young man seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and added quietly, when the adults are still here, there is no need for children to rush to the front. Kisaragi Shigeru couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Gojo Satoru opened the door violently. With a loud bang, the entire door was blown out, but the inside of the door was a normal house structure. Yuji Itadori instinctively stood in front of the girl, looked at Fushiguro Megumi, who was ready to make a seal, and asked cautiously, "Wrong?" "Yes, that's right." Kisaragi Shigeru stared at the door intently, her intuition telling her that there was danger. Gojo Satoru glanced at the boy through his blindfold and swept his fingertips over the tiny spell written on the door frame. "That's right. I just used a spell to isolate the aura. It was that textbook spell again." He did not want to delve into whether there was a traitor on the side of the academy, or whether the curse spirit and the curse master had some unspeakable cooperation. He said to the students, "The field is in front of us, so cheer up. I will go in first, and follow me." The young man was the first to step into the area, and what unfolded before him was a midsummer beach with rising and falling tides. The arm chopped down fiercely from top to bottom like a broadsword. Gojo Satoru looked up across Wubo and looked at the carefree Junrin. "Wow, I really can't touch him." He chuckled, "But what about the students?" The real person stretched out his hand towards the side of the door. His expression froze, and he suddenly stepped back a long distance. An extremely high-temperature fire of death spurted out from the door, mercilessly swallowing up Gojo Satoru as well. The flames almost wrapped around most of the real person's arm. Gojo Satoru took 2 steps forward to make way for the students, and said to Kisaragi Shigeru with a complicated expression, "Were you a little too harsh on me?" The boy walked to the front in confusion. In a hurry. At least I can't burn you, right? It's my mood. Sorry." Kisaragi Shigeru drew out the sword Murasame and stood in front of the 3 students. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at the excited Masato. "You look quite happy. After all, I have always been short of experimental materials. Thanks to someone, one of my sources of resources has been cut off." Masato glanced at Kisaragi Shigeru and clapped his hands again, "But it doesn't matter. Special grade curse spirits and special grade sorcerers, including the 3 people behind, are all excellent materials." "Whose field is this? It's quite warm." Gojo Satoru asked while looking around, and saw the octopus-shaped cursed spirit floating in the sea. He compared the cursed power and said, "Oh, it's his." Kisaragi Shigeru also followed his gaze. Togen had grown more than twice as big as when they first met. The cursed spirit was indeed growing. "I'll go first." Kisaragi Shigeru leaned over and rushed towards the real person, wielding the katana with ease and skill. The real person dodged and sneered, slowly and precariously shortening the distance between them. When the young man took a step forward and swept the sword upward, he spoke. His tone was full of joy that could not be concealed. "It's not good for you to rush forward like this, right? You little boy with a soul exposed." Kisaragi Shigeru, however, remained calm, neither dodging nor evading, and continued to attack with her sword, but snapped her fingers with her left hand. "Show off? No, that's impossible." When the real person realized the discomfort, the blade was already approaching. He took the risk of having his left ear or even half of his head cut off, but still stretched out his hand towards Kisaragi Shigeru's right hand holding the knife. His fingertips brushed against the boy's fingers. The real person showed a triumphant smile. "I got it." Are you stupid? The back of his collar was yanked violently, and he was thrown backwards. He spun in the air to steady his center of gravity and landed. The base of his ear and one side of his face were scratched by the blade, and blood flowed. But he seemed not to feel the pain. While using the spell to speed up the healing process, he said unhappily, "You are not going to help your heartless brother, are you, Lohoo?" It was Lohoo who threw the real person away. He was no longer as arrogant as he was when facing Gojo Satoru that day. Now he was more like the dangerous calm before a volcanic eruption. Unfortunately, I just ran into him. He was really restrained by my technique. Look carefully. Being interrupted by Lohoo, the real person looked at the boy who was standing against the sunlight. The boy was standing against the sea breeze and his face could not be seen clearly, but he had not been transformed at all. The real person's fingertips crossed and rolled over the place where they had just touched Ryu Shiryu. It clearly touched it. Kisaragi Shigeru chuckled and snapped her fingers again. The real person frowned. Your new technique? The boy denied. No, it's not. Long time no see, Kisaragi. Lohoo said, glancing at the four sorcerers who were obviously watching the battle. It seems that you are doing well. Yeah, I found a job with food and accommodation. A lot of work, a lot of money and far from home. Kisaragi Shigeru said with a chuckle, but anyway, the money is in place. So what's the harm in having a lot of work and a long distance from home? Right, boss? Gojo Satoru picked up a beautiful shell and answered loudly, even if you please me, I won't give you a raise. Lohoo glared at the boy fiercely. Surrender to the enemy? Kisaragi Shigeru spun the knife in his hand. How can that be called surrendering to the enemy? That sounds so ugly. This is called fighting for a living. Amid the sound of seagulls, Fushiguro Megumi said with mixed feelings. I've been waiting for a long time, but no one is complaining about that little brother? Yuji Itadori tugged at the corner of Fushiguro Megumi's clothes and whispered, Don't complain if you have any complaints, Wei. Kujisaki Nobara pulled open her collar. Seriously, will I get tanned? Why is the sun so strong here? Hawaii? Can you arrange summer uniforms for me as soon as possible? Fushiguro Megumi shouted angrily. What are you thinking? This is our territory. The girl waved her hands and said droopily, I know, but it's hot, and my hammer will get hot. Yuji Itadori came over and blinked. Really? Fushiguro Megumi whispered. Focus. Rohu, if you want to fight, go fight the one you've been thinking about the most, Gojo Satoru. Junrin walked up, patted Rohu's shoulder, and said unhappily, he's my prey. Gojo Satoru laughed and said, Why, Hwashan-chan, do you still miss me? What do you miss about me? My gentleness, my handsomeness, or my dominance? Which one? As he spoke, he raised his hands and made an unusually lingering gesture of interlacing his fingers. Do you miss this? Sure. Give me your hand. I promise you will be moved. But does the cursed spirit have any intention? Lohoo took a deep look at Kisaragi Shigeru and actually walked around the boy, saying viciously, You me? Wow, all of it, you greedy ghost. But I really miss you. Gojo Satoru loosened his hand, clenched and unclenched one hand in the air, his voice low but full of sarcasm. For example, the feeling of pulling your head reminds me of the green years when I went to the vegetable garden to pull radishes in junior high school. I can't forget it, and I dream of pulling it again. Gojo Satoru. Lohoo screamed and rushed forward, and the air around him became even hotter, but with the lesson from the last time, he didn't get angry. After closing the distance, he directly released the volcano worm and attacked together with the magma gushing out from the ground. Gojo Satoru drawled in a somewhat bored tone. You don't learn your lesson, Lohoo grinned, revealing his dark teeth. If it makes you unhappy, it's not a bad idea to play a little trick. The magma was just a distraction. The volcano worms all bypassed Gojo Satoru and rushed directly towards the three students. Fushiguro Megumi reacted very quickly, forming a seal and shouting, Here it comes. New. Kujisaki Nobara raised an aggressive smile and swung the hammer around her fingers. Come on, who's afraid of who? Yuji Itadori looked back and saw that the door they came in through had disappeared at some point, and flames and volcanic ash were spraying towards them. He glanced at Fushiguro Megumi, and if the other party could use New to avoid it, then there would be no need to capture two people at the same time. Yuji Itadori thought so, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Nobara Kujisaki's arm. What are you thinking about? Get out of the way. Don't move, cover your ears. The magma couldn't stop the strongest sorcerer at all. Gojo Satoru stood between the three people in an instant, and the three people immediately covered their ears obediently. The three students were enveloped by the flames and explosions. The three freshmen put down their hands one by one and looked at the flames around them in disbelief. Let me remind you first. It's not because you can't fight, but because you don't need to participate in the battle because I'm here, Gojo Satoru said, patting the students on the head one by one. Just watch. Just now, the three of you reacted quickly. Praise you. Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki said thank you for the compliment and high-fived each other. But Megumi Fushiguro felt a sinking feeling in her heart and clenched her fists unwillingly. No matter whether it was Janrin or Louhu, even Gojo Satoru and Kisaragi Shigeru all showed ease, and their special grade level was genuine. Why did Gojo Satoru bring them to see this battle? Was it to tell them that they were still far from being great? Fushiguro Megumi quickly shook his head, trying to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. This is not the time to think about this kind of thing. Just go out and ask clearly. But does she usually feel this way? When you guys really listen to me, I feel so good. Gojo Satoru laughed happily. The curse is really cool. Salmon. Yuji Itadori was puzzled. Salmon? Megumi Fushiguro said expressionlessly. I will tell Senior Inujuki word for word. If you are really free, go and beat that octopus. After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, he jumped on the spot, grabbed the wrist of Louhu who was swooping down from above, and gave him a hard knee strike, then kicked him into the sea. The sea water erupted with steam due to the falling of the high-temperature cursed spirit. Fushiguro Megumi helplessly watched the young man rushing towards the sea. He said he wanted us to fight the octopus, but he went over there on purpose. He had no intention of letting us join the battle at all. There is still a cursed spirit missing. Itadori Yuji looked around. A cursed spirit with a body covered in white and a breath close to that of an elf. Fushiguro Megumi glanced at the boy beside him who was still on high alert, released the Jade Dog, and whispered, Jade Dog, new, go search. After confirming that nothing happened to the students, Kisaragi Shigeru once again rushed towards the real person with a knife in hand. The real person transformed his arm into an octopus tentacle and attacked. The boy swung his knife nimbly and cut it off neatly, closing the distance as he continued to fight. But the real person smiled, and the severed limb hanging on the ground stabbed at the boy like an icicle. Kisaragi Shigeru turned her head to avoid the incident, and a small strand of her hair was cut off. Taking advantage of the moment when the boy was confused, the real person smiled and stepped on the knife chopped by Kisaragi Shigeru. How is it? It's inspired by the gecko cutting off its tail to escape. The boy smiled and said, Really? I thought it was inspired by the sight of a cut earthworm still wriggling. The real person smiled even more and punched Kisaragi Shigeru. You got carried away just because I was a little gentle with you. The sound of snapping fingers suddenly rang out again. The boy leaned over to avoid the attack of the real person and kicked the opponent in the lower abdomen. The force was so strong that it didn't seem like the boy's own strength. It was mixed with some indescribable cold breath. Before being kicked away, the real person tried to hold the opponent's ankle but failed. He rolled on the beach twice and vomited blood. 2 ribs should be broken. But he did touch it. The real person looked up at the boy's ankle and saw obvious scratches, but the boy still had not been transformed. Why? Kisaragi Shigeru lifted his ankle and looked at it, seeming a little embarrassed. In the light purple mist emanating from the other person, the real person saw that one of the boy's eyes, which should have been golden, had turned blood red at some point, with the number 4 printed on it. The real person finally realized the source of the discomfort. Rather than saying that Kisaragi Shigeru had a new technique, it would be better to say that the other party's soul was not in this body at all. The boy snapped his fingers again, and his eyes turned golden again. Vest Rokudo Makuro, main body enters control mode. Kisaragi Shigeru glanced at her ankle and complained, No, I have to report to the system that there's a pineapple-headed person slacking off. A snow-white owl suddenly condensed above the boy's head, and its eyes were exactly the same heterochromatic pupils as before. Kufufu. Believe it or not, I will scratch your head. Kisaragi Shigeru stuck out her tongue and said, "This is your body. Grab it. Grab it. Wait. Wait. Your body is worth $1 million, brother. Please be kind and don't get hurt, please." In the distance, Gojo Satoru's training room in a basement. The real skeleton owl stared at Kisaragi Shigeru, who seemed to be sleeping soundly in front of him, and sharpened his sharp claws. "If we don't catch them now, when will we?" When we returned to the area, a tornado had already formed at sea over Gojo Satoru's side. Kisaragi Shigeru shuddered. "Wait a minute, that's my soul. Don't grab it. Let's talk it out." "Corpse brother?" Reborn sat on the desk in the Vongala meeting room and said, "It's amazing that he thought of using the system to fight the curse called genre." Sawada Tsuneyoshi smiled and said, "After all, the corpse in that world is ultimately data, without a so-called soul." Shigeru used the voice-controlled feature of the system to add conditions, using a snap of the finger as a switch, and was able to take turns with the AI to use the vest. When corpse belongs to the AI, it has no soul, and when it belongs to him, it can attack in close combat. It just so happens that the fourth path of corpse, SI of Samsara Ashura path, can enhance combat ability, which is very suitable for users like Shigeru who are good at close combat. "I don't understand," Reborn said as he picked up a black coffee to refresh himself. "Why transfer 100% of the mental power to corpse, and even use illusions to mold the appearance into his own to hide the sight of people around him? Wouldn't it be more convenient to let corpse go by himself? Let's not talk about whether Shigeru is willing to be exposed. If he doesn't beat the real person with his own hands, he won't be able to get over it psychologically. I heard that he rarely lost control and burned himself," Sawada Tsuneyoshi said as he leaned back, sinking into his boss chair. "I want to avenge the dead with my own hands, and let the soul itself defeat the curse that plays with the soul. This is the meaning. Even if there is no system financial reward, he will do this." After saying this, Sawada Tsuneyoshi sighed and said, "It's not that I can't understand him." Reborn glanced at him, took a sip of black coffee, and said, "You guys always like to go to great lengths. You have a shortcut, but you choose to take a detour just for a little tenderness. You are, Yurni is, Luce is, and Shigeru is too." Sawada Tsuneyoshi smiled helplessly. "Haha." Reborn added, "After all, Shigeru was led astray by you." Sawada Tsuneyoshi rubbed his temple and denied it. "This can't be entirely blamed on me. When I met him, he had already awakened the Great Sky Fire, but he just couldn't control it well." The young 10th generation leader of the Vongala glanced at the documents filled with notes on his desk and sighed. "I didn't want to hand it over to him, but there was nothing I could do. He had made up his mind." The room was quiet except for the sound of the air conditioner. In the aquarium on one side of the office, an orange tropical fish seemed to have woken up from a dream, swaying its tail fin and quickly diving into the water plants. The movement was not loud but was enough to wake up the small fish around it, causing them to start swimming. By the way, speaking of time travel, Lizard Lin crawled along Reborn's collar to his master's hand and transformed into a pistol. "Tsuna, what did you say to Shigeru behind my back?" "Huh, I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, why is it loaded?" "Reborn?" Sawada Tsuneyoshi turned his body to the side, and clear small holes and burn marks appeared on the boss chair. "No way. I have to change my chair again." "Oh, have you learned to play dumb?" "I really don't know." "Which thing?" "Which one? There are more than one?" "Wait, huh?" Dong, dong. The knock on the door just interrupted the one-sided battle that was almost triggered in the office. 10th generation, I am Igarashi. Sawada Tsuneyoshi immediately shouted, "Please come in, or rather, come in quickly." Tesuke. Reborn put away his weapon unhappily, and Lin returned to his shoulder. The voice of the young man outside the door hesitated for a moment. "If I disturb you too, I will come back later." "Oh, he is indeed perceptive." "Huh. No. Come in quickly." "Wait a minute, Lin. Don't." At this moment, Kisaragi Shigeru's knife just pierced into the left shoulder of the real person, and the blade was stuck between the bones and was clamped tightly by the opponent. The young man put his palm on the bottom of the handle and pushed forward hard, and with an expressionless face, He cut off the opponent's left arm. The real person's right hand had grown back, and it turned into a giant crab claw and clamped the boy's neck. The boy snapped his fingers again, and the whole person turned into mist and disappeared without a trace. The real person was furious, gritted his teeth and threw the demon sword Murasame away, opened his mouth and vomited out dozens of cyborgs. Multiple soul extraction bodies. The cyborgs, stained with gastric juice, recovered from the size of a thumb to their huge original form. Several of them merged together in groups and fired at Kisaragi Shigeru, who appeared behind the real person like cannons, rolling up layers of sand. When Kisaragi Shigeru saw the cyborg, he paused as he was about to snap his fingers, raised his hand and transformed it into layers of vines that intertwined together, forming a wall to block the real person's attack. "It's okay. Give it to me." Kisaragi Shigeru's serious voice sounded in his chest, and Rokudo Makuro snapped his fingers and returned the right to use his body to the boy again. The boy's first reaction was not to pick up the knife, but to raise his hand to face the cyborgs rushing over after breaking through the vines. They gathered together like pythons and were instantly burned to ashes in the boy's deadly fire. Kisaragi Shigeru bit her lip, glared at the real person who had quickly regenerated his left arm, and said viciously, "How much do you have left? Spit it all out." "Haha. You're still concerned about those experimental subjects when you're fighting me? Don't look down on me," the real person shouted. "Togen?" Megumi Fushiguro glanced at his cell phone and shouted, "The time is up. The evacuation of personnel should be over." "Shigeru!" Yuji Itadori shouted, and threw the demon sword Murasame at the boy. Kisaragi Shigeru grabbed the hilt of the knife and shouted angrily, "Leave the real person to me." "Sorry, I don't have time to play with you." Gojo Satoru smiled and shook Lahu's head, then jumped into the air. "Shigeru, you really know how to order people around. The domain expands into a closed circle. The domain expands into an infinite space. The boundless space is vast and boundless, yet it carries a breathtaking beauty. At the same time that Togen closed his domain and was pulled out by something, the domains of Gojo Satoru and Masato opened up at the same time. The sound of the sea wind faded, the tide dissipated, and the bright summer beach turned into a dilapidated residential building again. The blue sky-like area ruthlessly rolled over the surrounding area to form a closed space like the earth, wrapping the dark but turbid closed circle in it. It was not the first time that Yuji Itadori entered the infinite space, but he still couldn't help but be shocked. He casually caught something that fell from the sky, and his attention was diverted to the sea of stars around him. Kujisaki Nobara's eyes widened, and as if bewitched, she lifted her foot and took a step forward, exclaiming in amazement, "What is this? It's so beautiful." Fushiguro Megumi reached out to stop the girl. "This is Gojo Sensei's domain. His domain is too wide, so it's better not to run around." The new flew obediently to the young man's head and circled. Fushiguro Megumi rubbed the black jade dog beside him and put away the two shikigami. Logically speaking, ordinary people would be paralyzed by being pulled into the infinite void due to the large amount of invalid information they are fed. It's really scary. It's a good thing they are not enemies. Nobara Kujisaki raised her arm, put the hammer against her shoulder, and said lightly, "Is it scary? It's very beautiful. It's scary. Standing in the universe, I feel that a single individual is too small." Megumi Fushiguro glanced sideways, looking at the slowly drifting nebula in the distance. "We are too far away from it." Yuji Itadori put his arm on the other's shoulder, squinted his eyes, and smiled at Fushiguro Megumi's confused expression. "So let's become stronger together, Fushiguro, Kujisaki." Megumi Fushiguro was startled by the boy's sunny smile. The girl did not avoid suspicion at all and nudged him with her elbow like a brother. "Oh, let's go back and let the seniors teach us again. A big bug in the world like Gojo-sensei, just standing next to him is an invincible buff. We will also become stronger slowly. After all, we are his students. We can't let Gojo-sensei be alone for too long. The goal should be far-reaching the strongest." The strongest Megumi Fushiguro smiled lightly when she was sandwiched in the middle, but she couldn't help but glance at the thing in Yuji Itadori's arms that looked like a basketball. "By the way, Itadori, what are you holding?" "Huh." It was just thrown to me by Gojo-sensei. Yuji Itadori picked up the thing and turned it around in confusion, looking into the eyes of the lifeless man. Wow, a volcano-shaped head. Speak with some respect, kid. In the realm of real people. Kisaragi Shigeru blinked and looked up unexpectedly at the young man who was holding his shoulders. Gojo Satoru had already taken off his blindfold when he opened his domain, and casually hung it around his neck, looking at him with a smile in his blue eyes. Are you crazy? Walking into my domain yourself? Junrin narrowed his eyes dangerously. I wanted to pull you in, but Kisaragi was the only one from beginning to end. Originally, I wanted to kill you right away, but it seems that Shigeru has something else to do with you. Gojo Satoru smiled and shrugged. I am a very pampered person. You know? Your Louhu got his wish and got his head plucked again. The real person gritted his teeth and said viciously, in my domain, even if I don't touch the other person in person, I can directly change the shape of the soul. Gojo Satoru sneered and waved his hand to interrupt him. It's useless for you to reveal the technique, because your domain is now within my domain. When I saw the cyborg, I didn't want to be replaced by you. When Kisaragi Shigeru heard Rokudo Makuro's sigh, she felt it was inconvenient for her to speak, so she could only tilt her head in confusion. After being pulled into the domain, the attack will definitely hit. You should have told me this information in advance. If you were pulled into the domain before me, you would not be transformed, but you would still be affected to some extent. Really, thanks to this young man for protecting you. Rokudo Makuro paused, his voice unusually serious. You are anxious. Ryu Shiryu's eyelids were slightly closed, and at that moment, he was not unaware of this matter. It's not that he couldn't change it, but that he couldn't change it. Once his main consciousness was replaced by Rokudo Makuro, his soul would most likely be cut off from the realm of the real person. So even if it cost a little, he put catching up on the priority. Before setting off, he and Gojo Satoru only agreed on 2 points. 1. In order to buy time for Nanami Kinto to lead the people around him to take refuge and complete the construction of the account, do not forcibly break through Tagor's living domain within the agreed time. 2. Since this is a teaching game, students should see a fight instead of a one-sided crushing. It just so happens that Kisaragi Shigeru also has a personal vendetta to avenge. So during this period of time, Gojo Satoru will not attack the real person. But what the boy didn't expect was that the real person would hide the cyborg in his stomach. There were no more cyborgs in the obsidian area, which proved that the other party had more experimental sites. Therefore, even if there is nowhere for the real person to escape in Gojo Satoru's domain, he still needs to chase him and find out the location of the experiment and free the victim as soon as possible. After all, according to Gojo Satoru's personality, he will most likely exorcise the other party instantly. But the gratitude is real. The boy thought so and looked at the young man, who held his head and rubbed it. Kisaragi Shigeru was rubbed so hard that her whole body swayed. Rather than being treated with warmth, it feels more like being treated as a washboard. Gojo Satoru whispered, I don't know what else you want from him. One-on-one is fine, but don't stay too far away from me. Kisaragi Shigeru gripped the demon's sword tightly and concentrated his attention once again. The real person also took the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. The deployment of the field of life consumed more mana than he had imagined, and it was inevitable that he began to run out of mana. I think you were born not long ago. Gojo Satoru said to the real person, who taught you these techniques? None of your business. Several cyborgs twisted and merged into one, roaring and rushing towards the two of them. His intuition at times like this was always accurate, and the boy understood that these should be the last few victims that the other party had kept. Kisaragi Shigeru switched the knife to his left hand and put it behind his back, then took a step forward to stand in front of Gojo Satoru. The young man was not used to this, and he lowered his eyes to look at the back of the boy's head. The cyborg had already rushed one step ahead of the other party. The fire of death was still strong enough to block the view. In the amazing heat wave, the dust of the cyborg broke through the flames due to its inertia, and the sparks brushed the boy's face and were separated by infinite light. I'm tired of seeing this trick. The real person circled from the right side, using the arms entangled like a fishing net in the field as a stepping stone, and rushed straight to attack Kisaragi Shigeru. The right side is full of flaws. Before he could finish his words, he was knocked away by the force of the impact, so great that the interwoven web of arms was torn apart. Gojo Satoru put down his hands and tilted his head in confusion. Why? I am a decoration? As long as Infinite is there, he cannot touch Kisaragi Shigeru's soul. Masato covered the huge wound on his abdomen that was bleeding profusely, vomited a large amount of blood and flesh, and glared at the boy fiercely. The soul was clearly right in front of him, but he couldn't touch it. Kisaragi Shigeru threw the knife out fiercely. The demon's sword Murasame was as swift as the wind, brushing against the real person's scalp and piercing into the wall of the territory behind him, making a clanging sound. A whole strand of the man's hair, which was tied into 3 strands, was cut off. The boy walked over and squatted in front of the man who was unable to move. You just cut off my hair, so I'm returning it to you. The domain spread out spiderweb-like cracks with the boy's demon sword as the center. The real person's pupils trembled, and he stretched out his hand to the boy's slender neck. He couldn't touch it. It's clearly in the field, but I can't touch it. I thought it was still because of Gojo Satoru's infinity, but now that I look carefully, I realize that this time it was actually my own arm that was unable to be straightened. After the realm was shattered, outside was Gojo Satoru's infinite space, with no place to hide and no place to escape. An extremely high heat wave surrounded Kisaragi Shigeru's body, which was the highest temperature that his great sky fire could give. When the real person saw the trembling of his fingertips, he finally had to admit it. Faced with the combination of these two people, he was afraid. The seemingly gentle boy, who couldn't bear to let the cyborg suffer any pain, seemed to not take his pain seriously at all, which showed extreme double standards. But he couldn't figure out what was constantly angering the young man who seemed to be evenly matched with him and constantly stimulating his dangerous potential. No, is it really an even split? The real person's eyes slowly scanned the boy's body. Except for a few scratches on his ankle, there was no wound on his body. Tell me the location of your base. Kisaragi's face was as cold as ice, and her inorganic golden cat eyes stared at him closely. Otherwise, my fire will continue to burn your skin until your curse power runs out and you can no longer maintain the shape of your so-called soul. I see. The real person immediately understood that from the very beginning, the only things that would annoy the other party were the casualties and suffering of humans, and this range did not include curses. Even though he himself is a cursed spirit, with murderous intent, he couldn't help but stretch his hand forward a little further. In the pungent smell of burning, the real person gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Hypocrite, I don't deny it." Gojo Satoru was standing behind them, watching all this with his arms folded. The boy's cursed power was finally exposed without any disguise, just like Zhang Yang's first meeting that was his anger. Go ahead and look for them. Spend your time and energy to find them. The real person laughed crazily, ignoring the fact that his skin was melting, and suddenly approached the boy. They will continue to suffer until you find them. You don't think I will apologize or beg for mercy, do you? Don't make me laugh. Your gentleness is just a show, just for self-satisfaction. Gojo Satoru called out in a deep voice, "Shigeru, it's enough." The dark fragments of the domain fell like cracked wall paint. The power of the curse gradually ran out. The repaired flesh could not keep up with the speed of melting. The real person exposed some white bones and said in a trembling voice, "As long as the hatred and disgust of human beings for themselves still exist, I can continue to be born. We cursed spirits are different from you, a group of fragile inferior races who only have one life. Whether it is Lohu, Huayu, or Takujin, we will continue to meet in the long cycle of reincarnation." The cracks in the field could not bear the weight of the sword, and the sword Murasame fell to the ground with a clang. "Ha, all your efforts are in vain. You can't make up for it, and you can't save people. Who would tell you that you are deceiving yourself?" The blood of the real person spread to the boy's feet and evaporated. "Really? Then I have to be more ruthless. Otherwise, you will forget this pain in your next life." The young man slowly stretched out his hand, and the fire of the sky instantly covered the real person's body. Amid the terrifying crackling sounds, Gojo Satoru frowned and hooked his finger, and the self-closed round wrap completely shattered. The moment the real person came into contact with the infinite void, he completely stopped moving and fell into the boundless Milky Way with flames like a meteor. Kisaragi Shigeru gasped. In this way, as a result, the one who killed the real person was Gojo Satoru. The young man clenched his fists, his voice trembling, and his tone was unusually aggressive. Mind your own business. As adults, I always can't bear to let students bear too much burden. Although in our education, cursed life cannot be equated with the life in the public's cognition, a curse like a real person. Gojo Satoru walked up and sat down, patting the other's back, as if he was comforting a crying child. The young man paused, then continued, "You are too gentle. You will be crushed. I am not your student. I know. Life is more precious because it is only once. I know." As Yushiyu looked forward, the darkness of self-enclosed circle had long dissipated. There are galaxies above your head and nebulae under your feet. The boundless space is vast and infinite, yet has a breathtaking beauty. He lowered his eyelids, his eyes aching, not knowing whether it was because he had stared for too long or because of the complicated emotions that surged up. The demon's sword floating diagonally below him had a clean blade, reflecting his dry and tearless eyes. "Excuse me, what is the concept of cursed rebirth?" Gojo Satoru was patient enough to explain. "It's just a possibility. For example, people's fear of volcanoes gave rise to the curse called Roku. But after purification, even if it is formed again, it will not be that Roku." What he said is just an idealistic twisted logic. You don't have to pay attention to the curse. Kisaragi Shigeru said self-deprecatingly. "Am I not also called a cursed spirit?" Gojo Satoru bent one leg, propped his chin on his arm, and said with a smile, "Yeah, that's right. Don't you feel guilty about your tone? Starfish, after all, I am hypocritical." Kisaragi Shigeru suddenly chuckled and rubbed her gradually moist eyes. "Where are the students?" "They are far away. I am the master of my own field." The young man supported his knees and stood up. He let out a long breath, turned around and looked at Gojo Satoru, and said in the same tone as usual, "My sword." Gojo Satoru looked at the boy's red and swollen eyes without saying anything. He hooked his finger, and the demon's sword Murasame flew into his hand. The young man thought about it, made a knife flower, and then handed it to the other party. Kisaragi Shigeru chuckled. "Are you trying to be cool?" Gojo Satoru said confidently, "It's not called showing off, because I am indeed a handsome guy. I am a transmigrated soul just like you. I die." The light blue area shattered like a mirror. Gojo Satoru had put on his eye mask again and walked out with 3 students smiling. The old residential building had long been crushed into ruins. This generation of the area was covered by a dark curtain, and the bright moonlight was blocked outside. Not a single ray of light could enter. Nanami Kinto walked forward and nodded to the other party. "Thank you for your hard work." Gojo Satoru patted the other person's shoulder. "Oh, you've worked hard, Nanami." "No, after all I did was to guide the residents to evacuate and set a new account. If I have to say anything, it's just that the working hours are too hellish," Nanami Kinto said, looking at his watch, and then shifted his gaze to the cursed spirit head in the young man's hand. "What is this?" Gojo Satoru raised Lohu's head and said, "Would you like a gift?" Nanami Kinto refused righteously. "I don't want it." Gojo Satoru said, throwing Roha's head around like a basketball. "Take it and ask some questions, then purify it." Nanami Kinto had long been accustomed to the other party's ease in not treating the special grade as a special grade, but it still felt very troubled. He stretched out his hand and asked, "Where do you want to send it?" "Hey, don't." Gojo Satoru raised his hand and let the young man's hand hit nothing. "This thing is hot. I'll deliver it. After all, it is a special grade cursed spirit. If its head spews fire or oozes magma, it will not be good." Lohu said quietly, "If you don't purify me now, you will be in big trouble. You can say whatever you want." Gojo Satoru said with a smile, "Even if you are rescued 1,000,000 times and resurrected 10,000,000 times, I can still tear your head off." Lohu glared at the young man fiercely, his teeth grinding loudly. "You little brat." Gojo Satoru laughed out loud. "Are you really scolding me? The humiliation is directed at you. Haha. You are so weak, but I didn't expect you were not so good at talking." Nanami Kinto's temples were throbbing. The murderous aura emanating from this man was enough to intimidate any non-special grade sorcerer around him. He had no choice but to interrupt first, saying word by word, "Senior." As expected, Gojo Satoru's attention immediately turned to him. "What did you call me?" "That's so nice. Call me again?" Nanami Kinto's eyelids jumped. 5. Gojo Satoru nodded and put his hand in front of his ear, leaning close to the young man and hinting wildly, Gojo what? "Gojo Satoru. Don't. You guys never like to call me senior. Call me twice more to make it up to me." Nanami Kinto couldn't help but worry and took the opportunity to ask in a low voice, "Where's Kisaragi-kun?" "He's fine. I released him from the domain in advance, and he should be hiding somewhere now. When the account is settled later, he will probably slip out quietly like a wild cat. I told him that he can sleep in the basement." Gojo Satoru said with one hand on his waist and stretched his neck. After all, with his identity, it is not convenient for him to be seen by the high school. He himself doesn't care. "It was my suggestion." "Kisaragi," Louhu said in a deep voice, "when did he start to mix with you guys?" "Guess?" Gojo Satoru said with a smile, "Don't worry, when we get to the seal room, I will talk to you bit by bit. I am an expert in torture. You won't be able to sleep tonight." "When did you become an expert in torture?" Nanami Kinto frowned. "You want to do it yourself?" "Yes, I'll do it myself." Gojo Satoru nodded, "And I'm omnipotent. So why can't I be called an expert? I'm a pentagon warrior, a hexagon warrior. Hey, why don't you call me the circular warrior? You know, as the number of sides of a polygon increases, the shape will become closer to a circle. Am I not invincible to that extent?" Nanami Kinto sighed. "Fire page." Ijichi Jegao walked over and reminded in a low voice, "Mr. Nanami, the tent can be removed." "Okay." Nanami Kinto nodded, raised his hand and waved, and the tent was lifted like a gray curtain, allowing the moonlight to finally shine in. A shadow passed by behind the ruins. Gojo Satoru glanced in that direction through his blindfold and chuckled helplessly. That was the one who escaped, Ryu Shiryu. Nanami Kinto didn't see it and said to Gojo Satoru, "By the way, I have something to discuss with you about Yoshino Junpei." Kisaragi Shigeru flew 100 miles away and entered a small alley, then snapped his fingers to release the vest control mode. The mist brushed away the boy's appearance, revealing his tall, original appearance. Rokudo Makuro yawned and walked slowly back to Heiyao. Basement. In the darkness, the skeleton owl used its beak to elegantly smooth its feathers. The eyelashes of the boy lying on his side on the ground trembled slightly. The system sound came from the clam-shaped earrings. Emergency mission, guard. Yoshino Junpei, completed. Death node destroyed. Emergency mission rewards have been received, totaling 150 million. Real-life kill mission rewards, 1 billion. 2 vest blind boxes will be distributed in the form of Vongala boxes in 10 minutes. The reason for the death node is indeed a real person. Kisaragi Shigeru opened his eyes, but they could not adapt to the dark environment for a while. However, he did not light the fire of death to illuminate, but lay there quietly in a daze. The owl asked him, "Are you tired?" The boy flexed his fingers and said, "Well, I'm a little frustrated. Take a break. I'm leaving now." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." The skeleton owl chuckled twice and disappeared, leaving only the young man in the empty sparring room. The sparring room had no windows, and probably because there was no exhaust fan, the boy was a little drowsy due to a lack of oxygen and fatigue. He was awakened from his very light sleep until the sound of his earrings came out. "Thank you for your hard work." Reborn. Kisaragi Shigeru stretched and sat up. "You haven't slept yet? Thanks to your hellish mission time. Someone has already complained about this." Kisaragi Shigeru said as he walked out of the sparring room, turned on the light in the basement, and drank a glass of water. It seems that Yuji Itadori will go directly back to the high school dormitory, and Gojo Satoru will not be back for a while. Anyway, he has Gojo Satoru's permission to enter and exit the basement at will, so he openly occupied the magpie's nest. Reward, vest blind box, transmission started, please wait. 50%. Kisaragi Shigeru leaned against the kitchen counter, looking at the Vongala box that was gradually taking shape in front of him, and asked, Why is there a box this time? It is beautiful and fast to transmit, just like a zip archive. Irie Shoichi added it when the system was upgraded last time. 100%. Transmission completed. Last time? Kisaragi Shigeru blinked, reaching out to catch the two small boxes that were falling freely. But when Mr. Mukuro came later, it wasn't in the form of boxes either. That was the last time I upgraded, and the last time I upgraded was the day before yesterday, and I didn't tell you. Kisaragi Shigeru put down the water cup. Didn't you agree to tell me every time there was an update? Too much trouble. Reborn yawned. Didn't you ask for upgrade compensation before? I'll send it to you later. Good night. Good night. No, wait. Tell me clearly what compensation? What upgraded? Kisaragi Shigeru asked and waited for a moment, and there was silence on the other end of the earring. The boy tapped his earrings, then banged on the bar. He hung up again. He first put away the box, washed the cup, and walked back to the living room before looking at the two blind boxes. He has always been the type who can't afford to save up stones when playing games. Once he can draw 10 times in a row, he can't control his hand. He is the model of someone who can't save up 100 times and needs to receive the minimum living allowance. He sat down on the sofa and picked up a box at random. Just as he was about to open the blind box, he heard the earrings suddenly make a sound. Transmitting. Please wait. Kisaragi Shigeru tilted her head blankly and looked at the marten boots that were gradually appearing beside her. They looked very familiar. Could this be the system upgrade compensation that Reborn mentioned? It was obviously the figure of a young boy, and it was like a 3D scan from bottom to top like Rokudo Mukuro, but this man was obviously much more irritable than Rokudo Mukuro. Before the head was scanned, one hand suddenly stretched forward and grabbed Kisaragi Shigeru's head, and there was even a sign of exerting force. Obviously, there is no head yet, so I can't see him. But this is too accurate. Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled, and the blind box fell onto the sofa with a thud. He grabbed the other person's hand with a mask of pain. Wait. Why do my vests want to kill me and ban me? Is this reasonable? Long time no see, 11th generation. The moment she heard the voice, Kisaragi Shigeru suddenly opened the other person's hand and started to sprint with all her strength. But the man accurately grabbed her by the collar and threw her back onto the sofa. The brown-haired boy who had already revealed himself was clearly smiling, but he looked like he was gritting his teeth. He stared murderously at the boy who was almost strangled to death by the collar of his hoodie and was coughing dryly. Kisaragi Shigeru pulled his collar forward and shouted, "Do you want to kill me?" Igarashi Hamura. The boy named Igarashi Hamura, with a tuft of red on his bangs, looked like a middle school student and a bad boy. He raised his eyebrows, put the blind box on the sofa on the table, sat down, crossed his legs and said, "My ability is getting stronger and stronger. I can travel to other time and space." Kisaragi Shigeru sadly defended herself. "I told you to find Brother Rambo. Find Brother Rambo? Why are you all targeting me?" Igarashi Hamura put his arm on the back of the sofa and said, "It's your fault that you couldn't escape the bazooka for 10 years. Kisaragi Shigeru shouted in grievance. "So no one in the Vongala can escape that thing." Igarashi looked him up and down and saw that he did not have any scars. "But it seems that you are doing well." The young man froze and said with a forced smile, "Yeah." Igarashi Hamura and Kisaragi Shigeru have known each other since childhood, and they can see through each other's micro-expressions at a glance. He wanted to rub the other person's head, but he felt it was too cheesy and uncomfortable. He finally reached behind the other person and put the hood of the clothes on his head, and even pulled off the ropes on both sides and tied it into a big bow. Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes suddenly went dark, and he could only see the light coming through the gap in his hat. "Hello, sir? What are you doing? Are you an elementary school student?" Igarashi Hamura looked away and said, "I'm just tired of seeing your face." Kisaragi Shigeru bared his teeth and claws. "Wow, you really don't know your place. Although I don't dare to do anything to Mr. Mukuro, do you think I don't dare to punish you?" Igarashi Hamura was startled when he heard this and asked, "Wait, you don't still think I'm a sock puppet, do you?" Kisaragi Shigeru, whose hat covered most of her face, tilted her head. "What else?" Igarashi Hamura sighed deeply, holding his forehead, and said, "Mr. Reborn is the same. He really doesn't tell you anything." "What?" He scratched his head angrily as he saw the other party's clueless look. No wonder Mr. Reborn didn't agree with his intervention at first. He got angry just by seeing the other party pretending to be happy, not to mention the content of the task. Forget it, as long as I'm not hurt, he thought helplessly, and finally rubbed the other person's head through the hat. I'm a soul crossing like you, I die. Kisaragi's Shigeru stopped moving. His brain was frozen with confusion and puzzlement, and the row of question marks he typed out slowly could be visualized. No, what are you doing? His voice was tinged with despair. I thought you were figuratively thinking about how to bring me back, but you actually sent me here? Oh, I said I wanted to come. I was afraid you couldn't do it alone. Are you sick? Pop. In the end, Igarashi Hamura couldn't control his hands and slapped his boss on the back of the head, and then was hit on the chin by a headbutt. Igarashi Hamura. Haha, that's right. How can you be the 11th generation without this kind of reflexes? Kisaragi Shigeru untied the rope and pulled off her hat, hastily explaining. Wait a minute, I didn't mean to do that. You were shooting from the back and I fell forward? He saw the other person's red chin and trembling pupils, and immediately decided to run away. Reborn. Return it. Return it. Igarashi Hamura didn't care at first, but when he saw the other person's back running into the sparring room, he became itchy and felt that he had to catch him. Then again, although he knew that he had a bad habit of saying one thing and thinking another, the other party's refusal to understand him really made him angry. Towards a new life. Early morning. Yoshino Nagi was afraid of waking up her son who was still sleeping, so she quietly closed the iron fence of the detached house and turned to look at the middle-aged man in a formal suit. The man was bloated and had been standing there for an unknown period of time, and he was already sweating. He walked up to Yoshino Nagi, bowed, and said, Hello, I am Yoshino Junpei's homeroom teacher. I called you last night. Haha, you don't have to be so polite. I remember it. Yoshino Nagi was cheerful. She waved to the homeroom teacher and said, Then let's go to a cooler place. I also have something to talk to you about. It's really helpful that you can contact me in advance. As she walked out of the street, she said, I asked for leave from work today, and I didn't tell Shunping. So let's go a little further, to the cafe on the next street, so he won't see us on his way to school. Although I guess he probably won't go to school today. However, it is said that the strawberry shaved ice in that cafe is very delicious, very suitable for such hot weather. I'll treat you. The head teacher waved his hands and said, No, that's not appropriate. I'll treat you. Haha. Yoshino Nagi laughed heartily, then let's split the bill. I'll treat you half and you half. The girl had a passionate personality, which was almost the opposite of Yoshino Junpei. The head teacher thought about it and shook his head again. Who could say that what he saw was the real Yoshino Junpei? Yoshino Nagi took a shortcut, and the two of them soon arrived at the coffee shop. In the end, the head teacher couldn't get over the strong Yoshino Nagi and accidentally let the latter pay for the shaved ice. So he had to order 2 more cups of coffee at his own expense. They each took a food order call device and went to the second floor to sit by the window. On weekday mornings, there were only waiters cleaning the second floor, and most customers bought coffee on the first floor and went straight to work. The coffee shop is well soundproofed, and the windows are closed because of the air conditioning. Even though the street downstairs is busy, it is still tensely quiet. The head teacher clasped his hands together, and the woman in front of him looked out the window, not knowing what she was thinking. He took a breath, put his hands on his knees, and bowed his head deeply. I'm here to apologize today, he said. I'm very sorry for the bullying of Shunping. Yoshino Nagi's eyelids twitched, but she didn't respond. Yesterday, I talked to Junpei and found out about this. I was thinking about why I couldn't see such an obvious thing yesterday, and I came to the conclusion that I was constantly deceiving myself and turning a blind eye to it. If I had cared more about my students and had a little more sense of responsibility. The head teacher paused and said, Everything is due to my avoidance of suspicion. There is no excuse for this. I am really sorry. The waiter walked downstairs with the empty tray. Only Yoshino Nagi and the homeroom teacher were left on the second floor. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Did you tell Junpei about these things? Yoshino Nagi looked at the crows flying outside the window and whispered, It's meaningless for you to apologize to me for this matter. I've already told him, but I think I owe you an apology too. The homeroom teacher still lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "You entrusted your child to the school, but that trust was betrayed by me as a teacher. I dare not say that I can personally understand your pain, but I don't want to evade the responsibility I should bear. You can file a complaint with the school. I will not make any excuses and accept all punishments. Please raise your head. I can't bear it. I'm very sorry." Yoshino Nagi pursed her lips, "Because I am the same. How can they be the same?" The head teacher raised his head and looked at the girl. Seeing that her eyes were red, he quickly fell silent and took out the napkin beside him and handed it to her. Yoshino Nagi took it but still tried to hold back tears. She said, "I don't have the habit of reading my child's diary. I will give him this kind of freedom and trust, and I will never say things like, 'If I had just read his diary, I would have seen the clues earlier.' It's just that I run back and forth between the company and home every day. The company's social activities alone make me exhausted, and I am drunk most of the time when I get home. I can see that. As a mother, how can I not see that my child is unhappy at school? But what can I do?" She looked downstairs, where several regular employees of the company, each holding a cup of coffee and wearing a work badge around their necks, walked towards the office building, chatting and laughing. In an environment like Japan, I don't need to say much about how important academic qualifications are. I naturally hope that he can go to a better university and work for a large company in the future. As long as he doesn't change jobs after becoming a regular employee, it will probably be his lifelong job one. If he goes to a good company, he won't have to look at people's faces everywhere, and he won't be unable to say his occupation openly at a class reunion. He can also be more relaxed in the future. I used to think so, but I was wrong. What I was looking forward to was Xuanping's healthy growth, and I didn't ask for anything else. Maybe human desires are endless, and I am just an ordinary person. After all, you can't live without money. She sniffed and looked at the students who were running to school in groups downstairs. Her eyes suddenly softened, but he has changed in the past 2 days. He would go out to school with a smile, and he was much more sunny when he came home. I don't think it was the death of those 3 students that changed him. It's more like he finally had a friend to talk to and something he wanted to do. His eyes were shining. My son is really so cute. Maybe I also need to apologize to Xuanping, but I want to protect my child's dignity as a man. Since he doesn't want to talk about this, I will pretend that I don't know, and you didn't come to see me today," she said. "I will take my child to submit a transfer application in 2 days. I'm very happy. I thought he would drop out of school." She chuckled twice. "But he told me excitedly yesterday that he has a high school he wants to go to and a job he wants to do. I searched and found that it is not a very good high school, or rather a very strange one, and the location is very remote. But no matter what you think, no matter what others will think in the future, I am proud of him." The head teacher lowered his eyes, nodded and said, "I understand." Yoshino Nagi's call bell vibrated, and the head teacher immediately stood up and picked up the 2 bells. "I'll go downstairs to get some drinks." There seemed to be quite a lot of people downstairs. When the middle-aged man walked down the stairs, the second floor was empty and only Yoshino Nagi was left. She then picked up the napkin and carefully covered her eyes. Tears soaked the tissue, and the woman muttered, "Luckily I didn't put on eyeliner. Waterproof mascara should be fine." The head teacher took the plate of strawberry shaved ice on the first floor, stood in a corner where he would not block the flow of people, waited quietly for his bell to ring, and gave the woman enough time to calm down. When Gojo Satoru walked into the basement, Kisaragi Shigeru was still asleep. She was curled up on the sofa with a leather coat on her body and sleeping soundly. There were 2 small boxes beside her. He adjusted his sunglasses and thought helplessly, "Didn't I tell you that there are beddings in the practice room?" It was still early, and he didn't intend to disturb the boy. Since there was no sound of footsteps with the infinity on, Gojo Satoru walked over and sat on the other side of the sofa to surf the internet without the sofa sinking in at all. After a moment, he glanced at the boy who was still sleeping beside his legs and curiously picked up the 2 Vongala boxes on the table. The box was very delicate, with a small hole at the opening. He glanced at the ring on the boy's finger and found that it was roughly the same size as the box. The designs printed on the 2 boxes looked like the designs of some family crest, but he had never seen such a crest before, so he looked down at the words below. Vongala. The brown-haired boy walked out of the sparring room and leaned against the wall. His movement caused his shadow to flicker. Gojo Satoru already knew that there was someone else in the basement. He looked up at the other person but didn't say anything. But the boy refused to give him face and said loudly, "It's not good to take other people's things." The young man frowned slightly. The words were not uttered in a low voice at all. It might as well be said that the purpose was to wake up the boy on the sofa. Kisaragi Shigeru gasped and suddenly opened his eyes. His hand instinctively reached out to where the knife was at his side, but his hand was empty. Gojo Satoru gently held down the boy, who almost jumped up, and slowly pushed him back onto the sofa. "It's okay," he comforted the boy. Kisaragi Shigeru glanced around the ground in confusion, focusing on the Vongala box in the young man's hand, and understood in her heart, after all, in Igarashi Hamura's eyes, family is more important than anything else, so naturally he doesn't like outsiders touching Vongala's things. Gojo Satoru did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he tossed the two boxes with ease and placed them next to Kisaragi Shigeru. He reminded the brown-haired boy, "This is my basement." Igarashi Hamura retorted, "But the box is his." The young man smiled and said, "What does that have to do with you?" Igarashi Hamura frowned. "Huh?" Kisaragi Shigeru's painful mask. "What kind of atmosphere is this?" But to be honest, Igarashi Hamura's shout almost scared him to death. Kisaragi Shigeru rubbed his aching head and said to the boy with disdain, "If I get a heart attack from being scared one day, the murderer will definitely be you." Igarashi Hamura was shocked. "You are sleeping like a dead person even though someone is sitting next to you. How can you be so ashamed?" "Oh, you reminded me, but I didn't say hello yet." Kisaragi Shigeru raised her head, swung her legs and waved at the young man. "Good morning, Mr. Gojo. It shouldn't be the agreed time yet. I finished my work early, so I came here early." Gojo Satoru smiled and patted the other's head. "Who is he?" The young man said with a merciless smile. "Uninvited guest, I will drive you away right away." "Hey, you are such a stickler." Igarashi Yin was speechless and shouted angrily, "Do you have any sense of crisis?" Kisaragi Shigeru sat up and shrugged. "Yeah, aren't you the most dangerous one?" "Huh, how come it's me?" Kisaragi Shigeru then realized that her coat had slipped off her body and said with a frank smile, "Ah, thank you for your coat." Igarashi Hamura's expression immediately twisted. He felt uncomfortable when the other party spoke to him in a nice tone. "I just fell on you. I didn't cover you on purpose." The air suddenly became subtle. Kisaragi Shigeru clasped her hands expressionlessly and said, "It's been so many years, and you're still playing that tsundere game. Please, take it away. I'll kill you." He turned around and explained to Gojo Satoru, "He is Igarashi Hamura, and he is my childhood sweetheart." "So?" Igarashi Hamura frowned and said, "To be honest, I am 1 year older than you. You should call me brother." "Tue, come out and fight. I'm tired of fighting with you." Kisaragi Shigeru stood up and stretched his neck, saying, "Hankuen, you go back first. I have something to say to Mr. Gojo." Igarashi Hamura, "Where the Hades am I going back to?" Anywhere? I'll beat you to death, believe it or not." "Lie. I'll pull your tongue off." "Lie lu." Gojo Satoru tilted his head. "Elementary school kid? Listen carefully, Hamura." Kisaragi Shigeru walked up to him, handed him his coat, and said seriously, "Mr. Gojo is the pinnacle of the world of sorcery. He is the boss who provided me with a part-time job and startup funds, and he is also the benefactor who lent me his sofa to sleep on. To put it another way, he is also an elder, so be polite." Igarashi Hamura hung his coat on his arm and said helplessly, "What kind of life have you led? Have you brought shame to Vongala?" Kisaragi Shigeru shook his head and clapped. "Good fellow. No one knew I was from Vongala before you spoke." The clever Gojo Satoru lived up to everyone's expectations and immediately picked up the keywords. "Is Vongala written on this box?" Gojo Satoru knocked on the box beside him. "Is that what you call hometown, Shigeru?" Kisaragi Shigeru raised an eyebrow at the brown-haired boy. "Nice." Igarashi Hamura, "Humph. Please don't keep involving him in the troubles of this world." Kisaragi Shigeru awkwardly re-braided her hair, sat on the sofa and rubbed the back of her neck. "I didn't mean to hide anything from you, but I just never had the chance to be honest. I'm not a cursed spirit in the traditional sense, Nor was I born after dying an unnatural death. I have my family, my friends, my teachers. The boy paused, put down his hands and looked directly into the eyes of the young man behind his sunglasses. I'm not from this world. I'm just an accident that shouldn't exist here. Gojo Satoru closed his eyelids slightly, crossed his legs, and pointed at his knees with his index finger. What is the so-called Vongala? The boy smiled with a nostalgic look and evaded the question by saying, It's my family one. I see. Gojo Satoru glanced at the ring on the other's finger and said meaningfully, So you are a human. Kisaragi Shigeru said with a smile, Although I am now only a soul, I am still classified as a cursed spirit in this world. So I have always felt that there is no need to explain. Thanks to Yin for giving me such an opportunity. Igarashi Hamura looked away. TSK. Gojo Satoru looked at the brown-haired boy. So Igarashi is in the same situation as you. I can understand that, right? Kisaragi Shigeru nodded in affirmation. That's right. The young man waited for a moment and asked, Nothing else to confess? Nothing. What are those two boxes? Decorations. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, but the boy still smiled. That means he doesn't intend to say anything. Got it. Gojo Satoru crossed his arms, and his leather shoes tapped lightly on the ground, making a slight sound. I'm going to make an appointment with you today, mainly because I have two things to tell you. First, the end of the real incident is entirely in the hands of the senior officer, and you should not interfere anymore. Nanami and I agree that you should completely withdraw from this matter. At the same time, we will conceal all your contributions, so that you will not be registered as a special cursed spirit and the senior officials will have to cry for the death penalty again. He paused. But this is unfair to you. After all, the location, clues, and even the curse research materials were all provided by you. So we want to ask your opinion first. I have no opinion. It's better to say that I am very grateful for your care for me. Kisaragi Shigeru lowered her eyes and ran her fingertips across the Vongala ring on her finger. I don't have any credit. Everything is my own arbitrary decision, just revenge. If it weren't for your help, I think I would be in a difficult battle. I am very grateful. Gojo Satoru corrected him. At least it was a private revenge. The boy raised his lips and said, Thank you. Then the second thing is, this is not so serious. Just be casual. Gojo Satoru leaned back, put one arm on the back of the sofa, put his hand on his head, and said with a smile, Shigeru, do you want to cooperate with me and participate in the task of exorcising the cursed spirit? Kisaragi Shigeru blinked and pointed at herself in confusion. Me? Yes. For the time being, I will stop sparring with Yujin. He will go to the high school, and you will follow me. Gojo Satoru shook his head and said aggrievedly, I have told you before that the high school has always been short of staff. A poor office worker like me who works 24 hours a day has even come to the point where I want to borrow the power of the cursed spirits. Kisaragi Shigeru held her chin and pondered. Igarashi Hamura was standing behind the boy with his hands behind his back. Seeing the boy wavering, he almost gasped. You must be joking. No way. The two people, one big and one small, looked at the brown-haired boy at the same time. Kisaragi Shigeru leaned over the back of the sofa. Why? Why? Igarashi Hamura was so angry that he almost choked. Well, forget it. There's no point in talking to you. What do you mean? Why? You go away. He covered Kisaragi Shigeru's mouth and pushed him aside, not caring that he was overturned. He frowned and looked at Gojo Satoru and said, just as Shigeru said, we are not from this world. Sooner or later, we will have to go back. The young man's brows were still furrowed, his blood-red eyes fixed on the young man, and he said in a deep voice, This man is very understanding. I think you have already figured out his character. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the rhetoric of making it hard for him to refuse. Please don't keep involving him in the troubles of this world. The second hand of the indoor clock ticked. Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Kisaragi Shigeru just sat up, supported his temporomandibular joint, and opened his mouth. Great. My jaw is fine. I've heard about your story too. You fly all over the country and abroad. A busy man in the world of sorcery, and whenever you show up you're the savior. Igarashi Hamura said, Let me be frank, I can't hand him over to you. Because it's too far? Gojo Satoru said with a faint smile. I'm going on a business trip to Yokohama next Monday, which is very close. Igarashi Hamura interrupted him. Because I can't trust you. Gojo Satoru frowned in surprise and displeasure and looked at the boy. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at her childhood sweetheart in a daze. Igarashi Hamura would not normally be so rude to others, but he felt something was wrong with the dissatisfaction he showed towards Gojo Satoru. Hamura. He also lowered his voice and reminded him coldly, that's a bit too much. Igarashi Hamura glanced at Kisaragi Shigeru, then lowered his gaze to the ground, admitting his unprovoked temper. I'm sorry for being rude just now. Kisaragi Shigeru sat down and looked at Gojo Satoru. He was just teleported here early this morning, and his mood was a bit volatile. I'm sorry. TSK, I'm not. Be quiet. I'm not going to get angry with the kid, but I still want to hear your reason. Gojo Satoru lowered his arms and leaned forward. Since you already know me, you should also be aware of my strength. So why do you think I can't be trusted? Igarashi Hamura looked at Kisaragi Shigeru, who didn't look back at him, so he didn't say anything and turned away quietly. The internship period was agreed to be 3 months, and it's only been a month now. Kisaragi Shigeru interrupted the topic. During this period, as long as the mission is within Japan, I can go with you. Gojo Satoru deliberately said, you didn't sign a contract with me, so it's not impossible for you to break it if you want. I'm not so dishonest. Kisaragi Shigeru chuckled and said, the compensation we agreed on before will be transferred to you at the window standard, including the compensation for the sunglasses, the market price of the podium, and the rental fee for the mobile phone. Gojo Satoru, what about the school maintenance fee? That's a bit of a bully. The boy tilted his head. That was all caused by you. Just as Gojo Satoru was about to speak, his cell phone rang. He didn't rush to answer it, but glanced at the time and said, then I should leave too. See you here next Monday, and have a good rest over the weekend. You can still stay here. Kisaragi Shigeru nodded and said, okay, thank you. After Gojo Satoru left the basement, Kisaragi Shigeru turned around and glared at Igarashi Hamura, scolding, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? I've been having a bad temper for more than just 1 or 2 days. Igarashi Hamura walked over to him and sat down also. What about the 3-month internship period? When I first came here, I needed money, so I asked Mr. Gojo to do a part-time job. Kisaragi Shigeru hugged the pillow and said, 1 million. 1 million. Why do you act like you've never seen money before? Of course I've never seen so much money. This is the disparity of the world. No, I've seen it. Kisaragi Shigeru patted the pillow and shouted, do you know how much money Mr. Mukuro has? 300 million. 100 million. That's from a blind box. I know. I don't even know if I'm European or African. The boy felt more and more aggrieved the more he thought about it. Do you know, Mr. Reborn schemed against me. He said something about sending TD on my phone. I thought it was an abbreviation for unsubscribing, but it turned out to be the abbreviation for the technical department. I've said it all. I know. Igarashi Hamura couldn't help laughing at the other party's noisy appearance, and his mood obviously improved. He reached out and grabbed the Vongala box and threw it to the other party. Open it and have a look. Okay. Remember to apologize to Mr. Gojo later, okay? It depends on the situation. Apologize. I know. Open it quickly. Kisaragi Shigeru then took it, ignited a little sky fire on the ring, and pressed it on the Vongala box. Open the box. You don't have to shout. Ah, really? It's still the same as always, you guys. So lively. The two boys looked up. The young man who appeared in the light blue mist had neat black short hair. His voice was full of adult magnetism, but also sunny. The scar on the right side of his chin showed that he had extraordinary experience. The man was wearing a black suit, with his left hand on his waist and a Japanese sword in his right hand. He smiled at them and said, Yo. Blind box. Yamamoto Takashi, current level 5, level cap 10, deposit of 1 million will be automatically deducted. Now in AI mode. Kisaragi Shigeru was obviously very happy. He threw the pillow into the sky and shouted, It's Mr. Yamamoto. It's over. It's about to begin. Igarashi Hamura caught the pillow in free fall and covered his ears in pain. Oh, Shigeru. Yamamoto Takashi laughed heartily. He didn't draw his Japanese sword, but just held it horizontally in front of him in a handsome pose. Shigeru Kisaragi Shigeru raised her hand and shouted, "Tang Yin Lu, my sword used to be?" Shigeru Jintoki, "You too?" Shigeru. The two people, one big and one small, clapped their hands happily. Yet Igarashi Hamura hit Kisaragi Shigeru on the head with a pillow. "Are you annoying? Where's this place? Is this the kindergarten class? I can't stand it anymore. Igarashi Hamura, come out and fight me. Aren't you tired of fighting with me?" Kisaragi Shigeru kicked the other person and swiftly dodged the pillow that the other person swung at her, picked up another blind box, and inserted the flaming ring into it. "Then I'll open the other one and try." "Don't shout open the box. I'm ashamed." I didn't shout it this time. It was still blue mist, and one big and two small ones were staring at the person who appeared. The man reached out and took off his mask, spun the skateboard in his hand, and looked at Kisaragi Shigeru. "Where is this?" Yamamoto Takashi and Igarashi Hamura also looked at the boy. Kisaragi Shigeru was confused. "No, wait. Who is it?" Kisaragi Shigeru awkwardly explained. "This is, the basement." Shindo Enosuk nodded unsatisfiedly. "Well, that's obvious. Then let me change the question. Who are you?" "My name is Kisaragi Shigeru. You're, The boy stammered, not knowing how to explain for a moment. He stood up hesitantly and walked to the man, put his right fist against the other's chest, and injected a little death fire. Shindo Enosuk did not dodge or avoid, but looked down at the boy's fist. His chest felt warm, physics, and that warmth was like water from an ice-breaking river in spring, flowing forcefully into his heart, literally. This experience made him feel strange and interesting. This is different from the excitement and stimulation that Chiha Langa brought him. If you have to say it, it may be closer to the light that Kikuchi Tadashi brought him in his childhood. But that's not entirely true. He secretly commented in his heart, "This is probably another interesting boy who is different from the past." But he didn't show it on his face and asked, "What are you doing?" The boy showed his immature confusion. Love. The sign of love?" Igarashi Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about again?" But Shinto Enosuk took a sharp breath and didn't hear these words at all. What he saw before his eyes was like fireworks at a summer temple fair, causing a slight tinnitus in his ears. He felt his eyes light up, just like the trembling when Chiha Langa broke through his love embrace. Love was exactly his keyword, and it was also what he had always pursued and longed for. This young man had hit his keyword accurately in one go. He had been involved in politics since he was young and had been in the political field for many years. He boasted that he had some ability to judge people. He could smell the passion of cherry blossoms blooming beneath cherry's cold surface, the calmness of mountains and rivers beneath Chiao's passionate conversation, and even the fragrance of snow from Canada that made him unable to stop. Sooner or later, that boy would become his bone of bone and flesh of flesh one. He is Adam, and Eve already has him. So what can this seemingly gentle but actually dangerous boy be to him? Maybe the forbidden fruit of their tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Vest binding successful. Thinking of this, Shinto Enosuk reached out and lifted the boy's chin and said softly, "Will you lead us away from the beautiful Garden of Eden and into the abyss of pain?" Kisaragi Shigeru's expression was subtle. Switch to control mode. Shinto Enosuk chuckled and said, "Oh, I didn't expect that a forbidden fruit would try to control Yadavest." Shinto Enosuk, enter control mode. Before he finished speaking, Shinto Enosuk retracted his hand as if he had received an electric shock and quietly walked to the sofa and sat down. He glanced at the expressions of Yamamoto Takashi and Igarashi Hamura and said to the latter, "Don't be afraid, this is the control mode now." Igarashi Hamura shook off goosebumps all over his body. What's going on?" "Don't use his face to make your dull expression. The contrast is too big and it's uncomfortable to watch." Shinto Enosuk thought for a moment, crossed his legs and laughed disdainfully. "Heh, Igarashi Hamura? Something is wrong, but I am angry." Still feeling a chill on his back, Kisaragi Shigeru couldn't help but look at the lean upper body with the eyes of Shinto Enosuk. The young man's voice sounded very aggrieved. "I don't understand. Why does he have more muscles than me? Why? Isn't he a non-combatant?" Igarashi Hamura said disdainfully, "It's you, rascal. Besides, ordinary people can also do fitness. No. Can you talk to me with your original form? Kisaragi Shigeru. Oh, okay. Yamamoto Takashi touched his chin and asked, the Garden of Eden. Is it the story of Adam and Eve? Why is it called the forbidden fruit? Kisaragi Shigeru said awkwardly. I don't know. Igarashi Hamura crossed his arms and asked, isn't the source of everything your mark of love? Kisaragi Shigeru grabbed her childhood sweetheart's arm and shook it, saying, people usually complain, right? Why would anyone accept this role? How should I know? Stay away from me. Yamamoto Takashi laughed and said, ha ha ha. So it's the latest popular stage play? Are you going to switch to acting? Igarashi Hamura rubbed his face in pain. Why did you think of going in that direction? Oh, is it taking on a role? Complaining hurts his throat, so sooner or later he will have to buy a throat spray to protect it. Igarashi Yin thought so inside, rubbing his temples with a headache. So what should we do with him? Put it back in the box? Kisaragi Shigeru stretched out her hand. Look, I can't put it back. In the boy's hands were broken pieces of the box. Igarashi Yin's veins bulged, and he grabbed the boy's collar expressionlessly. Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils were dilated. Wait, this is not my fault? Reborn's voice came at the right time. The box is broken? There is nothing we can do about it. We will reinforce it next time we upgrade. Igarashi Hamura, a middle school boy, naturally has pierced ears, and wearing the special Vongala earrings, he can hear the conversation between the two. He took a deep look at the other person before letting go, and regardless of the boy sneaking behind Yamamoto Takashi with a look on his face as if he was about to complain, he asked, excuse me, what is the most appropriate way to deal with this situation? No one would have thought that he would name someone he doesn't know. Someone he knows, right? Reborn said faintly, did you forget? It's the young congressman who has been on TV a lot recently, Shinto Inosuke. Ah, that's the one. Igarashi Hamura recalled the name as soon as he heard it and looked Shinto Inosuke up and down. It really doesn't look like him. I didn't recognize him. People in high positions may also need a hobby to vent their emotions. Although the clothing taste and way of venting may be a little special, it is still skateboarding, a sport after all. Reborn took a bite of the scone and said, let's not talk about Igarashi who can't hear the system notification sound. Why didn't you? Kisaragi Shigeru, recognize him? Kisaragi Shigeru shuddered violently. Reborn said calmly, when I was teaching you, I should have also taught you about society, not to mention Shinto counselors who are frequent news contributors to politics. Kisaragi Shigeru silently looked away. Well, it really doesn't look like him. I didn't recognize him. Igarashi Hamura? Familiar lines. Igarashi reacted as soon as he heard the name. Kisaragi Shigeru was in pain but could not say anything. I'm sorry. I'll keep this bullet for now. I'll shoot you all at once when you come back. The young man shed 2 broad tears. Okay. Yamamoto Takashi slowly walked around the basement, and Igarashi Hamura asked again. So what should we do with this vest? Send it to Heiyao? We can't just occupy the magpie's nest here forever. Kisaragi Shigeru shook his head. Mr. Mukuro wouldn't allow it. Igarashi Hamura looked at the young man. This matter still required him to make the decision. Kisaragi Shigeru hesitated for a moment, raised her eyes and said seriously, well, it's decided. Let him go. Igarashi Hamura? Huh? Kisaragi Shigeru's hands trembled slightly. I really don't have the courage to control a big shot like the councilman, and I can't skateboard. I'm camera shy, so I'd better let him go. Igarashi Hamura hung the leather jacket on his shoulders on the sofa and untied his watch without saying a word. It's over. This is going to kill someone. Kisaragi Shigeru ran over before the other party could explode and grabbed Yamamoto Takashi's wrist. Mr. Yamamoto, let's go buy some vegetables. The vegetables at the morning market are fresher. Huh. Okay. Is the seafood market next door? I can cook for you. Great. Run away, oh. This moment was enough for the two to slip out of the basement. Igarashi Hamura shouted angrily. Stop. Natural combination. Mr. Yamamoto, don't always spoil him. Reborn said lightly. After all, Yamamoto has been taking care of Shigeru for a long time. He always treats Shigeru with the attitude of taking care of a child. Forget it. Hey. Igarashi Hamura walked to the kitchen with mixed feelings and opened the refrigerator. I've bought everything. In fact, Your skill points are also quite outrageous. After Reborn finished speaking, he asked, speaking of which, where did you get the money? Shigeru's. You are worthy of it. Anyway, he is like that. When he hears that cursed spirits don't need to eat, he will definitely rush through it. Igarashi Hamura closed the refrigerator and walked back to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Heiyao may not have electricity over there. I know what kind of sloppy life he can live. He probably sleeps on the sofa all the time. Or sleeps outdoors. Reborn took a sip of black tea quietly and thought to himself. The answer is correct. Super intuition is indeed convenient. But that doesn't mean his intuition is always accurate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost that much in rock, paper, scissors. I know he is very sensitive to malice, and I also know that super intuition is particularly accurate in negative emotions or situations. Igarashi Hamura frowned. But people are not data after all. There are too many variables, and he trusts his intuition too much. I'm just afraid that the super intuition will not work one time. No, I'm more afraid that one day the super intuition will work for something, but he will have to postpone it, which will lead to the time when his intuition comes true. He closed his eyelids slightly and sighed. I don't know what I can do for him. Reborn interrupted the boy's thoughts. Thinking too much is a bad habit of yours. I said, not everything can be calculated and rehearsed, and there are always more variables than plans. After all, I'm suspicious. But you should also admit that your suspicion often fails on Shigeru. The basement suddenly became quiet. Igarashi Hamura crossed his hands and clenched them until his fingertips turned white. You are right. After a moment, he looked up and exchanged glances with Shinto Inosuke. The question is, what should we do with this guy? I don't even want to control Shigeru, and his mind is probably on Mr. Yamamoto. Reborn said meaningfully. I can help you temporarily release Shigeru from control. Will he know? No. Igarashi Hamura looked at Shinto Inosuke deeply and said, then I'll trouble you. It was still a bit hot in a suit. Yamamoto Takashi took off his suit jacket and held it in his hand, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a part of his forearm, and said, it's been a long time since I went out with you. For level 5, I guess the data simulation should be when you were 24 years old. It's not quite right to say long time no see. Kisaragi Shigeru reminded with a smile, there should be a 5-year time difference between you and me. As for memory, the little guy helped us fill it in. So although the strength can only reach the value of 24 years old, the memory is basically not missing. Yamamoto Takashi rubbed the boy's head, but I was really surprised. I didn't expect you to be so tall. The boy laughed happily. Hee hee. Yamamoto Takashi looked around and then at the street sign. However, the streets in this world and ours do look very similar. Kisaragi Shigeru nodded and said, although the shops are all different, the layout of the streets, the location of the schools, and the market prices of the goods are roughly similar. Yamamoto Takashi sighed. Really? Then we won't get lost. The boy was amused by the other party's train of thought and chuckled. That's right. But after walking a few steps, the young man paused, frowned, and looked towards the side of the street. Kisaragi Shigeru also stopped and turned around to ask, what's wrong? That shop. Yamamoto Takashi pointed behind the boy and said in surprise, is it the cake shop you went to with Tsuna? On your 12th birthday. Where? The boy turned around and looked. It was a very beautiful cake shop with a huge ice cream cone model at the door and several circles of small decorative lights hanging on it. The name of the shop was Revanchelet too. He thought about it, followed his intuition, and shook his head to deny. No, although the cone decoration at the door is the same, the layout is different and the store name is also different. Indeed. Yamamoto Takashi smiled and scratched his head. Sorry, I must have made a mistake. The store is called Aurora 2. That's why you two took me in to buy a birthday cake and talked about the legend of the Northern Lights. He turned and looked at the young man again, giving him a way out. After all, it's been several years. It's normal that I can't remember it clearly. I remember it because we complained about the cone model. Yamamoto Takashi said with a smile. I originally wanted to go in and have another ice cream, but who knew that they didn't sell it at all? It was just a decoration they bought secondhand. Kisaragi Shigeru also laughed. Indeed. Yamamoto Takashi patted the boy on the shoulder. Let's go and buy some delicious food. Kisaragi Shigeru blinked, secretly glanced at the cake shop again, suppressed the doubts in her heart, and followed obediently for the time being. When Kisaragi Shigeru and Yamamoto Takashi walked to the morning market, they were somewhat surprised to find that there were very few customers and it was very quiet. All the shops, including the breakfast stalls, looked listless and listless. The half-moon-shaped door with the four big characters Farmers Market written on it cast a shadow extending inward in the morning sun, as if dividing the inside and outside of the market into two, creating a different atmosphere. And Kanhui hid in this shadow with indescribable resentment, as if attracting them to go in. It was unclear whether he regarded Kisaragi Shigeru as one of his own kind, or Yamamoto Takashi as an ordinary person. But unfortunately, neither of them was true. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at Yamamoto Takashi and nodded, and the two of them stepped into the market together. The moment he stepped in, the temperature around him seemed to drop a little, the filth became more rampant, and the cursed power blatantly poured out from inside the market. Yamamoto Takashi leaned over and said kindly, "Hello, I want to see if there are any fresh fruits and vegetables. I want to buy some for my brothers." The middle-aged woman was about to say something when she was pulled behind by the man beside her. The man, who seemed to be the woman's husband, said to the young man unhappily, "Seeing that you are carrying that kind of thing, I guess you are in the same group with the two weirdos who just came?" Yamamoto Takashi blinked in confusion. "That thing? Your sword," Kisaragi Shigeru reminded. Yamamoto raised the samurai sword in his hand and said with a smile, "This is just an ordinary model. I'm working in the props group of the theater recently." Kisaragi Shigeru couldn't help but complain. "This excuse is too far-fetched." Yamamoto Takashi raised his hand and coughed, then covered his mouth and whispered to the boy, "Oh, you scared me. I thought Tsuna was by my side." Kisaragi Shigeru scratched his head. "Mr. Yamamoto, can you please tell me the key point?" The young man then asked, "Who are you referring to as the two people who just came? Did something happen in the market?" The middle-aged man said unhappily, "There's one fierce-looking guy, and another one covered in bandages. You're pretending not to know them." The fierce-looking guy just asked the same question, and the one covered in bandages even tried to attack my daughter. "Take action?" Hearing this, Yamamoto Takashi couldn't help but become more serious and asked, "Excuse me, where is your daughter? Is she okay? Why are you asking?" "I asked her to go home." The middle-aged man cursed and said, "The world is really not peaceful recently. That man looks tall and thin, and he looks like a decent person. He actually wants to take my daughter to commit suicide for love?" Yamamoto Takashi and Kisaragi Shigeru looked at each other and asked, "Suicide for love? Was it an ex-boyfriend or something?" "Bah, bad luck." The middle-aged man shouted angrily, "I've never seen it before. The one with the bandages was dragged away by a vicious man, and I don't know what he did. There are all these things happening recently. Who would dare to let their precious daughter help here? What are they? Just go in and see for yourself. Who will stop you?" The middle-aged man had dark circles under his eyes, and he tore off his apron and threw it on the ground angrily. "Everyone knows how to gossip. No one comes to buy vegetables, big and small. All come to take pictures and explore, day and night. There is no peace." "Husband," the middle-aged woman wanted to call him, but the man slammed the door and went into the store. She sighed deeply, and when she turned around, she saw Yamamoto Takashi picked up the apron, patted the dust off, and handed it to her with a faint smile. She smiled apologetically at Yamamoto Takashi, took the apron and said, "I'm sorry, young man. It's not a bad idea for you to ask a few questions, but recently this matter has made people panic, and there are always thefts, so it's inevitable that people are a little nervous." He didn't mean any harm. Being constantly surrounded by the filth of the curse, it is inevitable that one will become more violent. Yamamoto Takashi glanced at Kisaragi Shigeru, who was observing the surroundings by himself, and asked, "What's the matter?" The woman hesitated for a moment before she spoke. "Although our market is called a farmer's market, it's just the outer part that's more like a farmer's market. Inside, there's a wide variety of things for sale. If you walk along this road, there's a music store on the right that sells classical music. It's been closed for a long time." She lowered her voice a little as she spoke. "Since last week, there has been a strange rumor circulating nearby, saying that music can be heard from the farmer's market late at night at midnight, and after that there are always people breaking in to explore. The small TV station's entertainment programs even know to apply in advance, and several young people who shoot short videos and upload animations on YouTube, including some naughty students, have mostly broken in secretly. After all, it is entertaining to come here late at night. As a result, the number of thefts has doubled, and we are all very worried. But the problem is that something happened since the beginning of this week. She covered her mouth and lowered her voice, looking around at the businesses embarrassedly. The shop owners on both sides seemed to be a little averse, pretending not to hear, and turned around. Then she whispered, "I heard that someone died. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but there are indeed missing people, and more than one. Rumors are scary, not to mention those who filmed videos. It spreads like urban rumors all of a sudden, and it gets more and more outrageous, which has a great impact on business. We raised funds and found some masters, but it was useless. Later, we heard that there was someone called Tokyo Curse." Curse what? Curse High School or something. The name is hard to remember, and said that they can help solve this kind of problem. But no one was assigned, and they said that the earliest someone could come would be next Wednesday. Today is only Friday. Who can wait? The woman patted the back of her hand anxiously and said, "We really had no other choice. So we looked on the internet and found two places. One place is called the Curse Spirit Urazuya, and the other is the Armed Detective Agency in Yokohama. The Urazuya was closer, but it turned out to be too gloomy over there. So we didn't dare to go in, and there was no phone. And that abandoned school itself has its own ghost stories. So we contacted the detective agency." Kisaragi Shigeru was stunned, and quickly walked to Yamamoto Takashi's side. "I heard a familiar store name. Is it an illusion? Did I miss the order?" Yamamoto Takashi secretly poked the other person with the handle of the knife, signaling him not to speak. The two people just now were actually from the detective agency. Who knew they would say they wanted to commit suicide for love? My husband doesn't believe it. She sighed deeply. Everyone has had a hard time recently. I'm sorry to have dragged you to talk for so long. I was really frustrated. Are you hungry? Did you have breakfast? Anyway, we can't sell it. We prepare these ingredients every day, and it's a pity to throw them away every day. It's free. Just consider it as an apology for what happened just now." Yamamoto Takashi did not refuse and said with a smile, "I am just very hungry. Thank you for your help." As if touched by the youth's sunshine and thoughtfulness, the woman smiled and turned on the machine. "Wait a moment. I'll put more octopus in it. My son is about the same age as you. You young people don't even know how to eat breakfast before going to work. It's rare for you to get up a few minutes earlier." Yamamoto Takashi laughed twice and said, "Thank you. I will try to get up early and eat breakfast in the future." Kisaragi Shigeru had just gone to the ATM machine at the door to withdraw money. Seeing this, he crouched down beside the woman and tried to put the money into her apron pocket, but Yamamoto Takashi coughed. He retracted his hand and looked up and saw the young man gently shaking his head. There are some good intentions in the world, and if you refuse them, you owe them. Kisaragi Shigeru was holding an octopus dumpling in her mouth, and her soul was almost burned to death, making strange sounds like woo-woo. Yamamoto Takashi smiled. "Haha, you were right." Kisaragi Shigeru raised her hand. "Wait, what did I say?" Yamamoto Takashi touched his chin seriously. "That's true." Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled. "What did I say again?" "We're here." Yamamoto Takashi stood in front of the music store. His cursed power was so strong that it was hard to ignore. Kisaragi Shigeru stood in front of the glass door and looked inside, saying, "There are also vinyl records. What a pity." He took 2 steps back and stretched his hands forward, using his index fingers and thumbs to make a square frame, and closed one eye as if taking a photo. This looks more like a freeze frame of an era. Yes, it is true. The boy maintained the movement and turned 90 degrees, then raised his hand a little to put the person who was speaking into the grid. The man was wearing a long beige windbreaker. He was tall but too thin. His hair was fluffy and messy as if he had just woken up. His skin looked even paler against the bandage on his neck. His iris-colored eyes were clearly smiling, but with a hint of coldness, as if they could see through people's hearts. It is said that photos have magical powers. They can freeze the past so that people in the future can recall it repeatedly. The young man smiled and said, "So, what do I look like in your camera?" Kisaragi Shigeru put down his hand and answered honestly, "It's a riddle, man." After listening to this for a while, The young man suddenly laughed twice, waved his hand and said, "Oh, excuse me. My name is Dazai Osamu. The door is open. You can go in and take a look." Kisaragi Shigeru stared at him and whispered, "You don't ask my name. Will you tell me, Jurei-kun?" Dazai Osamu smiled. "What will you tell me? First name, last name, or all of them?" The boy stared at the other person expressionlessly until Yamamoto Takashi stepped forward and blocked him behind him, blocking Dazai's probing sight. "Dazai, what are you doing? Don't waste time." Kanikata Dappo walked out of the alley beside the store and said in surprise when he saw Kisaragi Shigeru, It's you? Long time no see." Kisaragi Shigeru bowed. "Mr. Kanikata, right? Let me introduce him to you." Kanikata Dappo walked up to Dazai and said, "His name is Kisaragi Shigeru. When he and Atsushi came to Tokyo on a business trip, he invited Atsushi to dinner." Dazai Osamu did not react when he heard this. Instead, Kisaragi Shigeru took a deep breath. Yamamoto Takashi frowned, turned around and asked cautiously, "What's wrong, Shigeru? I forgot about this." Kisaragi Shigeru's hand trembled wildly as he covered his mouth. "It turns out that I still owed Mr. Gojo money for dinner. I thought I had paid it off." "Yes, it was Mr. Gojo who helped pay the bill at that time." Yamamoto Takashi equals. Kanikata Doppo whispered in Dazai Osamu's ear, "This matter is related to the cursed spirit. This generation in Tokyo is not within our scope of responsibility. This is a violation of the contract." But the latter didn't give him any face and said bluntly, "Then just hand over the task to them." Kanikata Doppo shouted, "Hey, Dazai." Dazai waved his hand and approached the two. Yamamoto Takashi did not move, but Kisaragi Shigeru obediently walked out from behind him. "Shigeru-kun, you invited Atsushi-kun to dinner, so that's what Atsushi-kun did for you." Dazai leaned over and asked, "Why did he help you? It shouldn't be your personal matter, right?" Kisaragi Shigeru raised the corner of his mouth. "Did Nakajima-kun tell you nothing?" Dazai Osamu asked back. "Guess how much he said?" The existence of a contract proves that the Armed Detective Agency and the High Commissioner must have had contact. Kisaragi Shigeru pondered for a moment and deliberately said, "Logically speaking, wouldn't it be more appropriate to hand it over to the technical high school?" "Oh, you're pretty bad. Asking even though you know the answer. The technical high school is too busy right now," Dazai Osamu said as he stood up, clearly facing the light, but his iris-colored eyes were still deep and unfathomable. "I'm already on my way to the procedure, little boss." At this time, Atsushi-kun should have written down the task and reward in Heiyao. Obsidian. Nakajima Atsushi opened the notebook and faced Rokudo Mukuro's seemingly kind, but actually powerful gaze. He wrote down the commission tremblingly, creating the atmosphere of being forced to sign a contract to sell himself. He hesitated for a moment in the reward column, then gritted his teeth and wrote down what Dazai had instructed him to do in advance. "Wuwa Dazai-san." "I'm scared." Rokudo Mukuro looked at it and raised his voice with interest. "Oh?" Nakajima Atsushi was so scared that he hiccuped. He really knew nothing. He was just an innocent little working tiger. He put down his pen and quietly raised his hand, like a kid in class who wants to go to the bathroom. "Excuse me, can I go now?" Rokudo Mukuro raised his eyebrows and asked, "You want me to tie you up here?" "Sure. How much are you worth?" "No, no thanks." "Excuse me." Nakajima Atsushi immediately turned around and ran away at the speed of escape, not forgetting to close the door silently. Rokudo Mukuro raised an eyebrow and said nothing. After a moment, he reached out and picked up the notebook. He looked at the black words on the paper and thought for a moment. He chuckled and said, "Kufufu. It seems that I don't have to run around in person without telling the high school. It's just that you've been completely figured out, Shigeru. You understand again." Dazai Osamu frowned, noticing that the cursed energy in the video store had become very strong at some point, more than twice as strong as when he and Kanikata Doppo were investigating just now. Logically speaking, the closer it gets to noon, the thinner the cursed energy will become, and even if it has only been a few minutes, it shouldn't be getting stronger. Since the door is open, let's go in and take a look. Kisaragi Shigeru also noticed this, and as he spoke, he approached the store entrance. Anyway, our Urazuya generally doesn't refuse orders, so sooner or later he'll have to come and take a look. He gently pushed the glass door open, and the slide made a creaking sound due to rust. But when the door was opened about 10 centimeters, it encountered a resistance and could not be pushed at all, as if it was refusing the boy to enter. Seeing this, Dazai Osamu hummed in confusion. Strange, can it be opened? Kanikata Doppo asked with one hand on his waist. We just went in. Is it stuck? The old glass door was too brittle. Ryu Shiryu originally wanted to close the door, but when she heard this, she stopped and looked up at the slide in confusion. At that moment, spider-web-like cracks suddenly appeared on the glass door, and the golden cat's pupils shrank slightly ominous. Everyone present was shocked, and Yamamoto Takashi shouted, Shigeru! It was as if a small explosion had occurred from the inside, and the fragments of the glass door fell like raindrops with a sharp cracking sound. Everything happened too fast, and the distance was too close. The boy immediately closed his eyes and lowered his head to step back to avoid hurting his eyes. Yamamoto Takashi's reaction was also extremely fast. He took a step forward with his long legs and covered the boy's head with the suit jacket in his hand to block the scattered glass fragments. He half lifted the boy up and quickly withdrew some distance. Yamamoto Takashi supported the boy. Are you okay? Kisaragi Shigeru was wrapped in a suit and shook his head. He lifted his clothes to reveal his messy head, but he was the first to check the young man's hand without saying a word. Yamamoto Takashi wanted to take his hand back, but the young man used a lot of force, and as he expected, the back of his hand that was holding him was scratched by the glass fragments, leaving a 5-centimeter cut. Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes suddenly darkened, and he raised his hand and stretched it directly towards the video store. Heat gathered in his palm, and his hair was lifted by the airflow. It was obvious that he wanted to flatten the video store. Yamamoto Takashi immediately reached out and grasped the boy's wrist, looking at him seriously. The boy did not move, so he could only call out, Shiryu, I'm fine. The young man spoke in a low voice. When the boy recalled that he had made mistakes in his childhood, Yamamoto Takashi would often call him quietly like this. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at him sideways, and Yamamoto Takashi smiled soothingly. It's okay. It's just a minor flesh wound. Don't fall into the trap of the curse. He patted the boy's head and bent down to keep his eyes level with his. I'm glad you're okay. Ryu Shiryu finally came to her senses. Her eyes became clear again, and she put down her hand with a wronged look. Kanikata Doppo then stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, because of what I said. I almost put you in danger. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized notebook from his jacket pocket, wrote the word gauze, tore off the paper, and shouted, A poet with extraordinary abilities. The paper turned into a roll of gauze in his hand, and he walked over to Yamamoto Takashi and bandaged him. Thank you. Yamamoto Takashi said with a smile, It's very convenient. Kanikata Doppo replied, I should, but it's not that convenient. Kisaragi Shigeru watched quietly, thinking that the gauze was real. It was different from the illusion of fog, and also different from the spell. Supernatural power? However, the shattering of the glass door should be a deliberate curse. Regardless of whether Kanikata-kun spoke or not, the door would probably be smashed from the inside when the young boss looked up or checked. Dazai Osamu approached the glass door and used his foot to push the glass fragments on the ground. Either he wanted to make him blind, but why was he fine just now? Seeing this, Kanikata Doppo shouted coldly, Don't get so close to the door. What if something happens again? Get out of here. No, it has no ill will towards me. Dazai Osamu looked up at the store. In fact, the concentration of the cursed power has weakened. He raised his eyes and saw a crow that seemed to be unaffected by the curse. It landed on the eaves and tilted its head to look at them. Dazai Osamu retracted his gaze, paused, and said, Something is refusing Shigeru-kun to enter. Kanikata Doppo adjusted his glasses and said, I can't sense the existence of the curse. Although the curse is strong, it is only residual. Nothing happened when we were in there just now. Everything was normal. It's strange. Kisaragi Shigeru thought for a moment and stood up, took off his suit jacket and shook it, and after confirming that there were no visible glass fragments, he turned it over and returned it to Yamamoto Takashi inside out. Then the boy walked back to the door with his curse power thickening again, which further confirmed Dazai Osamu's guess. Kanikata Doppo reminded, It's better not to get any closer. You rewrite, Kisaragi Shigeru said as he fell into deep thought. He stood at the door and glanced into the store. Without the obstruction of the old glass door, he could see more clearly. The store was quite large, but it was a little cramped because there were too many stored goods. No, let's go to the pharmacy to disinfect you first. Kisaragi Shigeru shook his head and said, no matter how strong the magic power is, if the curse is not there, it's equivalent to a wasted trip. The time the owner just mentioned is midnight. I'll just come and take a look then. Indeed, the world of magic pays more attention to some formal things, especially things that can represent this shore and the other shore. Dazai-Osamu said, putting his hands in his windbreaker pockets and standing casually, for example, special time points like midnight, or the shadow of the half-moon gate at the entrance of the farmer's market. It's the same principle. After hearing this, Kisaragi glanced coldly at the store, then ran over with a smile to help take the knife from Yamamoto Takashi's hand. I'll help you get it. Yamamoto Takashi laughed and patted the boy on the shoulder. Oh, filial piety. Kisaragi Shigeru. This is a good deal. The boy's screams kept getting closer from a distance. Dazai-Osamu turned around and raised his hands to make a telescope. He squinted his eyes to see the silver-haired boy rushing towards him like the wind. Oh, it's Atsushi-kun. What is he howling so early in the morning? Kanikata Doppo shouted angrily in the direction of Nakajima Atsushi. It's so noisy. It's disturbing the neighbors. Dazai-Osamu mercilessly complained. No, you are noisy too. At this time, Nakajima Atsushi had already rushed behind Dazai-Osamu, tremblingly grabbed the other's windbreaker and pointed forward and said, Help, help, Mr. Dazai. What's wrong? Dazai-Osamu slapped the boy's claws away, pouted his lips and pretended to be disgusted. I don't like to be intimate with men. Please be careful about your behavior and don't let people misunderstand you. Nakajima Atsushi covered the back of his hand and said, I listened to you and went a hey yow, and then an owl kept chasing me, woo woo woo. Owl? Kisaragi Shigeru saw the flying owl and happily stretched out her hand. Mr. Corpse, I want to rub it. Oh my god. He suddenly retracted his hands that were nearly pecked and looked at the other's fluffy feathers with grief and greed. I will rub it sooner or later. The owl landed on Yamamoto Takashi's shoulder and adjusted its wings. You also don't learn from your mistakes. Long time no see, Makuro. Fufufo. Kisaragi Shigeru walked over, and her hand, eager to touch, repeatedly tried. Why don't you put it on my shoulder? The owl said bluntly. It's crowded. The fur is messy. It tangles the feet. It's noisy. And the hat is also in the way. Kisaragi Shigeru. So my shoulders are useless? I'll get stronger. Heh. Kanikata Dobu looked at the embarrassed Nakajima Atsushi with a look of disappointment. So it's not chasing you, but it's just passing by. Nakajima Atsushi shrank his neck and explained, because, just now, the gentleman from the Yorizuya asked me how much I was worth, and it looked like he was going to sell me off. At this time, Kisaragi Shigeru happened to introduce Yamamoto Takashi. This is Nakajima Atsushi, a friend I knew before. Dazai-Osamu laughed out loud. Haha, after all, Atsushi-kun is worth 7 billion yen. When was that, huh? Before Nakajima Atsushi could finish his complaint, he felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw a determined Kisaragi Shigeru and hesitantly greeted him. Shigeru-kun, long time no see. What happened? No matter what, I will never fall so low as to attack my friends. So? Kisaragi Shigeru lifted up Nakajima Atsushi's long sideburns expressionlessly. How much is this strand worth? 8 million? What are you talking about? One more share of startup fund is one more share. Kisaragi Shigeru put his thumb on the knife guard and pushed out a section of the blade, which shone with a dangerous luster in the sun. The hair will grow longer. I will try to cut it less. No, this is the soul. Girls like neat hairstyles. It's okay. Your hair is longer? Not convincing at all. Then rub your arms for me. Okay? Don't want this bald one. Want that furry one, and I'll treat you to a meal. Moon Beast? Not impossible. Shigeru-kun, do you want to spend money or make money? Kanikata Doppo watched all this and commented with great sorrow. Alas, in this materialistic world, even young people are not spared. How sad. Dazai Osamu touched his chin and suddenly smiled a smile that only the script team could give. I see. I understand. Kanikita Dappo turned his head, the reflection of his glasses. You understand again? Skeleton Owl produced the Yorizuya's order book from somewhere and slapped it on Kisaragi Shigeru's head. The boy flipped down the notebook and turned to the last order. When he saw the reward, his smile froze on his face. He put away his smile and pursed his lips. He raised his eyes and did not look at Nakajima Atsushi, but focused directly on Dazai Osamu. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point, and Nakajima Atsushi was caught in the middle, looking around at a loss. Dazai Osamu smiled innocently. I told you, we will still follow the formal procedures. Igarashi Hamura sent Shindo Enosuke away, sat on the armrest of the sofa, and looked down at the floor thoughtfully. Hey, who are you? When Igarashi Hamura heard the voice, he looked up and saw Yuji Itadori standing on the stairs, looking at him in confusion. He stood up with a sigh and said, My name is Igarashi Hamura, and I'm Shigeru's friend. Igarashi Hamura did have the same cursed power as Kisaragi Shigeru. Yuji Itadori nodded and said brightly, Oh, my name is Yuji Itadori, thank you for your guidance. I'm here to get the DVD, don't mind me. DVD? Well, Junpei, you probably don't know him, but there seems to be a new student in our class, and I heard that he likes watching movies. Yuji Itadori opened the cabinet excitedly and said as he selected, So I talked to 2 classmates in our class and wanted to give him a surprise party. It's called Our Class, but there are only 3 people including me, but now there are 4, the same number as the second-year seniors. Oh, right. Yuji Itadori turned around and asked, Are you and Shigeru coming too? Although you are not from technical high school, you are the same age as us, right? First year of high school. Igarashi Hamura put one hand in his pocket, thought for a moment, and said, Don't mention that I'm a year older than you. Yuji Itadori immediately added in a low voice, Ah, sorry, senior. We won't go. Igarashi Hamura curled his lips, or at least Shigeru can't go. I won't let him go. After conveying the content, Kaido took the notebook back to Heiyao in a tense atmosphere. Kisaragi Shigeru gave some of the cash to Yamamoto Takashi, who proposed to act alone, and the boy did not stop him. He walked back to the basement and smelled a little fragrance, so he looked up and met Igarashi Hamura's eyes. The latter raised his chin towards the kitchen and said, I cooked some rice. Where's Mr. Yamamoto? Kisaragi Shigeru walked over tiredly and sat down, leaning her head back on the sofa, and said, I'll be right back. Didn't you go buy groceries? Where are the vegetables? I didn't buy any, but I did get an extra order. Really? Igarashi Hamura poured the other person a glass of water and pressed the glass on the boy's plump forehead. Kisaragi Shigeru was so cold that she shivered all over and reached out to take the cup of water. Thanks? What did you make? Omuris, just made, still warm. Igarashi Hamura said as he walked into the kitchen, Go wash your hands, clean up after eating, and then we go back to Heiyao. Okay. Kisaragi Shigeru drank a sip of water and chased to the kitchen to wash her hands. But there's no electricity over there at Heiyao. Do you have to go to the kitchen to wash your hands? Isn't it crowded? Get the dishes when you come out. Igarashi Hamura left Yamamoto Takashi's portion, took 2 plates of omelette rice, and walked to the living room and placed them on the dining table. Also, the Heiyao student dormitory has been powered on for a long time. Didn't Mr. Rokudo tell you? Huh. When? It seems that the power was turned on as soon as he arrived, and I don't know how it was made. I'll start eating. Igarashi Hamura picked up the spoon and said, He uses the air conditioner and takes a hot bath every day. Other people know how to live, and look at you. Kisaragi Shigeru also sat down, his pupils trembling. Oh my God. It's the cold shower I take every day. I'm going to eat. Why don't you try to see if there is hot water? I didn't expect it. Hey. Igarashi Hamura shook his head. I'll cook some brains for you in 2 days. Why? I want to eat pasta. Igarashi Hamura took a sip of water and said, You know, the need to eat and the desire to eat are 2 different things. The former is necessary to eat in order to survive, while the latter has the derivative concept of a snack. Kisaragi Shigeru raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to imply me? For me, pasta is just a need to eat. Igarashi Yin smiled awkwardly. No, brains are what you need. You really need to replenish your brain. Kisaragi Shigeru put down the spoon and said, "Stop eating and come out to fight." Igarashi Hamura rolled his eyes. "Eat it quickly before it gets cold." Kisaragi Shigeru put down the spoon, deliberately raised her little finger and waved her hand in front of the other party. "Chef Gigi, I want to eat. Wow, what are you doing? Why are you turning the spoon over and stabbing me? Aren't you going to duel? Come out." "No, no. You eat. You eat first, good brother. You eat another bite. You." "Sorry, Yanjun. I have no appetite." What kind of behavior is this that hurts yourself 10,000 and hurts 8,000 friends? Can you learn some skills to play games? Don't learn this kind of earth-shattering stuff. In the car, Nakajima Atsushi was sitting in the back seat, leaning against the passenger seat with curiosity, and asked, "Mr. Dazai, what are you looking at?" "Huh. Just an old photo I found by chance today," Dazai Osamu said as he put the photo back into the pocket of his windbreaker and placed it properly close to his chest. Nakajima Atsushi blinked and said, "I want to see no Hey Atsushi, sit tight." Kanikata Doppo glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "You forced yourself to get to the front. What's the point of wearing a seatbelt?" "Oh, sorry." Nakajima Atsushi sat back obediently, letting the seatbelt hold him tightly. "Is it okay for us to go back to Yokohama directly? What about everyone in the market? It's not that difficult to solve." Dazai Osamu turned around and said with a smile, "Maybe the boss can solve it tonight." Nakajima Atsushi said with emotion. At such a young age, his professional skills are so high. Rather, he had to solve this matter so quickly. Dazai Osamu raised his finger and shook it. "Atsushi-kun. The market side provided us with monetary rewards, and Yurizuya naturally knew about this. But what was the reward for me to ask you to write?" "It was information." "Yes. Then let me ask you again. When I mentioned that you were worth 7 billion, what kind of reaction did the young boss have?" "Well, he wanted to take my hair." Nakajima Atsushi's eyes lit up when he said this. "I understand. Are you short of money?" But after he knew that the reward was information, he didn't raise any opinions, and he guessed that I asked you to write it like this. Dazai Osamu put down his hand. "All this can confirm my guess. Even though Yorizuya is now out of financial difficulties, he still wants to save a little more just in case. In other words, he may need some things, and those things are very expensive. Second, under such a premise, this piece of information is worth more to him than money." Kanikata Doppo saw the red light ahead and stopped the car slowly. He glanced at the young man in the passenger seat and said, "These were confirmed later, right? How did you know he would need this information?" Dazai Osamu smiled lightly, but did not directly answer the question. In the morning, the news mentioned the explosion of an old residential building. The surrounding residents were notified to evacuate in advance. Therefore, no one was injured or killed, and the public opinion took the opportunity to praise the foresight of the Tokyo municipal government. However, the entire building was razed to the ground. So how could no one hear the explosion? This kind of incident cannot be analyzed in this way in Yokohama, but it is very obvious in Tokyo it must be the High Commissioner who took action, set up a trap, and blocked the real news. He said, looking at the pedestrians crossing the road in front of him, and the High Commissioner has always been short of staff, and the number of people who can lead such a large-scale event is very limited. But no matter who is in charge, they will never reveal the information to a certain group. Atsushi-kun, which party do you think it will be? Nakajima Atsushi scratched his head in confusion. The police? Bubu wrong answer, Dazai Osamu said. The police and them are more often in a position of cooperation, but try not to interfere with each other. I see. It's the cursed spirit. Kanikata Doppo frowned and said, no matter which party the senior officer trusts, he can't trust the curse, at least not openly. Dazai Osamu nodded. Yes. There are very few sorcerers who can treat curses rationally. Of course, whether curses can be treated rationally is itself an unsolvable debate topic. Do you know? On an anonymous online forum, someone uploaded relevant news about the cursed spirit Yurizuya. Except for the negative news about the Black Obsidian incident mentioned by one poster, most people said that the Yurizuya helped find the domestic cats and dogs, and the comments were positive and mysterious. This period of time coincided with the time when you two went on a business trip to Tokyo. Not only that, the rumors about Black Obsidian Middle School are getting more and more fierce. but the strange events around them have decreased significantly. And it is well known that the cursed spirit Urizuya is in Black Obsidian Middle School. In short, there is as much information as you want, and they did not block it, probably because they think it will have an advertising effect. He paused and said, but in any case, his character and decision-making criteria are too obvious. Kanikata Dubu looked at the other party's strategizing expression and sighed. You are such a disgusting guy. Generally, no one would search for so much information in advance. Intelligence is priceless, Kanikata-kun. Although the young boss has a lively personality, he is not stupid. He should have a rough idea in his mind. Dazai-Osamu supported his chin, watched the red light turn yellow and then green, and whispered, it's a pity that he is too young and too sentimental. In the face of emotions, cleverness and reason are often useless, because the heart will waver. So people, the more emotional they are, the more likely they are to fall into a trap. Even if they know it is a trap, they can only jump down with gritted teeth. Kanikata stepped on the accelerator without saying anything. But I like this kind of people. Dazai-Osamu suddenly turned around and looked at Nakajima Atsushi, his eyes smiling like crescent moons. It makes people want to help him. Nakajima Atsushi tilted his head in confusion and was greeted with the other party's chuckle. Sit tight, Dazai. Okay. The mother of the child who is the mother of the child. Get out of the car. This is against traffic regulations. And I don't like this way of dying. It doesn't fit my aesthetic. What if I accidentally survive? It will hurt. Then I'll pull over. Poo-poo. Honest man Atsk. Atsushi. Kill him. I can't free my hands while driving. Calm down, Mr. Kanikata. Really, Mr. Dazai. Stop adding fuel to the fire. It was 11:55 at night. Kisaragi Shigeru sat on a telephone pole, looking down at the video store, waiting for time to pass. I'm not afraid of being electrocuted. He looked down and saw Igarashi Hamura standing under the electric pole. He said with a smile, I told you I can come alone. Igarashi Hamura put one hand on his waist and said, I heard from Mr. Yamamoto that you were being targeted. Yes. Kisaragi Shigeru leaned forward and jumped off the telephone pole, standing beside the boy. Igarashi Yin sighed and said, Don't worry. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the other person suddenly and said in panic, Why are you so frank today? Don't be like this. I'm scared. Igarashi Hamura lifted up his leather jacket, revealing the whip wrapped around his waist. If you can't beat me, I'll whip you to death and give you a quick death. Kisaragi Shigeru. That's it. I told you so. Igarashi Hamura frowned and looked towards the video store together with Kisaragi Shigeru. There was no need to even look at the watch. The sudden increase in the magical power was the best proof that the time had reached 0 o'clock. Kisaragi Shigeru held the demon sword Murasame and walked towards the video store with confidence. Let's go. Igarashi Hamura took a few steps in front of him and was the first to enter the music store. Kisaragi Shigeru choked and followed him in with a sigh. Alas, what can I do with this awkward personality? The moment you step in, the scene changes suddenly. What I saw was no longer a music store, but more like a messy fantasy park. Roller coasters, carousels, and other entertainment facilities were all arranged in a chaotic manner, looking very dangerous and all playing classical music. The sky was dark, and the streets were unusually dark, with only the faint light of the speakers playing music. Igarashi Yan's eyelids slightly closed, and he said in a hoarse voice, Is this the realm of life? It looks so eerie, as if ghosts will jump out at any time. He laughed maliciously at this. As expected, the clothes were tugged. A yen. He didn't even turn his head and asked, What for? I can't. I'm afraid of ghosts. Igarashi Hamura slowly turned his head back, lowered his head 90 degrees to the side, and said grimly, Do you still think I'm Igarashi Hamura? Hey, don't run. Igarashi Hamura reached out and grabbed the hood of Kisaragi Shigeru, who turned around and ran away. I'm kidding. You can obviously kill the cursed spirits with one knife. Why are you afraid of man-made things like haunted houses and horror movies? Kisaragi Shigeru shouted with tears in her eyes. Ahem. Strangle me to death, this is different. Man-made things are the most terrifying. Before he finished speaking, a child's voice rang out from the back. Want to buy a CD, piano, violin, or other instruments? What kind of music do you like? Kisaragi Shigeru heard the child's voice, quickly cleared her throat, turned around and squatted gently, and said with a smile, "Sorry." Before he could finish his words, he made eye contact with the coin-operated children's rocking car, and his breath was immediately choked. The car was in the shape of a unicorn, and its paint-chipped eyes suddenly swung towards Ryu Shiryu, and its voice was like a broken radio. "Why are you apologizing? Don't you like it?" The boy covered his face and almost cried. "I want to cry for you to see. I really can't do it." The unicorn rocking car said, "I hate people who don't like classical music." The boy sobbed, "Listen to my explanation. It's not that I don't like classical music, it's that I don't like this horrible atmosphere." The flashing lights of the unicorn rocking car dimmed, and Kisaragi Shigeru peeked through her fingers in confusion. "Don't hate me." After hearing this, Ryu Shiryu's fingertips trembled. The unicorn's horn shot out towards the boy, and Igarashi Hamura shouted, "Shigeru." And Kisaragi Shigeru tilted her head, grasped the sharp horn accurately, put down the magic sword, rubbed the unicorn's head, and kindly pushed the sharp horn back. "Sorry, I was so rude. The unicorn's horn is very important. You can't just throw it away. I'll give it back to you. You are sick. No matter what shape it is a curse." Igarashi Hamura reached out and patted the back of the other's head. "How dare you cover your face to block your vision?" "No, I think I know what's going on in this video store." Kisaragi Shigeru smiled at the unicorn. "If you are scared again, it will be too much for you." The unicorn rolled its eyes and suddenly moved closer to the other party. Half of its head fell off with a snap, and it turned its eyes to look at the boy. "Are you not afraid of me?" The boy's legs suddenly went weak, and he fell to the ground. He quickly hugged Igarashi Hamura's thighs. "Miria! Hamura! Save me!" Igarashi Yin shouted in disgust. "What the Hades did you just say? Let me go." The unicorn cried joyfully. "They are not afraid of me, come on." "Really? Really?" Kisaragi Shigeru sneaked a look behind her through the gap between Igarashi Hamura's legs, and was horrified to find that they were surrounded by dozens of children's rocking cars. "Igarashi Hamura, are you polite?" He buried his face in the other's thighs again, crying bitterly. "Woo woo woo flame." Igarashi Hamura was so angry that he pulled the other person's little hair. "How rude of you. Where are you looking at me? I will kill you. I'll cook tomorrow. Don't pull me away. Is that something that people can eat? Who are you looking down on?" "Ah, it's looking at me, ah." Igarashi Hamura's head hurt from the noise. He pulled out his whip, rolled the man up, and threw him into the sky. "You go first, split into 2 groups, and find the core area." "Do I have to do it alone? Didn't you plan to do it by yourself from the beginning?" "Wait, hey. Up there. I regret it, huh? Why haven't I landed yet?" The boy looked up at the bird-shaped plane that was holding him. "Ah, it has no eyes, so I am not afraid anymore." Kisaragi Shigeru thought so, and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and found a small plane flying to the high tower in the center. It was too dark on the ground to see it just now, but it was clearly visible in the air. He made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted, "I'm leaving, see you later. There's something like a castle in the west. Go and have a look. Wait a minute, come back." Can going by yourself and being forced to go be the same thing? Igarashi Hamura was about to catch up, but was trapped by the rocking car that surrounded him. He didn't know what castle Kisaragi Shigeru saw in the air, but the boy was clearly being taken to the east, the opposite direction. Chase? Or go west? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He finally pulled out his whip and angrily lashed the ground, shouting in the center of the screaming rocking car. "When you go back and take the Vongala candidate assessment, I will be the first one to vote against you." A girl trapped in a tower. The little plane seemed to have no ill will towards Kisaragi Shigeru. This tower looked like the place where Rapunzel was imprisoned in the fairy tale. It was so high that the bottom of the tower was almost invisible, and there were no stairs. He was put on the balcony at the top by the small plane. Ryu Shiryu turned back and scratched the chin of the bird-like plane. It tilted its head and rubbed him like a living thing, making the boy smile. The white gauze curtains swayed in the wind. He looked into the distance, and a small bird-like plane swooped back into the distance. The tower was too high, and the area where he was born was too dark. The classical music in the square could not be heard, leaving only a bone-chilling cold. The cursed energy here is very strong, but there is no obvious malice. He narrowed his eyes. Are you the owner of the cursed spirit handyman shop? He turned back and looked inside the house, lighting the fire of death in his hand, and the gentle light instantly filled the room. The room was filled with cute dolls, hanging with photo frames of musicians, and music scores scattered on the floor like a carpet. The 12-year-old girl, wearing a beautiful princess dress, looked up at him. She had a pretty face and pale skin, but she was sitting in a wheelchair with the hem of her skirt lifted up. It wasn't quite right to say that she was looking at him, because she had her eyes tightly closed and just raised her head towards the source of the sound. A special cursed spirit. Kisaragi Shiger replied, I am. What do you think this place looks like? The girl asked. Is it beautiful? Is it classical and elegant? No. Rather than being classical and elegant, it is more like a paradise that a little girl longs for. Rather than being beautiful, it is so dark that you can't see clearly around you. However, all the weak light sources come from the speakers playing music, and only the music shines. He carefully picked up a few pieces of paper on the ground, so that he could walk to the girl without stepping on the music score. He put the music score aside, knelt on one knee, and said, The music here is shining. The girl was stunned for a moment, and finally blushed a little when she smiled. So that's how it is. You are indeed a gentle liar. In fact, before you came, someone had been here before, and that person told me that it was very dark here, so dark that I couldn't see anything, and told me that you would deceive me. Kisaragi Shiger retorted, I am not lying. As long as you open your eyes and leave this tower, you will know that what I said is true. She shook her head. I can't see it. Kisaragi Shiger looked at the girl's eyelids trembling slightly, and said nothing. Sir, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A long, long time. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it in the air, and was gently held by the boy. I apologize for my unreasonableness. I thought that if I showed you enough malice, you would burn down the video store. I don't have the reward I can pay. I know it's hard to ask, but I have to ask you. Can you kill me? Kisaragi Shiger gritted her teeth and asked, Why? As you can see, this is a space I created, but I can't control it. The girl lowered her head and used a little force to hold the boy's hand. The guest before you came gave me this advice. If I can't irritate you, I will find a way to pull you in. The most effective way is to attack you. If I succeed, your friends will definitely break in. And as long as your friends come in, you will definitely follow. It's just that there are no people of the same age as you among the people who came with you during the day, and I'm afraid of missing the opportunity. Were you sure? You lowered her eyes and thought, Are you talking about Flame Lord? He sighed softly, raised his eyes and said, First of all, even if I take your life, this realm of life will not disappear. The girl was stunned. Eh? Because this domain is not just your own. Kisaragi Shiger paused. Who is the first guest? I don't know his full name, nor do I know what he looks like. The girl thought for a moment and said, But there were two girls who called him Grandma. This surname is rare, so I remembered it. Kisaragi Shiger frowned. It is indeed rare. Gojo Satoru. Jinren was exorcised and Lo Hu was captured, so the only ones left in their group should be Tagore, who somehow escaped, and Hanami, who seemed to be absent from the scene. Why did he lie to the girl? Was he seeking revenge against him? Not really. Using the girl begging for death method to anger him is too roundabout. When he thought of this, his eyes suddenly became dangerous. He was trying to lure him away and take the opportunity to kill Igarashi Hamura. But why should we anger him? Igarashi Hamura is not an ordinary person, and the feasibility is not high. As he thought about it, he actually began to feel a little anxious. He always felt that he was being drawn into a huge vortex recently, and that someone who knew him well was making every move carefully, making it difficult for him to escape. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. She seemed to be extremely sensitive to people's emotions, so she said, He's a very kind person. I don't think he's a bad person. Kisaragi Shiger shook her head and decided to deal with the matter at hand first. Can you try to open your eyes? She opened her mouth and finally said, I can't see even if I open my eyes. Excuse me, let me take a quick look. He extinguished the fire of death, stretched out his left hand and placed it on the other's forehead. and gently lifted up one of the girl's eyelids. In the darkness, nothing can be seen clearly. She waited for a while. Her eyes were a little dry, and she asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" At this moment, the boy's right hand approached her eyes and snapped his fingers. A low-temperature soft fire flashed before her eyes. She was caught off guard and screamed in fear. She suddenly closed her eyes. The whole wheelchair swayed backwards and was held firmly by the boy. "Don't worry. I control the fire very carefully. I can't burn you." Kisaragi patted her head gently and rekindled the fire of death to illuminate her. "Why are you pretending not to see?" Seeing that she was pretending to be blind, she hesitated and opened her eyes. The light was soft, not enough to make her eyes uncomfortable, but she still had tears in her eyes. It seemed that the girl had no intention of speaking for a while, so Kisaragi Shigeru said, "My friend may be in danger, and I don't have much time. But I don't want to leave you in this lonely tower." He asked softly, "Can you tell me your name?" The girl looked at Kisaragi Shigeru quietly. This is a very contradictory boy. His rage when his hand was injured, his thoughtful silence when he was waiting for time at the telephone pole, his joy when he broke into the realm of life, and his gentle coaxing now. It seems that several personalities have merged together to form his personality. His eyes did not hide any emotion. They were so straightforward that it was incongruous. She liked such eyes, but she was also afraid of them. Being too straightforward is a lie, but only gentleness is engraved in the bones. The guest is wrong. I guess you are not good at lying. Maybe, Kisaragi Shigeru said, but I don't think you need to force yourself to continue lying. So I will treat you honestly, and I hope you can treat me honestly. Give me a chance to help you." She hesitated for a moment, then replied as if bewitched, "My name is Hui Daojin One. My name is Kisaragi Shigeru, and I'm the owner of the Urazuya. As long as the customer asks, we will do our best to meet all their needs. Of course, the premise is that the customer is telling the truth. My intuition is very accurate, and you can't fool me." Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and stretched out his hand to the girl. "What is your wish?" Hui Daojin pursed her lips and asked, "Human desires are endless. How far can you go? I can take you away from here, to see the prosperity of the world, the changes of the times, to listen to the music you love, and to go to the places you want to go." Ryu Shiryu suppressed her smile and said seriously, "Use your legs." The girl lowered her eyes in pain. "I have no legs anymore. You are a cursed spirit. This is indeed a cruel thing. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing I can do to change it." Kisaragi Shigeru put a finger against her lips. "But if you can promise not to hurt anyone, I will use a reversal technique to restore your legs." "You're lying." "It's not a lie. It's a deal. What's in it for you?" He chuckled and said, "Secret." The cursed energy from the west spread with a dangerous ferocity, and Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes narrowed. "There's no time." So he stood up and stretched his shoulders. "You can take your time to think about it. After all, words are not enough, and this is a trial card." "Sorry." "What?" "Wow." Hui Daojin was picked up by the boy and hugged his neck in panic. Kisaragi Shigeru took the girl to the balcony and jumped onto the railing. "Sir, what do you want to do?" "Jump." "What?" Kisaragi Shigeru raised the corner of her mouth, and a flame like wings gathered behind her. "If you are afraid, hold me tight." The girl screamed and hugged the boy tightly. Wait. I'm afraid of heights." Kisaragi Shigeru took a step forward, fell for a moment, and then flew to the west. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm very stable, but can you control it a little bit? Don't add more obstacles to my flight." Balloons, candies, small airplanes. Countless things are randomly generated out of thin air with her as the center. Kisaragi Shigeru can only hold the girl and try to avoid all obstacles. The girl cried out sadly, "I can't control my power." "Don't look down, look up." The girl raised her head uneasily, opened her eyes a little, and when she saw clearly, her eyes widened in surprise. In the dark, starless night sky covered by ominous black fog, a row of orange flames suddenly appeared, like tiny auroras or bright watercolors splashed on black paper. She knew the fire came from the boy holding him. Kisaragi Shigeru said with a smile, "Fire is more dazzling in the dark. Are you not afraid anymore? We will be there soon. Just bear with it for a while." She couldn't take her eyes off for a moment and watched it all in amazement. Suddenly, a silver figure passed by at a speed similar to that of the boy and rushed towards the direction of the tower. Kisaragi Shigeru continued to move forward, tilting her head in confusion. Wait a minute, what was that just now? A giant bird of 1.9 meters? What did you say I was? Kisaragi Shigeru turned his head and saw that the figure had already caught up with him. It was running hard in the air at a constant speed, and its legs were so fast that it seemed like it was running backwards. The boy's pupils trembled. Mr. Gojo? Why are you here? Gojo Satoru said with a fake smile. Haha, who is Mr. Gojo? Hello, nice to meet you. I'm a 1.9-meter tall giant bird. Sorry, I didn't see clearly. Why are you here? Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows and said, What's the matter with the cursed spirit in your arms? Why do you keep dropping things? Kisaragi Shigeru explained. She doesn't know how to control her magical powers yet. Although the specific technique is not clear, everything in this living realm is generated unconsciously by her. Are your legs tired? Should I go slower? Gojo Satoru sneered and said, I'm not tired. I can go even faster. After he finished speaking, he even turned around and started running backwards. Isn't that awesome? When Kisaragi Shigeru saw that the girl wanted to look at the young man, she reached out and pressed her face back into her arms, so as to avoid the child seeing her face and thus not educating her about common sense. Okay. Well, be normal and don't scare the child. Gojo Satoru crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. You almost scared her to death just now. I heard her screaming. Kisaragi Shigeru refuted righteously. She is afraid of heights, which is force majeure, but yours is obviously an avoidable factor. After Gojo Satoru finished teasing the man, he finally straightened his body back to normal. So, why are you here? As far as I know, this matter has already been submitted to Window? Kisaragi Shigeru asked back. Isn't it next Wednesday that someone can come? That's how it was, but it seems that a mission I had was intercepted, and when I went there were no special grade cursed spirits. Gojo Satoru shrugged. Anyway, I had some free time, so I came to take a look in advance. Who knew that someone had already broken in? This mission actually belongs to Nanami. I'm a senior, so what's wrong with taking care of the tired juniors? Belong to Mr. Nanami? Kisaragi Shigeru frowned in confusion. Is this mission classified as level 2? How is that possible? You also think it's wrong, right? Gojo Satoru said with a smile. The one on the west should be special grade, and I don't know how the window is rated. Anyway, I came to take a look and purify it if I can. Kisaragi Shigeru felt the girl's clothes being tightened a little and patted her soothingly. He changed the subject. Then why did you come to the east first? Given the current situation, no matter how you look at it, you should go to the west first. Gojo Satoru pulled down his sunglasses a little, looked up at the spreading flames, and smiled unconsciously. Because you are here. Castle. Igarashi Hamura panted heavily and reached out to wipe the blood on his cheekbone. He couldn't help but be distracted and looked back at the two dazzling fire in the night sky. You are like a fool. How can you be so careless to expose your position? You didn't even take the knife. Before then, weaken it as much as possible. He stood up with his hands on his knees, facing the tall, special cursed spirit. The special cursed spirit saw him and roared angrily and violently. For Sukuna fingers, I don't know which rascal has made a move, probably wanting to cut me and Shigeru apart. He thinks too highly of me. Igarashi Hamura gritted his teeth and laughed viciously. If I know who gave it to it, I will twist off its head and kick it like a ball. Gojo Satoru didn't seem to care about replying to some ire, and asked the boy, What do you think the whole picture of this matter is? Kisaragi Shigeru thought for a moment and said, Initially, the video store was cursed. Later, the curse began to spread, but no murder was involved, probably thanks to some ire. But later, due to the spread of negative public opinion and rumors, the curse power increased, and some ire gradually lost control. But why was it only the video store that was affected, and the market itself did not experience turmoil 2 weeks ago? Not bad. It's amazing that you can guess so much from such a small number of clues. Gojo Satoru smiled in approval and said, In fact, this matter is not that complicated. As you said, it was indeed the video store that was cursed at the beginning, not the people inside. This kind of thing is actually quite common in the world of curses, especially when the industry form or financial situation changes. Since the advent of the internet age, physical video stores have gradually withdrawn from the market, and the audience of the music market and the tastes of young people have also begun to change. Especially for stores like this one that insists on selling classical music discs, it is one of the first stores to go bankrupt. Gojo Satoru said, "It is said that the old owner of this store is an old man who is blind and has a rather feudal mindset. He is very strict with his children and cannot accept or understand the changes of the times." Gojo Satoru said as he looked at Huidao-jin and said in a deep voice, "And I heard that he has a little granddaughter who lost both her parents and both her legs in a car accident when she was young. Since then, she has been mentally ill and talking nonsense. For example, she often screams and cries loudly in empty places, as if she is being chased by some invisible thing. And there are even situations where the glass around the little granddaughter is shattered." Kisaragi Shigeru patted Michiru's back. "I see. That little granddaughter was Huidao-jin. She was not insane, but just a child who was able to see the cursed spirits too early and was not strong enough to withstand it all. The people around her could not recognize the existence that could not be seen, and she was too young to hide these negative feelings. There are many people who can see curses, and they are not necessarily born in a family of sorcerers. There are also many types like the little granddaughter who are similar to gene mutations." Gojo Satoru sighed. "It's a pity that the little granddaughter was locked up by the old man, and the news naturally did not reach the ears of the high school. If she had received the corresponding help and education, perhaps she could now be one of the important logistics personnel of the high school. And as you can see, the little granddaughter's curse power is very strong. It was probably stimulated by the car accident. Later, the grandfather died of old age. The almost pathological and strict education during his lifetime left the little granddaughter with amazing violin-playing skills. But the old man left too early, and the little granddaughter was only 12 years old. It was not the age to survive alone in the cruel society, no matter how high her playing level was." Gojo Satoru paused. "There is not much family property left, and the audio-visual discs and the store itself have depreciated greatly. If there was anything valuable, there was only the violin and a few musical instruments in the store. But the little girl couldn't sell it, and she would be ripped off if she sold it. No relatives were willing to take in this crazy girl, so she became a hot potato, and was eventually decided by the Child Protection Center to temporarily send her to an orphanage. But I couldn't go," Huidao-jin whispered. "At that time, I couldn't control my power and attracted too many monsters. I wanted the ants in the protection center to help me, because they are really very gentle and willing to think about me. As a result, their car was overturned by the cursed spirits, and no one survived." Gojo Satoru said, "So this matter was finally known to the technical college. However, when the sorcerer sent by the technical college arrived, the little granddaughter had chosen to end her life. In the suicide note left behind, there was a sentence written in crooked handwriting. 'May Grandpa see the light again after his death, and the world will become gentle again.'" Kisaragi Shigeru felt a tightness in her chest and listened quietly without saying a word. So the High Commissioner went back. "It sounds like the matter is over, but what I didn't expect is that this audio-visual store has not been demolished for several years, and it is naturally difficult to sell the store after people died there. In order to attract customers, the group of people in the market posted the audio-visual store as a selling point of the summer haunted house on the internet, calling it a tragedy caused by the changing times, which did increase the market's traffic." Gojo Satoru said in a deep voice, "But this behavior of raising poisons eventually backfired, and people's fear and anxiety about industry changes gathered on this store like a snowball. The above is the information I learned from the window, and the following is my inference. The first cursed spirit born in the curse was not the old man, but the little granddaughter with huge cursed power, that is, the little girl in your arms." Gojo Satoru glanced at the girl with her head down. Then her cursed power caused the old man to become a cursed spirit, and the old man could not have reasoned like her. So the collapsed girl unconsciously used the video store as a medium to develop her own realm, trapping the old man and herself. Am I right? The girl's breathing became rapid, and Kisaragi Shigeru said softly, "Xiao Jin, you don't have to say it if you don't want to." But I promised you that I would not lie to you, so I must tell you. No matter who the cursed spirit in the castle is, if it can't find reason, it will be exorcised by us." After hearing this, Hui Daojin raised his head and glanced at the fire in the sky again. "It's not right. My grandfather, Hui Daoguang, is indeed trapped in that castle." Hui Daojin hugged Ru Yushiryu tightly and said so. "The first cursed spirit to be generated was indeed me. After I woke up at the door, I saw a lot of people gathered in front of the music store. I was so happy because the music store hadn't had any customers for a long time. So I unlocked the door and wanted everyone to come in. As a result, I heard everyone cheering and screaming, gloating and mocking, and even sighing. It was very noisy and chaotic. Everyone came in with their mobile phones and took pictures and played music discs. I was very angry, but found that no one could see me," Hui Daojin said. "So I remembered that I should be dead. The world didn't become what I expected, but everyone became more terrifying. So I was very bad, and couldn't help but think, I'm going to lock you all up. As long as you bad guys are locked up, the world will be able to return to its gentle appearance," Hui Daojin said as she shed tears and buried her face in the side of Kisaragi's neck with sobs. "I just want to lock them up. I don't want to kill them." Kisaragi Shigeru and Gojo Satoru looked at each other. This is why the people disappeared. The boy lowered his eyes sadly again. It could only be that the rumor kept changing, gradually losing its original appearance in the direction that could benefit people. Then, Grandpa became a monster. I was afraid that he would see all this, so I made another wish. I hope he will never see all this. I'm bad. I know I'm bad, but I really can't leave this place. I have no legs. Sir, I pretended to be blind because I don't think I deserve it. It's so dark here because I'm afraid that Grandpa will see something, and I don't want to see anything anymore, and I don't want to hear anything other than music. So please," Hui Daojin cried and collapsed, "burn this place down with us." Kisaragi Shigeru hugged the little girl tightly and looked at Gojo Satoru amid her crying. "May I ask what the high school does when it encounters such a thing?" "No matter," Gojo Satoru said expressionlessly. "As long as it is a curse, we will exorcise it, that's all. We don't have the spare time to analyze the nature of each cursed spirit. We don't have enough manpower, resources, and time." "Really?" Kisaragi Shigeru paused and said bluntly, "Then this time we are on opposite sides. I will destroy this place, and Grandpa will decide based on the situation, but I want to protect Sumire." Gojo Satoru looked at the boy, and there was a firmness in his eyes that was not bound by the world of sorcery. His three views were established outside the theoretical framework of this world, and belonged to the thinking circuit of their world. But now, they really exist in this world where cursed spirits are rampant. Gojo Satoru said, "Logically speaking, I should first destroy this realm of life, and then exorcise the three cursed spirits present here, you, her, and the old man. But isn't this also a kind of freedom?" He lowered his eyes and chuckled, then said after a long absence, "But I hate serious arguments the most." One Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the young man unexpectedly. The tone was so unfamiliar that it didn't seem like him, yet it made people feel that this was his inherent character. But this feeling was fleeting, and Gojo Satoru was still the same high school teacher he was. And now Sumire is also proving this. In this case, what I desire is a delicate balance where the sorcerer can have a slight advantage. Gojo Satoru paused, and his tone became playful again. "Well, although it's my selfish desire, Shigeru, there is a 10 ahead. Just go in." Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the other person deeply. The young man put his thoughts aside and stretched out his hand, blasting a ball of deathly fire towards the tent. It hit the tent and shattered it, and the cursed energy that gushed out from it made both of them gasp. Hui Daojin's tears also stopped in fear, and she said in confusion, "How can it be so strong?" The next second, a special grade cursed spirit that was about 2 meters and 2 meters tall suddenly rushed in front of Kisaragi Shigeru and punched him. The boy's pupil shrank slightly, and he protected the back of Hui Daojin's head and dodged to the side. Gojo Satoru's eyes shone, and he stretched out his long legs and kicked the special grade cursed spirit hard to the ground. The ground was cracked by it, and dust was raised. It seemed that it did not feel any pain, and stood up and roared at Kisaragi Shigeru. Hui Daojin shouted, "It's Grandpa." Gojo Satoru patted Kisaragi Shigeru's shoulder and said, "I'll hold him. You can't fight with the little girl in your arms. Thank you for your help." As soon as he stood up, he felt a knife flying towards him. He leaned forward a little and raised his hand to grasp the handle of the knife accurately. It seemed that the man had no ill will towards the girl, otherwise he would not have thrown it behind him. After a moment, he heard a clicking sound coming from 10 meters away. Kisaragi Shigeru turned the sword over and realized it was the demon sword Murasame. "Hamura-kun?" Igarashi Hamura said unhappily, "I'll buy you a belt so you can keep your knife on it, so you don't lose it all the time. It's so annoying." The special grade cursed spirit outside wanted to rush in, but was completely restrained by Gojo Satoru, and the roaring sound continued. Hui Daojin looked at Igarashi Hamura curiously, her red and swollen eyes filled with tears again. She couldn't help but cover her ears and put her hands down again. Kisaragi Shigeru walked over and ignited the fire of death, and the moment he saw the other party, he froze in place. Igarashi Hamura's head was bleeding a lot, and he stood sideways against the pillar exhausted, holding his abdomen, and obviously he was seriously injured. His specific condition could not be seen under the black leather coat, but Igarashi Hamura didn't seem to be in a bad mood. Instead, he chuckled and said, "What? Have you never seen it before?" Kisaragi Shigeru clenched the knife handle with trembling hands. "I have seen it before. How could I not have seen someone so embarrassed? But whether or not one can accept it is another matter. The body of the cursed spirit is indeed very convenient, and it heals very quickly. Once the cursed power is restored a little, it can be cured with the reversal technique." Igarashi Hamura limped over and sat down next to Hui Daojin, leaning lazily on the stair railing, putting down the whip, taking something out of his pocket and throwing it to the other party. "Here, a gift." "What's so good about it?" Kisaragi Shigeru replied hoarsely, "I'll treat you." "No, go help shut up." Igarashi looked at the other person's cold expression, and his cat eyes stared at him with cold anger. The brown-haired boy couldn't help but let go of his hand with a smile. Ryu Shiryu lowered his eyes and gently lifted up his leather jacket. The dark red shirt was very thin, and it was hard to tell how much blood was stained on it. It was not until he reached out to touch it and saw a slightly sticky liquid oozing out of the blood-soaked shirt and dripping directly down his fingers that he bit his lip reluctantly. There was almost a big hole there, stuck to the clothes. Ryu Shiryu tried to pull the silk thread apart as gently as possible, and the two young men frowned at the same time. But Igarashi Hamura, who didn't know whether he had lost his mind or what, couldn't help laughing. "Haha. What's so funny? You're just smiling. I feel relieved when I see your expression." Igarashi Hamura closed his eyes, his face was pale, his voice became lower and lower, and his speaking speed became slower and slower. "After all, it was because of your expression that I chose Vangala. Say less and save some energy. To be honest, I thought I was going to die just now, and I regret it a little bit." Kisaragi Shigeru placed her hand on the opponent's wound from a distance, gathered magical power in her hand, and performed a reversal technique to speed up the opponent's healing. "That's enough. Your character is going to collapse. You can't die. I won't let you die." Igarashi Hamura blinked when he saw the other party's anxious look. For some reason, he still felt a little amused and called out, "Shigeru." A little sweat appeared on Kisaragi Shigeru's forehead. He concentrated on repairing the boy's internal organs and tried to answer in a normal tone. "What's wrong?" Igarashi Hamura's pupils were already somewhat dilated, and he was only holding on with willpower. His eye sockets were a little red, and his fingers trembled, but he finally didn't have the strength to lift them up. He could only try his best to look at the boy's face, with a smile on his lips. "Sorry." Kisaragi Shigeru looked up in confusion, but the other party had already lost consciousness. "This is my territory, and I can take good care of this gentleman, but I have an unwelcome request. Could you please let me see Grandpa one last time? After that, we will let you purify us." "No problem. But I have to first." Hui Daojin interrupted and said, "I am afraid that the silver-haired gentleman will be the first to purify Grandpa. He is too powerful. I will provide this gentleman with magical power so that he can recover quickly." Kisaragi Shigeru didn't know what was going on, but he could tell that Huide Sumi wanted to get him out of the way, and that she had no ill intentions. Anyway, Igarashi Hamura's fatal injury had been healed, so he reached out and healed the other's scratched scalp and stood up. He took 2 steps forward with the knife in hand, then turned back and asked, Xiaojin, what is your technique? Do you have any idea? Yes, sir. Hui Daojin said honestly, in the field, my ability is to create something out of nothing. Everything will be given an independent personality, like the friend I constantly longed for in my life. But it cannot be called life. This can only be a doll game between myself and myself. There was an overly sad piano tune in her ears. When she replied, Sumayer's nose was sore. Besides, I don't know if this is a technique, because it is different from the ability stimulated in the field. She paused and continued. I can hear people's voices, not the content, but the emotions in the form of music. It's just. She raised her head and looked at the golden irises of Kisaragi Shigeru. The only thing I can't hear is the voices of you and that silver-haired gentleman. Kanikata Dappo stopped typing on the keyboard and looked at the young man sitting at the table next to him. Are there people who have both spells and supernatural powers? Yes. Spells and supernatural powers are 2 independent and separate ability systems. Just like my no longer human ability is an anti-supernatural ability. But there is no way to invalidate the spell. Dazai Osamu said as he picked up the coffee cup, it is actually very rare to have 2 abilities at the same time. First of all, it is difficult for the human body to bear the burden of 2 abilities. But if it is the body of a cursed spirit, there is a possibility. Are you talking about that Kisaragi Shigeru? Dazai Osamu shook his head and said, no, his situation is rather special. I suspect that his ability cannot be strictly classified as curse. As you know, humans all have cursed power to a certain extent, but not necessarily spells. So I guess the boss is just saying that the physical condition of being a cursed spirit has stimulated the cursed power that has been accumulated in his body. The fire ability he uses does not seem to be consistent with the spell and should belong to other factions. It's just that in our world now, there is no such classification. Kanikata Doppo frowned and leaned back in his chair, took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. What about that man named Yamamoto Takashi? Dazai thought for a moment and said, he is a human. I don't really care about him, but I am worried that if there are more people like Kisaragi Shigeru, the current balance will be broken. The balance will be broken sooner or later. The 2 of them were stunned and looked at the door together. Idagawa walked in with a pair of green eyes still shining in the dim light. It was him who had just spoken. And the man in front of him was Fukuzawa Yukichi, the president of the Armed Detective Agency. Dazai Osamu jumped off the table with a hey whoosh, and Kanikata Dappo immediately stood up, put on his glasses, and straightened his wrinkled clothes. President, Rampo-san. Fukuzawa Yukichi nodded, and walked with a very straight posture, full of the strength of a martial artist. It's so late. Thank you for your hard work. Kanikata Dappo shook his head and said, no. But, Mr. Rampo, why do you say that the balance will be broken sooner or later? Huh. It's obvious, right? Idagawa Rampo narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Gojo Satoru's strength has not reached its peak, and there are more and more special-grade cursed spirits. The cursed energy cycle in Tokyo has already begun to collapse, and it is only a matter of time before it spreads to Yokohama. Dazai Osamu closed his eyelids slightly, but there is a way to save it. Idagawa Rampo nodded. Indeed. I came here so late today mainly to see you, Dazai. Dazai Osamu sighed and said, I think so. The crisp sound of leather boots stepping on the floor is especially clear at night. Excuse me. Rokudo Mukuro walked in, scanning the interior of the detective agency, and walked in front of Dazai Osamu. See you again. Dazai Osamu raised his eyebrows. Again? Rokudo Mukuro stretched out his hand, and a purple mist rose from his forearm, revealing the figure of Mukuro Owl. He smiled and said, don't you remember it? Dazai Osamu took a deep breath and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Rokudo Mukuro raised his finger and said with a smile, my conditions are very simple. I only ask for 2 points. First, keep this matter confidential until at least the beginning of next month. I am not interested in how you interfere after that. Second, I ask you to ensure that Kisaragi Shigeru survives, regardless of his own will. I once told my students that love is the most twisted curse. The annoying piano music is so sad that it seems to be the final farewell to someone. In the hazy vision, the sky was full of flames. My nasal cavity was burning and I couldn't breathe. The black fog covered the sky and it was so dark, and the flames were so dazzling that it was shocking. There was rubble from the building behind him, and bent steel bars on the side of his neck that almost took his life, and his whole body was in excruciating pain. Igarashi Hamura raised her eyes and saw the 10-year-old Kisaragi Shigeru after a long time. It was a dream. He realized this in an instant. So he raised the corners of his mouth without any conscience. "Since it's a dream, let's say something nice," he said. The flickering flames could not illuminate the boy's eyes. Kisaragi Shigeru said to him in a childish voice, "Kill me?" This sound overlapped with the sound 8 years later, mercilessly tearing at his nerves. Igarashi Hamura burst into laughter. The wound on his abdomen seemed to be pulled, and his eyes turned white in pain. "It hurts so much." The boy's expression became blurred, but his voice was still clear. This time, the annoying voice from 8 years ago was gone, leaving only the child's confusion. "If it hurts so much, why are you laughing?" "Huh." Igarashi Yin narrowed his eyes, trying to see the boy's face, but to no avail. His vision was getting more and more blurred, and his voice was hoarse, But he remembered that at this time, the other party extended his hand to him. He didn't know whether he was still smiling, but he frowned fiercely, raised his hand with all his strength, and stretched it to the position of the other person's hand in his memory. The boy gnashed his teeth and said, "I'm laughing at you, you rascal." "My hand hit nothing." Igarashi Hamura opened his eyes and saw the girl's face, and his right hand clenched in the air. He was lying on the steps, resting his head on the girl's thighs. Hui Daojin blinked, took back her hand and asked, "Are you awake?" "I see." Igarashi Yin put down her hand tiredly, pushed away the other party's hand that wanted to help, forced herself to sit up, and looked at the girl coldly. "It's your ability, that annoying piano sound." Hui Daojin replied, "That's what you're thinking." "I know." Igarashi Hamura lowered his eyes and looked at the girl's long skirt. The empty space was propped up, and the hem of the skirt revealed her bare feet. The girl noticed the other person's gaze and moved her toes embarrassedly. "When Mr. Shigeru was restoring your organs, I watched and learned," Hui Daojin said, lifting her legs. "The movement was very unnatural, but I'm still not used to it, and I can't stand up." "Really? You learned pretty quickly." Igarashi Hamura listened and lowered his head to look at himself. The wound on his abdomen was repaired by Kisaragi Shigeru. I don't know if the wounds in other places were also seen by him. Hui Daojin heard the slightly annoyed heartbeat of the other party and quickly explained. "Except for the wounds on your abdomen and forehead, I treated the rest of your wounds. It is better to say that I replenished your magical power, and most of it relied on your own repairability. Maybe this affected you and made you hear the sound of the piano. No wonder." Igarashi Hamura clenched his fists. "Why did you drive Shiryu away?" "Mr. Shiryu saw that I wanted to get rid of him, and he probably left because he saw that I had no ill intentions, and you didn't have any fatal injuries." Hui Daojin paused and said, "I confessed my ability to him, so he should have guessed it." She looked into Igarashi Hamura's bloodshot eyes and said, "He guessed that you didn't want him to see you in a more miserable state." Igarashi Hamura couldn't help but sneer and muttered, "That's like being completely exposed." The girl lowered her eyes and shook her head. "There's nothing I can do. His intuition is too accurate. Speaking of you, you always call me Mister. And your gestures are not childish at all." Igarashi Hamura leaned forward and supported her knees with relaxation. "What year did you die, sister?" Hui Daojin covered her mouth and chuckled. "You are sharper than Mr. Shigeru. He believes everything others say. If he didn't have that intuition, he would have died long ago, but I'm different." Igarashi Hamura laughed evilly. "I don't believe anyone, no matter what they say. Ha ha ha. I died 5 years ago and was born 2 years ago. If I can survive this year, I will be 18 years old." Hui Daojin put down his legs and laughed to himself. "Of course, the premise is that I can still be regarded as a human being." The carpet that Kisaragi Shigeru had lit before leaving was still burning. Hui Daojin used her ability to continuously generate things and threw them in to maintain the light. Igarashi Hamura raised an eyebrow and said, "Wouldn't it be nice to just generate a little light? A light bulb or something?" Hui Daojin shook his head and said, "I dare not. The disappearance 2 years ago was caused by me accidentally killing someone in anger. Moreover, although the disappearances in the past 2 weeks were accidents that could not be avoided, this cannot be an excuse for murder." Hui Daojin said, looking out the door where the fire was flickering. "I was locked up in a high tower and don't know the full picture of this place. I'm afraid that when the light is diffused, there will be traces of my murder here. I hope Grandpa can only see beautiful things." Kisaragi Shigeru jumped back from the side of the cursed spirit and looked at the silver-haired young man. "It is indeed the power of Sumire. Yes, it was Sumire's curse that made the old man a special grade cursed spirit. The old man himself has no cursed power. I can repair the body of the cursed spirit as long as you don't blast him to death for the second time." Kisaragi Shigeru turned the blade over. "I will restrain his movements. Don't be afraid of hitting me." "Pucci? Really?" Gojo Satoru raised his finger and said provocatively with a smile, "It will hurt if you get hit, right? The best way to respond to provocation is to provoke in the opposite direction." Kisaragi Shigeru turned around, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "Hit me first, then talk." After saying this, the boy dived out like a swallow, and the knife collided with the back of the hand of the special grade cursed spirit. The steel protection block attached to it made a harsh sound when it rubbed against the blade. Huidao Sumire's ability was to protect this special grade cursed spirit without taking the initiative to protect it, and she could always generate a protection block to protect the special grade cursed spirit's body. The young man's deadly fire wrapped around the demon's sword, and he used his wrist to melt the contact surface directly, removing the protective block. The special grade cursed spirit retracted his hand, roared, and punched at Kisaragi Shigeru. The latter was not good at strength contests, and used the back of the sword to continuously leverage the opponent's punches to make a bend. Gojo Satoru narrowed one eye, like a sniper aiming at his prey. It is easy to kill, but hard to capture alive. It has always been like this, but this experience was very unfamiliar. Gojo Satoru couldn't help laughing, but his hands were very steady. Jushirtong. It was a harsh word, but he still chose a technique that could accurately direct the target. Kisaragi Shigeru lowered her eyes and immediately released the fire of death downwards, making herself fly high into the air. The special grade cursed spirit was unaware of the danger, and her attention was completely attracted by the young man. Losing the lower body was just a blink of an eye. The special grade cursed spirit fell to the ground and realized that it had been seriously injured. The broken surface was instantly wrapped by the cursed power of Kaido Sumire, and a new lower limb was slowly generated. The scabbard skillfully brushed against Sukuna's fingers and stabbed into the ground, sending the special cursed item flying far away. Gojo Satoru stretched out his hand and caught the fingers easily. Kisaragi Shigeru stopped the flame and fell freely, and the downward tip of the knife went straight to the last finger of Sukuna that was melted into the neck of the special grade cursed spirit. The special grade cursed spirit lay on its back and stretched out its hands, as if to tear the boy apart alive. However, the arms of the special grade cursed spirit had already been destroyed by Gojo Satoru in the same way, without any mercy. The young man then sat on the wailing special grade cursed spirit and pressed his knees against its chest. He only quickly repaired the fatal wound on its neck, then picked up his fingers and quickly retreated to the young man's side. Kisaragi Shigeru used the fire of death to wrap the wailing special grade cursed spirit like a cage and said, "Shall I go call Sumire-ko?" Gojo Satoru shook his head and looked away. "No, she's here." Kisaragi Shigeru also glanced sideways. The girl was not used to walking on her own two legs. She was supported by Igarashi Hamura's forearm and was staggering and trembling. But she was indeed trying to move forward with her own legs. Kisaragi Shigeru was relieved to see that the boy was fine. "Don't you have a more gentlemanly way to help, Igarashi Hamura?" Igarashi Hamura rolled his eyes. "I'm a gentleman. The fingers have been taken out." Gojo Satoru said to the girl, "I don't have time to explain everything to you. But the old man was indeed cursed by you." Igarashi Hamura stopped him and shouted, "Hey, do you know how to write the word euphemism?" "Henoi." Kisaragi Shigeru called out to the other party, and shook his head gently. Igarashi Hamura pursed his lips and whispered, "Desuke." The definition of a curse is very broad. Gojo Satoru said as he walked forward, squatted down and looked at the girl. In conclusion, he is a cursed spirit created because of you, and his actions are all your subconscious imagination. You have to learn to be more honest and face what you have done. He paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is more honest than the curse." The girl clenched her fists and then unclenched them, looking at the irrational cursed spirit with red eyes. Its appearance was almost nothing like a human, and it was a cursed spirit through and through. I don't care about his appearance, I just hope he can recognize me. But I'm afraid he will be mean to me, afraid that I will disappoint him. Hui Daojin took a deep breath, sniffed, and said, "I have become the person he least wants to see." Kisaragi Shigeru looked deeply at Hui Daojin, who noticed her gaze and looked back at her. Hui Daojin let go of Igarashi Hamura and slowly walked towards Kisaragi Shigeru, who was standing in front of the fire cage. Inexplicably, she felt that she was empathizing with him, as if they had similarities. There was struggle and determination in those golden eyes. "Mr. Shigeru, would you be willing to give me some courage?" Bean-sized tears fell down her cheekbones, one drop after another. Hui Daojin pursed her lips and said in a trembling voice, "Let's burn everything here." Kisaragi Shigeru closed her eyes and hooked her fingers inward. What answered her was a fire that spread out in all directions, centered around them and devouring everything mercilessly. Hui Daojin walked towards the special grade cursed spirit, and the fire cage seemed to have its own consciousness and twisted to both sides, clearing a path for the girl to pass. She looked at the special grade cursed spirit, whose limbs were still growing twistedly and whose face was distorted. It didn't look like her grandfather at all, but she still spoke softly. "Grandpa, my name is Xiaojin. You said that our last name means detour. This is clearly a territory formed according to my desire, but it took me so long to get to your side, and I am not ashamed of this last name at all. I am very timid, and I have been timid since I was a child. I am afraid to stay alone in a store playing classical music, but you told me that this is elegant, and it is a flavor that children born in later times will hardly experience. I don't understand. You often said that you would not live long, so I let me have a skill. At least I would not starve to death in the future. The training every day was so hard. I was ignorant, and I really hated the violin at that time. You would coax me at dinner. That was the you I knew. But the more you coaxed me, the more wronged I became. And finally I cried until your eyes were red and you couldn't help yelling at me. After you passed away, our house in the countryside was given to distant relatives. I was not familiar with them, and I didn't understand the troubles. At that time, many kind aunts helped me, all of whom were from the Child Protection Center. Only after I became a person did I realize what you meant by elegance. The music in the music store was indeed the only thing that could comfort me. I was afraid of the dark, and I would always turn up the music when I woke up late at night. Later I learned that this might have been one of the triggers for the rumors. The aunts at the Child Protection Center said that you went to a very good place, and I would get better and better. Decades later, I would be able to meet you again with many beautiful stories. But no one believed me. There were obviously many monsters outside. I only heard from a visitor 2 weeks ago that they were cursed spirits. Those ants died in their hands. I completely didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I tried, Grandpa. Hui Daojin shed tears, and her tears became more and more fierce, but her tone became more and more calm. But I was too young. I really tried my best. Then I hated it so much, so much. I cried every night to the sound of music. I didn't understand, since it was such a good place. Why didn't you take me away with you? Flames shot up into the sky. The night became as bright as day. The sound of burning continued, and the smoke was brushed away by Gojo Satoru using magic. Kisaragi Shigeru bit her lips. The special grade cursed spirit had calmed down at some point and was just staring at the girl quietly. Hui Daojin knelt down beside him and said, "Grandpa, I killed someone." Her voice finally choked up, intermittent and almost inaudible. She clutched the skirt on her legs and lowered her head deeply, like a nun confessing to God. But she is not a nun, and the old woman is not a god. Do you think I can't go to the same place as you? The special grade cursed spirit's arm had not yet fully grown, so it raised its broken arm and moved it left and right. Hui Daojin moved closer in confusion, and the broken arm lightly and clumsily wiped away her tears. At this moment, the emotional collapse was like a landslide. Amid the girl's almost voiceless cries, the sky was torn apart and the entire area began to disintegrate. Gojo Satoru approached Kisaragi Shigeru, who had red eyes and was looking at the scabbard stuck diagonally on the ground with a dazed look. He said, "I said something to my students." Kisaragi Shigeru blinked her dry eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "What did you say?" "Love is the most twisted curse." One Gojo Satoru stretched out his fingers and lifted a strand of the other's long hair that fell on his forehead and put it behind him. "Then I realized today that this kind of love is not limited to love, but has a very wide range. People are selfish in the end, especially in love." He looked up at the sky, and the shattered realm was like a meteor shower falling into a sea of fire. Everyone is cursing someone to some extent. It could be love or hate. Kisaragi Shigeru did not move or speak. Gojo Satoru squatted down and looked up at him, finally able to look him in the eye. The boy did not hide or avoid, but looked straight at him. The flash of fire was reflected in his sunglasses, but it could not cover the other's blue eyes well. The intersecting black lenses and the blue six eyes were like the fusion of night and day. And Gojo Satoru couldn't help but think that from this perspective, it was as if the world was disintegrating around the boy, with a heroic beauty. Especially the other party's golden cat eyes, as if they were obsessed with something, but focused without a soul. He stood up with a faint smile and said in an almost coaxing tone, "Look up, it's very beautiful." The boy's sight followed the other's six eyes upwards, and his peripheral vision reflected the dissipating field. In the firelight, it looked like a piece of burned paper, with sparks scattered everywhere, but it gradually made the boy regain consciousness. "It's really beautiful, isn't it?" Igarashi Hamura looked at the two men's backs and sighed, then put on his coat. At this point, he had to admit it. The power of one person can never change the course of history, and it can't change something as absurd as feelings. If you can't get it through infinity, forget it. Gojo Satoru murmured, "Born from darkness, darker than black, all filth and impurities shall be purified." The dark curtain fell like water, covering the video store. Kisaragi Shigeru looked back at Hui Daojin. "Is it really possible?" "Of course." Hui Daojin held the hand of the special cursed spirit with red and swollen eyes and said with a smile, "I know how to control the cursed power. I got my legs and even found my grandfather. If I am not satisfied, I will be punished by God. I am no longer obsessed." Kisaragi Shigeru nodded and set the store on fire. He did not let the fire spread throughout the store instantly, but gave Hui Daojin enough time to watch the store disappear. Igarashi Hamura looked at the burning music scores and CDs in the store and said, "Times are changing, but fashion will come back. You just happen to be caught in the gap of the tide of the times, in the trend of cultural changes, that's all." Hui Daojin turned back in confusion. "What?" Kisaragi Shigeru explained with a smile. "He is comforting you. When this trend passes, there will be a new era of searching for audio and video, and the same is true for classical music. In fact, classical music will always have its fixed audience, more or less. This is what he wants to say. Let me make a prediction. After my analysis, he will be angry and embarrassed." Igarashi Yin immediately got angry and shouted, "Hey, stop talking. Who would get angry out of shame?" Hui Daojin suddenly laughed and said, "Ah, it's true. The notes of the heart are shy." Kisaragi Shigeru dragged out the last word proudly. "Isn't it?" Igarashi Hamura rolled his eyes and said nothing. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at him in surprise. "That's it? Not angry anymore? This won't do." Thinking of this, Kisaragi Shigeru jumped over and poked Igarashi Hamura's arm. "Hey, brother, why don't you come and fight me in a duel?" Igarashi Hamura reached out and firmly grasped the other's head. Kisaragi Shigeru flapped his arms and howled, "Brother, my grip is still strong. Help me. It hurts. It hurts." Igarashi Yin pushed the man's head aside and said disdainfully, "Why does it hurt? I haven't even used any strength yet." Kisaragi Shigeru pointed her finger and clicked her tongue twice. "You are so ignorant. Entertainment, understand?" Igarashi Hamura grabbed the other's waistband, pulled out the whip and flexed his wrist. I understand. What are you doing? Put the whip away. Who would bring weapons? I'm going to show my knife. I'm angry. Aren't you looking for entertainment? How can this be entertainment? It's a fight anyway. And why are you grabbing my pants? If I grab your sweatshirt, you might be shameless enough to take off your shirt and run away. But if I grab your pants, you can't escape. Igarashi Hamura raised his eyebrows. You're not that shameless, are you? The two boys looked at each other. Kisaragi Shigeru suddenly sneered. Oh, that may not be the case. Igarashi Hamura also smiled kindly. Haha, then take it off. Why do you smile so gently? Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled, and she tightened her pants in fear. Wait, let go, pervert. Mr. Patrolman Igarashi Hamura was just grabbing the edge of the pants to threaten, but when he heard the other party trying to pretend to be a woman, he really started to have high blood pressure. Kia? I feel murderous, thank you. Because of the real anger, my cursed power has been greatly replenished. Meh. The whip caught my hair. Cut it. I've been annoyed by it for a long time. Don't pull it. You're bald. It's okay. Let Lucilia take a look at you when you go back. Why do you sound so pitiful? Why don't you let go now? You're not bald yet. There's still a chance to save it. No, this is undermining my dignity. You have a problem. You are not right. Mr. Gojo, help me. Why are you calling him? Then who else should I call? Sumire. Are you a devil? Igarashi Hamura was shocked, and while pulling the other's hair, he pulled the whip in his hand. This guy, don't move. You're really bald. It's a dead knot. Woo-woo, don't pull it. Why is there a burning smell later? Did you burn it? Yeah. The place where I pinched it burned a little. It was faster. The two boys looked at each other again. A strand of hair on the left side curled up, and Kisaragi Shigeru, who was smoking a little, touched his head. Then he lowered his center of gravity and made a preparatory move for the ii slash. Let's duel. It's either you or me today. That's exactly what I want. Today, I will use the Flame of the Storm attribute to decompose all your bad habits. Gojo Satoru took off his sunglasses and rubbed his nose. No matter how many times I watch it, it feels like a quarrel between elementary school students. He raised his voice to remind. Sure your hair will grow again. Kisaragi Shigeru cried out in tears. It's my mood. Gojo Satoru put on his mask of pain and looked at Hui Daojin, who was smiling happily with her mouth covered, and Hui Daoguang, the special grade cursed spirit beside her with a dull expression. He shook his head and put on his sunglasses again, walked towards the girl and said, It was Shigeru's opinion to let you go, not my original intention. Hui Daojin smiled and nodded, saying, I know, sir. The two boys suddenly quieted down and looked in the direction of the other two while maintaining the posture of colliding weapons. As a sorcerer, I can't just let you go, so I want to make a contract with you. A contract is actually an agreement, for example, not to harm humans, etc. If you break it, there will be a corresponding punishment. This kind of punishment is not given by humans, but comes from the breaking of the contract itself, so you can't escape it. Gojo Satoru said, Is it okay? Hui Daojin thought for a moment, raised her hand and said, Grandpa and I will never harm ordinary people. If anyone breaks our promise, we will both destroy ourselves. Gojo Satoru listened, but his eyes darkened a little. Kisaragi Shigeru walked forward, looked at the young man warily, and put his hand on Kaido Sumire's shoulder. Seeing this, Hui Daojin hurriedly explained, No, don't misunderstand. I said ordinary people because I want to be your strength if needed in the future. We will never harm humans for our own sake. Gojo Satoru turned his gaze back to the girl. Do you think there will be a day when we will fight against humans? It's hard to say, isn't it? Sumire hesitated for a moment. Of course I have met many good and gentle people, but I have also met many excessive people. People have two sides. If there are many people like you who have power, who can say that there will be no conflicts? She took a step forward anxiously, looked at Gojo Satoru and said urgently, I hope I can have a chance to repay you. No matter how long it takes, no matter when, no matter where. I swear. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the girl's back for a while, then took a few steps forward and said to Gojo Satoru, What she said is true. I can swear together. The young man's eyes sternly stretched out his hand to cover the boy's mouth. In the face of the other's panic, Gojo Satoru said unhappily, "Don't be silly. Only a madman would do something like a binding contract. Hui Daojin and Hui Daoguang are connected in nature, and Hui Daoguang currently has no consciousness of his own, so she said this." Kisaragi Shiger knew that she was in the wrong, so she pulled down the other person's hand and explained, "I just want to reassure you." Gojo Satoru frowned, which was rare for him, and said in a deep voice, "Do you think I will be at ease?" Igarashi Hamura whistled from behind, clearly mocking Kisaragi Shiger. The latter glared at the other person unhappily, then looked at Gojo Satoru timidly. Gigi, come on." Gojo Satoru kept his expression unchanged and said, "Speak properly." Kisaragi Shiger finally lowered her head and said obediently, "I'm sorry." He intuitively said it was no problem. Kisaragi Shiger looked aggrieved. Gojo Satoru sighed and said, "I really didn't explain this to you. It's my fault." Kisaragi Shiger frowned, and suddenly felt that things were not simple. Reborn would occasionally start with this sentence when he was a tutor, and the next sentence must be a huge amount of book reading and Russian roulette learning method. The desire to survive made him raise his head sharply. Gojo Satoru couldn't stop talking. "I'll bring you a book tomorrow. You can read it." "What do you want me to do?" Kisaragi Shiger blinked and asked suspiciously. One book?" Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow in confusion and explained, One book is enough. You don't have to write a paper, so just have some common sense. Or how many books do you want?" Kisaragi Shiger's eyes suddenly lit up like a mirror. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes, and the boy threw himself into his arms. "Brother, you are fine. One book is enough. One book is enough. There is no Russian roulette. You must be an angel." "Gojo Satoru? Why can't I hug you later?" "Woohoo." Kisaragi Shiger rubbed against the other's bottom line and shrank back. "Forget it. It's fine. Gojo Satoru." Kisaragi Shiger jumped up and down and clapped her hands with the happily laughing Hui Daojin, and then began to try hard to tease the dull special grade cursed spirit to get a clap of hands. Gojo Satoru felt as if a gaze was piercing him a little. He glanced sideways and saw Igarashi Hamura, who was smiling sarcastically and with a look of regret on his face. "Gojo Satoru, I want to purify it." "Were you sure you forced Hui Daoguang to clap his hands?" And then tilted his head and asked, "Xiaojin, what are your plans for the future?" "I heard from my grandfather that my name Jean was because there was a large field of pansies on the way home. Although the road was a bit tortuous, it was very beautiful. My parents often walked on that path, and later gave me this name." "Really? It's too casual," Hui Daojin said, holding Hui Daoguang's oversized hand tightly. "So I want to take Grandpa back to our hometown to have a look. If someone lives there, we will leave and walk around casually. If it hasn't been sold yet, we want to stay there for a while. Our hometown is in the countryside. Not long after my parents gave birth to me, they brought Grandpa back. The two came to Tokyo to take over this audio-visual store and started working hard. So they couldn't come back often, and I was raised by my grandfather most of the time. But they only lived there for a few years, and then my grandfather brought me to Tokyo." She said with a faint smile, "But I remember the way they ran from the path after seeing me. He always runs over and hugs me." Hearing this, Kisaragi Shiger turned back to look at Igarashi Hamura. The latter stared back uneasily, and Kisaragi Shiger winked wildly. Igarashi Hamura looked away. "Maybe it's not a random choice." Kisaragi Shiger gave you a thumbs up. In reply, Jean blinked and chuckled, "Thank you. But that's how it is." Her eyes turned red as she spoke, and she hugged Hui Daoguang's arm tightly, smiling without saying a word. The young man seemed to be restless. He ran and jumped left and right, and in the blink of an eye he was next to Igarashi Hamura. Igarashi Hamura said disdainfully, "What are you doing? You made faces and told me to say something, but I already said it. Stay away from me. You have such a bad temper. Why are your hobbies cooking and gardening? I really don't understand." Kisaragi Shiger said dully, "The contrast should be moderate. You are too different and I am afraid." Igarashi Hamura gritted his teeth and said, "Let me remind you that my cursed power has recovered a lot." Kisaragi Shiger decided to withdraw while he was ahead and began to retreat. Excuse me for disturbing you. At this time, the video store collapsed. Hui Daojin turned around and said, then we should leave too. Thank you very much for your help. Hui Daoguang looked at the girls bowing and awkwardly bent his waist. When you gradually become familiar with the use of cursed power, you should be able to make Grandpa speak. Gojo Satoru added, when you can communicate with each other and overcome that knot in your heart, Hui Daoguang's curse may not be unsolvable. It depends on your luck. Thank you. Hui Daojin looked at Hui Daoguang. Let's go. A tall figure and a short figure walked out of the tent and slowly disappeared from sight. Kisaragi Shiger murmured, Xiao Jin's curse power is very strong. The two of them should not be in any danger. He raised his eyes and smiled at Gojo Satoru. Of course, the premise is that the senior officers don't know about their existence. The young man was helpless, and he put his hands on his hips and sighed. You are really rude. I know. Kisaragi Shiger grinned happily, looking flattering no matter how you looked at her. Hey, thank you. You're welcome. The demon's sword Murasame flipped over, and rain covered the ruins of the video store. The flames gradually died down, and Kisaragi Shiger stretched lazily. Then let's retreat too, Igarashi Hamura reminded. Put away the knife and stretch your body. Okay, mommy. Kill you. It seems that you have moved out of the basement? Gojo Satoru said, patting Kisaragi Shiger's head. Come to me on Monday morning and go to Yokohama together. Kisaragi Shiger nodded. Okay. Gojo Satoru turned around, put away the tent, waved goodbye and said, then I'm leaving. Bye. The boy shouted. Be careful on the road, Obsidian, student dormitory. Kisaragi Shiger took a shower and threw herself on the bed, saying happily. As the bed, Igarashi Hamura sighed and took out a hairdryer. You are so stupid to sleep on the sofa for so long. There was a knock on the door, and Igarashi Hamura walked over to open it, allowing the skeleton owl to fly in. The skeleton owl fell to the edge of the bed and said with a smile, Kufufu, you finally moved into the dormitory. Kisaragi Shiger stared at the fluffy feathers of Corpse Owl, but still did not dare to attack. Mr. Corpse, why didn't you tell me, Wu? I thought you liked sleeping on the sofa. Woo. The skeleton owl chuckled twice and changed the subject. The armed detective agency has already sent us the information about the real person's base. It seems that they trust you very much to solve it that night. Kisaragi Shiger immediately became serious, sat up straight on the bed, and asked, Is the amount large? A lot, but not outrageous. Yamamoto Takashi, and I have already started to deal with it. Kisaragi Shiger lowered her eyes and said, Really? Thank you. Kafufu, by the way, there is another gift for you. I put it in the student union office. You can see it when you wake up tomorrow. Kisaragi Shiger said in distress. I would be very concerned if you say that. What is it? Mukuro Owl did not intend to hide it and answered. It is the first and second volumes of the novel. The boy tilted his head in confusion. Where's the next volume? Igarashi Hamura turned his back to the two of them and closed his eyes reluctantly. The skeleton owl narrowed his heterochromatic eyes and answered in a low voice. No. Become the core of the attack and clear the way for your great space. The next day, when Ryu Shiryu opened his eyes, it was already noon. The sunlight shone dimly through the curtains, making him feel dazed and not knowing where he was. He sat up and looked around. Igarashi Hamura's bed was made cleanly, and she was not in the dormitory. He yawned lazily, walked to the window, and opened the thin curtains. The breeze was no longer blocked and gently blew across his face. It was a nice day. He stared at the blue sky for a while before washing up, tying up his hair, tidying up the dormitory, and walked out of the room with the demon's sword Murasame. The empty dormitory corridor gave him the illusion that he had returned to his original world. He walked out of the dormitory building and unexpectedly saw Igarashi Hamura hanging out the quilts. He said, Good morning, what are you doing? Igarashi Hamura was rarely seen wearing short sleeves and looked like an ordinary student. Good morning. As you can see, I'm hanging out the quilt covers. The weather is good today, so I hung them out in advance and put them away so that I can use them later. Kisaragi Shiger walked up to the other person and asked, Can I help you? No, this is the last one. Igarashi Hamura said, picking up the bamboo basket. It's a rare day off. How do you want to spend it? Well, I don't know. The clouds were floating, and the sun was shining directly. Kisaragi Shigeru squinted her eyes. Anyway, let's go to the student union room first. It's too hot. Igarashi Hamura took the lead and said casually, actually, there's no point in going. I looked at the book, and there's no new commission. Kisaragi Shigeru tilted his head. Really? What did the armed detective agency say? No contact yet. The brown-haired boy casually pushed his bangs back, and the Real People's experimental base has been destroyed. You don't have to worry. There is no pain. Kisaragi Shigeru said with a wry smile. Mr. Yamamoto and Mr. Mukuro must be exhausted. Just call me in the morning. Not bad. Mr. Yamamoto is even on bad terms with the president of a nearby youth baseball club. He just said he was going to play baseball with him. Igarashi Hamura said, glancing at him. All the vests are living a better life than you. Kisaragi Shigeru laughed dryly and suddenly recalled, oh, by the way, now that you mentioned it, I just remembered. Where is that Shinto gentleman from before? Igarashi Hamura thought for a moment and said, it is said that Mr. Shinto Anosuk went straight back to the Shinto family. After meeting the Shinto Anosuk of this world, they had a very pleasant conversation and their souls resonated. The vest and the real body are taking turns to work. It is said that in his spare time, he also launched a double passionate courtship of a blue-haired high school student in Okinawa. It seems that he will be captured sooner or later. The boy seems to be called Runkachiha. When he ran away with a boy named Takiki Kiyomi, he was asked if he liked running and whether he could go to Hakone to run a marathon in college. One Kisaragi Shigeru raised her eyebrows and tilted her head. Wait, there are too many factors. Courtship? Hakone marathon? Are you talking about the Hakone Ekiden? Igarashi Hamura nodded and said, yes, it's the Hakone Ekiden. As for the Shinto Anosuk, don't delve into it, or you'll be swept away to MT Kongtong. The brown-haired boy finished speaking and looked at the other person jokingly. Really? Mr. Forbidden Fruit of the Garden of Eden? Kisaragi Shigeru almost dug out the Vongala Dream Mansion with a shudder and said, forget it. Otherwise, I can only ask the technical department to develop a bloody drug that can accurately cause amnesia. What do you think the technical department is, Doraemon? Even if it can't reach the level of Doraemon, it must be at the level of Dr. Kasa. Dr. Kasa has never made anything like that. Kisaragi Shigeru squinted her eyes and said lazily, you are so serious. Igarashi Yan's fist hardened. Do you want me to complain or not? Kisaragi Shigeru opened the door of the student union office and said with a flattering smile, think about it. Come in quickly. It's so hot. Igarashi Hamura put the laundry basket aside with a hard-to-explain look. You made me bring the laundry basket here because of you. This is great. I don't have to take a detour when I go back to collect the quilts. Kisaragi Shigeru approached the desk, and there were indeed 2 novels on it. This should be the gift that Mr. Mukuro mentioned yesterday. Igarashi Hamura stood behind the boy, looked at his back and asked softly, do you have any impression? Kisaragi Shigeru picked up the first volume and turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you so cautious? This is not like you. Igarashi looked at the other person's confused golden eyes, then looked away and sat on the sofa. Really? Ryu Shiryu lowered her eyes and flipped through a few pages. This book was already very old. It was not so much that it was old, but rather that it had been read too many times, and the pages had turned yellow and dry. The feeling of discomfort, tingling nerves, and stuffy chest have continued since I woke up in the morning. The sun shines obliquely on the extra potted plants in the student union office, and the white petals are tender and juicy. Kisaragi Shigeru stands behind his desk, his back to the sun, quietly flipping through a novel, his fingers stroking the occasional notes on the edge of the page, and the hair on his temples brushes against the side of his face, causing a slight itch. The boy finally resigned himself to his fate and sighed softly, no longer fighting against his super intuition. He pursed his lips and said, actually, I have some impression. The handwriting hidden deep in the memory, the way of beating around the bush with childhood friends, the familiar white gardenia potted plant. When I lived in Italy, there were 2 books in Mr. Odasuku's study. I was too young to reach them, so I never got them out to read. Of course, I would not touch his things without permission, even if he didn't care. The boy slowly blinked his dry eyes. He likes to sit at the desk by the window and write something intermittently. And I like to sit next to him, and read the books he chose for me. I can see a little sea view outside, and I really like the atmosphere of peace and quiet. I don't know the names of the 2 books he reads every day, let alone the content, but he told me that he wanted to write the next volume that would satisfy him. So, I wanted to wait for him to finish writing and read it all at once. He closed the book and placed the novel on the table. Mr. Reborn's side is strangely quiet. Mr. Yamamoto is not here, and Mr. Mukuro has not come back either, leaving only you and me. Is it all intentional? You also took on a tough job. Igarashi Hamura frowned and said, "What kind of hard work is this?" "It's not that hard. It's to save Mr. Odasaku from this world, right?" Kisaragi Shigeru interrupted him, looking at the shaken eyes of the brown-haired boy with a wooden expression. "This is my second mission, right?" Igarashi Hamura opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "What are you worried about? Just tell me. Are you afraid that I will go berserk or something?" Kisaragi Shigeru paused, smiled, and waved her hand. "No, don't worry." Igarashi Hamura clenched his fists, then loosened them as if he had lost strength, and scratched his head anxiously. He met the other's dull golden eyes and said in a deep voice, "Let me be frank. I am afraid of your current state." But how could he react? Both of them knew it in their minds, but did not point it out. Kisaragi Shigeru lowered her eyes and stroked the cover page. "Tell me what Mr. Odasaku in this world has experienced, and what I should do." Igarashi Hamura stood up and walked to the side of the boy. Inside the middle volume, there are 2 envelopes and a photo. Kisaragi Shigeru mechanically flipped open the book and took out the things one by one and put them on the table: a yellowed photo, a white envelope, and a light blue envelope. The photo was from Mr. Dazai, and it was sent together with the white envelope. But the content in this envelope was not written by him, and I have never opened it. Igarashi Hamura said, stretching out his hand and taking away the light blue envelope. "I'll keep this for you first, and I'll show it to you when this matter is over." Kisaragi Shigeru felt her throat was extremely dry and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who sent the envelope?" Igarashi Hamura said, "Secret." Kisaragi Shigeru unknowingly added a hint of pleading to her words as she murmured, "There are no secrets between us." The reddish-brown-haired boy's heart tightened, and he almost burst out of his chest, but he still shook his head. "I know, but not this time," Igarashi Hamura said, closing his eyes tightly and no longer looking at the other person. "I have an appointment with someone." "Sorry," he said. It was a sunny day, Saturday, August 4th, 2018. There are still 3 days until the beginning of autumn. Ryu Shiryu sat alone in the empty student union office, slowly reading 2 sheets of manuscript paper in a white envelope. The handwriting was strong and neat, and it was obvious that the writer was a rigorous and serious person. It objectively and neutrally records Oda Sakunosuke's short life of only 23 years, including the life trajectories of his adopted children. It was only 2 pages of manuscript paper, and he quickly read the last word. The boy put down the paper and unexpectedly found that his hands were surprisingly steady. His heartbeat was also very calm. He could hear the occasional cry of magpies behind him, and his brain was so calm that it scared him. At times like this, his intuition was always so accurate that it made people sigh. Everything was just as he expected. His name was not on the paper. Kisaragi Shigeru quietly picked up the first volume of the novel and began to read it slowly. It was strangely quiet inside the door. He sighed deeply, scratched his hair angrily, and muttered, "I want to smoke." Reborn's voice came from his earrings. "Minors are not allowed to smoke." "I know." Igarashi Hamura narrowed his eyes, afraid that the people inside the door would hear the noise, and walked a distance away, his step silent and quiet. "I will smell after smoking, and Shigeru will nag me to death if he knows." "Thank you for your hard work." Reborn paused and said, "After all, no one dares to mention Oda in front of him, so I can only rely on you." "No, I should." There are only 2 types of Mafia who are allowed not to kill people. One is the lowest level member, and the other is the leader. Reborn sat on the desk and said indifferently, "And Oda Sakunosuke is the former in both worlds." Sawada Tsuneyoshi put down his pen and covered his forehead with his hands in sadness. How would Shigeru-kun feel? Reborn glanced at Sawada Tsuneyoshi and said to Igarashi Hamura, "Listen carefully, Igarashi. Oda must be saved, But at the same time, Shigeru must also be alive. We only have this one chance. The bullets will be delivered tomorrow and will be sent directly to you. You will decide when to come and go. Isn't this too? Igarashi Hamura thought for a moment and finally spoke. Isn't it too inconsiderate of Shigeru's mood? Let him prepare mentally, and wouldn't it be more appropriate to choose the time himself? Making decisions calmly when the boss is in trouble, this is what the right-hand man should do most. When Gakudera Hayato opened the door and walked in, he happened to hear Igarashi Hamura's rare show of weakness, and said loudly, "Otherwise, do you think right-hand man is just a nice thing to say?" Igarashi Hamura was startled, and stood up straight as if Hayato Gakudera was right in front of him and said, "Mr. Gakudera." Reborn said with a smile, "It's a rare show of weakness," but Gakudera heard it because it was loud. "It's really pitiful, Igarashi." Sawada Tsuneyoshi also chuckled and said, "You're back, Gakudera-kun." Gakudera Hayato bowed and placed the mission report on the table. "I'm back, 10th generation, Mr. Reborn." After he finished speaking, he slammed the table and leaned over to the dialogue device, his eyes stern. "Listen carefully, Hamura. You are the candidate I chose, so don't smear me. I am the right-hand man of the 10th generation. Smearing me is a disgrace to the 10th generation. I will hunt down such people until the last moment, even if the world is destroyed." Sawada Tsuneyoshi waved his hands helplessly, trying to interrupt him with a smile. "What are you talking about, Makudera-kun? Let's not talk about Shigeru's personality for now. Igarashi Hamura, your leader is the 11th generation Kisaragi Shigeru." Makudera Hayato narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Once you have made up your mind, you should walk in the front in the wind and rain, become the core of the attack, and pave the way for your sky. Will the guardian of the storm retreat?" What a joke. Igarashi Yin exhaled deeply, and when he opened his eyes again, his blood-red eyes were not gloomy at all. "I will remember this in my heart." At this time, Gojo Satoru was in Yoshino Juinpei's new dormitory, eating pizza with 3 freshmen, chatting and laughing. When he reached out to the glass of Coke, it cracked in an ominous way. Gojo Satoru was rarely stunned, and Fushiguro Megumi quickly picked up the cup and used the plate in front of her to catch the dripping Coke. Kujisaki Nobara covered her mouth and sighed. "Wow, this is unlucky." Fushiguro Megumi took the cup to the sink and said expressionlessly, "Your words are the most unlucky." Yuji Itadori laughed and said, "Haha, that makes sense, right?" Gojo-sensei surprisingly, Gojo Satoru did not answer him. Seeing that the young man was unusually quiet, Yuji Itadori moved closer, waved his hand in front of the other person, and called out, "Gojo-sensei? Are you back to your soul?" Gojo Satoru then woke up as if from a dream and glanced at the 4 students in the room. He laughed twice and stood up. "Ah, indeed. I'll get another cup." Fushiguro Megumi looked puzzled. "I'm right over here at the sink. Why don't you just say no?" Gojo Satoru opened the refrigerator awkwardly. "Get something else by the way. There are only raw eggs in the refrigerator." Fushiguro Megumi said helplessly, "What's wrong with you? Wake up." The expressions of several students became subtle. Gojo Satoru rubbed the back of his neck anxiously, and his tone was still as playful as always. "Maybe he's drunk, huh?" Yuji Itadori said in confusion. "Did he get drunk from drinking Coke?" Gojo Satoru sat back down and said, "It's a beautiful day. Coke doesn't make you drunk, but people get drunk by themselves." Kujisaki Nobara raised her eyebrows and said, "What a mess. Gojo-sensei, are you in puberty?" "Yeah, after all, I'm always 18. Ha ha ha, let's begin." Gojo Satoru was laughing and joking with his students, but he rarely felt uncomfortable under the probing gaze of Fushiguro Megumi. It would be nice if Shigeru was there too. He couldn't help but think so. Who do you think the boss is? The book is very well written, and I finished reading the first volume very quickly. Kisaragi Shigeru stood up, stretched her stiff shoulders and neck, picked up the middle volume, and walked out of the student union office, wanting to go out and relax. When he walked out, he happened to see Igarashi Hamura standing with his arms folded, and said with a smile, "It would be nice to come in and sit down." Igarashi Hamura was unable to continue the conversation and asked, "Where are you going?" "I want to go out and get some fresh air, and find a comfortable place to read the middle volume." Kisaragi Shigeru tilted her head and invited, "Would you like to join us?" Igarashi Hamura shook his head and said, "The boss chair in the student union office is quite comfortable, isn't it? There is also a sofa. It's too quiet. It reminds me of many things." Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and brushed past him. "Then I'll go out for a walk by myself?" Igarashi Yin gritted his teeth and shouted in a deep voice, "For you, is the time in Italy so unbearable to look back on?" The young man paused, his eyes flickering. After a moment, he turned around and looked at Igarashi Hamura and whispered, "No, the time I spent in Italy was actually the best time of my life. It is precisely because it was too good that it may prevent me from moving forward." Dazai Osamu leaned against the stone tablet, closed his eyes, and dozed off comfortably. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and murmured, "This location is really good. Warm in winter and cool in summer." He waited for a few seconds, then raised his voice and asked, "Don't you think so, Atsushi-kun?" Nakajima Atsushi smiled awkwardly and walked forward. "So you noticed me." "TSK, TSK, TSK." Dazai Osamu raised his right hand, raised his index finger, and shook it left and right. "You are 800 years too early to try to hide it from me." Nakajima Atsushi clasped his hands together and bowed. "Mr. Kanikata asked me to come to you. I guess you would visit the grave here." Dazai Osamu lowered his hands and said, "No need to bow, there is no one here." Nakajima Atsushi squatted down in confusion, looking at the blank stone tablet. "Is it a cenotaph? There is no name written on it. The time is 3 years later? Was it erected in advance? A cenotaph. Strictly speaking, it is not, because there is only a photo in it. Maybe it was once." Dazai Osamu slowly opened his eyes, and the sunlight was blocked by the lush leaves, forming spots of light that flickered like stars. He looked at the leaves fluttering in the wind above him, motionless, as if lost in memories. Nakajima Atsushi reached out to catch the green leaf that almost fell on the other person's face, and after thinking about it, he placed it in front of the tombstone, as if offering flowers. The young man asked in confusion, "To what?" Dazai Osamu smiled and sat up straight, holding his knees and standing up lazily, putting his bandaged hands into his windbreaker pockets and looking at Nakajima Atsushi. The wind lifted the hem of his windbreaker, just like the first day they met. "To stray dogs." Nakajima Atsushi also stood up and blinked in confusion. Dazai Osamu was amused by the other party's silly expression and reached out to ruffle Nakajima Atsushi's silver hair. "This time, everything is changing, there is still a chance." Nakajima Atsushi tilted his head and asked, "You make it sound like the world is going to end." "Ha ha ha, it won't." Dazai Osamu looked at the silver-haired boy with slightly red cheeks, but obediently let him rub his head, like a big cat, and couldn't help laughing and said, "With you in this future, I will risk everything to protect it." The calico cat was tickled on the chin, squinting its eyes and purring in comfort. The vibration was transmitted to the fingertips of the boy, and Kisaragi Shigeru laughed. "Do you like cats?" Kisaragi Shigeru-kun. Familiar voice, familiar lines. Kisaragi Shigeru stopped smiling and turned to look at Geto Suguru. Kisaragi Shigeru patted the calico cat's head, picked up the novel that was lying on her lap, and stood up. "Well, I like it very much." After he finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes provocatively. "You already know my name is Shigeru. Who told you? Do you have the slightest intention to hide it?" Xia Yujia raised his eyebrows, pretending to be puzzled, and said while touching his chin, "You call yourself Kisaragi to our cursed spirits, but you tell the High Commissioners your full name. Isn't that a bit too hypocritical? Our cursed spirits?" Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and looked up, looking directly at the tall young man. "Liar. Ha ha ha, it's too harsh to say I'm a liar." Xia Yujia pointed at the book cafe behind the young man. "Let's talk inside? It's very hot outside." "Okay, you treat me. After all, the clerk can't see me." Kisaragi Shigeru stepped back 2 steps to make room, and seeing Xia Yujia smiling but not saying anything, he pretended to be confused and said, "Aren't you going to open the door for me?" Xia Yujia said with a smile, "Why don't you open the door and go in yourself? Then cause panic so that you can create another Kaido Samaire?" Kisaragi Shigeru kept smiling, but his eyes became dangerous. "There is no such good thing in the world, Mr. Xiao." Xia Yujia blinked in surprise, shrugged, stepped forward, opened the door and walked into the book cafe, making room for the boy. He ignored the clerk's question and went up to the second floor and walked into the empty room. Several clerks looked at each other and no longer wanted to be boring, so they muttered and dispersed to their posts. As soon as Xia Yujie sat down, he found that the calico cat had followed him in without him noticing and jumped onto the corner of the sofa on the side of Kisaragi Shigeru, licking its paws lazily. He asked, "Is it a house cat?" "I don't know, but it's quite friendly." Kisaragi Shigeru reached out and scratched the calico cat's chin again, and finally couldn't help but hold the cat in his arms. "If I could, I really wanted to scratch your paws." What a malicious intention. Xia Yujie handed the menu on the side of the table to the other party. "What do you want to drink? After all, it's a private room, and you don't have to care about other people's eyes when you drink something." Kisaragi Shigeru's entire mind was on the calico cat, so she said casually, "Iced Americano, please." Xia Yujie chuckled and said jokingly, "He is an adult." Kisaragi Shigeru looked up with a confused look on her face. "What do you mean? Do you look down on iced Americano?" Xia Yujie waved his hand, pressed the call bell and said, "No, what I mean is, don't you take this opportunity to rip me off?" Xia Yujie held his breath and said, "I'm afraid you don't know, so I'll remind you. Iced Americano is the cheapest." Kisaragi Shigeru raised her whole hand and said in a shocking voice, "Then I want 5 cups. "Excuse me." The waiter interrupted Kisaragi Shigeru, knocked on the door, and walked in. "What would you like to order?" "All the books in the store can be read, but they are not available for rent." "I hope you understand," Xia Yujie said without even looking up. "1 iced Americano, 1 black coffee, and a molten chocolate ball." The calico cat suddenly stretched out its claws and patted the words black tea. Kisaragi Shigeru immediately said, "Another cup of black tea." Xia Yujie raised his eyebrows. "Cats can't drink it." Kisaragi Shigeru lowered her head and saw the calico cat tapping the ice with its nails, and then said, "I want it, I want it. I want more ice." Xia Yujie said helplessly, "It's none of my business if he dies. I want another cup of black tea, iced." The waiter didn't understand what was going on and even thought that the young man in the monk's robes was a bit schizophrenic. He asked hesitantly, Are we going to serve them all at once? Or should we wait until all the guests arrive before serving them? Let's do it together." Okay. After the waiter left, Kisaragi Shigeru was still happily petting the cat. Xia Yujie said with emotion, "This time, there are only 2 of us. Thank you for your help with the real person. How is your brother Lohu doing?" "I don't know, but I think Mr. Gojo will not treat him badly." Kisaragi Shigeru raised his eyes and said aggressively, "If you were there, you could have been purified together. It's a pity." Geto Shayo spread his hands to the sides. "I am not a cursed spirit. What is your position?" Kisaragi Shigeru put the menu aside and asked, "It was you who hid in the alley and threw the finger to me, including revealing the information about the cursed spirit and the spell to Misumi, and giving Michiko 4 Sukuna fingers back. What was your purpose?" "On the one hand, there are some reasons why I have to do this, and on the other hand," Geto Shayo said, supporting his chin, and said, "I want to make you angry and see." Kisaragi Shigeru asked in confusion, "Why?" Geto Shayo raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I can't tell you. I have a contract." "Huh. The real people's bases are all gone?" Gojo Satoru put down the kikufuku in his hand and looked at the reliable young man who was eating a box lunch in front of him. "Overnight?" Nanami Kinto swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Yes, overnight." "Don't you want to eat?" Gojo Satoru put the remaining half of kikufuku into his mouth and said, "Eat it. But I am the type who eats the things I like in advance." Nanami Kinto said helplessly, "Swallow it before talking. It's okay to eat dessert before dinner." Gojo Satoru opened his lunchbox and swallowed kikufuku in 2 or 3 gulps. "This is called an appetizer." Nanami Kinto looked at the empty box of kikufuku with mixed feelings, thinking of the pizza he had eaten in the dormitory that morning, and sighed. Being able to eat is a blessing. If you use your brain more, you will eat more. Even so, I have a nice body and super ability, which is simply perfect to the point of being crazy. Gojo Satoru picked up the fried shrimp and stuffed it into his mouth with great hand speed. "So, who solved the problem with the real person? Have you found out?" Nanami Kinto looked at his shrimp tail being held in the other party's mouth and dangling it back and forth with a headache, and said with mixed feelings, "Can you eat your own shrimp? Now that I have found out, it's better to say that the other party has no intention of hiding it at all." Gojo Satoru put down the shrimp tail. "Oh? It's a handyman shop that just opened in Kuroija Middle School, called Curse Spirit Handyman Shop. It is said that there is a talking owl taking orders." Nanami Kinto put the remaining fried shrimp on the chopsticks to prevent it from being taken away by Gojo Satoru. "Curse Spirit Handyman Shop? Are the cursed spirits so humane? Do you still need to ask the handyman shop to do things? What do you want to entrust? Catch a mistress?" Gojo Satoru asked while eating his fried shrimp happily. Cursed spirits have no concept of money, so they have to barter. So funny. Primitive residents? You have said so many key words, but you still don't realize what's wrong, smart guy. Nanami Kinto rarely teased. Guess who the boss is? Humanization. Entrustment. The concept of owning money. Cursed spirit. He only knew one such cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru paused with his chopsticks in his hand. His smile faded, and he looked up at Nanami Kinto. Kisaragi Shigure. He couldn't accept it. Coffee and chocolate were brought into the box by the waiter. Sayuji pushed the molten chocolate ball a little towards the boy and handed the small plate to him. The plate was originally given by the waiter to Sayuji to put the tableware on. Kisaragi Shigure did not bother to be polite with the other party. She poured a little black tea onto the plate and placed it on the side of the table. The calico cat jumped up very smartly and licked the tea with squinting eyes. Kisaragi Shigure likes furry animals. Seeing that the tea was quickly finished, she gave the other person a refill. "You are so smart. You can go to Tokyo University, right?" Sayuji took a sip of coffee and said, "If it were a human, maybe." Kisaragi Shigure asked casually, "Who did you make the contract with?" "I can't tell you. You'll know when the time comes." Sayuji picked up the small cup and shook it, and the hot chocolate was waving in it. "A long time ago, Gojo Satoru and I came here to eat it once. You know, he likes this kind of thing." Ryuyu Shiryu raised her eyes and looked at the other person quietly. "But due to the direction of the force, it will fall outwards, like a blooming flower." But Gojo Satoru didn't like this. He felt that the outer layer of chocolate was difficult to eat, and the cake inside lacked a little sweetness. He felt that it was not scientific enough. The appearance of the chocolate ball was just as he said. At first it melted like a punctured bubble, but in the middle it cracked and collapsed in all directions. Some pieces of chocolate even bounced onto the table, and the square cake wrapped inside was finally revealed like the skin of a hedgehog. Sayuji put down the small cup, crossed his hands, and said with a smile, "What do you think?" Kisaragi Shigure did not answer the other party's question, but asked, "Why do you want to leave?" Geto Shio pretended not to understand and replied, "I don't understand what you mean. You were a sorcerer, I am sure of that," Kisaragi Shigure said, as he refilled the calico cat's cup of black tea. "It sounds like you are familiar with Mr. Gojo, and you are of similar age, maybe from the same period." "Indeed." Geto Shio raised his coffee. "How did you know? Here you go again. Aren't you the one who keeps hinting at me?" Kisaragi Shigure looked back at the young man and said in a deep voice, "You occasionally call him Satoru, and deliberately call him by his full name, and deliberately write down a standard spell that can be regarded as a teaching template. Now you are telling me directly that you have come to eat dessert with Mr. Gojo. You keep saying that you want to seal Gojo Satoru, but you let him do whatever he does, for fear that I won't feel the incongruity." Seeing that the other party did not change his expression, the young man continued, "Even so, Mr. Gojo never mentioned you, at least not in front of me." After hearing this, Sayuji chuckled and took a sip of black coffee. The ice cubes in the American coffee cracked a little, making a crisp sound like a bell in the glass. "You call yourself a special grade curse master, and when Lohu went to intercept Gojo Satoru, you asked me to remember the concepts of special grade and curse. But when I stood on Mr. Gojo's side, you didn't think of silencing me. I can only think that you want me to reveal the information of Sugar Oil Ghetto to Mr. Gojo. But considering that he didn't think about you, I can only speculate that he thought you were dead, and it is very likely that he witnessed your death with his own eyes." Kisaragi paused. "Have I said anything wrong so far?" "No. Sugar Oil Ghetto leaned lazily on the back of the sofa, crossed his arms and asked, "So, did you reveal it?" "I won't reveal it." Kisaragi's expression was indifferent, and his pair of golden cat eyes stared at the other party. "Without knowing your exact purpose, I will not do anything that may harm him." After he finished speaking, the young man sighed and said, "After all, you seem to have malice towards humans and disdain towards cursed spirits, but you still stand on the side of the curse. Your stance is too delicate." Xia Yujie smiled evilly and teased the other party deliberately. "Maybe he is an undercover agent or something." Kisaragi Shigeru's fingertips trembled, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "You are confusing me." Xia Yujie laughed twice, waved his hands and said, "If I don't seal your intuition, I don't know whether you are smart or not. You were right, I was a classmate of Wu, and later I left the high school and became a curse master. To put it simply, I think that since ordinary people are the ones who produce curses, just kill them all. What the curse master does is useless. The curse is just a product. If you want to destroy it, you should trace it back to its source." Xia Yojia lowered his hands and tapped the surface of the sofa with his fingers. "So I left. The monkey is not worth protecting at all." Ryu Shiryu thought for a moment, took a sip of American coffee, lowered his eyes and said, "I understand." Xia Yujie tilted his head slightly innocently. "Why don't you tell me something serious? Isn't this what you righteous people love to do?" Kisaragi Shigeru picked up the novel, stood up and said, "I am not a righteous person." Xia Yujie showed a teasing and sarcastic smile, and Kisaragi Shigeru raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can you be a little more restrained when you laugh? It's really hurtful. Thank you for treating me today. The coffee is just average." Xia Yujie chuckled after hearing this. "You are quite difficult to please. It's hard for Wu to understand." The boy stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the entire chocolate ball was ignited with the fire of death. The outer chocolate shell instantly dissolved into a puddle, and the flame disappeared. The melted chocolate dripped down the edge of the plate in a sticky mess. Kisaragi Shigeru said, "Whether it cracks or not doesn't bother me at all." "Excuse me." Xia Yujie watched the boy close the door and leave expressionlessly, the chocolate liquid still dripping with heat, spreading to the bottom of his coffee cup like a rising tide. He glanced at the calico cat scratching its head, picked up the chocolate before it got on the coffee cup, took a sip slowly, and looked out the window, where the boy's back was without even turning his head. He ran his fingers across the scar on his forehead and suddenly burst into loud laughter. The cat looked at him intelligently, jumped onto the sofa, and sighed softly. The top of Tokyo Skytree 2. What Kisaragi Shigeru didn't expect was that he would meet the center of the topic Gojo Satoru today. He looked up sharply when he realized someone was standing next to him, and the other person hooked the back of his hoodie collar just in case. Gojo Satoru leaned over to look at the novel in the boy's hand, and asked in confusion, "Reading in a place like this? How can you read in such a strong wind?" Kisaragi Shigeru closed the book. "It's okay. Why are you here?" Gojo Satoru stretched himself and said, "As we all know, the only way for a strong man to find someone is through the roof, the top of a tower, and the telephone pole." Kisaragi Shigeru said helplessly, "It doesn't matter to me as a cursed spirit, but if you are seen, won't it be a big problem?" "What big problem can it be? Let me hear it." "I'm on the hot search? Because of his handsomeness? Because of being scared?" Kisaragi Shigeru said something naughty, looked at the other person and blinked, but unexpectedly he and Gojo Satoru said the same thing. "Are you in a bad mood?" This made both of them laugh. Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and looked into the distance, then said with a stiff expression, "I heard that the real base was destroyed." Kisaragi Shigeru understood and nodded, saying, "Yes. The cursed spirit handyman shop, right?" "Yes. You told me you wouldn't interfere. Am I right?" Kisaragi Shigeru said frankly, "I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry." Gojo Satoru suppressed the anxiety that he felt for no reason. "Do you know why Nanami and I didn't let you get involved?" The boy looked up at the other person and answered, "Because of the position of the high school." "No." Gojo Satoru sighed, put on his sunglasses that had slipped off a little, and looked into the boy's eyes. "It's because you empathize too much." Gojo Satoru thought for a moment and said, "As a sorcerer, you are exposed to many deaths and separations, which may lead to two situations. One is numbness, and the other is collapse. So later in the school education of technical high school, human life and the life of cursed spirits began to be completely separated. Cursed spirits were not regarded as living things, and they were considered to be killed, so as to reduce the psychological burden of sorcerers. But you have not received this education. At the same time, the cursed spirits you encounter are all very similar to humans. For example, Jinren, a curse born from the negative energy of humans on humans themselves, is one type, and Lohu's curse of the desire to become a new human is another type. And you, no matter what the reason, are also classified as a cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru looked at the flying birds in the distance. This is the first point. You may not feel much for the time being, but most students from technical high schools have a crazy energy. When they put their pain and the victory or defeat of the battle on the scale, most of them will tend to the latter. Once they know there are people like Nitro who can heal them, this madness will become more obvious, and you also belong to this group of people, he said, lowering his eyes to look at the boy who listened attentively, but most of the time. In that situation, they will only think about the boundary between life and death, no matter if the opponent is a human or a cyborg. Do you understand what I want to say? Kisaragi Shigeru shook his head honestly. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth. No one is crazy enough to empathize with the pain of a cyborg, especially during combat. The former is a gap caused by different worldviews. Therefore, it is unavoidable, but the latter is indeed an exception. So Nanami and I think you are not suitable to intervene in real events anymore. Gojo Satoru's voice was low and blended into the wind above, making it difficult to hear clearly. But how did you do it? Kisaragi Shigeru lowered his head and thought. In order to free the modified people as soon as possible, he did not stop the vests from destroying the base. Gojo Satoru took a step forward, half of his foot sticking out of the edge, with a drop of more than 600 meters under his feet. I know you didn't solve it yourself, and to be honest, I'm not interested in what your employees think. The young man sighed and said, but your behavior only makes me feel that you don't trust me. Kisaragi Shigeru rubbed the dry cover of the book with his thumb and murmured, knowing that he was in the wrong. I don't distrust you, but it's a good thing you didn't go there in person, otherwise I would be even angrier. Okay, now it's your turn. Gojo Satoru looked at the boy. Why are you in a bad mood again? Kisaragi Shigeru opened his mouth, but it was as if his heart was pressing down on his throat, so he couldn't make any sound, and he felt suffocated. He looked at the other person's serious eyes and couldn't help laughing, helplessly and silently. He couldn't say it. The matter of Oda Sakunosuke is too complicated to be explained in just a few words. But my current bad mood really has nothing to do with that. He clenched the novel tightly, but he didn't dare to hold it too tightly, so he could only compete with himself secretly. He wasn't the type to fool himself. He is jealous. So far, he and Gojo Satoru have mostly interacted with each other on business matters. If you think about it carefully, they have never gone out to eat together. He had no interest in food, especially sweets, so he naturally wouldn't ask Gojo Satoru out. Besides, they were both so busy that they were not in their right mind during this period. He knew that Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru must be pretty good friends without asking. What was his relationship with Gojo Satoru? They were not even teacher and student, but just an employer and employee. He still hadn't figured out what message Geto was trying to convey to him. Igarashi Hamura was probably still waiting for him anxiously at Kuroyoru, while Gojo Satoru and Nanami Kinto were also concerned about his mood. But what about him? The boy looked at his feet, his eyes dry from the wind. Self-loathing was instantly pushed to its peak. He couldn't accept himself being jealous because of personal feelings. After this, I continue to be single. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Gojo Satoru scratched his head helplessly. The boy hesitated for a moment and finally murmured, I'm sorry. After hearing this, Gojo Satoru sighed slightly exaggeratedly. Taking care of children is indeed a tough job. From his angle, he could only see the top of the boy's head. His gray-black hair looked a little lighter in the sun, and it was fluttering in the wind. Gojo Satoru moved his fingers and smiled bitterly because of the crazy thoughts that emerged in his mind. Standing on the edge of the top of the skytree, he lowered his eyes and looked down at the busy traffic. People are contradictory, don't you think? When Kisaragi Shigeru heard the other party's nonsensical words, she looked up in confusion and uttered him. Gojo Satoru's voice was hoarse. I clearly wanted to pull you up, but somewhere in my heart, I wanted to try to push you down. Kisaragi Shigeru opened her eyes wide, looking at the other person's raised mouth, the gleaming silver hair, and the 6 faintly visible azure eyes. The things blocking her heart began to dissolve, and her mood suddenly became clear. Stress needs to be released, and this is the same for everyone. Kisaragi Shigeru finally laughed out loud. Then I will pull you down with me. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. I'm driving infinity. The boy shook his legs and said in a relaxed tone. Then I will melt the top of the skytree. I can fly. The bad kids will be caught by the police. No, they can't see me, so they will catch you. The technical college can see you. Then it's a vicious circle, because they can only send you to me. Kisaragi Shigeru smiled more and more, and said playfully, after all, I am very strong. Gojo Satoru laughed loudly twice. The last person who told me he was strong now only has a head left. Kisaragi Shigeru raised an eyebrow. You mean my brother? Gojo Satoru complained. Is this joke going to fail? Of course not. Kisaragi Shigeru took the opportunity to raise his leg and sweep across the opponent's ankle. Take that. Gojo Satoru did not dodge or evade. The boy's legs were slowed down by the infinity. The young man challenged him. Take it. Then what? Kisaragi Shigeru gritted his teeth and said with a smile. I will definitely make you fall, okay? How do you do it? Gojo Satoru said with great interest. I'm all ears. Attack the ankles to disrupt the center of gravity. Hey. Kisaragi Shigeru was not polite at all, and was simply unscrupulous in thinking about whether the other party had any bottom line. He was holding the book and couldn't do it, so he turned over and stood up, first raised his leg and swept it upwards to attract the other party's attention, and the next second he directly attacked the other party's lower limbs. Gojo Satoru smiled without saying anything. He backed away while looking at the other person's ponytail, which was swaying like a fish's tail, making him feel itchy. He took the opportunity to reach out and grab it. Kisaragi Shigeru quickly dodged and said in disbelief, Wow, grabbing hair? Gojo Satoru said innocently. I'm always very ruthless. You'd better be careful not to let me pull your ponytail off. Kisaragi Shigeru continued to attack, but in her mind she recalled the other party's feat of pulling off his head with his bare hands, and she said very honestly, I am in danger. One attacked the ankle, the other attacked the small part, and the two advanced and retreated, fighting precariously along the edge of the skytree. The diameter of the top of the tower itself was not very large, and it went around half a circle in the blink of an eye. At this time, Kisaragi Shigeru stepped back to avoid the opponent's hand, and used his calves to roll behind the opponent, sweeping towards the opponent's legs again. Great. Gojo Satoru chuckled and pinched the other person's bangs. What are you talking about? You can't even touch me. Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled, and she dared not move. Wait, your bangs are too much. Let go, brother. You have no moral integrity. Gojo Satoru had a sly look on his face. If you don't follow the ethics of martial arts, then don't follow the ethics of martial arts. If you dare, just move. Okay, if you do that, I'll kick you in the crotch. I still have a secret skill, the shadowless kick, which can cut off all your offspring. If you don't let go, I'm going to get angry. GG. QAQ, how could Gojo Satoru really pull the other person's bangs down? Seeing the other person's tearful face, he smiled in a good mood, rubbed the soft hair between his fingertips and let go. The moment he relaxed, the boy suddenly pounced on him and wrapped around him like an octopus, seemingly trying to push him over the edge with his weight. He held the other person with one hand to prevent him from flying out, and he would have to catch him. He looked up at the other person's sparkling eyes with amusement. What are you doing? If you want to knock me down, your weight is really hard to handle. Kisaragi Shigeru hung on the person through Wu Shijian, thought for a moment, and asked, Since Wu Shijian is to slow down the speed of approaching, then should I just speed up like crazy? Gojo Satoru was speechless and asked, Good fellow, just ask for the solution? Kisaragi Shigeru turned his left palm backwards and said, It's not impossible that practice makes perfect. Gojo Satoru saw the other party's gesture and knew that he was going to fire flames, and used the reverse propulsion to increase his speed. He quickly covered the other party's palm with his hand and stopped him, saying, "I advise you not to do that. My limitless power is slowing you down in front, and your flames are forcibly increasing the power in the back. Your wrist is caught in the middle and will be crushed due to the speed difference." Kisaragi Shigeru said innocently, "Then you can just untie it. Is this a self-torture trick?" Gojo Satoru said helplessly, "By the way, if you don't come down, are you planning to live on me, koala?" Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the posture and jumped down obediently. "Excuse me." The boy's eyes were stimulated by the sunlight reflected from the edge of his sunglasses, and he frowned, suddenly recalling that Gojo Satoru had complained about the heat before. "By the way, did you complain about the heat before?" "Huh." Gojo Satoru replied, "Yes, the temperature is the same as the attack, but the temperature is an external environment after all. Although it can reduce some of the heat, it cannot be completely isolated, and the heat will still be there." After hearing this, Kisaragi Shigeru grabbed the other person's hand that was about to be pulled away, and crossed her fingers with the other person's fingers with a 1 centimeter gap and held them tightly in the air. "Since having no lower limit can't completely isolate the temperature, then I have a way." Gojo Satoru raised his lips. "Oh? Lohu's attack can't hurt you. So what about the continuous high temperature? My flame is much hotter than his." Kisaragi narrowed his eyes dangerously and said with a smile, "Your palm will be burned." Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows provocatively. "Are you willing to do that?" Kisaragi Shigeru thought for a moment and said, "It depends on the salary increase. You haven't calculated the amount of Sukuna fingers I gave to Dojin last time. It's not good to confuse public and private matters." Gojo Satoru added, "Besides, I took out most of them." "Huh." Kisaragi Shigeru jumped down and said belatedly, "That's right. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. It's just a matter of 1 sentence." Gojo Satoru smiled and said, "As long as you say fall with me, I will accompany you." Kisaragi Shigeru blinked and looked at the other person. "Is it that simple?" "Yes." "Why?" Gojo Satoru untied the restraints on his hands, grabbed the other's hand, took a step back, and pulled the boy into his arms. "It's fun." Kisaragi Shigeru was careless and staggered after 2 steps, losing his footing. However, thanks to Gojo Satoru's unbridled determination, they were still able to stand steadily in the air and look at each other. The boy jumped up and down in his place, saying in disbelief, "Wow, it's just like a movie. It's completely different from the feeling of using fire to maintain balance. It feels like I'm really standing on invisible glass." Gojo Satoru asked curiously, "What type of movie?" Kisaragi Shigeru dragged out the last word in a tangled tone. Probably." Gojo Satoru took the opportunity to release the limitless boundary and began to fall with the young boy. Amidst the indescribable feeling of weightlessness, Ryu Shiryu typed a row of question marks. His left hand was the opponent's hand, and his right hand was a book, so he couldn't set fire to anything. Although his back could also emit wings like flames, he could only fly forward. The boy's pupils trembled, and before his eyes was the young man's malicious smile and the earth gradually approaching. "Haha, setting fire will accelerate death." Kisaragi Shigeru's mind collapsed. "Ha ha ha, a thriller, right?" The world turned upside down and fell into the Milky Way. Maya. The screams of the teenagers blended with the laughter of the young men, sounding crazy and wild on an afternoon near the beginning of autumn. The wind hitting their faces didn't hurt, and the speed of falling wasn't that fast for them. Kisaragi Shigeru's screams faded, and her thoughts wandered, thinking that the other party's behavior in broad daylight would definitely be reprimanded by the senior college. Gojo Satoru exerted his strength and switched the 2 people's directions so that the boy was facing the sky, and he was kind enough to avoid blocking the other's view. The sunglasses were thrown away alone, revealing the young man's blue eyes and snow-white eyelashes. Kisaragi Shigeru blinked his golden cat eyes. Although the sky was clearly behind the young man, all he saw was the world as seen by the other person. The free fall of more than 600 meters lasted only 10 seconds, but it felt like 10 minutes had passed, as if there was no lower limit and time was endlessly stretched. Finally, there were some screams in my ears. If I didn't buffer it, it would be too stupid. Kisaragi Shigeru used a little strength to pull out his hand and ignited the fire of death. The fingertips that emitted the flames trembled, and the two were immediately enveloped in the field. There was the Milky Way above his head. He and the smiling young man fell into his sea of fire together, and the flames spread out in all directions like water splashes. The moment they passed through the flames, it was as if the world turned upside down. This time they fell into the sea of stars together, with orange flames filling the air above their heads. It is difficult for Kisaragi Shigeru to describe the stunning beauty of that moment. Their fingers were still crossed through a thin novel. The feeling of weightlessness continued, and Gojo Satoru also shouted loudly, like a young boy with high spirits and a young man with vigor and vitality. Kisaragi Shigeru felt a lump in his throat when he saw this, and he shouted along with him. Patriarch, the peak, the strongest. Any of these words would be an adjective that an ordinary person would have to fight for his or her entire life, he thought, but all this could not bring Gojo Satoru the joy of freedom. The name of the spell, curse, includes the meaning of curse, but in the hands of the opponent it is full of romance. Gojo Satoru started laughing as he was shouting, as if he was being childish, but he still looked at the other person and asked, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" The falling speed gradually slowed down. "Were you sure you stopped making any sound?" and smiled back. In the center of the domain, floating among the stars, small and great. I was fine. But the moment he opened his mouth, tears flowed out uncontrollably, and the boy finally cried silently in the other's arms. Gojo Satoru seemed to be relieved and hugged him tightly. "It's okay, just bear it," he said. "Just cry if it hurts. There's no need to deceive yourself." The young man's large and warm palms slowly patted his back, and "Were you sure?" you thought a little biasedly. If such a person can only shout to relieve stress in the field, then this world of spells is wrong. Sawada Tsuneyoshi put down the information inside. Gakudera Hayato looked at him in confusion. 10th generation? If you are tired, go and rest for a while. Sawada Tsuneyoshi waved his hands and said, "No, I just feel very upset." Gakudera Hayato put away his phone and asked, "Is it because of Shigeru?" Sawada Tsuneyoshi lowered his eyes. The light in his eyes flickered for a moment, and the young man said in a deep voice, "Yes." There was a knock on the door, and Yamamoto Takashi walked in with a samurai sword in hand. Seeing Gakudera Hayato, he said in surprise, "Oh? Hi, Gakudera. You're back." TSK. Gakudera Hayato was shocked. The 10th generation said come in before coming in. Otherwise, what's the point of knocking on the door? You still can't learn it after so many years? Are you an idiot? Yamamoto Takashi sat behind him, put down his samurai sword, and said innocently, "Tsuna, you don't care, right?" "Tsuna," Gakudera Hayato said unhappily, "there are 2 big sofas in total. Do you have to sit behind me and disgust me?" "Huh." Yamamoto Takashi sniffed his cuffs in disbelief. "I took a shower this morning and didn't spray any perfume. Or rather, Gakudera, did you spray perfume again? It smells weird." "I'm not talking about the smell." Gakudera Hayato waved his hands with goosebumps all over his body. "So what if you sprayed it?" "Stay away from me. Are you a dog?" Why did the topic turn to perfume? Okay. Sawada Tsuneyoshi quickly stopped the 2 people from bickering. "I really don't mind knocking on the door." "It's okay, Gakudera-kun." Yamamoto Takashi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "See? You kid, the Judame's kindness is not for you to take advantage of." Gakudera Hayato turned around and reached out to grab the other's collar, but Yamamoto Takashi grabbed his wrist to stop him. Seeing this, Hayato Gakudera raised his eyebrows, then smiled angrily. "Oh? Do you want to fight?" "No, I'm tired. I just came back from a mission. This is a subconscious reaction." Yamamoto Takashi loosened his hand, shrugged and said, "You can't blame me. Please, don't fight. The office can't afford higher expenses." Sawada Tsuneyoshi put his hands together and hit the pain point directly. "Be patient for a better Vongala, Gakudera-kun." Gakudera Hayato choked, smacked his tongue, and turned his back to Yamamoto Takashi. "For the prosperity of the 10th generation family, I will tolerate you this time." Yamamoto Takashi is sunny. "Oh, thank you." Hayato Gakudera shouted angrily. "Shut up." "Ahaha." Sawada Tsuneyoshi laughed helplessly. Reborn coughed twice and said, "Okay, let's talk about business. Oda Sakunosuk, you 2 know it, right? Yamamoto Takashi nodded and said, yes, he is the one who adopted Shigeru when he was sent to Italy before, right? Kakudara Hayato frowned and said, I remember that he died in a family dispute. Shigeru was the fire of death that was aroused and was brought back by Yamamoto. When he first came, he seemed to have aphasia. Later, he followed the 10th generation for a while before he became cheerful, all thanks to the 10th generation. Sawada Tsuneyoshi shook his head gently. This is not just my credit. Yamamoto-kun and I saw how hard Shigeru worked. He was a child who was hurt by the darkness of Vangala from the beginning. That's why I want to protect him even more, and at the same time, I continue to change Vangala, hoping that the darkness will have nowhere to hide and no longer affect innocent people. He paused, looking at the Vangala sky ring in his hand, which was frozen with ice. This is also the Vangala sin that I am determined to bear, Reborn said, but contrary to our wishes, Shigeru showed a very high fighting talent. Like Yamamoto before, he is a natural killer. Sawada Tsuneyoshi said in a deep voice, I wanted him to return to a normal life. We have talked about that many times. Reborn said, in fact, Shigeru has become the candidate for the 11th generation and has his own guardian. You are just a result-oriented person. Boom, boom. A young man's voice rang out from outside the door. Tsuneyoshi-kun, I am Irie, and Spanna is here too. Sawada Tsuneyoshi pursed his lips, finally gave up, and said loudly, come in. Irie Shoichi walked into the office with the documents and was startled when he saw the people inside. Why are there so many people today? Did I disturb you? No, you came at the right time. Reborn jumped off the desk and sat down on the sofa nearby. So, have you sorted out Oda Sakunosuke's documents? Irie Shoichi walked to the desk and put down the information. It's basically the same as what Shigeru said before. Just take a look at it when you have time. I'll make a simple report. Seeing Spanna sitting on the floor, Yamamoto Takashi said, sit on the sofa. The floor is so hard. Spanna held a lollipop in his mouth and pointed at the stains on his body. I'm covered in engine oil. Masaichi will nag me. Ahem. Irie Masaichi coughed twice to signal for silence. After a pause, he said, to put it simply, Oda Sakunosuke in that world is a low-level member of the Port Mafia. He has supernatural powers and can predict what will happen to him in the next 5 to 6 seconds. He has the ideal of writing novels and believes that writing novels is about writing people. People who take away other people's names are not qualified to write a person's life, so they are willing to stay at the bottom. However, Morioge, the leader of the Port Mafia, planned for Oda Sakunosuke to eradicate the supernatural organization mimic in exchange for a supernatural business license. In the end, Oda Sakunosuke and Oda died together in that battle. Yamamoto Takashi stroked his chin and murmured, it is indeed no different from what Shigeru said. Sawada Tsuneyoshi knew there was more to come, so he quietly clenched his teeth. If you don't intervene, this is what will happen. Spanna made a crunching sound as he crushed the lollipop. What Shigeru didn't say at the time was the fuse that led to the death of Oda Sakunosuke. The leader of the Mimics and Oda Sakunosuke have the same special ability, so he hoped to die among Oda Sakunosuke's assistants, but of course, the latter refused. Irie Shoichi adjusted his glasses and added, in addition, Oda Sakunosuke adopted 5 orphans who had lost their parents in a war called the Dragon Head Contest. Yamamoto Takashi narrowed his eyes dangerously. What do you mean? Mimic blew up those 5 children in front of Oda Sakunosuke. Spanna bit the stick of the lollipop with his front teeth and gently rubbed it, and finished the report for Irie Shoichi, who couldn't bear to say it out loud. It was to make Oda Sakunosuke unable to turn back. The office fell silent. Sawada Tsuneyoshi closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. The tropical fish in the aquarium sway their tail fins and swim lively in the water. Kakudara Hayato, leaning on the armrest of the couch, was the first to break the silence, sighing, I see. No wonder Shigeru couldn't say it. So I didn't want Shigeru to do this. But there's no way. The choice is set. Sawada Tsuneyoshi looked at the Vangala sky ring with broken ice on his finger. Last time, Shigeru pushed himself too hard. So in this life, I hope Gojo Satoru can give him some strength. Tell him, he's not wrong. He tried his best. Sawada Tsuneyoshi lowered his head and raised his fingers with his fingers crossed to cover his red eyes. Tell him that people are born with the freedom to pursue happiness. Everything will be fine. There is no need to constantly condemn yourself, to deceive others, and to deceive yourself. There is no need to choose the worst way of dying together. Yokohama. Igarashi Hamura placed the bouquet in front of the tomb, looked up at the magpie that landed on the tombstone, chuckled and said, "Magpie, it's so rare. You're here." The magpie flapped its wings and flew away. Igarashi Hamura turned around and looked at Dazai Osamu, who was walking towards him with his hands in his pockets. "How much do you remember?" "I remember everything I should remember, and I don't remember anything I don't know." Dazai Osamu looked at the white bouquet and sighed. "Where can I get white chrysanthemums in this season?" Igarashi Yin lowered his eyes to look at the delicate flowers and said, "I asked someone I know to do this. You can think of it as a supernatural power." Dazai shrugged and said self-deprecatingly, "Then I can't touch it." "No, it doesn't matter." Igarashi Hamura's eyes were deep and dull. "Whether you touch it or not, it won't last long, and it will soon turn into mist and dissipate." "What do you want to do here?" Dazai asked. "Let's go quickly, to 4 years ago." "Let's go tomorrow." "I came here now just to ask that Shigeru why he made that choice." Igarashi Hamura clenched his fists and didn't relax his strength until his fingernails dug into his flesh. "Can't you wait for us a little longer?" Dazai Osamu moved his fingertips in his pocket and looked down at the blank stone tablet. The sun was shining brightly, and a black magpie feather was abruptly sandwiched in the snow-white bouquet. "On this point, I want to say a few words on behalf of Shigeru, and also on my own behalf." Dazai Osamu said, "People fear death, and they can't help but fall in love with death. In this city, and even in literature, death, this irreplaceable way of life, is constantly consumed by people. This kind of death was once my long-cherished wish." One at an intersection, Oda Sakunosuke looked around, then looked at the simple map in his hand and muttered, "It should be around here?" The boy put his hands behind his head. "Haven't you found Odasaku yet? You're so stupid." Oda Sakunosuke was troubled. "Well, because the painting is very soulful. Call and ask." The girl smiled and said, "It should be possible today, right?" Igarashi Hamura stood up and looked back at Dazai Osamu's iris-colored eyes. "Odasaku is my friend, and he is also a special person who showed me the sunny side." The phone in his pocket vibrated, and Dazai Osamu felt a rare tingling in his chest. He took out his phone, looked at the unfamiliar number, answered it, and put the call on hold. Oda Sakunosuke's voice came from the phone after a long absence, sounding a little awkward. "Hello? Dazai, right? Long time no see." His throat suddenly felt a little itchy, and Dazai Osamu smiled sadly but relievedly. "As expected, I am Odasaku." Igarashi Hamura opened his eyes wide. "Odasaku is my friend, and he is also a special person who showed me the sunny side. I'm sorry for keeping it from you for so long. Let's talk about it when we meet. Do you know a kid named Kisaragi Shigeru? He has a ponytail and is quite special." "Yes, I know him. For years ago, the kid left me a simple map and asked me to come here to find you today. I'm near the destination, but I can't find you. Where are you? Which way should I go?" Dazai Osamu laughed and said, "Tell me about the landmark buildings around here. Otherwise, how can I show you the way?" Dazai Osamu heard the sound of a motorcycle engine coming from his phone. 3 seconds later, a motorcycle whizzed past on the path in front of him. "Oh, you rewrite." Dazai interrupted. "Just follow the gravel road and head south. It's very close." Oda Sakunosuke was not annoyed by being interrupted, and walked towards the direction the other party said without hesitation. "Okay." It had been a long time since Dazai Osamu had felt the sun be so warm. He raised his eyes and looked at the corner. A familiar man was walking towards him with a book, accompanied by a big boy and a young girl, who were jumping around. They all looked about the same age as Kisaragi Shigeru. He hung up the phone and looked at Igarashi Hamura. "I know it may be cruel to say this to you, but..." Dazai Osamu paused. He saw the sunlight shining on Igarashi's red eyes. It seemed that the tears gathered in the boy's eyes were also dyed blood red, but he stubbornly did not shed even a drop. Dazai Osamu has said a lot of harsh words, gentle words, spicy words, and comforting words in his life. But there has never been a time when he felt that the gentle words of partiality in his mouth could sting his throat so much. It's not that he didn't want to live, but he really had no choice at the time. Dazai. The young man raised his eyes and saw Oda Sakunosuke's face, which had not changed from 4 years ago. The two children were very obedient and did not follow him. They were lying in the clover bushes in the distance, as if looking for 4-leaf clovers. Dazai thought, if there was anything that had changed, it was that this time he and Oda Sakunosuke were both bathed in the blazing sun, and there were no gunshots but birdsong around them. I'm really grateful to Shigeru-kun. He made me feel that trying to live might not be a bad thing. The white clouds were lingering, and Igarashi Hamura let out a long breath, suppressing his emotions. Who are you? Oda Sakunosuke walked to the two and looked at Igarashi Hamura. I remember you were the boy next to Shigeru? Igarashi Hamura, right? I remember you. Your name is very cool. Thank you for 4 years ago. Igarashi Hamura lowered his head and made no sound. Oda Sakunosuke looked at Dazai Osamu and said with emotion, Shigeru should be 19 years old now. Dazai Osamu shook his head and said meaningfully, No, Shigeru-kun is still 15 years old. Oda Sakunosuke said in confusion, and then seemed to realize something. He looked solemnly at the tombstone beside him and the boy who was bowing his head and keeping silent. Dazai Osamu reached out and patted the other person too. What are you thinking? That's not it. Oda Sakunosuke blinked his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Really? To be honest, I was scared. Igarashi Hamura finally raised his head and slowly looked at Oda Sakunosuke. Hamura-kun, 4 years ago, I swore an oath in front of this tombstone. Dazai Osamu said hoarsely, I'll say it again today. This has nothing to do with the Armed Detective Agency. It's just my personal affair. No matter what happens next, I will definitely keep Kisaragi Shigeru alive. Believe me. Dazai Osamu took Igarashi Hamura and Oda Sakunosuke to the cafe downstairs of the Armed Detective Agency. Everyone in the detective agency was busy today, and the cafe was empty with only the 3 of them. Dazai Osamu sent the 2 children brought by Oda Sakunosuke, a girl named Sakura and a boy named Kosuka, to the Armed Detective Agency to be taken care of by Tanizaki Naomi. When they returned to the cafe, the manager had just served 3 cups of coffee, and the young man nodded in thanks. Oda Sakunosuke happened to be talking to Igarashi Hamura for a while, and nodded and said, I see. In your world, I am Shigeru's adoptive father. Dazai Osamu sat down next to the young man and said, But there is no such person as Kisaragi Shigeru in this world, and Vangala does not exist either. It is not accidental that Shigeru was teleported to this parallel universe, but because our world is too close to yours, in other words. Igarashi Hamura paused and said, The 2 world lines are merging. But the problem is that Kisaragi Shigeru has already traveled through time once, and the first time was indeed an accidental crossing, and at first, no one expected the 2 worlds to merge. Igarashi Hamura raised his eyes and looked at the 6 paths of Makuro who appeared out of thin air. Mr. Makuro. Rokudo Makuro sat down next to Igarashi Hamura and crossed his legs, saying, Everything that Shigeru experienced in the previous life. Or the first reincarnation of Shigeru was accidental, but it was also a trap of the world that could not be escaped. That Shigeru first saved Yoshino Junpei and Kaido Sumire, got acquainted with the people of the Armed Detective Agency, and learned about the existence of Oda Sakunosuke and even his fate of death. He felt sad for Oda Sakunosuke from the bottom of his heart. Not long after, the Vangala ring, which was affected by his strong emotional fluctuations, resonated with the waves that overlapped with the world and transported him to 4 years ago. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Oda Sakunosuke's face and said with a half-smile, That is, Oda Sakunosuke, in your original destiny. The owner of the cafe made another cup of coffee and sent it to the table. He has been working here for a long time, so he naturally knows what to listen to and what not to listen to, and he is not the kind of person who would meddle in other people's business. The man walked out of the store as if he hadn't heard anything, turned the sign engraved with open to the closed side, walked quietly into the employee locker room, closed the door and took a rest. You are his adoptive father, and with his personality, you can't pretend to be ignorant. So he made a crazy choice. Rokudo Makuro took a sip of coffee, The mellow aroma stimulated his taste buds, and he had to admit that the coffee in this shop was indeed first class. He looked at Oda Sakunosuke and said, "That choice is to save you and create an illusion of your fake death for everyone, so that you can hide incognito for 4 years and then meet Dazai Osamu. No longer human is a special ability against superpowers. I will not doubt the reality that I can touch." Dazai Osamu looked at his fingertips and said in a deep voice, "So I didn't find anything wrong." It was not until 2 years later that Rampo was the first to realize the overlap of the world lines, and then 2 years later, I met Kisaragi Shigeru again. I realized the possibility that there is a power that can be independent of the common sense of this world. If this is true, no longer human will not work. And that power is the fire of death that belongs only to our world. Rokudo Makuro chuckled, or rather, I have hallucinations. At that moment, my fingertips were cold. The blood in my body was about to stop, and a hypothesis emerged in my mind. Dazai Osamu sighed. I rushed over to grab him and asked him if Odasaku was alive. He told me that he was, and he had just come back from rescuing someone. I realized that it was a vertical jump in time and space. Shigeru used the existing information to force the timeline into a closed loop, but changed the future of Oda Sakunosuke. Rokudo Makuro added, "The common sense of the world will not interfere with the changes in the life trajectories of 1 or 2 people, as long as that person does not affect the direction of the historical torrent." And in fact, Oda Sakunosuke did not play a role in the subsequent war. Of course, I suspect that Shigeru made some agreement with him. But the problem is that the resonance between the Vongala ring and the world is getting stronger and stronger, and Kisaragi Shigeru can no longer suppress it. He talked with Sawada Tsuneyoshi for a long time. And finally, the two unanimously decided to let the Vongala Technical Department and Byakuran join forces to start making up a crossing system. After all, when it comes to crossing parallel worlds, Byakuran is an expert. But not long after, in October, Gojo Satoru was sealed in the prison gate, and Tokyo Shibuya was in chaos. Kisaragi Shigeru suddenly realized one thing, that is, if the world lines overlap, what will happen to the population? The world will not allow the existence of abnormal that affects the future, but it just so happens that this world began to collapse because of the infighting in the world of sorcery. Rokudo Makuro said as he looked at Dazai Osamu and smiled. Dazai Osamu paused and said, "The conclusion reached by I and Mr. Rampo is that the overlap of world lines is inevitable. This world will be destroyed to ensure the stability of you, that is, the world line where the Vongala is located." So Shigeru immediately contacted Sawada Tsuneyoshi to report the matter, and asked to use big data to compare the number of people in the two worlds who overlap. Rokudo Makuro said, leaning forward, his fingers lazily supporting his chin, "The conclusion is, at least 50%. In the two worlds, the only people who do not overlap are those who leave their names in the subsequent main line of the world. For example, the Vongala, the Armed Detective Agency, and the Jujutsu High School. So what would happen if they overlap? For example, Oda Sakunosuke, someone like you." Oda Sakunosuke's brain froze due to this large amount of information. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The world will not allow two identical things or humans to exist at the same time. So there are two possibilities, one is fusion, and the other is destruction." Yes, and it just so happens that even if Shigeru saved you, you would become one of the non-overlapping people. Rokudo Makuro smiled evilly and said in a hoarse voice, "Because Kisaragi Shigeru's adoptive father, Oda Sakunosuke in the Vongala world line, is already dead." Igarashi Hamura said, "The Vongala Technical Department believes that parallel worlds are boundless and numerous, and the overlap of parallel worlds is not the first time. But time is too tight, and there is no way to collect data and intelligence. As for whether the overlapping existence will merge or be destroyed, this matter cannot be tested by humans. It will be too late to know when the world lines completely overlap." So Kisaragi Shigeru sneaked into the Jujutsu High School, stole ancient books related to the prison gate border, and looked for historical records that could confirm that the prison gate border exists here, and set the coordinates of the crossing he wants to cross to that place, bring the prison gate border back to 2018, and let the two prison gate borders exist at the same time to see the reaction of the world. Rokudo Makuro took a sip of coffee leisurely. "If it is fusion, it will not have any more negative impact on Gojo Satoru, At most, Shigeru will make a wasted trip, but if it is destroyed, Gojo Satoru can be released. And in fact, Gojo Satoru was released, and this world line has the possibility of becoming stable. This is good news, but also bad news. Igarashi Hamura said in a low voice, "It's not a big deal if the items are destroyed, but what about the more than 50% of humans? If this news gets out, it will cause panic, and the Vongala will be busy like crazy." Rokuto Makuro continued. But it was at this time that Kisaragi Shigeru was driven out of this world line. He interfered with the world line too much and was forcibly sent back. He was a soul that traveled back to a recovery period is needed afterwards to allow the atrophied muscles to return to normal. The only mistake made by all of us was that we did not notice that something was wrong with him at this time. Igarashi Hamura buried his face in his palms and took a deep breath, saying, "He was very active in the rehabilitation process, or too active, and his behavior was very normal. No one would have guessed that he had developed feelings for Gojo Satoru. Even if he didn't have any feelings for her, with his personality, it's impossible for him to sit back and watch the destruction of this world." He put down his hand and said, "He and the 10th generation stayed up all night, discussing things every day that none of us knew. We will not interfere too much in the affairs between the bosses." Then one night, Shigeru completely angered the 10th generation, and the two had a big fight, which woke up all of us, the two guardians. They are not the type who get angry easily, not to mention that the relationship between the two is good. Then that idiot activated the system without authorization and traveled back to this world. That was also the first time I saw the 10th generation cry out loud. Igarashi Hamura clenched his trembling fingers. Vaguely, we all guessed it. Shigeru may not come back. Gojo Satoru carried the red-eyed and sleeping Kisaragi Shigeru back to the basement, covered her with a blanket, and walked out of the room before answering the phone that had been bombarding him. "Gojo Satoru." Yega Mazumichi's voice came out of the receiver like a tsunami. Gojo Satoru put the phone down, but he could still hear it clearly. "Are you crazy? You jumped down from the skytree and opened the infinite space?" Gojo Satoru waved his hand and said, "Oh, isn't this a bit of an accident? There was a terrible curse, but I've dealt with it. I'll just suppress it as a special incident. Luckily, it wasn't caught on camera. Fortunately. Be careful next time. You've never made me feel at ease since we were students. I'll definitely do it next time. Next time? Su." Gojo Satoru hung up the phone before the other party finished calling his name, stuck out his tongue, and threw the phone on the sofa. Igarashi Hamura looked at the coffee mist and said, "It was the end of November, and what Shigeru saw when he returned was a living Hades that had not improved much. And Gojo Satoru was no longer there." Dazio Samu lowered his eyes and said nothing. Oda Sakunosuke hesitated and asked, "What happened to him?" Igarashi Hamura gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He died together with the perfect form of Ryaman Sukuna, and took away a considerable number of special-grade cursed spirits. Rokuto Makuro patted Igarashi Hamura's shoulder and spoke for him. Later, Shigeru met Kagaya Geto, or the cursed spirit Nosuke, but at this time, Shigeru was no longer strong enough because he had forced his way through. Oda Sakunosuke couldn't bear it and said, "And then that boy named Shigeru also died together, right?" "No. They died together later, and a lot happened after that," Rokuto Makuro said, glancing at Igarashi Hamura, "but we can only say that he really tried his best to save this world line." Igarashi Hamura closed his eyes tightly and said, in conclusion, "He saved everyone in this world line and perished together with the core of the world." Sawada Tsuneyoshi lowered his eyes and said, "From the perspective of us in the first game, the world with curses is nothing but data. No matter how much we can empathize with them, we still can't have the same personal experience and empathy as Shigeru. I had a big fight with Shigeru because I didn't agree with Shigeru sacrificing himself. I hoped to find a safer way, a way that didn't require him to sacrifice himself. But we all understand that there may be a way, but the time left for us is really not enough." He took a deep breath and said, "It is precisely because we both have super intuition that we can't reach an agreement. No one can convince the other. He has his righteousness and I have mine. In the end, sure you did sacrifice himself for peace, and prove to me in the most cruel way that his guess was correct. After the two worlds merged, the same people, one side will be destroyed. But the soul will be able to merge. That is to say, there is a redundant memory that will be accepted by people in the form of dreams. This is one of the reasons for the collapse of Hamura, because Shigeru has been constantly condemning himself since he saved Oda Sakunosuke from that world. Shigeru said during rehabilitation, "The only person I can't save is Mr. Odasaku, who has done me a favor," but no one noticed that this was a distress signal at the time, and he was about to be crushed. Jakudara Hayato leaned against the back of the sofa, his voice hoarse, but we only knew that souls would merge after Shigeru died. With red eyes, Sawada Tsuneyoshi clenched his fingers and said painfully, "That is to say, if it is delayed a little longer, just a little longer, until Oda Sakunosuke finishes this dream, the souls will merge." The Oda Sakunosuke he saved was also the Oda Sakunosuke who had done him a favor. Sawada Tsuneyoshi pursed his lips and opened his warm and determined eyes. But later, the turmoil caused by the top leaders of the curse world forced me to make a decision. Reborn continued, "That is this second round plan." Oda Sakunosuke realized the state of Igarashi Hamura, so he stopped asking. Dazai Osamu gently touched him with his foot, suggesting that they would talk about it later. Oda Sakunosuke understood in his heart. But no matter what, that was the matter of the first round, and this is the second round. Dazai Osamu said, taking out a very old notebook, "The eye in the first round left me a diary. And the mimic event that I experienced is different from what I remember. Today is the day before you traveled to 4 years ago. In other words, Oda Sakunosuke and I have actually experienced the mimic event of the second round. You should understand this." "I understand. So I came here today, just to get information." Igarashi Hamura raised his eyes and said, "Because our travel is already an established fact, your memory is crucial. This is the second, but also the last chance. I must make the timeline of this world a closed loop. So there is one thing, Hamura, I must tell you." Dazai Osamu frowned and said, "In my memory, Gojo Satoru also participated in the mimic event." Igarashi Hamura was startled, looked up and asked, "What?" "I don't know the details, but according to my guess, Gojo Satoru would not put down so many special missions to accompany Shigeru through time because of personal feelings. If he was a person who put personal feelings above reason, he would not have left Shigeru alone in the first round." Dazai Osamu said, tapping the coffee cup with his fingers, "So my guess with Mr. Rampo is that in the second round, a certain accident caused Gojo Satoru to travel to the past together." Igarashi Hamura bit his lips and tore his skin anxiously. "But what could that accident be? I can't wait for an accident that I don't know when and how it will appear. I can't afford to gamble." "Yes, so our suggestion is that you take Gojo Satoru with you directly. At the same time, don't tell the two of them about this matter in advance." Dazai Osamu said in a deep voice, "In other words, you become that accident yourself and force the timeline to become a closed loop." Knock, knock. 10th generation, Mr. Reborn. "Sorry to bother you too." The girl with a high ponytail knocked on the door and walked in. Seeing several people in the office, she bowed obediently. She walked to the desk, stood with her hands behind her back, and said, "I heard that Igarashi went to the 11th generation. Is this true?" Sawada Tsuneyoshi looked at Rambo, who was running behind the door. The latter raised his hands and said silently with his lips, "Sorry, I let it slip." Reborn lowered the brim of his hat and sighed deeply. Sawada Tsuneyoshi replied, "That's right. I want to go too." The girl stared at her with her big eyes. A guardian of the thunder attribute must not only become thunder and lightning, but also act like a lightning rod to bear and erase the damage suffered by the family, right? Sawada Tsuneyoshi said helplessly, "Theoretically, that's the case. If that's the case, I can't let my Azora suffer all the pain. I want my Azora to be sunny." The girl said in a shocked voice, "I don't want the 11th generation to cry. Whoever makes him cry, I will kill him. If it's me, then I will show everyone how I kill myself." Sawada Tsuneyoshi's pupils trembled. "What are you talking about?" The girl bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and said loudly, "Please allow me." Sawada Tsuneyoshi's face was full of black lines. "What do you want me to say?" The girl looked up. "All." Sawada Tsuneyoshi. Rejected. Kisaragi Shigeru had a dream. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. He sat up slowly and saw a photo on the bedside table. It showed a younger Gojo Satoru and a kid with an urchin-like head. Compared to the young man with a bright smile, the young boy's expression could be described as stinky, and he seemed to be very disgusted with the young man next to him. Kisaragi Shigeru thought with amusement that this child would be quite handsome when he grows up. That's Megumi. You remember it, right? Fushiguro Megumi. Kisaragi Shigeru turned her head and saw Gojo Satoru sitting beside the bed, slowly flipping through the middle volume of his novel. Crying oneself to sleep was a bit embarrassing. Kisaragi Shigeru turned her back to the young man, her eyes fixed on the photo again. Megumi Fushiguro was still very young at the time and looked like no more than an elementary school student. The growth of a young man can be said to happen in a flash, but what is not quite fair is that the young man next to him seems to be frozen in time. Apart from some changes in temperament, there is almost no difference between them. Aha cough. Seeing the other person choking on his saliva and looking unconscious, Gojo Satoru chuckled and closed the novel. His biological father is Fushiguro Shijiro. He was originally from the Zenin family, but later ran away to become a sorcerer-killer. You know the Zenin family, one of the 3 great families. Kisaragi Shigeru turned around, covered her mouth and coughed softly while asking, Ahem. Warlock killer, ahem? Can you do it? How dare you? How dare you ask a man if he can do it? Okay. Gojo Satoru pointed to the water cup on the bedside table, indicating that he was taking it for him. The matter of Fushiguro Shigeru is complicated. To put it simply, he wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. It's that simple. Kisaragi Shigeru picked up the water cup and asked carefully, Then, does Fushiguro-kun know about this? Gojo Satoru shrugged and said, I don't know. I didn't mean to hide it. I wanted to tell him when I adopted him and his sister, but he interrupted me. Later, I was busy and couldn't find the right time, so I slowly put it aside. You look. Kisaragi Shigeru hesitated, unable to find the right words to describe it. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows and asked, You look like you have no remorse and are heartless? Wait, I didn't say that? Kisaragi Shigeru said hurriedly, tightening her fingers around the water cup, with a hint of reluctance in her tone. It's a matter of life and death. There's nothing we can do about it. Besides, he was the one who attacked me, wasn't he? It doesn't matter even if you say that. Anyway, we don't owe each other anything. As for the fatal injury, it's true that I blasted half of his body. Gojo Satoru sat on the bed and pointed at his neck, but he also stabbed me here. I'm lucky to be alive, and he died because his fate had ended there. The one who survives will become the strongest. I had this vague feeling at the time, and I think he had it too, so he accepted the challenge. Gojo Satoru said with a smile, No man can refuse that feeling, that kind of impulse that can be called pleasure. Of course, the premise is that neither of us is a normal person. He looked into the other's golden eyes and added, I am not taking Hui with me because of any compensatory psychology. I am not such a hypocrite. It's just that Hui has 10 kinds of shadow magic. He has talent and enlightenment. I can't let such a good seedling be taken away by the rotten family of Zen Temple. That's all. The young man reached out his hand and grabbed a strand of the boy's hair, twisting it around his fingers twice. Disappointed? Kisaragi Shigeru looked into the other person's unobstructed eyes and shook her head. No. Kisaragi Shigeru's throat choked. You talk like it's food. Rich people. Anyway, Gojo Satoru stood up and stretched his waist. If something happens to me one day, and I become like you, Fushiguro Shigeru and I will probably fight again in that world, and the Sanzu River will be flattened directly. No one will be able to reincarnate. No, this example is not good. Kisaragi Shigeru pulled at the sheets to look for a hair tie. Why? I was going to say that you don't need to blame yourself so much, but then I thought about how Megumi has become like this. Gojo Satoru touched his chin. The fight between Fushiguro Shigeru and I should be due to Megumi's extreme OOC. After all, compared to you, he is calmer and more reserved. Kisaragi Shigeru looked up and thought about it, always feeling that he was being ridiculed. With a net worth of more than 1 billion, can't he afford a hair tie? So the boy stood up and said, I'm going home. Bye. Gojo Satoru reached out to grab the other's hood. Hey, I didn't say you're bad. Come back. Unexpectedly, The hood turned over, and the boy once again used his super intuition in the most unnecessary place. He jumped to the side, and Gojo Satoru's finger hooked into nothing. Gojo Satoru looked at his mistaken finger in disbelief, and Kisaragi Shigeru sneered proudly. Haha, I predicted your prediction, but you can't predict my prediction. Then he was hooked back by the strongest. Kisaragi Shigeru, who was thrown on the bed. Why can't I escape? Gojo Satoru handed the hair tie in his pocket to the disheveled boy. Do you want to eat before going back? Here at your place? Huh. Yes. I've been looking for it for a long time. You didn't ask me. Super intuitive. As long as you use me in the right place. Kisaragi Shigeru took it and noticed that it was a light blue hair tie. She paused. Huh? Mr. Gojo, this is not mine. Yours fell in my area, and I was too lazy to pick it up, so I bought you a new one at a street stall just now. Gojo Satoru said, the black one doesn't suit you. It's too dark. The boy blinked, thinking that the young man lied. But considering that a hairband only cost a few dollars, he tied his hair without any hesitation. You're welcome, thank you. I won't eat. Yin Jun must be waiting anxiously. Gojo Satoru murmured, he's not your mother. Kisaragi Shigeru heard this muttering, and the boy adjusted his hood and laughed. He is indeed quite a nanny. I don't know who he learned it from. He is okay with others, but a little strict with me, maybe because we have known each other since childhood. Really? Gojo Satoru stood up with a long tone, opened the door and walked out first. Kisaragi Shigeru took the middle volume of the novel, checked the photos inside, and trotted after him. At the door, the young man bowed to Gojo Satoru and said, I'll go back first. Thank you so much for today. It's okay. Lend me the first volume next time. It's quite interesting. Gojo Satoru squinted his eyes. The twilight was too red and a little dazzling. The annotations around it are also very interesting. Hearing this, Kisaragi Shigeru opened his mouth and then smiled in relief, with a pride in his voice that he himself had not noticed, of course. After all, he has always been eager to write the next volume, including his own novel. Obsidian. Kisaragi Shigeru walked into the dormitory building and said loudly. I'm back. Igarashi Hamura appeared beside him like a summoned beast and poked the boy's forehead with her fingers. Where have you been? Where have you been? Where have you been all afternoon? Why didn't you answer the phone? What have you been doing? It hurts, Mom. If you poke me again, I'll be stupid. What did you call me? Kisaragi Shigeru flirted with him without any desire to live. Baby. Igarashi Hamura grabbed Kisaragi Shigeru's collar, almost lifting the slender boy up, revealing a killer's eyes. Ah? Kisaragi Shigeru turned on the vibration mode. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Mr. Yin. The owl flew to Igarashi Hamura's shoulder and chuckled. Wow, it's Hamura, I'll kill you. Sorry. Meh. Stop pecking. Wrong. Mr. Hamura. Kisaragi Shigeru circled around Igarashi Hamura while dodging the owl's attack. Mr. Hamura, enter the control of Moss. I didn't understand what you meant. Could you please say it again? Kisaragi Shigeru hid behind Igarashi Hamura, pulling him around and swinging him around. Control mode. I slipped up. Control mode. Rokudo Makuro, enter control mode. I don't. Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled. Ah? Wait, what's wrong with this system? The skeleton owl flapped its wings in the air and said with a smile, Kufufu, what did you call me just now? The boy knelt down obediently. Mr. Makuro, listen to my explanation. I don't want to call you by your name. I don't dare to do that. Igarashi Hamura was too lazy to complain about Kisaragi Shigeru's short memory. So, where did you go? Kisaragi Shigeru said honestly. Report, I am sleeping at Mr. Gojo's house. Igarashi Yin's fingertips trembled. Whose house are you talking about? Kisaragi Shigeru quickly corrected him. Mr. Gojo's basement. Igarashi Hamura took a deep breath. The blue hair tie was particularly eye-catching. Where's your hair tie? Kisaragi Shigeru touched his hair. Mr. Gojo said he couldn't find it. Igarashi Hamura's voice became increasingly low. Why would you ask Gojo Satoru about your own hair tie? Kisaragi Shigeru recalled how she cried herself into tears and was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Her ears flushed as she said, Because I have no memory, I fell asleep. Igarashi Hamura's breath was choked, and he clenched his fists. The owl tilted its head, as if to make the world chaotic. Kufufu, Shigeru has grown up. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the skeleton owl in confusion. Indeed. It was as if a huge rock that was blocking his heart was suddenly shattered by Gojo Satoru. Whether it was jumping off the skytree together, falling into the Milky Way in the field, or crying silently, it was indeed an extremely rare experience for him. The unspeakable guilt towards Oda Sakunosuke that had long gnawed at his heart was indeed relieved. So Kisaragi Shigeru lowered her eyes and smiled gently. Well, I am very grateful to Mr. Gojo. Igarashi Hamura's veins popped out. Gojo Satoru. Huh. Koito thought for a moment, glanced at Igarashi Hamura, who was clearly emitting murderous intent, then turned into mist and left the dormitory building, his consciousness returning to his original body where he was playing chess with Yamamoto Takashi. Yamamoto Takashi looked at the other party's thoughtful expression and wondered confusedly. Is this move of mine so brilliant? Rokudo Mukuro held the chess piece and murmured, Shigeru and Gojo Satoru are unfathomable. Yamamoto Takashi smiled and scratched the back of his head. Oh, thank you. Actually, it was Gakudera who taught me well. Rokudo Makuro's hand trembled, and he put the chess piece in the wrong place. Gakudera Hayato? What does it have to do with him? You already knew about it? Yamamoto Takashi looked at the chessboard and explained. He's always very mature, isn't he? He's been smart since he was a child, and he learns everything quickly, so this, chess, is no problem. He's surprisingly good at teaching people. Rokudo Mukuro touched his chin and said with interest, I see. Well, after all, apart from Sawada Tsuneyoshi, you two are the closest to Shigeru. Yamamoto Takashi. Vongala headquarters. Gakudera Hayato covered his mouth and sneezed. Ha! Sawada Tsuneyoshi was dozing off, but he jumped up out of shock. Are you okay, Gakudera-kun? Do you have a cold? Yamamoto Takashi laughed and said, Ha ha ha, you choked on your own perfume. Do you think I'm you? Gakudera Hayato glared at him and said to Sawada Tsuneyoshi, It's okay. 10th generation. I'm in good health. After saying this, Hayato Gakudera looked at Yamamoto Takashi's brilliant smile. But what's going on with this inexplicable anger? He frowned and sighed deeply. Forget it. It's common for him to get angry just by looking at him. Igarashi Yin said hoarsely, I'm going to kill him. Kisaragi Shigeru raised her head. Ah? Kill who? Igarashi Hamura squatted down and slowly looked at Kisaragi Shigeru's face. She had fair skin, three-dimensional features, long eyelashes, and big eyes. She was indeed good-looking. His eyes moved to her slightly curly little hair. He had to admit that it did make him want to rub it. His eyes continued to move down to look at her slender limbs. No matter what, he is our Dakon. How can he be treated like this? This is intolerable. Kisaragi Shigeru's golden cat pupils were shaking so much that they almost left after images. What's wrong? Don't look at me like that. It's creepy. You're not going to sell me by the pound, are you? Igarashi Yin gnashed his teeth and said, I am most angry with you. With all your kung fu skills, can't you protect yourself? Kisaragi Shigeru didn't understand at all. I'm not hurt? Igarashi Hamura felt a dull pain in his chest. What you said is even more infuriating. Why? QAQ. Igarashi Hamura bit his lip anxiously, thinking. The matter is done. There is no point in holding on to the past. Listen to me, Shigeru. There was no light in the boy's blood-red eyes. The kind of beast that attacks high school students does not deserve to exist in the world. Beast? Who? Kisaragi Shigeru was stunned. Wait, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so scary. Don't panic, and don't hide anything from me. Igarashi Hamura pressed the other's shoulder. Tomorrow, I want you to help me. I want to create an accident. Accident? What accident? You don't have a fever, do you? No? Why do I have a fever as a cursed spirit? Could it be that he saw the healing ability of the cursed spirit? Igarashi Hamura felt that Gojo Satoru was not a human being, and said in a shocking voice, I don't care about the closed loop, I want to kill him. So who is it? Igarashi Hamura said expressionlessly, Gojo Satoru, he must die. Wait, who? I'll contact the 10th generation and Mr. Reborn. Stop. What happened to Mr. Gojo? Igarashi Hamura said in disbelief. How dare you protect him? Do you have any sense of crisis? Kisaragi Shigeru took a deep breath and suddenly realized that there was a high probability that jumping off the skytree had been posted online by someone. He blamed himself in his heart and explained for Gojo Satoru. He just saw that I was under a lot of pressure. Gojo-san and I both know this. Kisaragi Shigeru. Are you crazy? You are here to speak for a beast like him? Isn't it just dancing on the skytree together? I can dance with you too. You don't have to call me a beast. Skytree TA. Igarashi Hamura didn't finish his words. His precarious sanity played the last role when the boy was on the verge of exploding. Wait, what skytree? Isn't this the topic? Kisaragi Shigeru didn't understand and was about to cry. Then what have you been talking about? Tell me, I really don't understand. I'm dying. Chat channels gradually overlap. Irima Saichi walked into the technical department office with a cup of coffee and looked at the young man who was happily eating a lollipop. Spanner, I brought the coffee and hot cocoa. Which one do you want? The other person was wearing headphones and looking at the screen with great interest. Iri Shoichi followed his gaze and saw a recording program. Iri didn't understand what was going on, so he pulled off the other person's headphones and asked, What are you doing? Spanna turned around and said, Oh, you're back, Zhengyi. Spanna's expression was obviously very calm, but Iri Shoichi could see that he was full of joy. Why are you recording? This is the real-time audio from Shigeru-kun, right? Because it's so funny. Spanna said as he picked up the hot cocoa. I'm recording it. Record it, and then what? Iri Shoichi frowned in disapproval. You are invading Shigeru-kun and their privacy. Delete it. Spanna held out his hand to block Iri Shoichi. No, I plan to wait until Shigeru and that go. Oh yeah, the person called Gojo Satoru are together. Then play this audio clip publicly as a blessing speech. Huh. Iri Shoichi said helplessly. Do you understand what a blessing speech is? And they may not necessarily be together. Spanna said enthusiastically. Then the map of Japan will have to be redrawn. I like new things. Iri Shoichi slowly typed a row of question marks. Did you hear what I said? And what dangerous statement are you making? Spanna pointed to the headphones and paused the recording program. Listen to it and you will understand. Iri Shoichi put on his headphones, clicked the replay button with a confused look on his face, listened to the general situation, covered his stomach with a sharp pain, pulled off the headphones, and rushed to completely destroy the file. Delete it. Delete it quickly. Those radical single-player players of the 11th generation will definitely get into trouble after hearing this. Igarashi-kun is the only rational person among the 11th generation of Guardians. So I said that the map of Japan needs to be redrawn. This is not a joke. Shigeru-kun, excuse me, what happened to my boss? Iri Shoichi turned around and saw the 11th generation Lightning Guardian standing behind him. He immediately rushed over to delete the file. Nothing. Nothing. The girl with a high ponytail raised her eyebrows, easily pulled Iri Shoichi, a grown man, behind her, put on headphones, and clicked replay. Iri Shoichi pulled the girl, but found that she didn't move at all, so he had to let go and step back 2 steps and said, Listen to me at least the machines here can't be damaged. Please, okay? For the sake of your beloved 11th generation, don't the girl put down her headphones, the electricity overflowing from her body crackling, and she took out her cell phone to try to call Sawada Tsuneyoshi, but the phone was scrapped due to overload. She threw her phone to the ground expressionlessly and crushed it with her high heels. Dog world, I'm going to settle it. At this time, Kisaragi Shigeru's pupils trembled, and she said in disbelief, Oh my God, Igarashi Hamura, what's your problem? Igarashi Hamura had a headache, but he breathed a sigh of relief. You were the one who was vague. How could I? What a misunderstanding, no way. Mr. Mukuro also misunderstood me like that. Probably not. I'll go talk to Mr. Mukuro just in case. Igarashi Hamura knew he was in the wrong, so he quickly said, As for you, I'll make you a glass of lemon sparkling water, and we'll just forget about this. How about that? Kisaragi Shigeru blinked, thinking that it was at most a misunderstanding between 2 people and an alias, and happily accepted her favorite sparkling water. Huh? Great. In the kitchen, you are always the god. Yeah. As Igarashi Hamura walked towards the kitchen, he secretly glanced at the boy who was happily following behind him and was worried in his heart. It would be fine if it was a misunderstanding, but what to do? This idiot is too easy to fool. The next day, at the gate of Gojo house, Igarashi Hamura stood behind a tree and said to the gray black-haired boy, "You understand, right? As soon as Gojo Satoru walked out the door, you bumped into him. Oh, what a coincidence. Do you understand what I mean?" Kisaragi Shigeru squatted between Igarashi Hamura and the tree trunk, looking at the closed Japanese classical luxury door of the Gojo family. "No, brother, do you know where this is?" Igarashi Hamura remained calm. "Gojo Satoru's home. This is the main gate of the Gosen clan." "Do you know the Gosen clan?" Kisaragi Shigeru said expressionlessly, looking up and pointing at herself. "We are cursed spirits. Do you understand?" Igarashi Hamura patted the other's head. "I believe in your fighting ability." Kisaragi Shigeru felt something was quite wrong. This person had been acting very strange since yesterday. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Who am I going to hit?" "Gojo Satoru." "Gojo Satoru's other name?" "Chicken Cat." "No, I'm talking about the level of strength. The strongest. So who am I going to hit?" "The cat." Kisaragi Shigeru covered his face with his hands and sighed deeply. "It's over. I've gone crazy. Help me, reborn." Igarashi Hamura opened the small box in his hand, pulled down the other person's hand, and put the things on it. "Okay, this is for you." Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the toast in his hand with his pupils trembling. "Igarashi Hamura, are you still preparing props?" Igarashi Hamura rolled her eyes. "It's good that I didn't ask you to wear a JK skirt. That's how pure love light novels are written. Meeting love at the corner." "Put it on." Kisaragi Shigeru held back her curse words. "Hamura, what is 1 + 1? You." Kisaragi Shigeru was bewildered. "It is indeed a normal functioning flame." Igarashi looked at his watch and said, "I brought a whole box of food because I was afraid you would finish it. Don't worry. Eat when you are hungry." After hearing this, the little foodie Ryu sure you couldn't help but take a bite. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and quite delicious. Igarashi looked at him distrustfully and repeated, "Did I explain it to you last night? We are going to 4 years ago today, so it's best not to attract attention. So you have to find a way to get him to a small corner where no one is around, so that he can let his guard down, and I'll take the opportunity to blast you all over." Kisaragi Shigeru chewed the bread, reached out and took another piece, and said incoherently, "Then you came up with this bad idea, letting me run into his arms with the bread in my mouth," and said in a coquettish voice, "Oh, what a coincidence. It's fate. Let's go over there and talk. To be honest, I think I will die." Igarashi Hamura said tragically, "Since that line is inevitable, I will let you walk on the path of pure love." Kisaragi Shigeru, "Which way?" Igarashi Hamura choked and took out a piece of bread to eat. "Don't tell me. What if it doesn't come true? I'm afraid that my blessed mouth will really tie you two together." Kisaragi Shigeru's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, "What red line? Who should I follow?" Igarashi Hamura was very unhappy and clicked his tongue, and said viciously, "SK, lock your hands together." "Igarashi Hamura, you are a middle school delinquent. It is really rude." Igarashi Hamura pulled out the whip. "Here it comes. Go. 11th generation. Huh. Wait. I'll go by myself?" Before he finished speaking, Kisaragi Shigeru's whip rolled up around his waist, and he was directly thrown into the arms of the visitor. Kisaragi Shigeru slammed into the other's chest and heard the young man groan. The young man froze in the other's arms, his forehead, red from being hit by the button, still pressed against the other. His pupils trembled, and he didn't dare to look up. "How can I explain this? How can I explain this? Is this a force that can be explained by oh, what a coincidence?" "Igarashi Hamura, I'm not done with you. Help me. My forehead hurts." The young man's hands were large and warm, and his gesture of holding his shoulders was gentlemanly, neither pushing him away nor getting any closer. Just the right sense of distance. A voice that was deeper and more magnetic than Gojo Satoru's came from above his head. "Long time no see, Kisaragi-kun. What do you mean? Is your forehead okay? Nothing, eh?" Kisaragi Shigeru looked up in a daze, looked at the young man's subtle expression, and said in surprise, "Mr. Nanami, long time no see. Are you two going to chat like that?" Gojo Satoru leaned against the door and knocked on it with his fingers, making a dull sound. "At my door?" Kisaragi Shigeru popped her head out from the other's arm and looked at Gojo Satoru. "Good morning, Mr. Gojo." Nanami Kinto let go of the other person and stepped aside naturally. "I just came here early to talk to Gojo about the high school." Kisaragi Shigeru. I didn't ask." He answered in confusion. Yes, that's it. Thank you for your hard work." Nanami Kinto took another step to the side. "No." Kisaragi Shigeru crying cat head. "What's wrong? Why are you hiding from me? Am I some kind of ferocious beast?" Gojo Satoru walked out of Gojo's house and asked, "So what did you want to do by flying over Nanami so early in the morning?" Kisaragi Shigeru's throat choked. What should I do, Igarashi Hamura? How can I naturally call Mr. Gojo out alone? It seems like these two people are going to work together." Kisaragi Shigeru laughed dryly and said, "I am delivering food." Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" Kisaragi Shigeru raised the piece of bread in her hand. "Noodles, bread. Not eating breakfast hurts my stomach. I'm tired from class, and I'm worried that my brother will have a stomachache." Gojo Satoru glanced in the direction of Igarashi Hamura, and then said to the boy, "I've eaten. You can eat by yourself." Kisaragi Shigeru helplessly gnawed on the bread. "Woohoo! What should I do, Igarashi Hamura?" Nanami Kinto adjusted his goggles and said, "I'm going to work now. See you later, Gojo." Gojo Satoru looked unhappy and said, "What are you doing? Let's go together." "No, I want to go to the bakery on the way, so I won't go with you." "He has bread. I want to drink milk tea." Kisaragi Shigeru quickly stuffed all the bread into his mouth. "Nice, Mr. Nanami. I'll take this opportunity." He patted his hands clean and touched Gojo Satoru with the back of his clean hand. His mouth was too full, and he could only ventriloquist. "Oh, Huanjin Muniki. I really don't have any milk tea." Cough huh. Nanami Kinto's right eyelid twitched wildly. "Take him to get some water. I'll take my leave now." When Kisaragi Shigeru heard this, she immediately made a gesture as if she was choking to death and beat her chest frantically. Igarashi Hamura watched all this with mixed feelings. Orangutan? Orangutan? Gojo Satoru sighed as he looked at Nanami Kinto's ruthless back without even turning his head. He didn't know what the two boys meant, so he had to take the lead and walk towards the uninhabited direction. Kisaragi Shigeru casually threw out a fireball, and Igarashi Hamura released fire with fire attributes to counteract it. Boom. "Gojo Satoru, what are you doing in front of the gate of the Gozank?" The young man put on a mask of pain, picked up Kisaragi Shigeru, and quickly left the vicinity of Gojo's house. The moment he jumped up, Kisaragi Shigeru suddenly became fierce and hugged him tightly. Igarashi Hamura took out the 10-year bazooka, 4-year ver, and blasted at the two people. For the first time, Gojo Satoru realized what it meant to be unavoidable. This was the only thing in his life that he could avoid but could not avoid. But he still instinctively protected Kisaragi Shigeru's head. After the smoke cleared, there was no one there anymore. Igarashi Hamura breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Reborn, what's the situation?" Reborn's voice came from the earring. "Success, there is no problem with the time and space coordinates." "That's good." The young man holding a broom at the door had his pupils trembling. He dropped the dustpan and rushed back to the Gojo residence. "Something happened. The owner of the house is gone." "What? What happened to Gojo Satoru?" "The owner of the house and the cursed spirit died together." Why didn't the barrier react?" "Because it died outside." "You're talking nonsense." "When Gojo Satoru took action, this house was directly blown up. Go and sweep the floor." "It's true. Together with a young cursed spirit, it's like fireworks in the sky." "How dare you? Gojo Satoru is the owner of the house after all. You should be more polite." Igarashi Hamura listened to the quarrel coming from the Gojo family, and his breath was choked. Reborn said, "By the way, Igarashi, I have something to tell you." "Please go ahead." "The 11th generation Lightning Guardian Izumi Seo was 4 years ago, not a soul travel. The system was upgraded 2 days ago, and she passed away completely." "What is she doing here? Why don't you ask her why she came?" Reborn said leisurely, She thought Shigeru was slept with by Gojo Satoru. Igarashi Hamura shouted in disbelief. What? Whose voice? Who's at the door? I'll go check. It must be the companion of the cursed spirit. Bah. At most, he's a low-quality drunkard. How could there be a drunkard in such a remote place? Look at me using a dustpan to crush his skull. I'll kill you first. You who wanted to skip work. You didn't even write a draft for your lies, and Gojo Satoru was taken away by the cursed spirit. You won't have lunch today. I'm so wronged. Igarashi Hamura immediately picked up the 10-year bazooka and quickly fled. In the middle of nowhere, Igarashi Hamura leaned on the 10-year bazooka, speechless and choking. Why would she think of going there? I heard you chatting with Shigeru. Didn't you mistakenly think he was slept with yesterday? Reborn drank hot tea. And what's wrong with you guys? Are you so sure that it was your own boss who was slept with? Sawada Tsuneyoshi was still shy and said awkwardly, Are you so straightforward so early in the morning? They are still young, Reborn. What are you doing, Mafia? It's shameful. The 10th generation of Vongala can't even drive a car. Reborn said disdainfully, When I was still a baby, there were already women lining up to get close to me. You are being ambiguous. Forget it. Please stop talking. If you keep talking, the post will be blocked and ended on the spot. Okay, but what happened yesterday was clearly a misunderstanding. Didn't she hear the end? Igarashi Hamura rubbed his temples. Why did you let her go 4 years ago? She's just a troublemaker. Sawada Tsuneyoshi folded his hands under his chin. When he had no expression, his young face took on the indifference of death mode, and his voice was full of aura. Flame Kuin. Igarashi Hamura was startled, then stood up straight and said in a deep voice, Yes, the Vongala finances are in deficit this month. Today is August 5th, 10th generation. I know. Are you talking about last month? No, this month. Sawada Tsuneyoshi closed his eyes sadly. It's already in deficit. Can I ask why, boss? For the overlapping of world lines, my guardian and Shigeru's guardian will be together today. Do you understand what I mean? Sawada Tsuneyoshi said sadly, Saya is leaving, and I have no reason to force her to stay. Boss, excuse me for being blunt, but letting her come will do more harm than good to the world merger. Hamura Kuin. Sawada Tsuneyoshi opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. First of all, I need to ensure that the Vongala can operate until then. Sorry, she threatened to bomb the technical department. Igarashi Hamura's head was splitting with pain. That woman, is she really going to ignore everything for Shigeru? Sawada Tsuneyoshi stood up, and now, my super intuition is telling me to hide the official seal. The next second, Igarashi Hamura heard the huge voice of Spurbisquaro across a world. Vavia. Sawada Tsuneyoshi. Why didn't Varia's reimbursement for last month go through? Sawada Tsuneyoshi was used to it. With this decibel, he probably just entered the Vongala gate and will arrive soon. Igarashi Hamura couldn't bear it and said, 10th generation, why don't you destroy the official seal? No, they talk to me nicely because of the official seal in my hand. Sawada Tsuneyoshi's face turned pale. Originally, reimbursement only requires a financial seal, but Vongala doesn't allow that. They must get the official seal from me. By the way, the financial seal has been destroyed by me. Bang. Sawada Tsuneyoshi, I can hear you. Keep your voice down. If you speak any louder, I really won't be able to hear you. Don't try to change the subject. Give me your stamp. Don't force me to use Mafia methods. Don't make it sound like I'm signing a contract to sell myself. Lucilia can't save Levi anymore. Just kill me. Igarashi Hamura quietly pointed the 10-year bazooka, 4-year ver, at his own head. Viva Vongala. Bang. Igarashi Hamura shook her dizzy head and opened her eyes, and saw a girl with a ponytail wearing high heels, protecting Kisaragi Shigeru behind her, with an electric look all over her body. Gojo Satoru scratched his head. Pikachu? No, kid. I really don't understand what you were saying. Izumi Seo shouted angrily. Beast, you slept with my leader and forgot about it after eating? I will kill you today. Kisaragi Shigeru said in disbelief. Wait a minute, Sister Seo. What did you say? Gojo Satoru had a splitting headache. Who did I sleep with? Who is your leader? Gojo Satoru, let me ask you something first. Izumi Seo twisted the huge sickle into a flower and held it across her body, her eyes dark and murderous. Did my leader cry on the way? If he cried, you will die. If he didn't cry, you are a waste. Answer me, in detail. Gojo Satoru wanted to call the police. I don't understand. Can someone translate for me? Kisaragi Shigeru saw Juma out of the corner of her eye and quickly called out, Yin, help. You have good logic. Help her sort it out. Igarashi Hamura closed his eyes. God, please kill me. Izumi Seo sat on the edge of the fountain, crossed her legs and said, Oh, so my boss is fine, right? Igarashi Yan's temples throbbed. Yes, so hurry back and push the enemy alone. Since you are here, I definitely can't let you lead the boss alone. Izumi Seo raised an eyebrow. I see you were unhappy because you didn't get the first place in the subdivision last time. Igarashi Yin was speechless and choked. Why are you, the 153rd in your class, so upset with me? The first in your class? Can you defeat the person in front of you first? Izumi Seo was still confident. You were sitting in front of me. To be honest, I couldn't see anything when you sat in front of me. You were so big. Is that why you got caught eating lunch behind my back? Igarashi Hamura said with a headache. Besides, I didn't want to sit there. It was arranged by the class teacher. Hee. A man who always makes excuses is not good. As expected, I have to protect the boss. Can you go get some treatment for your head, please? Convenience store. Gojo Satoru's credit card was no longer usable 4 years ago, so he used the money that Kisaragi Shigeru had saved with the help of the system to buy 4 kinds of drinks. Gojo Satoru took out a bottle of sports drink and opened the cap with one hand. They are relatives. Kisaragi Shigeru took a sip of his latte and said as he walked, Yes, but he is a distant relative, the kind I had never met before coming to Vongala. Gojo Satoru took a sip of his drink and said meaningfully, I didn't expect the Vongala we talked about before would be a mafia, and I didn't expect you to be the boss. Kisaragi Shigeru shook her head and explained, That's not quite accurate. The current boss of Vongala is still the 10th generation Mr. Sawada Tsuneyoshi, and I'm just the 11th generation candidate. Hamura-kun and Sister Seo are both my guardians, so they tend to call me boss and Mr. Sawada the 10th generation. Gojo Satoru looked at the swallows flying low in the sky, hesitated for a moment, and said, With your gentle personality, can you do mafia work? Kisaragi Shigeru smiled and said, Mr. Sawada is much gentler than me. He is a person who is truly as tolerant as Azora. He paused and added, Besides, I am not alone. Gojo Satoru sighed and said, I see. Now I understand. So when you told me that the Vongala were your family, you really thought of them as your family. Kisaragi Shigeru nodded and admitted, Yes. The young man nimbly jumped onto the low railing on the side of the river, spread his hands to the sides like a child, and walked precariously step by step to stabilize his center of gravity. The person I want to save with you this time is called Oda Sakunasuke, and he is my adoptive father in that world. The young man murmured, I hope that Mr. Odasaku in this world can have a happy future. Gojo Satoru looked at the boy's profile without saying a word. Kisaragi Shigeru comforted the other party and said, As for your special tasks, someone from the Yorizuya will help you solve them, so don't worry. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows and said, You are always good at acting first and reporting later. Kisaragi Shigeru smiled bitterly and said, I'm just afraid you won't agree. Gojo Satoru slowed down his pace, looked at the boy's thin back, and tightened his hand holding the drink. The boy in front turned his head. The skin of the cursed spirit was pale rather than white, and it looked like it would disappear from their world at any time. Mr. Gojo? Why shouldn't I agree? Gojo Satoru said in a deep voice, As long as you are willing to be honest, I will agree. Whether it is jumping off the skytree or falling into the ocean, I can be with you. Kisaragi Shigeru looked at the tall young man and said honestly, Actually, I still don't understand why you are so nice to me. I've said before that I met you when I was a child and I thought of you as my sweetheart. But you told me very firmly that you were not. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes. But in fact, we are now experiencing a time travel. This is the evidence, the ironclad proof that you can travel to the past. Gojo Satoru took 2 steps forward and looked up at the boy standing on the railing, just as he looked at the masked boy cursed spirit when he was a child, because that photo 3 was taken with you. but you were a cursed spirit, so you couldn't be photographed. He looked at the other person's brain overload and said with a smile, "You can think of it as my repayment. But in other words," Gojo Satoru put away his smile and said seriously, "Your so-called guardians are hiding something from you. Why did you only know now that you would travel to the past? If it was for the overlap of the world lines, why did they hide it from you? Are you the type who would refuse?" Kisaragi Shigeru frowned unhappily. "I will not doubt my guardian," Gojo Satoru said coldly. "That's why it's easier to deceive, isn't it? What if your soul was not an accident from the beginning?" Igarashi Hamura looked at the ripples in the fountain and said, "Although Shigeru is the designated 11th generation, there are indeed many people who are not convinced, including the 11th generation Kamashu. From the beginning, I disagreed with hiding the matter of time travel and world line overlap from the boss. Look, before I came, Kamashu was there, saying that he couldn't accept that even the key tasks were kept secret from the boss." Izumi Seo crossed her arms and tapped her arms lightly with her fingers. "But it doesn't matter. Whoever votes against it will be killed by me. It's so pitiful, Shigeru, being targeted by you." "What do you mean?" Shigeru is not aware of his own problem. Mr. Makuro often calls it a defect, but the 11th generation guardians are more or less aware of it. Igarashi Hamura sighed, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at the dark clouds floating in the distance. It is said that Mr. Odasuke's last words were "stay alive," and this sentence is like a curse that haunts Shigeru. Although I don't want to admit it, if it weren't for that sentence, Shigeru, who had just lost Mr. Odasuke, would not want to live. Subconsciously, he longed to die fighting for the Vongala. That's why he couldn't exert his strength 100%. Although we laugh at him for being 50-50, it is indeed as Mr. Makuro said. This is a flaw in Shigeru's character. Igarashi Hamura said with a wry smile, "He will judge his opponent. If the opponent is someone like Gojo Satoru or Itadori Yuji, he will recognize him in his heart and will instinctively fight him 50-50. If the opponent is a real person, he will not suppress his strength. He is a guy with a bad personality. It's not hard to understand. After all, Mr. Odasuke died in front of him, and Shigeru's death fire was activated after he died. If it had been activated 1 second earlier, Mr. Odasuke might have been saved." Igarashi Hamura continued, "He was afraid that he would be bullied by Mr. Odasuke in that world if he died. That's why he wanted to give himself an excuse to tell the other party, 'I tried my best, but I didn't succeed.'" He shrugged and said helplessly, "In the final analysis, even if we add up all of us, we can't beat Oda Sakunosuke. So there is no way to tell him that this mission includes the ending of the first reincarnation." The water in the fountain in front of him trembled, and it stopped spraying water as if the power was cut off. Igarashi Hamura said, "We will remain silent before he realizes the problem and use some unexpected things to break the flow of history. This is our judgment." The sparrow swayed in the wind on the branch for a while, then flew away with its wings flapping. Izumi Seo stood up. "Are you done?" Igarashi Hamura nodded, tilted his head and asked, "Well, what do you think?" "Me?" Izumi Seo put the sickle into the Vongala box, her high heels echoing on the stone bricks. "How can a group of grown men be so indecisive? If the boss really tells me that he doesn't want to live as you said, I will take this world with me to die. If the boss says that he wants to see Odasuke, I will directly move all the Odasuke Nosuks in the parallel world to him." She turned around and smiled evilly and arrogantly. "This is the romance of Mafia," Igarashi Hamura said with a headache. "I forgot that you are not normal. Even if I am not normal, so what? This world with cursed spirits has been abnormal from the beginning. When I was abandoned by the world, only the boss reached out to me, so my life is his." Izumi Seo snapped her fingers, and the fountain crackled with electricity, forcibly spraying water again. "I will give him everything he wants. So I can't understand your idea of hiding it from him. He is not a fragile glass ball, nor a greenhouse flower." Izumi Seo frowned and said sternly, "The tragedy in the last reincarnation was not caused by the boss's desire to survive, but by the lack of information caused by your concealment of each other. Don't blame me. This time, the only thing you didn't give the boss is the memory pill of a reincarnation, because you are afraid that he will directly choose the simplest solution of dying together. He is a very simple person. His desire to live towards death is just a product of his subconscious. Then you should just say it directly like me. She put her hand on her chest and felt her heart beating. We want you to live and keep smiling. We can bear the darkness of Vangala. You just need to lead us forward. Trust me, Hamura. Izumi Seo closed her eyes and said, he will definitely listen. Even if they hide something from me, I don't think it's a big deal. Kisaragi Shigeru jumped off the railing and said, just like I have reservations about you, and you about me. But even so, I know you are a trustworthy person, and I hope you can trust me in them. He approached Gojo Satoru, looked up at him, and stretched out his hand. Although I may be arrogant, I sincerely hope that I can save this world line. For this is a future where Yoshino-kun is admitted to a technical high school, where Odasuke-san is able to survive, and where you and I met each other. The boy's golden cat eyes were like stars in the night, shining with unwavering light. Please give me a little more strength. Gojo Satoru was speechless and sighed. He looked at the boy's hand, which was long enough for his age, but it was inevitably smaller than his own. I wish you could get into a technical high school. Gojo Satoru murmured. Then I can treat you as a student and treat you as a pet. When a cute student asks for help, I will never refuse. I will not be your student. Kisaragi Shigeru replied. Rather than being protected by your wings, I would rather walk side by side with you. Gojo Satoru opened his mouth, but no sound came out. This wasn't the first time, he thought. There has never been a person who, upon hearing the title of the strongest, would rush to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or even try to put him behind him. 5, who would provoke him, tease him, and constantly fight with him in a joking manner, and then cowardly chase after him to apologize, who would tell harmless lies, but would be honest about important matters, who would seemingly have frequent accidents, but would also carefully end things. She could clearly empathize with the pain of others, even the pain of the transformed people, but when the young man realized his agony, she cried like a helpless child until she was exhausted and fell asleep, and out of habit forced herself not to utter a sob. Even without the filter of childhood, he thought, he would still be partial to this boy. The vertical leap in time created an unbalanced sense of distance. The temple fair that Gojo Satoru had already experienced had not yet been experienced by Kisaragi Shigeru. Defeated by him, Gojo Satoru chuckled and held Kisaragi Shigeru's hand. The limitless energy melted between the palms like water until they touched and clenched. Okay, I'll help you. He heard himself say this amid the boy's laughter. Izumi Seo was lying on the bed, crossing one leg in a very arrogant manner, and said, why open a room? Why not just buy a big villa and set up a Vangala branch in another world? The boss has so much money. Igarashi Hamura paused while flipping through the map and looked at the girl in the next bed. Isn't this a single room for you? Why are you here? What? Izumi Seo's face was full of disbelief. Isn't this a double room for me and the boss? Igarashi Hamura threw the blanket over the other person and said, get out. And you, a girl, please pay attention to your posture. Izumi Sanua lifted the quilt and asked provocatively, are you interested in me? Igarashi flamed expressionless. Am I crazy? Gojo Satoru sat on a small stool, looking innocent. So why am I also in a single room? I feel like I'm being excluded. The triple room is too crowded and inconvenient. Igarashi Hamura said as he picked up the map again and clicked on a coordinate. According to Mr. Dazai, we were drinking at the bar at 10 p.m., so it was a chance encounter. He pointed to another location, indicating the location of the bar. In order of sequence, after the three of them finished drinking and dispersed, Sakaguchi Engo was captured by the Mimic, and the leader of the port Mafia, Morioge, asked Mr. Odasuke to rescue him. Then, this evening, Mr. Odasuke worked hard to find the person, but ended up falling into a trap and being poisoned. Sakaguchi Engo was taken away by the people from the Special Powers Division. One Kisaragi Shigeru asked, Special Powers Special Agents? Why? Because Sakaguchi Engo is a secret agent of the government's secret department, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and was sent out to monitor. Igarashi Hamura said, looking at Kisaragi Shigeru. You know, the higher-ups always have to check and balance each other, and this situation is not uncommon in our world. Izumi Seo turned over and sat up, looking at Kisaragi Shigeru. When do you want to start? I can do it any time. Kisaragi Shigeru thought for a moment and said, let's split up. I want to meet Mimic first. The ability to predict the future is indeed tricky. Gojo Satoru nodded and said, I'll go with you. Mr. Gojo, please keep a low profile. You already exist in this world, so it's reasonable that we won't run into each other, but it's hard to say if you're too high profile. Igarashi Hamura reminded, as long as the ending and the gains and losses are consistent with the future, the details don't matter. The world will help us adjust by itself. Hearing this, Kisaragi Shigeru closed his eyes slightly. Engo Sakaguchi was taken away by the Special Ability Division at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Igarashi Hamura said as he stood up, before that, you can move freely. If you want to meet Mimic, just go. Don't go too far. Everyone will gather at the hotel at 11 o'clock in the evening. Hamura. The boy looked at Igarashi Hamura. I want to talk to you alone. Igarashi Hamura paused while adjusting his clothes, but did not look at the boy. Gojo Satoru shrugged and walked out of the room first. Shigeru, I'll wait for you in the hall. Izumi Seo put on her shoes and asked casually, should I avoid it too, boss? Kisaragi Shigeru nodded and said, well, let's take shelter for a while. Thank you, Sister Seo. Izumi Seo stood up and bowed like the end of a stage play. Got it. Then she patted Igarashi Hamura's shoulder and walked out whistling. The hotel door slowly closed, making a mechanical sound as it was automatically locked. Igarashi Hamura then turned around and looked at the boy who was still sitting on the bed. What do you want to say? I didn't want to ask. After all, you don't look like you want to say it. Kisaragi Shigeru stared at the other person with a pair of golden eyes quietly, but there are too many loopholes in what you said just now. The boy said calmly, you know my character, and you know that I will go find the mimics and most likely kill them there. You also deliberately let out the information that Mr. Odasaku would be poisoned. Are you hinting at something? Seeing that Igarashi Hamura remained silent, he continued, you told me a future direction and said that I don't need to care about the details, as if you wanted me to create an accident. This is completely contradictory to the closed timeline you want. So I suspect that you were waiting for me to realize this and then give you a chance to confess. And it was probably Sister Seo who gave you this idea. Kisaragi Shigeru stroked the sheets with his fingers. As long as I open my mouth, Sister Seo will tell me the truth. And she didn't tell me, which proves that most people tend to hide something from me. It was still daytime, but there were dark clouds outside the window. A thunderstorm was about to come, and the house was dark. Kisaragi Shigeru coaxed softly. So I give you the choice, Hamura. I won't force you. Igarashi Hamura gritted his teeth, his wavering eyes fixed on the Vongala ring on Kisaragi Shigeru's finger. If you don't know where to start, I'll give you a start. Kisaragi Shigeru said, I didn't think much about you traveling through time. But now that Sister Seo is here, I have to doubt it. You have no intention of letting me go back. Or, you have no intention of letting me go back for a while. And you are starting to gather around me. It must not just be the matter of the world line overlapping. Besides, if the world line overlaps, what about the population? How many people overlap in these two worlds? You asked Mr. Gojo to keep a low profile, which means that the world will not allow the same person or thing to appear at the same time, right? Igarashi Hamura took a deep breath. In his mind, the words that Reborn and Sawada Tsunayoshi had said before the time travel suddenly emerged. There is no need to tell Shigeru too much. In a similar background, a person can make endless choices. But the choice that person will make in that situation is actually only that one. Reborn leaned on the conference table and said, in other words, insufficient information will not cause accidents, and the closed loop will be stable. Igarashi Hamura lowered his eyes and said unconfidently, the only problem is Shigeru's mentality. This time is fundamentally different from the last reincarnation. That is, we know that the overlap of the two worlds will make the soul united. I think this is enough to ease Shigeru-kun's self-blame. Sawada Tsunayoshi stood up, walked to Igarashi Hamura, and patted him on the shoulder. Our memory pills only have the memory of our last reincarnation. So I don't know why you are so unconfident. But I think Shigeru will definitely choose you. I promise you. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to come true. Just like now, the population overlap problem that Kisaragi Shigeru told him about made him involuntarily recall the ending of the previous reincarnation. He felt difficulty breathing, his limbs were numb, and he opened his mouth to shout out the other person's name. Sure, I know. The call was interrupted by the other party. Igarashi Yin lowered his eyes and looked at the other party. Only then he noticed how his hands were shaking. Yes, what Seo said was right. The so-called righteousness, at least in his eyes, was all a lie. The first one hid it from all the guardians and chose to run to Shigeru and watch him. He hoped to keep Shigeru away from the high school, fearing that he would choose the high school, choose Gojo Satoru, and choose this world with spells and supernatural powers. He had to admit that he would lose his composure when facing Kisaragi Shigeru. Kisaragi Shigeru is a bit thick-skinned, but he has a keen intuition about the most annoying things. Moreover, he is very intuitive, so lying to him is just deceiving yourself. One lie requires 100 lies to cover up the loophole. Staying away from Shiryu is the safest option, but he still follows him closely, fearing that he will get into a dead end. He just didn't want to be abandoned again. Didn't want to lose this childhood sweetheart, the boy 1 year younger than him, his leader. He hated that feeling of powerlessness. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. It turned out that he was the one who was most obsessed with trivial matters. Kisaragi Shigeru held the other person's hand tightly and understood something in her heart. If a closed timeline loop is necessary, then this is at least their second reincarnation, and the first one did not end well. At least, he should be dead. And Yin has an unsolvable knot in his heart. He hoped to say something that would comfort the other party. Flame. So, Kisaragi Shigeru called out to Igarashi Flame, looking firmly into the other party's confused red eyes. No matter what happens, I will choose you. So you have to choose me too. Let's go on together. Igarashi Hamura clenched his teeth, his chest aching like a needle. He closed his eyes resignedly and nodded. Then I'll go out first. Sorry for taking up your time, Kisaragi Shigeru said, still holding the other's hand with concern, and walked out of the room every 3 steps, looking back, so that the other could be quiet. At the moment the door locked automatically, Igarashi Yin sat down on the bed weakly, wiped his face, and hovered his hands in the air for a moment, clenching his hair. Liar. You told me the same thing in your last reincarnation. Hall. Izumi Seo was the first to notice Kisaragi Shigeru coming down the stairs, so she took a few steps to meet him and asked, Are you done talking? Kisaragi Shigeru nodded, walked to the other side, and whispered, Sister Seo, please take care of Flame Kuin. Izumi Seo raised her eyebrows and asked, Why? My only duty is to protect you, not the guardian. Kisaragi Shigeru sighed and said, Then just treat it as an order from the leader. Izumi Seo gave a thumbs up. No problem, got it? Kisaragi Shigeru thought for a moment, looked at the other person pitifully, and deliberately said, Sister Seo, didn't I choose you in my last reincarnation? Oh, you have so many expressions. Izumi Seo raised her eyebrows, sighed for a moment, and rubbed the other person's head. He didn't tell you anything? Did you infer it yourself? And then you want to trick me, right? Kisaragi Shigeru choked and laughed dryly. You don't need to probe me. Just ask directly. I'm different from them. I will always listen to you, and I want to be your shield more than anyone else. Izumi Seo chuckled, lifted the other's pigtail with her fingers, and rubbed it carefully, saying, You wanted to choose us in your last reincarnation, but you couldn't. Sacrificing yourself to save 2 worlds. You think there is no better deal than this. The guardian at the scene at that time, unfortunately, was only me. It was because you knew I would not disobey you. She paused and said, From an objective point of view, I think you are right. But from a subjective point of view, I cannot forgive you for freezing me there and not even giving me a chance to die together.